The young man, covered in blood, looked around, trying to make sense of what was happening. Before him lay a vast battlefield where a huge number of people had fallen. These were not civilians but warriors, yet they had all given their lives for the common cause. The protagonist thought he was safe because he never imagined there would be such a powerful being here. And now, standing on his chest, the young man could see that this monster was still alive. The giant Agayut appeared in the empire completely out of the blue and for unknown reasons began to wreak havoc. He was the last of the three giants, but now because of Agayut, half the empire had turned into a graveyard, and it was unclear why he was still alive. The giant replied that there was no need to worry, he didn't have long to live, and soon he would return to his own side. The protagonist thought that wasn't so bad, since two friends with whom Agayut had come to Earth were waiting for him there. One of them had been practically roasted to a crisp by the hot-tempered red dragon, who had doused him with his fire. The second giant had been sealed away for eternity by an old man named Lorahan, but the giant told the man that there was no need to try to hide the truth behind superficial words, because the children of the stars share their feelings with one another, and they took all their enemies, or at least most of them, with them to the afterlife. Moreover, there were no longer any people as strong as the young man, and now he was completely alone. The giant Agayat asked the young man not to pretend in front of him, for he knew the young man did not have long to live. But the giant was glad that the young man hadn't realized his powers before. Otherwise, he would have begun to hone them and would have become a major obstacle on the path to the cherished desire of all the giants. The young man didn't want to listen to this, but, on the other hand, he himself understood that his life had been wasted, judging by the results. The giant Agayat was certain that the young man was a great person and had every right to be proud. But the human world would soon be engulfed by the starlight and completely dissolve into it. The young man no longer wanted to listen to any of the giant's dying words and severed his enormous head with a single swing of his sword. But now, left completely alone and standing in pools of blood, the young man could not imagine how he could undo what had already been done. A group of men sat in the courtyards near the tents, chatting cheerfully and casually. They loved to tease one another, but they always knew they could count on each other's help and that they'd be there for one another when it mattered. And now one of them lay there drenched in blood and his gaze would never again fall upon his comrade. And if you look closely, they were all impaled on enemy swords here, and this was their last joint sortie, which had ended so tragically. Driven by their pride and sense of camaraderie, they fought to the death, when they should have assessed the situation correctly and fled. The young man couldn't understand why giants capable of repelling the aura of the Empire's mightiest swordsman could be struck down only by his sword. If not for that fact, the ordinary soldiers wouldn't have had to stand on the front lines, and they wouldn't have died right at the start. He could have spent a long time pondering why this had happened, but the young man had neither the strength nor the desire to do so. Suddenly, he heard a voice trying to get his attention. A familiar voice said that because of his wounds, he couldn't move, but he hoped someone here would hear him. The young man stood up, leaning with difficulty on his spear. He too had lost a lot of blood and was mentally and emotionally shattered. Finally, he reached the source of the voice and realized it belonged to the commander. The young man felt a distinct sense of relief when he realized that the commander-in-chief had managed to survive. But Ms. Adeshan had lost her right arm, along with a huge amount of blood, and was now simply lying there slumped against a massive boulder. Ronan tried to joke, saying that the girl didn't look too good for a commander-in-chief. But Adi Shan wasn't in the mood for jokes. She said that the corporal didn't look too good either, but other things were more important right now. Ronan reported that the giant Agayut was dead. He had killed him himself, and the giant's body lay nearby. Upon hearing such wonderful news, the commander-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the corporal for his service. Ronan spoke up. Since the commander-in-chief is grateful to him, would she be so kind as to hear his request? The young man wanted to talk about the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Usually they're left on the battlefield or burned, but Ronan would like to give them a proper burial. The girl replied that the corporal looked better than she did, so why didn't he take care of his comrades' bodies himself? But completely out of the blue, Ronan began to cry and cough. His behavior greatly surprised the girl. After clearing his throat, the young man showed her a handful of blood, and it became clear that he too was seriously wounded, and it was still unclear which of the two was still alive. Ronan had spent most of his life messing around and had accomplished very little, and now it seemed terribly unfair that he would just die like this. Adeshan wondered what the young man would have done if he'd managed to survive. The corporal thought for a moment. Of course, he would have liked to do things differently, having learned from his mistakes. But in the end, the young man said he would very much like to study at the academy. The thing is, the young man was deeply hurt by the words the giant Agayut had spoken about insignificant little people. Besides, Renana's older sister had always wanted her brother to attend the academy, and she had planned to send him there. But now it's too late to talk about that. After all, the young man will soon be reunited with his family. The commander-in-chief looked at the corporal and said that the search party would arrive as soon as the rain stopped. But Ronan didn't see a problem with that and didn't want to talk about useless things because he was sure he didn't have long to live. The rain went on for quite a while, but suddenly there was a strange splash in one of the huge puddles. A fire fell to the ground. The young people noticed that the rain had suddenly stopped and the storm had subsided. After that, the entire area was bathed in bright light, as if flashes of fire were illuminating the whole landscape. And now, in the sky above the battlefield, an 8-winged creature appeared. It was illuminated from all sides by fiery light and looked very demonic. Soon other flying monsters appeared in the sky around this 8-winged creature. And now the whole scene resembled a dance of moths around a light source. Ronan jumped to his feet. He couldn't figure out who they were or where they'd come from. It was clear that he had no strength left to fight. Commander-in-Chief Adeshan couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that those 3 giants weren't the end of it? And now the girl realized clearly that she had failed to save the world, and this was already the 3rd time. She had one last chance left. Suddenly, the girl was snapped out of her thoughts because the corporal was shouting loudly, trying to get the commander-in-chief's attention. The young man demanded that Adeshan snap out of it immediately and use telekinesis to fling the guy toward those monsters, because he couldn't reach them himself. It seemed as though the girl didn't understand what he was talking about, but Ronan was about to start a fight with these monsters. Adeshan couldn't believe it. Did he really want to fight in this condition? But the young man wasn't about to just sit idly by. The young man was certain he was about to die, but at the same time, he was confident he'd managed to take a couple of the monsters with him. The commander-in-chief looked on with admiration at the corporal, who refused to give up even in such a precarious position. The girl looked at Ronan and realized that he really was that stubborn, and it was only thanks to him that the people had been able to come this far in their struggle. Suddenly, the commander realized that perhaps Corporal Ronan was exactly the person she was looking for. The young man hadn't even had time to process what was happening, when suddenly the commander rushed toward him and began kissing him. During the kiss, Adeshan passed a small ball from her mouth to the corporal's. It was very unexpected. The young man pulled away and tried to figure out what the commander had given him, but unfortunately, she could no longer speak. It seemed as though her strength was draining from her wounded body even faster, and instead of coherent words, she was uttering some incomprehensible nonsense. Suddenly, the girl turned to Ronan and said that if they ever met again, he should tell her not to do anything foolish and just become a seamstress. Ronan continued to stare in surprise at the commander, who had told him she'd done many things. But this was the first time she'd done something like this. Unfamiliar creatures that had been hovering high in the sky all this time took notice of the 2 people, and now an 8-winged monster prepared to attack. A powerful flash soon illuminated the battlefield, and the 2 young people who, by a twist of fate, had survived in this place. It was a warm summer day, and white fluffy clouds drifted across the blue sky. In the distance, a small town was visible, with a forest and a river nearby. The area looked very peaceful and friendly. There were no monsters or battlefields in sight. On the river, children were having fun on a raft and splashing in the water. For them, this was their favorite time of year. Of course, the young man knew this area very well since he was near his hometown of Nimbutan. The young man realized that somehow he had returned to his past, and now Ronan clutched his head in horror, for the commander-in-chief's words had turned out to be true. Before she died, the girl told him that Ronan had just swallowed the time travel sphere. The same thing had once happened to Adeshan, and the girl, who had started out as a simple seamstress, had risen to the rank of commander-in-chief. This orb allowed her to go back in time only 4 times, and she had already used 3 of those attempts herself, so now Ronan had only 1 attempt left. The girl was certain that the corporal had the power to kill the giants, and she was convinced that he was the key to saving the world. Ronana needed to hone her ability, and now she was very glad that the corporal wanted this himself, since he had admitted that he dreamed of studying at the academy. The Philion Academy was a place where many outstanding people gathered, and the commander-in-chief was certain that studying there would benefit Ronan. Adekin repeated her request once more. If they ever met again, Ronan should tell the girl not to do anything foolish, but simply to become a seamstress. Ronan still couldn't believe what had happened. He thought it was all a dream and that he needed to wake up quickly. The young man began banging his head against a tree, and passers-by thought he was out of his mind. Even if this wasn't a dream and he really had traveled back in time, Ronan now had no idea what he was supposed to do here all by himself. The young man peered cautiously yet curiously from behind the tree at the town of his childhood, but then a thought occurred to him. After all, if this was his past, that meant he'd be able to meet his older sister, and the young man, grabbing his stick, took off running as fast as he could. Ronan ran into the city, for he remembered the town of his childhood well. And if this was indeed that very place, then he would soon reach his destination. But suddenly, a voice in the distance caught his attention. A few bullies were tormenting a young boy. They had hung the child upside down from a tree and were demanding something from him. Those jerks had always been real scoundrels. Ronan suddenly realized that something was wrong here. He looked closely and saw that the child wasn't suspended upside down by a rope, but by magic. Mages are highly prized on the battlefield since they're rarely seen, and now it's unclear where this mage came from in this backwater. Ronan racked his brain a little and remembered that around this time, that same boy had been living somewhere around here. The boy was very distressed. He didn't know when these bullies would finally stop their taunts. After all, if this kept up, something bad might happen to the boy. The poor boy was suspended by his leg with magic. He begged to be let go and insisted he had no money. The bully said he didn't care about any explanations. He simply took money from younger kids, and their circumstances didn't interest him. After that, the bully began hitting the boy in the face and telling him that he should be a good and worthy son and earn enough money. Suddenly, the bully turned to the mage and demanded that he do something else for him. It turns out the boy hadn't regained consciousness after the beating, so he needed to be lifted higher using magic. The wizard was very frightened. He said he couldn't fulfill this request. If he started lifting the boy higher, he might accidentally drop him. But the bully wouldn't listen to any explanations or excuses from Assel and demanded that he not be afraid. After all, it wasn't him hanging from the tree. Frightened, Assel tried to understand how all this had happened in his life. Could studying magic really have been a bad choice? Assel had studied magic with great enthusiasm and then performed various tricks for the townspeople. He wanted to show everyone that he was capable of doing something good. But now his magical knowledge and talent were being used by the bullies, and of course he had to refuse to do what they demanded. But that was very scary. Assel hadn't even had time to carry out the bully's order when suddenly a huge stick slammed into his back, literally pinning him to the spot. The young man struck the mage hard on the back, saying, "Stop using magic, after all. He could kill the poor boy." Assel was distracted from his spellcasting, and as a result, the boy tumbled from the tree and hit the ground with full force, falling right at the hooligan's feet. The leader of the bullies immediately rushed at the terrified mage with clenched fists. Could it be that Assel wasn't obeying his orders, but had instead listened to some stranger? Assel tried to explain that it had been an accident, but just then the stranger stepped right in front of him and demanded that the mage ignore the bully. Assel recognized Ronan, who wanted to speak with him, and said he had a serious conversation to have. Ronan wanted to know where the young mage had learned telekinesis. It seemed the boy had learned everything from a grimoire he'd bought from a merchant. Ronan couldn't believe his ears. Could the boy really have mastered telekinesis from some primitive book? And now the young man was looking at this little mage. He needed to figure out what else the boy was capable of, because he needed a good mage. But then Ronan noticed the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath. By this time, the bully was already getting ready to take on the stranger. The bully demanded that Ronan not get too big for his britches just because he'd beaten him a couple of days ago. But today the guy was determined to put Ronan in his place and immediately lunged at him, holding the sword with both hands. And so the young man, filled with hatred, prepared to attack. Although his stance was terrible, he could make up for his lack of skill with brute strength. Perhaps that would have been enough in any other fight, but not here, not now, and not against Ronan, who easily dodged the attack. Ronan noted with surprise that although he now had a young and youthful body, his combat experience hadn't gone anywhere. It seemed as though behind this frail, youthful teenager stood a seasoned warrior with excellent combat instincts. Although the thug was surprised that his attack had failed, he said he wanted to beat Ronan so badly that he wouldn't be able to lift a spoon for the rest of his life. Now he was simply offering the boy the chance to get down on his knees and beg for mercy, and then perhaps he might stay alive. Though truth be told, one of his hands would still have to be cut off. But even if Ronan dies now, he needn't worry, because the thug promised to take good care of his little sister. Ronan flinched at the word little sister, and the thug was delighted, realizing he'd found the guy's weak spot. But in the very next moment, Ronan made just one swing of his sword to ensure the thug would learn this lesson for the rest of his life. Blood gushed from the young man's ear, or rather, from the spot where his ear had been just a few seconds earlier. The thug dropped his sword and began to scream in agony, trying to clamp down on the bleeding wound and staring in horror at his opponent. Before he could even recover, Ronan's figure was already towering over him, and now no one could imagine what was going through that madman's head. All of the thug's friends froze in terror where they stood. None of them were about to run to save their friend who was kneeling before Ronan. The guys couldn't understand how it had happened, how their friend's ear had been cut off. They'd seen that Ronan was holding nothing but an ordinary stick. Of course, they'd like to appear brave and rush to their friend's defense, but at the same time, none of them wanted to lose their ears or anything else. Ronan turned to them and told them to get out of there and take their friend with them if they didn't want to end up the same way he did. Besides, they had to leave the money they'd taken from the boy, and they'd have to add some coins on top of that as compensation for ruining his day. The boys immediately agreed to give everything back, pay in full, and swore never to bully the weak again. Ronan handed the bag of coins to the boy who'd been bullied, and the boy couldn't believe it as he held that treasure in his hands. The boy couldn't believe that all of this was going to him, because there was far more in the bag than the bullies had taken from him. Ronan assured him that all the money belonged to the boy, and that he needn't fear the bullies returning. They wouldn't have the nerve to do so again. Ronan took only the sword for himself. It was his trophy from the bully, and now he had to decide what to do with Acel. The young man bowed his head and began to apologize. He said he was very sorry for having to treat the boy that way. Acel honestly admitted that he knew he shouldn't have done such a thing, even under Hans's threats. But he had been very scared. Acel knew it was all his fault, but now he was truly sorry, and he sincerely asked for forgiveness. It turned out that Acel was crying just as he had when Hans had dragged him here the first time. And then the boy who had been bullied by the hooligans realized that this mage was in exactly the same situation. Hans and his friends had constantly teased and bullied Acel, so he shouldn't blame himself. The boy was very happy because he had received the money he needed to buy medicine for his mom, and he calmly forgave the mage, believing it wasn't his fault. After saying goodbye to his savior, the young man ran as fast as he could into town to reassure his mom and buy her the medicine she needed. Ronan took another careful look at the wizard and thought that this kid wasn't so bad after all. He turned to Acel and said they needed to talk for a bit, and the mage immediately became frightened again. Ronan scheduled a meeting at the same place 4 days later, which was very surprising and strange. Why exactly that amount of time? But Ronan had no intention of talking anymore. He said he was busy right now, so he would postpone the conversation for later. They would meet when the moon rose. As he was leaving, Ronan hinted at what would happen to the poor man if he didn't show up for this meeting. After that, Ronan went about his business, leaving the mage completely baffled. Acel didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Ronan stood in front of the little house. It was a very charming little house, surrounded by trees. The young man looked at the beautiful bouquet of flowers and wondered if this might be going a bit too far. Ronan remembered that his sister had always loved flowers, so he'd picked everything he'd found along the way. But now he wasn't sure he'd done the right thing. In the end, the young man decided it would be too much. He needed to get rid of the bouquet right away before it was too late. But just then the door swung open, and a girl appeared in the doorway. She said she'd guessed who it was, and it turned out to be Ronan. When he was serving in the penal battalion, the young man had often thought about what he would say to his sister when they met. Would he apologize for abandoning her without a word? Or maybe he should have said that he'd missed her terribly. But those were all the words of the Ronan from the penal battalion. Now he was a completely different person. His sister looked absolutely stunning. She threw open the door and was surprised that her brother had come home early today. Ronan stood in front of his older sister, feeling a little shy around her. He was finally home, and he was the only one who understood what that meant to him. Corey had prepared a wonderful home-cooked dinner, which Ronan dug into, happily devouring everything his sister served him. And the girl was absolutely delighted as she admired the beautiful bouquet. She couldn't believe she'd finally lived to see the day her little brother would give her flowers. After polishing off several plates, Ronan sat there like a cat that had eaten its fill, while his sister offered him seconds. Ronan looked at his sister and asked how old she was this year. She scolded her scatterbrained brother, who just couldn't seem to remember she was 22 after all. Errol was indignant. How could anyone forget, after all, how old their only sister is? Or maybe Ronan had just caught a cold or had a headache. But the young man was thinking about something else entirely. If his sister was 22 now, that meant there were still 10 years until the flying creatures arrived. Errol continued to fuss over her younger brother, and the young man realized that she was just as he remembered her. Just as kind and radiant, very beautiful and fussy, and also warm and genuine. Ronan was feeling almost complete happiness right now, and thought that he would be willing to live in this moment forever. But then he remembered, in order to be ready to protect his sister 10 years from now, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Ronan told his sister that he wanted to go to the academy, and that was exactly what she had been dreaming of all these years. Errol couldn't believe her ears. She asked her brother to repeat himself and hoped she hadn't misheard. Errol pointed out that her brother used to refuse to even listen to her whenever she brought up the academy, but if the situation had changed now, then she needed to do something. Errol rushed to the far corner and started looking for something. She said she'd always believed this day would come, because her brother was a smart boy and he'd succeed at everything. Finally, her sister pulled out a huge pot that had been hidden under a pile of all sorts of junk and said she'd prepared it for her brother. It turned out that this pot, Ronan couldn't believe his eyes, and his older sister said she'd wanted to surprise her brother in secret. Errol wanted to be able to pay for his tuition if Ronan ever changed his mind about the academy. The young man was very grateful to his older sister. He told her to keep the money for herself, since it wouldn't be enough to get into the academy anyway. Errol was sure she had saved up a substantial amount, although she didn't know exactly which academy her brother was planning to attend. Ronan said it was the Imperial School, the Filian Academy, and his loud shout literally shook the little house standing in the forest. The Imperial School Filian Academy was the Empire's premier educational institution. The continent's finest instructors worked and taught there, and thanks to massive funding from the imperial family, the school provided the very best education. The Filian Academy was so prestigious that it was nicknamed the Hero Factory, and its status was incredibly high. Among the academy's students were Commander-in-Chief Adeshan, Swordmaster Shalifan, the worst of the bandits, the Winter Witch, and others. The commander noted that during the war, Filian students had performed exceptionally well. They were so valuable that A.D. Shan understood why she had once been recommended to study at this institution. But the academy's popularity, not to mention its sky-high tuition and rigorous standards, made it inaccessible to many students. And now it was clear why her older sister had reacted that way upon hearing the name of the Empire's most prestigious educational institution. But Ronan decided he wouldn't argue with his sister. He would simply prove himself through his actions. The young man got ready and set off late at night for the meeting place. To Ronan's surprise, he saw that Asel had indeed shown up, just as they had agreed. The frightened mage said that Ronan had warned him he wouldn't leave him alone if he didn't show up for the meeting. But Ronan suggested they put the past behind them, since they had a lot to do, though first and foremost he wanted to test the young mage. Ronan dropped his backpack on the ground and asked Asel to lift it high into the sky as soon as he could. Asel was very surprised. He had to use telekinesis, and do it right now. Asel didn't understand why he had to do something so dangerous, but Ronan was sure it wasn't really that dangerous. A mage must do what the guy tells him to do. No need to argue, Ronan certainly wouldn't die from it. Asel calmed down and decided not to argue. He activated the invisible hand and directed it at Ronan. It was simply breathtaking and amazing, but this young lad turned out to be much stronger and better than Ronan had thought, and now the young man had soared high above the trees. Of course, his height and balance still left something to be desired, but Ronan admitted that he was experiencing the same sensations he had in his past life while fighting giants. Back then, it was precisely thanks to the mage's help and telekinesis that Ronan was able to fight the giant on equal terms. Telekinesis is a rather rare ability among mages, not to mention that mages themselves are very rare warriors. And that meant this terrified young boy would eventually become a key part of Ronan's battle against the giants. Suddenly, the mage's high-pitched voice rang out, saying that it was becoming a bit difficult for him to keep his companion aloft. Ronan was very pleased, but he still asked the mage to wait just a little longer because he wanted to check something. Ronan said he would climb down on his own, and now the mage watched in surprise to see how it would unfold. Ronan drew his sword and swung it in front of him, as if cutting through the air. After that, the young man descended almost effortlessly to the ground in front of a cell, who realized that Ronan had just severed his mana. Aesol tried to figure out what he had just seen, but Ronan said it was just an acrobatic trick he'd recently learned. Aesol began to insist that it wasn't an acrobatic trick at all. It was the first time he'd ever seen anyone cut through mana. But just then, the young mage was punched in the forehead. Ronan said he didn't know how he'd done it either, but in truth, the young man wanted to understand what this ability was that he'd unexpectedly used. But the young man decided he'd think about that later. For now, he had to deal with the matter at hand. Ronan announced that the mage had passed his test, so now the boy should grab his backpack and follow him. After all, they still had things to do before the moon disappeared. Aesol didn't understand what kind of business there could be at night, but Ronan replied that this could become the first page of Ronan's biography, the greatest historical book of the Empire. Aesol followed close on Ronan's heels, and the only thing he learned was that they were heading to the Filion Academy. The young mage was very surprised. If he hadn't misheard and they were indeed going to the Filion Academy, then it made absolutely no sense, since only the Empire's elite studied there. Ronan repeated once more that they would be studying at the Filion Academy, and if the mage asked the same question again, he'd get smacked on the forehead once more. Ronan couldn't understand why Aesol was so wary. Could it be that he didn't want to study at this academy? But the young mage replied that Ronan had a talent for martial arts, while he personally couldn't do anything. Besides, he was cowardly and shy. But Ronan cut the boy off, asking, does he really want to live like all the other scum? After all, Aesol has innate talent, yet he wastes it on local bullies. Ronan agreed that the mage had a lot of bad qualities. He was cowardly and shy. On top of that, he was a crybaby and a loser. Aesol was ready to burst into tears yet again, because he really is the type to cry over the slightest thing. But Ronan thought it was all nonsense, because right now all of this could be fixed if he seized the opportunity and had the desire to turn his life around. But Aesol must remember that the past cannot be changed, and perhaps one day he'll regret the past, what he did or what he didn't do. These were exactly the feelings Ronan had been experiencing constantly in this life. The young man thought that he had failed and now wanted to live a perfect life, having been given another chance. Ronan said he wasn't going to force Aesol to do anything because it was his life and he could go back if he wanted to. But then Aesol turned to his friend and said that he really wanted to change and was ready to go to the Filion Academy, and he hoped that Ronan would teach him everything. This was the first time Aesol had acted courageously, and now they had to deal with the first obstacle facing the courageous Aesol. The unsuspecting mage agreed, and the cunning Ronan was pleased to have secured a mage so easily. A blazing bonfire burned in the middle of the clearing. It was late at night in the forest. Aesol peered out from behind the bushes in surprise. Could this really be the first obstacle he had to overcome right now? Ronan had said that the best opponent to test his skills against was a moon goblin. And that was exactly the kind of monsters lying in the clearing right now. Most of the goblins were asleep, while their leaders sat near a rock. Ronan was very determined. He told his young companion that they were going to start their mission right now. Moon goblins are a type of goblin that appeared quite frequently in this part of the world. Most people distinguish moon goblins from ordinary goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. The defining characteristic of moon goblins was their love of gold and treasure. That is precisely why moon goblins love to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, then gather all their loot in one place. Afterward, the moon goblins throw a real celebration. They do this under the bright moonlight, dancing in circles around the treasures and celebrating their spoils. The night of the full moon had just arrived, and now Aesol finally realized that they had come here on purpose. Ronan was absolutely confident and very pleased with himself. He told his companion that today they would steal all the moon goblins' gold. Aesol had never heard of goblins gathering their treasures in one place and throwing a party. The mage wanted to know how Ronan had found out about this, but the young man replied that he had his own sources. He couldn't very well say that in a past life he had encountered moon goblins while traveling. Now Aesol had to use telekinesis to move the goblin's treasure into his backpack. He had to do it quietly, so as not to wake the goblins. Of course, it sounded very simple, but Asel was pretty scared after all. If he made a mistake and woke the goblins, the situation would be very dire. Ronan confirmed that if the goblins woke up, things would go very badly for them, because the goblins would destroy them. Asel was scared nearly to death. He said that all of this was very dangerous, that they needed to think it over some more, and that it would be better to come back another time. Ronan stopped the young mage and said that to get into the Filion Academy, you need two things. First, you need a large sum of money to cover the exorbitant cost of tuition. And the second, but no less important, is experience. Money, of course, is a big problem, but experience is far more important. Asel, of course, knows that there are many aristocrats studying at Filion who have received an elite education since birth. If Asel wants to beat these guys, there's only one way to do it. As scary and tragic as it all sounds, she needs to gain experience by risking her life. These moon goblins were the perfect opponents. Thanks to them, Asel and Ronan would gain both money and experience, thus killing two birds with one stone. Asel understood that his companion was right, and had no other ideas of his own. But at the same time, the mage was too frightened. He was afraid he wouldn't make it and would die before ever reaching the academy. Ronan said that since everyone agreed this was the perfect plan, they would start right away, and the young man opened his empty backpack in front of the mage. Gradually, the telekinesis session entered its final stage, and the backpack filled with gold and treasures. Asel was very tense and focused. He was doing everything perfectly, and soon they would be able to finish the session. Finally, Ronan gave the signal to stop, because the last backpack was filled to the brim with treasures. The group was very pleased with what they'd managed to pull off. Their backpacks were stuffed with gold, and they'd done it all without encountering any goblins. Ronan had said that experience was the most important thing, and Asel couldn't believe his eyes, noting with surprise that the plan had worked. Ronan looked at the mage with respect. In truth, he hadn't fully believed his plan would be feasible, but Asel turned out to be very resourceful and quickly picked up the technique. He was even better than he'd seemed at first. Ronan announced that their backpacks were stuffed with treasure, which meant they could make a quick getaway before the goblins woke up. The mage couldn't believe he'd pulled it off. They'd done everything they needed to, and now they'd slip away quietly before anything went wrong. A large black bird was flying swiftly through the nighttime forest. It was making quite a lot of noise, which was strange. But soon a group of warriors emerged from behind the trees. They were running after the bird, trying to catch it. An archer and a swordsman were chasing the black bird, which was leading them deeper and deeper into the forest. The guys were running headlong through the woods, shouting. Ronan and Asel froze in their tracks when they heard someone shouting and realized something was going on in the forest. Ronan couldn't figure out what kind of idiots were causing a commotion in the woods in the middle of the night, and now he peered intently into the darkness. The noise in the woods woke up a moon goblin, who also didn't understand what was going on in the middle of the night. The goblin looked around in search of the source of the noise and immediately noticed that the treasure chest was empty. The goblin leader began waking up his comrades. The goblins had to find the thieves immediately, while at that very moment our friends were quietly trying to slip away, making a run for it with not only their feet, but also their backpacks stuffed with treasure. Unfortunately, the goblins spotted the young people, and it immediately became clear that they were in trouble because a pack of goblins was already closing in. Ronan was very angry. He said that everything had been going too smoothly, and it was obvious that things couldn't stay that way. The young man threw his backpack full of gold onto the ground. Asel suggested abandoning the backpacks full of treasure and running for their lives, but Ronan replied that they absolutely couldn't do that. He mustn't forget about the tuition fees for the academy after all. They had no other money, and it wasn't going to just fall into their laps. His companion reminded him that the money wouldn't be of any use to them soon anyway, since the goblins were already very close. Ronan paid no attention to anyone. He drew his sword from its sheath and realized it was made of the cheapest steel. He took it from the bully. With that weight and durability, the sword would last a maximum of 15 strikes, and there were about 30 goblins in the clearing. After doing some simple math, Ronan decided the sword would be enough for this battle and began cutting off the heads of the goblins that had already reached the young men. When the first few heads, severed with a light swing of the sword, flew past the young mage, he was completely taken aback. Ronan was relishing the process. He began a mental countdown to ration out the number of strikes he currently had available. Huge black birds perched on a tree branch, wailing pitifully and surveying the clearing littered with corpses. Just at that moment, Ronan plunged his sword into the head of the last goblin and thought that things hadn't turned out so badly after all. Estelle hadn't uttered a single word during the entire battle. He just kept thinking that all of this was absolutely impossible and couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Just moments ago, right before his eyes, Ronan had beheaded 3 goblins with a single blow, and then another horde of goblins had swarmed him. But even then, Ronan wasn't afraid. He vanished for a split second. He wasn't even visible, but the goblins were the ones taking the hits. And when Ronan reappeared, there was practically nothing left of the goblin horde behind him. Aesel didn't know how to react to such power from his companion, who had just staged a bloody spectacle. Ronan made sure all the goblins were dead, and finally turned to the mage, opening his mouth to ask what he was doing there. Aesel began to apologize to his companion, but Ronan said no apologies were needed. It was better to pack up quickly because they were heading home. The friends walked through the forest. It was hard for Aesel to carry his backpack, and Ronan felt that the whole ordeal had been stressful. He'd thought they'd be able to handle everything calmly and make their way home quietly. On top of that, the young man felt that his shoulder muscles were aching from fighting just a couple of goblins. Perhaps it was because he had a young body and was still growing. The young man adjusted the straps of his backpack and decided that when he got back, he would definitely have to start working out. Aesel asked what those screams in the forest had been, the ones that had ultimately ruined everything, but Ronan didn't know what they were. The young men walked through the forest wondering why on earth some strangers had started screaming in the middle of the night. And if they found out who it was, they'd definitely deal with those idiots. At that very moment, someone knocked a sharp arrow and prepared to shoot it from a bow. The arrow was released, and it was hurtling toward Aesel, who was completely unaware and walking calmly along the path. And then another astonishing event took place. Ronan caught the flying arrow with his bare hand before it could pierce the young mage's body. Ronan was extremely annoyed. He was starting to get fed up with this forest because it was teeming with all sorts of sick freaks. The young warriors were surprised to realize that they were facing not monsters but ordinary people. The archer immediately began apologizing when he realized that his arrow had just narrowly missed some children. These kids were probably on their way to spend the night outdoors. The archer said he'd heard a noise and thought there was a monster there, but then his gaze fell on a backpack from which gold was peeking out and glinting. The boys exchanged glances. They kept lamenting that they'd nearly killed people, but it was clear their eyes were fixed on the gold. Ronan cut off their stream of apologies and said that the young men weren't even trying to apologize properly for what they'd done. So now they had a chance to think and say who they really were. The archer was grinning like an idiot. He scratched the back of his head and said he'd actually forgotten to introduce himself. As he spoke, the young man approached Ronan. Suddenly, he pulled a dagger from behind his back, shouted the word Caliboro, and then lunged at Ronan. Ronan, in turn, heard that word Caliboro, and it seemed to make some kind of impression on him. The next moment, the young man grabbed the attacker's hand, which was holding the dagger. Then he punched him in the jaw with all his might. Ronan realized that the strangers were part of this gang of thugs, but now a second man was preparing to attack Ronan with a knife. Aesel, seeing the knife in front of him, warned his companion and activated his magical abilities. The mage used the invisible hand, and suddenly the guy with the dagger in his hand was as if bound hand and foot and unable to move. Ronan was very pleased with his young mage companion, who was getting better at using his magical skills with every passing minute. After praising the mage, Ronan rushed at the villains, snatched the dagger from them, and instantly landed several blows. At first it seemed as though absolutely nothing had happened, because even the stranger felt no pain or effect. But in the very next moment, he fell apart before the stunned asshole's eyes. Yet Ronan remained completely calm. He had no intention of sparing someone who had tried to kill him. Besides, Aesel had heard with his own ears that these guys were from Caliboro, even though that word meant absolutely nothing to him. Poaching, kidnapping, and human trafficking. There was no crime the men from Caliboro wouldn't commit. It was the most terrifying gang in the entire empire. Ronan was absolutely certain, if he didn't kill these guys right now, they would harvest Aesel's organs without batting an eye and bury the remains somewhere in the bushes. You can't let guys like that live, because that's practically a crime in itself. After all, they'll keep killing other people for as long as they're alive. A bag lay next to the dead gangster's body, and it was definitely not a bag of money or treasure. Ronan told Estelle not to make a scene and to gather the gangsters' belongings because they needed to leave. But suddenly the bag began to move, and both guys looked on in surprise, trying to figure out exactly what these gangsters had been carrying in it. Perhaps it was some kind of stolen animal, like a kitten or a puppy, but it was better not to guess. They needed to look inside. Ronan began to untie the bag, and soon he saw two glowing blue eyes. Now they would find out who those eyes belonged to. But the very next moment, as soon as the opening grew wider, a black bird flew out of the sack high into the sky before they could get a good look at it. It soared into the air and flapped its wings above the two friends, who were very surprised. It was the real bluebird. Estelle was absolutely thrilled, for he was seeing such a bird for the first time in his life. But soon the friends noticed that the poor bird's legs were bound by Caliboro's poacher's shackles, which disrupt the flow of mana and restrict the captive's movement. Ronan had heard of such shackles, but he thought they were used only in rare cases, such as when capturing fantastical creatures. But perhaps the bluebird was precisely one of these wondrous creatures. At that moment, the bluebird began to emit some strange chirps. It was flying above the sack and suddenly spoke, telling the boys that it had finally managed to make contact. Estelle was very frightened when he realized that birds could talk, but it turned out to be a form of communication magic. Ronan concluded, if they had started talking as soon as the bird flew out of the sack, then most likely the sack was blocking mana. With the help of communication magic, Varen appeared. He had studied fantastical creatures at the Institute and had been the guardian of the stolen bird. Varen reported that no matter how hard he tried to contact the bird, he couldn't get through. He was about to file a report, but it seemed everything had worked out. After that, he asked who exactly he was speaking with. Ronan explained that they had simply been passing by and found the bird. Of course, he could have also mentioned that they'd gotten into a fight with the poachers who'd stolen the bluebird, but what had happened was too bloody to go around telling everyone about. Ronan simply said that they had rescued a bird that had been stolen by poachers. Varen was horrified when he heard this. Of course, he'd suspected something bad had happened, but he hadn't wanted to believe the bird had been stolen. Now he realized he owed the bird's rescuers a great deal. Varen couldn't imagine how he could ever repay them, but Ronan asked him not to worry about that and inquired how exactly they could return the bird, since it looked very emaciated from its shackles. Ronan asked his companion if the bird would be able to fly normally if he removed its shackles. Varen suggested that it should help. The bird of dreams has a strong homing instinct, so if it were set free, it would return home. Ronan drew his sword and, with a single stroke, cut through the shackles between the bird's legs. After that, the young man told the chick to fly back to its owner and not to make him worry. But for some reason, the bluebird didn't fly away. Instead, it hovered near Ronan, and he didn't understand what all this meant. Varen explained that the bird was asking to have a feather plucked before it flew away. This meant that the bluebird wanted to meet its savior again. The feather would act as a compass and point out where she was. Varen said goodbye to the young people and told them that if they ever came to the Institute, they should be sure to stop by and see him, and then he would definitely repay them for saving his bird. The bluebird turned out to be very fast. It instantly vanished high into the sky, but Estelle looked at his friend in surprise and asked what he was holding in his hand. Ronan said it was pinching his hand and looked down at his palm in surprise. The young men tried for a while longer to figure out exactly what was left in Ronan's hand, but they couldn't come up with any good ideas. A few days passed and the young men set off for the nearest town. They now had to address the next set of questions. The merchant examined the gem closely and said that it was very valuable, the work of a skilled jeweler. The man remarked that the craftsmanship was simply stunning and that the quality of the stone was truly remarkable. He was willing to pay 20 gold pieces for the pendant. Don Carabel, the head of the Merchants Guild, was very pleased, as the young men had brought back many wonderful goods. He was exceptionally lucky today. Ronan was also pleased with his partnership with this merchant, who was able to truly appreciate all the treasures and pay them a fair price. Ronan had been trying to sell the treasures for several days, but all the previous merchants had been swindlers, and he finally came across an honest merchant. Ronan pulled something strange out of his pocket. He asked the merchant to appraise the item, immediately adding that he didn't want to sell it. He was just curious to know what it was. On that memorable night, the bluebird had left in his hand not a feather, but this strange egg. At first, Ronan thought she'd pooped a little in his hand, but he soon realized that wasn't the case. The egg didn't stink or feel sticky, but his hand stung from touching the egg. So Ronan flung it away from him because it looked disgusting. But how astonished he was when he saw that the bird's egg hadn't shattered into pieces upon hitting the rock. On the contrary, it had smashed a hole in the rock. Through this experiment, Ronan realized that the egg was very sturdy, and he decided to take it with him to find out later what kind of object it was. The merchant examined the strange egg with interest. He didn't know exactly who it belonged to, a bird or some other fantastical creature. Ronan could think of nothing but how much this treasure might be worth, and he didn't know what to do with the ultra-durable egg. Ronan waited impatiently for the merchant to give him his verdict, but the merchant didn't know exactly what he was dealing with. Mr. Don Carabel honestly admitted that he didn't know what it was, but he was certain it was something very unusual. Perhaps it would be best to take the egg to a specialized facility, such as an institute where scientists could examine it. Ronan said that was probably exactly what he would do. He had no other choice since he couldn't sell the egg without knowing what it was. After that, the young men asked the merchant if he sold any books about Filion, and the man immediately continued the conversation with them with interest. Ronan said that the boys were planning to take the entrance exam for the academy, but knew absolutely nothing about it. The merchant was absolutely thrilled, considering it a wonderful coincidence. It turned out that his daughter was also planning to apply there, and she would definitely help them. Just then, his only daughter, Maria Carabel, approached her father. She looked absolutely stunning, as if she'd just stepped off the runway. Both guys' eyes widened in surprise. Ronan hadn't expected to run into Maria here at all. The merchant called his daughter over and told her that he had important clients with whom he'd just closed a major deal. The girl was surprised that such a young child could be selling anything, and her father was forced to apologize to his partners, explaining that his daughter had grown up among merchants and had a rather rough way of speaking. Ronan was no longer participating in the conversation with the merchant. He looked at Maria in surprise and asked several times if she was really Maria. Ronan asked what the girl's middle name was, guessing it was Sen. The young man explained that Maria bore a striking resemblance to someone he had once known. There was just one small problem with that person. The thing was, that person was a young man. Ronan approached Maria and said he would ask her one question in a whisper, to which he would like her to answer. Maria was very intrigued by this strange guy, and soon she heard a question that made her burst into a fit of rage. Ronan wanted to know if the girl had male genitalia down there, and Maria wanted to know what kind of nonsense she just heard. Ronan went on to say that he'd just seen the girl and couldn't even imagine that she might have anything else down there. The young man even thought that perhaps the merchant had another child that not even Don Carabel himself knew about. But at that moment, Maria slapped the guy across the face with all her might and told him to shut up, or she'd bury him right there. Ronan didn't know what to think anymore, because the slap Maria had just given him had triggered a very familiar feeling. And now no one could convince him otherwise. Maria was exactly who he'd immediately thought she was. When the penal battalion was stationed in one of the towns, Count Marja Sen was in charge of their supplies. Thanks to his excellent work ethic and good-natured personality, he could befriend anyone. Marja was an impressive figure. However, as soon as the word member came up in conversation with him, he would immediately become exceptionally angry and start slapping everyone in the face. Ronan didn't understand why he reacted that way at the time and wanted to ask him about it the next time they met. But he never got the chance because Count Marja Sen died. But it seemed that Ronan had just found the answer to his question because Count Marja Sen was a girl. Maria was in a very serious mood and said she might slap someone again if anyone here thought this was funny, but Ronan calmed her down by tapping her on the head with his fist, thereby immediately putting an end to any further arguments. The young man advised the girl not to get cocky just because he'd let her slap him once. But Maria wouldn't listen to any threats. She attacked Ronan again, ready to fight him to the bitter end. Acel and the merchant watched in surprise as the battle unfolded between the two young people. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to pull the fighters apart, saying that the violence had to stop. A little later, Acel tried to analyze the situation and figure out what was wrong with these two. They had just been fighting so fiercely, as if they wanted to kill each other, but a moment later they were talking like best friends. Ronan asked Maria to check his sword. If something was wrong with it, he would buy a replacement. Ronan laid out 3 swords of different types and a magic staff on the table. Maria couldn't understand why he needed so many weapons. After all, they'd be a hassle to carry around, but the young man explained that his swords simply broke and malfunctioned very often. With the eye of a professional, the girl examined all the weapons and said that the black sword was quite good. According to her, black iron is very durable, which is why all famous knights want weapons made from this particular alloy. Of course, Maria didn't know just how roughly Ronan handled his swords, but she figured the black one shouldn't break very quickly. She also examined the magic staff and noted that it contained a good magic stone. The girl surmised that Ronan had kept this magic wand specifically for his friend Asel. It was hard for Asel to admit that instead of magic, he used telekinesis. The young man considered it a very frivolous form of magic. But Maria was absolutely thrilled. She told him that if he tried hard enough, he might even qualify for a scholarship. Now the only remaining issue was Ronan. Maria wanted to know what technique he would demonstrate during the practical exam. It turned out that to get into the Filion Academy, you had to impress the professors and demonstrate your techniques during the practical exam. Of course, the theoretical exam is also very difficult, but not as much as the practical one. Besides, if you do well on the practical exam, you can get into the academy based on that alone. In other words, if you don't prove your worth, you can forget about getting into the academy. Ronan wanted to know what prospective students typically demonstrate during the practical portion of the exams. Most nobles demonstrate their family's secret techniques, but most martial arts masters and prospective students show their own combat techniques using mana. Maria explained that if you plan to apply to Filion, you absolutely must be able to use and sense your mana. It turned out that for many young dreamers of college age, using mana is the absolute foundation. And now it became clear that Ronan had reached his current age without ever learning to sense his mana. Shah was convinced that it was the same thing as an aura. At those words, Maria's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She couldn't believe her ears. Ronan was planning to apply to Filion and had absolutely no grasp of the situation. Ronan didn't understand why the girl was giving him such a hard time. Maybe he knew a little bit about mana. Was that really a reason to make such a scene and throw a fit? But Maria wouldn't hear any explanations. She suggested they go out into the courtyard right away to try something. The girl took 2 swords, saying that hers was currently at the blacksmith's, and she would borrow Ronan's weapons for a few minutes. The young man couldn't understand where Maria got so much confidence. What if she ruined the swords? But the girl was certain that everything would be over before anything irreparable happened. The beauty promised, if she broke the swords, she would pay double or even triple their value. Ronan knew it was pointless to argue with her, especially since she demanded that he stop chatting, follow her, and that she would now conduct a special training session. Mana was the primordial source of nature's power. It was like air, present everywhere. However, that didn't mean everyone could use it. To use mana, one must first sense one's own mana and develop a special intuition. This can be achieved through natural talent, training, strong desire, or some other means. Many different factors influence whether a particular person will be able to use mana or not, but it usually takes people a year to learn to sense it. However, as it turned out, applicants to the Filion Academy had already passed this stage thanks to their own mana techniques. The door to the academy was open to them. Maria advised him to forget about his intuition. Right now, Ronan couldn't even tell the difference between mana and an aura, and yet he was planning to apply to Filion. Maria was very skeptical. She realized that this young man was either a complete fool or a storyteller. Of course, if you think about it, an aura is a type of mana. But still, the difference between an aura and mana is like the difference between heaven and earth. The situation was very serious. Even with talent and incredible effort, it takes several years of training to tap into the echoes of one's innate aura power. Soon the theoretical part was over, and Maria hoped that her student had understood at least a little and would be able to distinguish an aura from mana. Ronan had encountered such warriors on the battlefield before. They boasted about using aura or some other unusual powers. Such opponents are always very troublesome, but not exactly invincible. If you cut them down with a sword, they die just like everyone else. Ronan's thoughts were interrupted by Maria, who announced that the theory portion was over for now, and it was time to start practicing. She suggested that Ronan would grasp things faster if he used his body rather than his head. And in the very next moment, the girl lunged into an attack. She did so swiftly, while Ronan continued to stand calmly, making no attempt to defend himself. But his instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and the young man raised his sword, blocking Maria's attack. Ronan felt the pressure from the girl, and it was simply breathtaking. She looked so dignified. The young man parried the attack, but Maria had no intention of stopping. She was literally charging headlong forward. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised that, even at such a young age, Maria was capable of unleashing so much power. On top of that, she was using dual blades. Ronan tried to figure it out, but he couldn't notice anything in particular, so he didn't understand whether Maria was using mana techniques or not yet. The girl, for her part, couldn't figure out her opponent either. She planned to end the fight with a single attack and demonstrate the power of mana to force him to give up on enrolling in the academy. After all, it would be much better if Ronan didn't take the exams than if he were to embarrass himself during the entrance exam. But soon Maria noticed that her opponent was beginning to push her back. She was stunned to realize that the young man wasn't even using mana. Suddenly, Ronan's next attack interrupted the girl's thoughts. The protagonist had really gotten into the swing of things and was fighting as if that were all he ever did. The next moment, Ronan suggested that his opponent dodge his attacks instead of trying to block them. Maria managed to jump out of the way, but she was satisfied with this brief skirmish, realizing that the situation had been dangerous. Now the girl could admit that she wasn't dealing with just any ordinary guy, and the same could be said about her. Ronan praised Maria, saying that she was not only skilled with mana, but also with a sword. However, she did have issues with her center of gravity. If she could resolve them, she would become much stronger. After offering this advice, the young man turned and walked away, leaving his opponent completely baffled. Maria refused to accept that Ronan had defeated her and demanded that the duel continue. But the young man asked her to keep her word, since Maria herself had said she would pay triple the cost of the damaged weapon. And while the girl was trying to figure out how the sword in her hand had sustained such significant damage that it crumbled to dust, Ronan asked for the money to be prepared. Although Asel understood that this was none of his business, he still couldn't help but offer Maria a few words of encouragement, believing that she was a real champ. After that, the young mage ran as fast as he could to catch up with his companion. Ronan said he was tired and needed to rest, and Maria, completely baffled, watched the strange pair walk away, trying to figure out who they were. The next day, Ronan, along with his young apprentice mage, went to see the merchant. The young man had come to collect the money he was owed for the golden treasures, but what was offered to him surprised him greatly. Part of the treasure was indeed paid for in cash, but in addition to that, there were also theory books for admission to the academy and Maria's personal notes. Ronan didn't understand where this sudden generosity was coming from. Of course, there was only a month left until the exams, and he needed to prepare. The young man suspected that Maria and her father were trying to trick him. Maria said she really liked the young men and was doing them a small favor so that they could all get into the academy together. Maria said it was free, and she'd like to personally help the guys with their theoretical preparation. However, business couldn't wait, and it was already time for them to leave. So the girl decided to give them her textbooks and lecture notes so that Ronan and Asel could prepare thoroughly. After all, if they failed the exams, she wouldn't forgive them. Ronan thanked her for her concern and advised Maria to worry about herself instead. After that, the young people said their goodbyes, and the beautiful girl rode off in a wagon with her father, bidding the boys farewell until the entrance exams. Asel seemed to have taken quite a liking to the girl, judging by the way he looked at her and waved goodbye. Left alone, Ronan thought about the hard work that lay ahead of him, since he needed to train his weak body. On top of that, he still had a lot to learn. But at the same time, the young man was very happy. He liked the changes taking place in his life. The young man returned home, and his daily routine began. It went on as usual, but with a few small changes. Now, the young man always ate lunch at home with his older sister, and he had an absolutely incredible appetite. Ronan ate until his stomach started to ache. After that, the young man burned calories until late at night, hunting monsters around the village, gradually increasing his stamina and physical strength. When the area around him was littered with the bodies of slain monsters, Ronan decided that today's training was over and it was time to head home. Besides, there were no monsters left in the vicinity. Moreover, Ronan was constantly studying, which was simply an incredible feat for a soldier in a penal battalion. The young man didn't know what results all this would lead to. What use were the dining etiquette of the nobles of the north to him? Yet at the same time, he tried his best. And finally, a month later, the friends reached the main setting of the story, the capital of the empire, the city of Valon. It was home to the empire's finest educational institution, the small city of the White Tower. And the Filion Academy itself was the cherry on top of this wonderful and delicious cake. It was a college town in the best sense of the term. Asel was absolutely thrilled. He thought it was incredibly beautiful here, just like in a fairy tale. Ronan remained extremely serious. He insisted they not act like country bumpkins and hurry along, since they might be late for their exams. Suddenly, Asel stopped and began to look closely at his friend. For some reason, Ronan had caught his attention. The young mage noticed a difference. Only a month had passed, yet Ronan had grown significantly in stature. Ronan told him to stop fooling around and keep moving, because they might be late for the exam. But the young man himself thought that they might run into him here. Of course, it was the holy swordsman Shulipen, heir to the famous Grancia family of swordsmen, a genius renowned throughout the empire. He must be about the same age as Ronan now, so it's quite possible they might run into him during the exam. Not that it matters all that much. But at that moment, Asel interrupted the young man's thoughts, asking if Ronan had brought that thing with him. He was referring to the feather left behind by the bird of dreams as a token of gratitude for its rescue. This feather was supposed to reveal the bird's current location. Ronan confirmed that, of course, he'd brought the feather with him, since the old man who owned the bird lived somewhere here in the capital, and the young man had planned to track him down after his exams. But at that moment, the feather in his hand began to vibrate and try to slip away. Ronan looked to see exactly where the feather was pointing, and it turned out to be the top floor of one of the academy's buildings. In a rather dusty, though comfortable office, a man's voice was saying that all of this was very difficult, and that he really wasn't cut out to be a professor. The man suggested that perhaps he'd be better off becoming a seeker again, and the bird of dreams responded to these words with a loud chirp. It became clear that Marpez was trying to support and cheer up his friend, for which he was very grateful. Professor of Zoology Varen said that he needed to wait until the savior of the bird of dreams arrived so that he could thank him. The professor decided they needed to air out the room, otherwise it would be awkward if a guest arrived and found the place dusty and smelly. Ronan was surprised when the window was open for him, since he hadn't even had time to knock. The young man saw the bird he had saved and realized that its owner was a beastman. Varen was even frightened. He clutched the bird of dreams close to him and asked who had come to see him and how he'd managed to get in. Following Ronan, Asel climbed in through the window, while the professor still couldn't calm down. After all, he lived on the top floor, and this pair had somehow floated up through the air. The professor assumed they were bandits who had come to steal his bird, which was struggling desperately and trying to explain something to its owner. But then the professor finally noticed the feather the young man was holding in his hands, and everything became clear to him. Now Professor Varen understood that standing before him were the saviors of his beloved bird. When all the misunderstandings were finally behind them, the professor began to apologize for his rudeness and asked them to forget the whole thing. Ronan asked the professor to stop apologizing, since it was actually his friend Asel who was to blame for everything. He was the one who had managed to lift them into the air. The young wizard tried to explain that it was actually Ronan who had asked him to use telekinesis because he was too lazy to climb the stairs. Well, that was enough to end the argument because Ronan admitted that he was very surprised by many things. Not only was the owner of the dream bird a beastman, but he was also a professor at the academy. Varen was also very surprised. If he'd known that his bird's saviors would turn out to be academy applicants, he would have written letters of recommendation for the guys. But unfortunately, the exam was today, and the professor hoped the boys would pass it. If not, he might be able to help them in some way down the road. Ronan didn't want to jump to negative conclusions right away, and besides, he had a question. The young man took an egg out of his pocket. He wanted to know what it was. The zoology professor took a close look and immediately said, with confidence, that it was the egg of a mythical bird. The professor was very surprised when he heard that the egg had been laid by his bird of dreams. The professor was surprised not only because the bird of dreams was no ordinary bird, he didn't even know himself what exactly would hatch from this egg. Ronan didn't understand what the mystery was. If a bird laid an egg, then a bird should hatch from it, but it turned out that with the bird of dreams, things were different. Depending on its surroundings, the dream bird absorbs different types of mana and lays an egg. In a place engulfed by fire and lava, a phoenix, a firebird shrouded in tongues of flame, may hatch. If a dream bird's egg is placed in a monster's nest, the chick will take on the form of the monsters living in that area, and sometimes it won't hatch into a bird at all. Of course, by analyzing the mana flows emitted by the egg, one can predict exactly which bird will hatch from it. But after Professor Varen conducted his examination, He said that myriads of monotypes were intertwined within this egg, resembling raging molten metal. But right now, it's hard for him to say for sure what will hatch from the egg. It's even embarrassing for a professor. And now he wanted to find out exactly where his little bird of dreams had been wandering before she laid such a baffling egg. Ronan had never met such a shameless bird before. He couldn't even help but voice his thoughts on the matter aloud. The professor, in turn, asked Ronan to keep an eye on the egg for the time being. The thing is, the bird of dreams lays an egg only once in its lifetime. And if it laid the egg in front of its rescuer, it meant the dream bird sensed something special in the young man. And the professor was ready to respect the choice of his girlfriend, with whom he had spent so many happy years together. Ronan didn't want to pry any further into the professor's and the bird's personal lives and agreed to keep the egg, since he was genuinely curious to see who would hatch from it. The young men got up because time was running out and they had to head off to their exams, but the professor asked them to stay for a moment. Varen said that for a long time he hadn't been able to figure out how to thank the savior of his beloved bird, but now he was sure. The professor handed him a scroll containing instructions on how to hatch and care for the egg. And so a short time later, everyone arrived at the practical exam hall in the castle's main building. Nearby was the waiting room for martial arts applicants, where the candidates sat and waited their turn. Periodically, an administrator would appear and announce that the exam for applicant number so-and-so was over. After that, he would call the next number and invite the candidate to enter the examination hall. Time dragged on terribly slowly, but now, at last, Ronan realized that the wait was about to end, since the next number was bound to be his. The young man expressed his frustration to Maria about how slow everything was, but she replied that this was how it always was at exams. Ronan didn't understand why Maria had dressed up so much, but the beautiful young woman replied that she'd paid special attention to her appearance, since all the aristocrats were applying to this academy. And these were precisely the people who would become her father's clients in the future. So Maria decided she had to be dressed to the nines. After that, the young people discussed Asol's absence from their group, but it turned out that the mages were taking their exam elsewhere. Finally, the manager came out and announced that the previous applicant's exam was over, and Ronan was called up next for the practical test. Maria advised him not to get nervous and just give it his all. The girl promised that if he failed the exam, she would never forgive him, and Ronan thanked her for her support. The young man walked into the room where the practical exam was being held and saw a group of academy professors at the far end of the room. Each of them had distinctive traits and was responsible for a specific aspect. But the most striking figure among all the professors was the academy's director, Archmage Krava Kretir. Another quite striking figure was one of the teachers, the Supreme Holy Swordmaster Nabarosa. Ronan immediately noticed the impressive aura emanating from the woman. The young man stood in the center of the hall, bowed to all the instructors, and introduced himself. The academy director explained that the applicant's opponent would be a magical mannequin, on which he would need to demonstrate his special technique. The professor asked what specific technique would be demonstrated, and the young man replied that it was nothing special. He would simply perform a slashing strike. Ronan was confident that this would be more than enough for such a mannequin, and one of the professors immediately expressed surprise that the young man had no intention of using mana. This instructor had been working at the academy for several years and knew that there were always students who started spouting nonsense at the sight of a magical mannequin. Though what could you expect from a country bumpkin? Of course, you couldn't tell by its appearance, but this mannequin could withstand a blow from an aura. On top of that, it could regenerate. It was a product of local magical engineering, thought out down to the smallest detail. The instructors were discussing how even the genius Shulapen had barely managed to leave a scratch on the mannequin, and now everyone was curious to see what this boy could do. The academy director was displeased with the instructor's behavior. They didn't hesitate to speak rather rudely right in front of the prospective student. The academy hoped that this boy would be able to demonstrate something impressive. And when Ronan approached the mannequin, the archmage noticed his aura. The fact was that the aura emanating from this applicant clearly did not match his young age. The Supreme Holy Sword Mistress was so surprised that her mouth fell open. It had been a long time since she'd seen anything like this at the entrance exams. At that moment, the young man sheathed his sword and announced to the instructors that he was finished. The two skeptical instructors were stunned and didn't know how to evaluate this talent, which had indeed demonstrated a single strike but had not led to anything. The academy director was also very surprised, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead when he realized what had just happened. At that moment, the swordswoman Nabarosa climbed onto the table, causing both confusion and delight among the other male teachers. Without saying a word to explain her actions, Ms. Nabarosa drew her sword and charged forward. A split second later, her sharp weapon was resting on the shoulder of a young man who stood there completely calm, his arms hanging at his sides. The young man looked at the swordswoman and said that she had frightened him. But Nabarosa herself was very alarmed. She wanted to know who had taught the young man this sword technique. Ronan couldn't understand what the woman meant when she asked who had taught him such a technique. The young man began to answer in a somewhat evasive manner, and then the instructor surmised that he had observed her movements. Ronan realized he needed to wriggle out of this. He confirmed that Ms. Nabarosa had not only quickly drawn her sword, but had also managed to swing it 3 times. The swordswoman confirmed that this was exactly what had happened, but what bothered her most was that Ronan himself had just demonstrated the same technique. Ronan realized he'd come within a hair's breadth of being exposed and shouldn't have shown off such mastery. But now the instructor had seen through the trick the applicant had pulled, and she was very upset about it. The fact was that this insolent country boy had deliberately slowed down his final strike. He did this to make sure the instructors would have time to see it. He must have gotten carried away and forgotten where he was, since this was a laughingstock to all the students. Ronan actually held back the force of his final strike because he was afraid the sword wouldn't hold up and would break. But judging by the swordswoman's mood, it's unlikely she'll believe that story. Nabarosa sheathed her sword and said she would definitely remember this guy. Then she shot him a withering glare and announced that she would personally train him. The academy director sensed that his colleague was furious, so he decided not to argue with the swordswoman, who was certain that this young man would enroll in the academy. Her comments sounded as if she had already taken this student under her wing. The academy director thanked the young man, saying he had done a good, high-quality job, and Ronan resolved to be more careful in the future and not give himself away. At the end of the exam, the director said he would ask him a simple question with no right answer. He just needed to note whatever he felt was necessary. The question was why Ronan wanted to study at the academy. The young man thought this was an excellent question to which he could give this answer. He didn't want to have any regrets. That was exactly what he wanted to learn above all else. Upon hearing this answer, the teachers sat there with their mouths agape, and with that, the practical portion of the exam came to an end. The academy director had no idea how he was supposed to teach this boy, while the theory teacher tried to figure out what had just happened and why the director, as well as the swordswoman Nabarosa, had reacted so strangely to him. The instructor surmised that the boy had performed some kind of ingenious trick, and that was precisely what had so astonished some of those present. The academy director, of course, could have called the strike demonstrated by the applicant a trick, but he chose not to, because he had already realized that Ronan was a true talent. After all, the magical mannequin hadn't held up and had fallen apart. Ronan left the exam and began to wonder if he could have handled Professor Nabarosa had he encountered her in a past life. The young man thought he'd already faced enough hardships in his life, but it seemed a long road still lay ahead of him. Now, however, he realized that coming to study at this academy had been worth it, and he was confident he would learn a great deal here. All he had to do was take a written test, after all, for the entire month leading up to it. The young man had been memorizing everything in sight, so it would most likely be a piece of cake. However, when the written test came around, the situation turned out to be nothing like what Ronan had expected. The young man was very upset and couldn't understand how he could have made such a fool of himself. From now on, his whole life would be one long disgrace. Maria was very upset when she found out that the young man hadn't even answered half the questions, even though she had told him to review his notes. Acel chimed in, saying that Ronan had taken a couple of books out of his bag, then focused on his studies and completely forgot that there was still a lot of material he hadn't covered. Acel thought it was his fault after all. If he'd kept an eye on him, this wouldn't have happened to Ronan, but Maria wondered how this guy had even managed to survive to this age. The young people didn't go anywhere. They had to wait for the test results, and in any case, there was nothing they could do about it now. Ronan kept getting upset, and Maria couldn't take it anymore. She said that the practical test was much more important, so there was no need to get upset before it was time. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in one of the academy's central buildings, illuminating everything around it. All the applicants had been eagerly awaiting this moment because the entrance exam results were finally in. Right there in the air, against the backdrop of one of the academy's towers. A list of this year's admitted students was magically displayed. Maria was surprised that the list had appeared earlier than in previous years, and now everyone was eager to see their results as soon as possible. Estelle was admitted to the Faculty of Magic, having placed first on the written exam and 12th in the practical round. Maria was admitted to the martial arts department. She passed both types of exams and placed ninth. Now the young people could let loose. They jumped for joy and celebrated their acceptance. Maria congratulated Assel on taking first place in the theoretical magic exam. The young man didn't even notice, and although several other students tied for first place, it was still an excellent result. But then Maria and Estelle remembered their friend, the underachiever who had failed the theory exam. They asked what score Ronan had received. The young man was beside himself with grief and sorrow, and said that, as expected, his name wasn't on the list at all. Of course, he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. After all, he'd known all along that this place was out of his league. Maria was beside herself with rage. She couldn't believe it. Such a result was impossible. Perhaps Ronan had misread the data, but the young man said he had checked every applicant. He wasn't on the list. And then suddenly, right in the middle of the square, there was a powerful explosion, and a fireball literally fell from the sky. It turned out that it wasn't a fireball, but a celebratory fireworks display in honor of the applicants who had scored the highest on their exams. And now, right there in the sky, before everyone's eyes, the Phoenix of Glory soared, flying over the academy grounds and bathing everyone in its light. After that, the bird released a burst of fire that flew straight toward Ronan's head. A powerful fiery explosion rang out, illuminating the square, and now no one had any idea what was happening. Then an inscription appeared in the sky, stating that an applicant named Ronan had taken second place, having scored the highest on the practical exam and the lowest on the written exam. His friends rushed to hug their carefree friend, who even after failing the theoretical exam, had taken second place among all the academy's applicants. It was simply an amazing result. The young man had earned second place in the department thanks to his practical exam. Maria and Estelle were absolutely thrilled and overjoyed. Both friends knew that their friend Ronan was a true genius, and the young man suddenly realized that he had taken first place in the practical exam, which meant he had outperformed the one who had fallen behind. Ronan knew that this guy had a very hot temper and would hardly put up with such a thing. That was a little scary. And suddenly Ronan sensed a magical field and heard a voice asking who had taken first place in the practical exam. Ronan knew they were bound to meet in this life, but he had hoped it wouldn't happen so soon. However, the holy swordsman Shulipen was standing right in front of him. He turned and looked with interest at this strong, handsome, and outstanding student of the academy. Maria assumed that Shulipen wanted to meet and talk with Ronan, while Estelle felt that the atmosphere around the swordsman was intimidating. Ronan realized he'd gotten himself into trouble again, because this was the same kind of guy as in his past life. Someone who couldn't stand those who were better with a sword than he was, and who was driven by a desire to always win. Ronan decided to play the simpleton and calmly, peacefully walk away, so he said he had no idea what they were talking about. Shulipen told him not to lie or pretend to be a naive fool, but Ronan wouldn't calm down, which only made his situation even more ridiculous. Ronan suggested they not start a fight but instead go their separate ways, since Shulipen had no proof. That was enough to provoke the academy's top student, who instantly drew his sword and said he would now provide all the evidence. Ronan was forced to draw his own weapon as well, and of course he managed to parry Shulipen's sword with his own. Everyone watched in horror as this duel unfolded right in the academy courtyard. Shulipen believed that no further proof was needed. After all, if Ronan hadn't been in first place, he wouldn't have been able to react to the attack in time. And now the academy's top student was demanding that the newcomer demonstrate skills that surpassed his own. Ronan realized that the situation was getting serious and that he really needed to put a stop to it, so he in turn launched an attack of his own. Ronan first jumped to the side to give himself enough room. If his opponent was so eager to see these new skills, he would now have the chance. Shulipen was quite skilled in martial arts. He managed to dodge his opponent's slashing strike, but realized that this newcomer was truly talented. Ronan, for his part, looked at his opponent and asked if Shulipen was satisfied now or if he still needed to show and prove anything else. Shulipen was very serious because something unusual was happening right now. The sword in his hands was literally trembling. Now he was convinced why Ronan had received such a high grade. It was truly excellent technique, but it wasn't enough to defeat Shulipen. And so the two men crossed their swords again, and Shulipen demanded to see what else this newcomer was capable of. Ronan tried to avoid an escalation, but Shulipen was in a serious mood and said he still wouldn't concede victory to this newcomer. Ronan didn't know what to do anymore. That was exactly why he really didn't want to cross paths with Shulipen, knowing his explosive temper. If this battle continued any longer, they would end up using their auras, and that would be a serious problem. The fact is that with a single swing of his sword, Shulipen is capable of summoning a storm, a technique known as the Sword of the Storm, and Ronan would be no match for it right now. Ronan could think of nothing better than to make a run for it so that this duel would end right here and now. Shulipen was genuinely outraged by his opponent's behavior, turning his back on him in the middle of the fight. Ronan had to put an end to this fight. He grabbed Asel, who was standing nearby, and held his sword to his throat. The poor young mage was terrified and didn't understand what he had done to upset Ronan. Shulipen was genuinely outraged. He considered Ronan a scoundrel who had stooped so low as to use a girl as a shield. Ronan began to cackle hysterically, while the unfortunate mage Asel was outraged. After all, he was a guy. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Ronan said that his character remained the same. Even on the brink of death, he placed nobility above all else. Ronan slammed his fist into his opponent's nose with all his might, then shouted to his friends that this was their chance, and they could now take advantage of it without hesitation. Shulipen couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the three of them were friends, and that they had run away from him. Just then, a professor appeared in the square to break up the fight, which was already the talk of the academy's hallways. To his horror, the instructor saw that the instigator and participant in the fight was Mr. Shulipen himself. On top of that, his face was bruised. Someone had dared to hit him. The man asked for a description of the assailants, and the guards would immediately find the scoundrels and punish them severely. But the young man insisted that he be treated not as a member of the ducal family, but as an ordinary student, so there was no need to worry. It had been a fair fight. Shulipen reassured the guards, saying he would take care of himself. After that, the young man looked at his sword and was literally stunned when he saw that the sword, made of high-quality mithril, had cracked. At first, Shulipen thought there was nothing unusual about this newcomer's technique, but only now did he realize that Ronan was capable of shattering his sword. The young man was very pleased and decided to remember the name of the academy's new student so he could keep an eye on him in the future. The next day, on the outskirts of the capital in the Shimo forest, the boys were walking and studying the inscriptions. Ronan checked the map once more and said that it must be somewhere around here. Asel was already tired of trudging through the forest. He wanted to know if Ronan was sure everything would be all right. Asel was referring to yesterday's duel, in which Ronan had been forced to fight at the academy. The young mage had heard that this guy was the heir to the ducal house of Gracia, the second most important family after the imperial family, and that Ronan had broken his nose. And now Asel wanted to know exactly what Ronan would do if Shulipen wanted to take revenge on him. But Ronan asked him not to worry, saying that this guy wasn't a bad guy. He was just obsessed with swords and fighting, but at the same time, he had principles and could be trusted. In fact, Shulipen is the embodiment of the ideal aristocrat. He serves as an example to everyone who defends the weak. Most likely, he told the guards the day before that it was just a duel, otherwise they'd already be in jail. Asel agreed with his companion's reasoning. Besides, Ronan announced that they had arrived at the right place. This was Fernando's spring, which Professor Varen had told them about, and this was the location of the mana vein. Mana envelops the entire world, and a place where, for unknown reasons, it gathers and forms a pool is called a mana vein. Near such places, mana permeates the entire surrounding space, and an ordinary stone can become a high-grade mana stone, while a common weed can turn into a miraculous healing herb. That's why absolutely everyone is eager to find mana veins, and such a place is incredibly valuable, but people prefer not to tell anyone about it. However, Professor Varen turned out to be very generous and shared this valuable information in exchange for some mysterious egg. Ronan asked if the mage sensed anything unusual, and Asel was forced to admit that this was the first time he'd ever felt so much mana gathered in one place. He surmised that here he would be able to easily cast spells that would be much more powerful than his usual magic. Besides, the egg was already behaving unusually, but now it was absorbing mana at an incredible rate. It seemed like it really liked it here. Ronan thanked him for the reply and said that while he himself couldn't sense anything like that, Maria would have really liked it here too. Of course, it was a shame that the girl had to help her father with his merchant affairs. Otherwise, she would definitely have gone with them. However, Asel was no longer listening to his friend. This place seemed very strange to him, although on the surface, it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary was happening there. Of course, the professor had warned them that there was a great deal of mana in this place, which is why fantastical creatures came here. Besides, there should be plenty of ordinary animals here, and Ronan began looking around, trying to figure out what was wrong. Asel didn't understand why there was absolute silence and why they couldn't hear any animals. Ronan realized he'd let his guard down too much, and now he was clutching his head, realizing that once again, things weren't going according to plan, and that's what always happened, no matter where he went. Asel didn't understand what he was talking about. However, Ronan asked the mage to get ready because he could smell blood. The mage still didn't understand what was going on, but the young man was already certain that someone had come to visit them here. And it wouldn't have been so terrible, but these guests turned out to be completely uninvited, and now an arrow fired from a crossbow was flying out of the thicket. A group of bandits, most likely belonging to the Calaboro gang, drew their swords and fired at our friends. Ronan was completely prepared for this unexpected attack. The young man drew his sword and clearly saw the approaching danger. With a single swing of his sword, all the arrows were cut into tiny pieces. Ronan had time to examine the arrows and realized that he had encountered arrowheads like these before in a past life. In his past life, as a soldier in a penal battalion, Ronan had been assigned tasks that no one else usually wanted to do. One of his comrades in the unit had shown him an arrow and said it was very powerful. Moreover, it was an unusual arrow, capable of severing an orc's head. The archer turned to Captain Ronan and asked if the captain would like an arrow like that for himself. The captain replied that the archer had been caught poaching and using such arrows, which was why he was now serving in the penal battalion, and there was no need to mention how many orcs he had defeated. The young man said that only the hunting hounds, those who had successfully completed 100 raids, were allowed to use such arrows. The hunting hounds were the elite of Calaboro, the most ruthless killers and villains. In this case, these weren't just ordinary mongrels, but true hunting hounds. Ronan told Asel to hide somewhere, but to be very careful and not let the hunting hounds turn the mage into a porcupine. And before anyone realized what was happening, Ronan rushed off in search of the villains hiding in the forest. Meanwhile, the bandits were very alarmed. They couldn't figure out who he was. With a single swing of his sword, the stranger chopped down all the mana-infused arrows. But then the bandits decided not to waste time on speculation. Instead, they surrounded the stranger and attacked him all at once. Ronan immediately realized that this guy made quick decisions, which meant these guys were different from the petty thugs he'd encountered in the forest. Of course, all of this was too much of a hassle, and I would have preferred to avoid it. But the guys had scattered in all directions, and I had to take that into account. Ronan stepped into the middle of the clearing and said there was no need to hide or run away. Couldn't the guys tell the difference between allies and enemies? Ronan kept bluffing. He told the bandits that he was the youngest hunting dog of the Damas branch, Agayut, and although it all sounded a little strange, the men didn't know why it couldn't be true. Gradually, they emerged from their hiding places to get a closer look. The gang leader said he didn't want to believe any of the nonsense this stranger was spouting to him right now, because the hunting dogs only recruit good, strong fighters. Ronan suggested asking the wolf of his branch about his assignment, but first he wanted to offer a little advice. Don't go around thinking everyone around you is worthless just because you are. It's not the best habit. That's exactly why the villain looks so pathetic and amounts to nothing. The thug could no longer hold back. He was furious that this kid was insulting him, which meant he was about to tear him to shreds right then and there. One of the thugs tried to calm his friend down, saying they shouldn't underestimate this stranger just because he's a kid. They needed to think it through calmly, because only members of Calaboro know the system of ranks and branches, and if the kid understands all this, then he must be a member of the group. It was suggested they ask the captain, and if it turned out that this kid wasn't lying, they might end up in a conflict with the Damas branch. The argument continued for a while longer, but then a voice rang out, asking what kind of commotion the guys were causing, since they'd been ordered to simply observe quietly. Just then, the captain emerged from the thicket. It was a wolf of the Demir branch named Viome. The boys were very pleased that the captain had arrived just in time and would now explain everything to them. And while the leader went to report to the captain, the rest stood guard over Ronan. Ronan looked very pleased. Finally, everyone had gathered, because Wolf himself, the leader of this group, had arrived. Vium turned to the young man and asked if he was indeed a Gayut of the Damas branch. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the captain thought this was very strange, and now he wanted to know what Agayut was doing here, since this was part of the mountain range, the territory of the Demir branch. Ronan smiled sweetly and said that, unfortunately, he must have gotten something mixed up. Or, more accurately, he wasn't aware of the situation, because in reality he wasn't Agayut at all. The captain was completely confused, and now stared at this stranger in astonishment. But Vium's surprise didn't last long, because Ronan swung his sword just once, and the four bandits were cut into several pieces. Ronan said he'd simply given himself the silliest name he could remember. That little name was just right for some stinking poacher, and before the villains could figure out what was happening, they were attacked. The sharp sword sliced through the captain's neck. He didn't even have time to realize what was happening. And now his head, like a soccer ball, lay in the forest clearing at the feet of the stunned warrior. Ronan turned to the young man and said that he had warned him for a reason, that this hunter's hound would meet a grim end. No one saw the sword fly by, but the hunting dog felt excruciating pain, and the dagger fell from his hands along with his fingers, severed by the sharp blade. The bandit fell to the ground and began to flood everything with tears and blood, but Ronan tossed him the scroll and said, if the guy didn't want to die right there, he had to pull himself together and make use of it. Ronan demanded that the thug mark all the locations of the Calaboro gang's branches on the scroll. Ronan warned that if the thug didn't comply with his demands, there would be no point in keeping him alive. The terrified gangster immediately began begging and saying that he would write everything down, but unfortunately he didn't have a pen. These words greatly surprised Ronan. After all, he had just used his sword to turn the gangster's right hand into a perfect pen. Some time passed, and now Ronan was carefully studying the diagram drawn in blood, which showed all the branches of the Calaboro gang. The bandit had turned blue with fear and blood loss. He was pleased that his drawing had worked and hoped the stranger would let him go, just as he had promised. But the stranger turned out to be a real liar. He drew his sword again and sliced the trusting hunting dog in half. Ezel could barely stand. The sight and smell of blood made him nauseous, but Ronan asked his companion not to overreact. Sure, Ronan had warned them that plenty of bloodshed lay ahead, but in Asel's opinion this was too much. The boys looked at the huge piles of slain wild animals, and Ezel couldn't believe that the hunting dogs had done this to defenseless beasts. Ronan reiterated that all members of the gang were true monsters, and letting them live after the encounter would be a crime. Besides, all these people were wanted criminals who needed to be executed, so there was no point in worrying about them at all. But Ronan suddenly thought of Professor Varen, who would be very upset if he saw these slaughtered animals. The young man decided that he would continue his fight against the gang and wouldn't stop until he had destroyed them all. But now they needed to head back, when suddenly the young man felt some unusual movement in his pouch. Inside the pouch lay a dreambird egg. It began to vibrate, and at that very moment the mage, as usual, terrified and trembling, pointed at something to his friend. The scene was truly terrifying, because the blood that had flowed from the bodies of the slain animals began to coalesce into bubbles and rise upward. These blood bubbles gradually drew closer and merged, and then a huge burst of blood erupted right in front of the young people. Now it looked quite dangerous and aggressive. Ronan drew his sword from its sheath, but at that very moment the egg flew out of his hand. However, the mysterious egg did not fall to the ground. On the contrary, it now glowed, drawing the attention of everyone around. After a few minutes of glowing, the egg began to move closer to the wall of blood, and gradually it absorbed the blood. The young men didn't understand what was happening. All they could do was wait with curiosity, watching. Both guys were seeing such a strange spectacle for the first time, but one thing was now absolutely clear. Whoever was inside that shell, this creature was very unusual. Soon the egg finished absorbing the blood. It was still suspended in the air, and it was unclear what would happen next. At first it seemed as though absolutely nothing had changed, but then the young men noticed that a crack had formed in the egg. If the egg had started to crack, it meant that something would soon hatch from it. Ronan was very pleased because the time had come to see exactly what kind of bird he had been lucky enough to get. But the very next moment, Ronan took a powerful blow to the nose before he had a chance to see who exactly had hatched from the egg. A cute little creature appeared before his friends. It looked like a little mouse, but with tiny wings it looked at them and squeaked. Whatever this creature was, it certainly wasn't a bird. Most likely, it looked like a dragon. That's usually how they're drawn in books. Ronan, of course, already had a list of questions for the bird of his dreams, which had flown who knows where to lay such an egg. But he had to admit that this creature was very cute. Although it was unclear why, instead of saying hello, it immediately started throwing punches and broke Ronan's nose. Something strange happened. The creature activated a magic circle and instantly healed the wound on Ronan's nose. It was astonishing. The wound had completely vanished, and it became clear that this little one knew healing magic. Now everyone was definitely happy to interact with one another. The creature clearly took a liking to Ronan, and he liked that this little monster was much more capable than it seemed at first glance. Assel suggested they come up with a name for the creature, since they couldn't keep calling it the Dream Bird's chick all the time. The young people looked at the creature, trying to come up with a name, but suddenly it tensed up, and its gaze sharply focused on something. After that, the creature darted off to the side. Ronan immediately realized that the young one had sensed someone's presence. And indeed, a terrified warrior soon ran out of the bushes. It was a demure messenger named Balus. He couldn't understand what was happening. While the young man had been running errands, all his comrades had been killed. On top of that, he'd witnessed an extraordinary sea of blood and everything that followed. And now the unfortunate messenger was running through the forest, with a strange little monster chasing after him. Finally, the terrified boy tripped over some tree roots and fell to the ground. At that moment, a strange creature hovered in the air above him and began to scream loudly, and a wound appeared on the messenger's leg. Soon blood spurted from the young man's chest. He began to scream loudly and beg for someone to save him. Just then, some guys approached them, and Ronan asked Sita to stop. Otherwise, she would soon kill this guy. Ronan told the creature that from now on it would be called Sita, a name that had been on his mind for a long time. It seemed the flying little monster really liked the name and was very pleased. The messenger was also watching the scene with interest. He was trying to figure out who this guy was, the one standing by the sea of blood, and who owned the monster. Ronan turned to the guy and asked how Balus was feeling, and that was yet another oddity since they hadn't met before. Balus first began thanking Ronan for saving him, and then wondered where they knew each other from. Ronan rested his sword on the young man's shoulder and said that he didn't need to know any of that. Who would have thought they'd meet this way, but in any case, Ronan was glad to see him and wanted to know how Balus's poaching business was going, because it was none other than the chatty hunting dog from the Calaboro gang. The young man tried to explain that he was just a regular messenger and perhaps still held the lowest rank, but in any case, he was now being asked for a favor. But Ronan decided to set the record straight right away and warned him that this was not a request. It was already late at night when the young people finally returned to the city. They were in high spirits. Ronan was clutching gold coins in his hand. Everything had gone much better than he'd expected, and even Assel was in a wonderful mood. Ronan admitted that at first he didn't believe the claim that even the water from the spring was as valuable as gold, but he had still brought some water with him. At that moment, the young man had no idea that the merchant would offer such a high price for it. And now the young men realized they no longer needed to worry about money, though they still needed to thank Professor Varin once more, who unfortunately had left on a business trip. In any case, things were going perfectly so far. Ronan had received a map drawn in blood by the hunting dog. He had also given a special assignment to the messenger Balus, and now their meeting with the professor would be more than just an exchange of pleasantries. Ronan hadn't just intimidated the messenger, who was ready to do anything and now wouldn't dare betray Ronan. The young people were walking through the city streets, and Assel wanted to know exactly what Ronan was going to do with all his money, because it turned out that thanks to his outstanding achievements, he had been exempted from tuition fees and had even been awarded a scholarship. Ronan could now dispose of his money as he pleased and had to figure out what to do with it, something he'd wanted to do for a long time. A few days passed and the day of the entrance ceremony was finally upon them when a carriage arrived at the city's stagecoach station. A servant opened the carriage door and announced to the lady that they had arrived. The girl was absolutely thrilled. It was her first time seeing the capital, and it turned out to be just as beautiful as she had imagined in her dreams. Just then, Ronan appeared at the station. He had come specifically to meet his beloved older sister. Errol wanted to know all the details, because she was very surprised when a luxurious carriage pulled up in front of their house to pick her up. She wanted to know where her younger brother had gotten so much money, why he'd lost weight, and where his cute chubby cheeks had gone. Ronan hadn't even had time to answer all the 100 questions she'd fired at him when he suddenly realized that Iril had lost all interest in him. The girl couldn't take her eyes off Sita, whom she thought was adorable, and Ronan was forced to introduce the two of them. However, time was running out, and the guy announced that they would discuss all the questions later, since there was no time now, and they had to hurry. Ronan took his sister by the hand and said he'd be too busy once classes started at the academy. So now he needed to do everything he'd wanted to do before diving headfirst into the world of learning, and the young man led Iril along with him. The two store clerks were ready to fulfill her every whim. Ronan could see that absolutely every outfit looked great on his beautiful sister. But Iril still couldn't calm down. She understood that her brother had received a scholarship and was exempt from paying tuition, but she still thought the dresses were too expensive. The pile of boxes filled with dresses and outfits gradually grew, but Ronan held his ground and said that his sister deserved all these gifts since she'd been through so much. And now it was time for the younger brother to repay Iril, and it was so sweet that tears welled up in the eyes of absolutely everyone present. Iril was so moved that she was ready to run through the city streets and tell absolutely everyone about her wonderful grown-up brother. When they were done with the clothing stores, Ronan told his sister that they would head to Craftsman Street because he needed to get a decent sword. The thing was, his sword had gotten pretty battered after a run-in with a scoundrel. Ronan opened the door and came face to face with Shulipin. The young man thought how fortunate it was that he hadn't had time to mention that scoundrel's name. Otherwise, the situation would have been absolutely dreadful. Shulipin said bluntly that he had come to Craftsman Street to pick up a new sword, which he'd had to order because of Ronan. But by chance, the young man had spotted Ronan and decided to wait until he came out of the shop. Ronan was furious, because it was precisely because of Shulipin that his sword had been ruined, and now he would show him, and they would settle who was to blame. Ronan had almost drawn his sword from its sheath, ready to demonstrate what a truly defective sword looked like. And who knows how this situation would have ended if the fragile and beautiful Iril hadn't suddenly stepped between the two rivals, immediately scolding her younger brother. Ronan tried to explain to his little sister that it was precisely because of this guy that his sword was damaged, but the girl wouldn't listen to a word of it, since she always said you shouldn't argue with people. After calming one of the bullies down, she turned around and began to say that she was very sorry. Perhaps her brother was a bit hot-headed, but he was a good boy. However, in the next moment, Iril realized that standing before her was the heir to a great noble family, a rising star of the Shulipin Empire. And while the girl was explaining that she hadn't raised her younger brother well enough, Shulipin realized he had met a true goddess. The young man blushed and said that all of this had happened because of his own hot temper, and that the girl had no reason to apologize to him. He, Shulipin, was entirely to blame for what had happened, so the beautiful girl had nothing to worry about. Iril was very pleased. She grabbed the young man's hands, delighted that Ronan had such a good and kind friend and companion. Shulipin was ready to cover all the costs of the sword after Iril asked him to keep an eye on her younger brother and take good care of him. Shulipin was clearly flustered. It turned out he didn't have any gold coins on him, so he took out his family's identification token and handed it to the beautiful girl. The young man said that with this token, Iril would be able to go anywhere in the empire. Ronan was ready to tear the place apart, and the girl was very pleased. Shulipin added that if the young people wanted to buy a good sword, they'd be better off visiting the blacksmith shop at the western end of Craftsman Street. This smithy had a 500-year history, so it was difficult for ordinary people to gain entry, but with this token they would be let in without any trouble. After that, Shulipin added, hoping they would be made an elegant sword, turned around and left the young people. Ronan hadn't yet decided how to react to all this, but he understood what had just happened between them. With the Gracia family's identification token, one could even purchase a village tailored to one's own specifications. Could this really be the very same Shulipin whom Ronan knew so well? The next day, the orientation ceremony took place at the Filian Academy. The Academy's director welcomed all of this year's freshmen, introduced himself, and stated his name. The director said that all those admitted to the Academy were true talents who had passed a rigorous selection process and proven their potential. If the students could combine their boundless talent with the Academy's top-notch education, it would create a wonderful synergy, and these students will be able to make their mark on the history of the empire, a fact the Academy director used to congratulate everyone present. Of course, it was all very touching, but at the same time, moments like these are also necessary in people's lives. And then the professor announced that the moment had finally arrived. He snapped his fingers, and mana and an aura began to spread through the ranks of the students. Everyone watched in amazement, not understanding what was about to happen. Fear and surprise were written all over the freshmen' faces. Soon it became clear that above the stage where the academy professor stood, space had cracked, as if it were glass. People thought the heavens were collapsing, but in the very next moment, everyone present found themselves in the arena. In the upper tiers of the arena were the academy's upperclassmen, who greeted the freshmen with loud applause and cheers. Ronan was absolutely thrilled by the professor, who had managed to transport everyone present to another space with a simple snap of his fingers. The professor was also there and announced that, to conclude the orientation ceremony, it was time for the upperclassmen and freshmen to get to know one another. The meeting between upperclassmen and freshmen was held to facilitate the exchange of experiences between the incoming students and the sophomores. This was a special event at the academy, and it always took place in a tense atmosphere. Here's how it worked. The students who placed first and second on the entrance exams each chose one of the 4 strongest second-year students, and so the group of second-year students also appeared in the arena. Each of them had their own fighting style, and the freshmen were about to face them in a duel. The academy director explained that this event reflected the academy's approach to education. The instructors believed that students should learn not only from professors, but also from their peers, since identifying each other's weaknesses and working as a team lay the foundation for effective learning. This ceremony was the first step toward learning through sparring matches between students from different classes. First-year students are given the right to choose their own opponent for this duel. The director also noted that they may choose not to participate in the duel at all. However, the academy director hoped that this year's freshmen wouldn't be cowards and would want to participate in the first duel on their own. The director began introducing the second-year students and immediately named the first student from the martial arts department, Nazdo. Brahm, who was ranked second among the second-year students, was also introduced. Karun and Irina were also from the martial arts department and were the top students in their class. They were all eager to face off against the academy's new rising stars, the representatives of the ducal family and the brilliant young man who had impressed everyone during the practical exam. Ronan knew there was no way to avoid the duel, but he decided it was a great opportunity to show his older sister that he was strong and could stand up for himself. The principal announced that the first years could choose their own opponents for the duel. Ronan immediately raised his hand, apologized to the principal, and said he had a suggestion. The young man said, since he could choose his own opponent, he would like to receive a lesson from all his esteemed senior classmates. They looked at the boy in bewilderment, not understanding exactly what he was getting at. They decided that he was trying to get out of the fight and avoid fighting altogether. Ronan smiled and said he'd forgotten to clarify he wanted to fight all 4 of them at once. The administration had to gather all the instructors to reach a decision, since nothing like this had ever happened at the academy before. Supreme Swordswoman Nabarosa believed that Ronan should be allowed to have this duel, since the academy's guiding principle is that you can do anything you have the strength to do. And in any case, no matter how the duel ended or who won, it would serve as a lesson for everyone else. Furthermore, she, Nabarosa, promised to intervene in the fight if the situation became serious and someone needed help or protection. So, the Academy's administration and faculty decided to allow the duel to take place between 4 sophomores and 1 freshman. All the second-year students were furious, believing that this kid still had milk on his lips, but was already looking down on everyone. He'd taken second place in the rankings, but thought he was God. Of course, the guys understood that they needed to teach this braggart a lesson. First and foremost, they had to calm down and fight the match with composure. Maybe this newcomer was too cocky, but at the same time, he couldn't be underestimated because he'd beaten Shulapin. So the guys decided to go all out right from the start and put this insolent guy in his place immediately. Errol was very frightened and anxious. She watched the arena, and it all seemed eerie and terrifying to her. She shouted at her younger brother to give up immediately if he felt he couldn't handle it. And now everyone was ready, and the match between the older and younger teams began. As soon as the signal to start the duel sounded, Nazdo lunged into the attack, hoping the element of surprise would work in his favor. Of course, the boy was very fast and everyone acknowledged that. But Ronan managed to dodge, and the sword whistled past his face. The young man realized that the attack was quite decent, much better than what Maria had shown him. It seemed that these second-year students were on a completely different level, and now Irina was rushing in to attack, her dagger in hand. The girl's attack was also miraculously parried. Ronan even managed to swing his sword, preventing Irina from getting close. Karam immediately rushed to her aid. The young man was holding a powerful spear, which he was about to hurl. The spear flew toward Ronan, but he managed to raise his sword and parry the attack. Ronan stepped back slightly to assess the situation. He now realized that these guys worked exceptionally well as a team. Just then, Brahm, wielding a massive sword, appeared behind the freshman, about to bring the sword down on the boy's head. The young man asked why Ronan had started all this, since it was all about to end for him. But Ronan replied that he simply wanted to have a serious battle with Brahm. The young man saw that his opponent was preparing to deliver a serious, powerful, and confident blow. All the other guys attacked one after another without pause. They were all at a fairly high level. And now all four were poised to strike. Their weapons were at the ready. However, unexpectedly, their opponent vanished right before their eyes, causing confusion among the attackers. Brahm could no longer stop the movement of his arms, and his massive sword slammed into the ground, scattering stones in all directions. The rest of the guys didn't have time to see where their opponent had gone, but then a flurry of blows followed as each of the second years took a hit. Ronan calmly landed on the ground, while his opponents fell like apples blown from a tree by the wind. Only Brahm remained standing. The young man was physically very strong and didn't even seem to have lost his fighting spirit. In that case, Ronan too vowed to take this seriously until the very end. Brahm closed in for another attack, but for some reason things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly he saw a peculiar stance and literally froze in his tracks. It was Instructor Nabaros's stance. It looked as if the instructor were moving in unison with the freshman. Ronan took advantage of the split-second pause, managed to land a few strikes on his opponent, and dashed on without stopping. Brahm could have kept fighting for a long time, but unfortunately there was little left of his sword. It had crumbled like an ice cream bar melting in the sun. Ronan turned to his opponents, thanked them for the duel, and said he had learned a lot from them. The arena erupted in loud applause and cheers. Everyone wanted to know who this incredible newcomer was. At first it seemed like he was losing, but in the end, the guy turned the duel completely around. The second years stared in amazement at what was left of their weapons. Of course they were embarrassed, but they couldn't help but admit that the guy had won in a fair fight. Nazdo looked in astonishment at the remains of his sword and said he had no argument. He was clearly no match for a freshman. But one thing remained a mystery. Where on earth had such a true monster come from in their academy? By this point, Iril had driven all her neighbors sitting nearby to distraction, but at least now she would stop worrying about her younger brother. Ronan addressed the second-year students once more and told them that they had all done well. The young man admitted that he had learned a lot from them and bowed his head as a sign of respect and gratitude. Ronan added that, caught up in the joy of their success, he'd gone a little overboard. Besides, the students turned out to be much stronger than he'd previously thought. But Ronan was very grateful to them for accepting the challenge from a younger student. Maria and Estelle couldn't believe their ears. And Ronan just wouldn't stop. He asked the second years to forget about his rudeness earlier that day and hoped he'd still be able to learn a lot from them in the future. The guys were a bit confused, not knowing how to react, but Brahm spoke for everyone. At first they thought the freshman was just a braggart, but now they could see that he was not only strong but also well-mannered. Ronan didn't need to be modest, because he had won fairly thanks to his skills. Brahm took Ronan by the hand and told him he needed to carry himself with more confidence, because that was the very essence of their academy. The bruiser admitted that the newcomer had shown incredible skills, and Ronan confirmed that his opponent was passionate not only in battle. In this way, Ronan also demonstrated his social skills, and now his sister can completely relax and stop worrying that he won't be able to make friends. That evening, a festive dinner was held in the academy dining hall to celebrate the start of the school year. A delicious, exquisite dinner awaited all the students. It was a true banquet organized in honor of their admission to the academy. The young people hadn't expected the celebration to be so grand, and now they were taking it all in and savoring every moment. Maria was completely calm after all. She had said that this was the most prestigious academy in the empire, and one shouldn't expect anything less from it. Ronan admitted that he had almost stopped being surprised by anything here, and he also said that he had finally seen his older sister off and could now relax. She was worrying too much about Ronan, so he had to spend a long time reassuring her and listening to all her advice and well wishes. Ronan had been forced to send Zita along with his sister, so there was no need to worry about the girl. After all, Zita was a dragon. Azil was delighted to see how his friend cared for his older sister. It was very sweet, and not every brother does that. But finally all the problems were over, and Ronan was about to enjoy a delicious meal when he suddenly heard a voice behind him that he really didn't want to hear. The young man jumped to his feet. He wanted to know what the hell Shulipen wanted from him and why he wouldn't leave him alone. Shulipen, on the other hand, was completely calm. He said he hadn't come to fight, but simply wanted to verify some important information. The young man took out a notebook and began reading the questions aloud: where Lady Earl's main base was located, how far that place was from the Empire's capital, and what the condition of the roads leading there was like. Are these roads well guarded, and do bandits often appear in that region? Shulipen hoped that Ronan had made arrangements for his older sister's protection and had at least hired a squad of mercenaries. If not, then Ronan was the worst person on this planet. Ronan was furious. He said he'd taken care of his sister. Someone more reliable than ordinary mercenaries was keeping an eye on her. So Shulipen needn't worry. Nothing would happen to Irol unless a wyvern or something like that showed up. At that point, the Duke's nerves snapped. If a wyvern attacked on the way to Irol, the girl would be in danger. But Ronan calmed down a bit and said there was no need to freak out and make a big fuss over his older sister. Besides, Shulipen shouldn't forget that he's a complete stranger to her and has no right to ask such questions. Shulipen replied that he was simply concerned for the safety of the lady whose path had crossed his, since that was only natural for a knight. And the guys were just about to have a normal conversation when someone laughed, and a woman's voice remarked in surprise that Grantia's wolf had suddenly become very talkative. Shulipen thought it best for the girl not to meddle in matters that weren't her concern. Apparently he was already acquainted with Elizabeth Akalusha, who had ranked first among the incoming students in the School of Magic. The girl laughed and asked him not to misunderstand her. But right now she was interested in something else entirely. She couldn't care less about the Duke and his feelings because Akalusha had taken an interest in Ronan. Ronan didn't understand where all this sudden attention toward his humble self was coming from, and Shulipen too eyed the girl suspiciously. The young man said that he was done talking here, and now Elizabeth could do whatever she wanted, though she would most likely be pursuing her malicious hobby. Shulipen tried one last time to suggest that they send a few guards from his family to protect Irol on the road, but no one was willing to listen to him anymore. Estelle seized the opportunity and tried to hint that it was precisely this girl who had caused him enormous problems during the exam. Elizabeth demonstrated complete superiority over all the participants in the Faculty of Magic's exam. She overwhelmed all her rivals, leaving no one a chance. And in one instance, there was such a powerful explosion that it became clear Elizabeth had clearly gone too far. Akalusha finally turned to Ronan and asked if he didn't think it was time to teach a lesson to those who behaved so brazenly. The girl hoped that Ronan understood who she was referring to. However, the young man suggested that she tell him right away why she had come to see him. Elizabeth said she was impressed by Ronan's talent and had come to make him an offer. It was the kind of offer a petty criminal wouldn't even dare to dream of. It was a special offer, and the girl pulled a small amulet from her pocket. It was none other than an invitation from the Akalusha family. Unlike other nobles who value blood ties, talent has always been the top priority for the Akalusha family. This family has raised a vast number of talented warriors and mages who have held leading positions for many years. Thanks to this selective process, the Akalusha family has become one of the Empire's leading families. Members of the family offer those with potential the opportunity to become part of their family, and the symbol of this opportunity is the Akalusha invitation pendant. Ronan asked if Elizabeth could really just hand out invitations to people like that, and in doing so he gave himself away, because it became clear that he knew everything about this item. Of course, Ronan couldn't admit that he had already dealt with this invitation in a past life. Thanks to this invitation, even a commoner like Ronan can become part of the great family. And this wasn't a fairy tale. That's exactly what happened to Commander Adeshan, and the girl had shown the invitation to her captain. Of course, first you have to pass a test administered by the head of the family, but for those with talent, that's no problem. The commander-in-chief advised the captain to keep this information in mind. As soon as the young man atones for his sins through his achievements in this war, he will have a very real chance of receiving this invitation. Because Commander Adeshin believed that Ronan was a very talented warrior. Elizabeth realized that her interlocutor was aware of the main details, so she saw no point in explaining anything and hoped that he would make a wise choice. Because even if born a wolf but living among sheep, a person will become one of those sheep. Estelle was very pleased that Elizabeth had left. He breathed a sigh of relief, and Ronan knew that geniuses always do whatever they want. But on the other hand, this was a wonderful opportunity to secure an invitation from Akalusia and be able to contact them at any time should the need arise. At the Filian Academy, students' abilities were valued above all else. Their social circle and standard of living changed depending on their grades. This was most clearly reflected in the dormitory system, which was available to all students admitted to the academy. All the average students were assigned to the Nedian Hall, where they could live while studying. Everyone was assigned a clean room and had access to a high-quality cafeteria. It was a pretty good dorm where you could find everything you needed. On the other hand, students with lower academic performance were assigned to the Crater Hall. That's about 30% of the student body. On their very first day in this dorm, the students would always start by shouting, telling the whole world that they couldn't live in this dilapidated shack. They were immediately told that there were no additional staff or workers in these dorms, and the students had to do everything themselves. 4 people lived in each room, and the cafeteria, showers, and restrooms were shared. The manager told everyone who was dissatisfied that these were the academy's rules. They needed to study hard in order to change their lives. If they didn't, the students would have to stay in this dormitory for the next semester as well. But the top tier of the dormitory consisted of buildings where only the top 10% of students lived, and it was called the Nabardoz Hall. It was simply impossible to describe it in a single sentence. It was elite-level housing that had absolutely everything. For a long time, Ronan couldn't believe that all of this was for students who could enjoy absolutely everything here. On the table were lists of courses that could be selected to take during the semester. Ronan couldn't believe how simple it all was. He just had to go through the list and check the boxes, without having to prove anything to anyone. For the first year, while adjusting, it wasn't worth taking on too much, but all the courses looked very interesting, and the freshmen made the classic mistake. They signed up for a ton of classes, and hell awaited them. Ronan was a typical freshman and was no different from them. After reviewing the course list, he chose practically everything, realizing that maybe it was too much. But after all, he had gotten into the most prestigious university, so he had to take all the courses he liked, and as they say, not deny himself anything. The head instructor for the basics of imperial fencing, Mr. Abar, immediately told Ronan that there was no need for him to take his course. Ronan was indignant. He didn't understand what the instructor meant, since they had only just begun. But the man smiled cheerfully. He too believed they had only just begun. Yet Ronan had already mastered all the fundamentals of imperial fencing technique to perfection. According to academy rules, students are allowed to be excused from classes as soon as they have mastered the entire curriculum. If a student simply remained in class, it would demotivate all the other students, making them feel like losers and underachievers. Abar advised him not to get cocky, but to simply keep studying hard. Yet he still dismissed the boy from his class. A similar situation occurred during the archery class, when a single shot was enough to shatter the target to pieces. The monster hunting course ended for Ronan almost before it had even begun. And now the young man was sitting on the bank of the pond, ready to tear his hair out, because he'd been kicked out of everywhere. And this was not at all how he'd imagined studying at the academy. Snabarosa said in a stern voice that she was surprised, after all. Ronan should be in class right now. But for some reason he was loafing around and cooling off by the river. But soon the instructor realized that it wasn't because the student was skipping class, but because he had already completed all the courses she could offer him. Ronan stood up and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Could all the courses at the academy really be that basic and easy? Nabarosa, though she listened to this brilliant student's explanation, was still surprised. Of course, the courses for freshmen aren't difficult, but finishing them all on the first day, that's really impressive. But she shouldn't have been surprised, since it took this student just a single glance to copy the technique of the Holy Swordswoman. Nabarosa said that, as an academy instructor, she couldn't turn a blind eye to such behavior. The instructor demanded that Ronan hand over his sword, and though it was strange, the young man obeyed. Nabarosa said she was now going to teach Ronan a very important lesson, and in the next instant, a powerful explosion rang out behind him. He turned around and saw behind him a burst of energy so powerful that the river surged upward, creating a wall of water. The teacher noted sadly that this piece of metal called a sword was, unfortunately, capable of nothing more than that. The fact is, such a weapon can't even be called a sword, and it hinders Ronan from unleashing his full power instead of helping him. But now the boy must watch closely what the instructor demonstrates, and then he'll understand what he needs to learn. Nabarosa drew her sword and made just a single slashing strike. That turned out to be more than enough to completely split the stream in two. After that, the woman calmly turned to her student. Nabarosa sheathed her weapon and now hoped that Ronan understood exactly what he was lacking. A weapon is a sturdy, sharp piece of iron designed for battle against an enemy. It's best not to break it while using it. Well, even if a weapon breaks, you can grab another sword, knife, or axe. In other words, it's just ordinary consumable equipment. At least that's what Ronan thought before he saw Ms. Nabarosa in action. Watching the instructor split the river in two with a single swing of her sword, it became clear that her weapon was not just a piece of iron. Nabarosa simply switched swords and made exactly the same swing, but the difference in power was colossal. A single deep breath and a drop of strength. It might seem like such a trifle, but on the battlefield it can mean the difference between life and death, so wasting strength needlessly is a sure path to death. Moreover, if he were to use mana, Ronan would simply have to find a suitable weapon for himself. However, the instructor knew the secret of the young prodigy. Ronan still didn't know how to use mana, and the swordswoman found that hard to believe because the boy was capable of demonstrating immense strength even without it. But once he learns how to do it, he'll become the most brilliant warrior of all time. And to do it right, a young man needs a good weapon. That's excellent advice from the instructor. Ronan thought deeply about the woman's words, and she told him to be sure to attend her classes. And although her course was intended for second-year students and older students, the swordswoman was going to make an exception for Ronan. As she was leaving, Nabarosa asked the young man once more to come to class with a proper weapon, instead of that piece of junk he currently possessed. It was a prerequisite for attending her classes. As soon as the next day off rolled around, Ronan headed to the blacksmith shop with his friends, explaining to them along the way why he was in such a hurry to replace his sword. Soon the young men arrived at their destination. All the while, Ronan had been clutching the golden emblem of the Grancia family in his hands. That's how his friends found the blacksmith shop that Shulipen had recommended. It was a small building with boarded-up windows, and it looked rather austere. Maria thought the smithy looked shabby and in general seemed as if it would fall apart at the slightest touch. But it's worth remembering that the entire Grancia family regularly buys weapons from this smithy for themselves and their loved ones. The young people decided to go inside and take a look around, but the interior turned out to be even worse than the exterior. It was a completely empty room covered in cobwebs and dust. It was very ancient, old, and abandoned, but Ronan knew that Shulipen wouldn't lie to him. Deep inside the room was a thick door that began to swing open. A clawed paw of an unknown creature appeared on the door, clearly displeased at being awakened. Soon the owner of the building appeared before the frightened students. He wanted to know who they were. Couldn't these unexpected guests see that the fire wasn't burning? Why were they making such a racket in broad daylight? It was the first time the young people had come face to face with a werewolf, and for a moment they were so terrified they were speechless. But as soon as the werewolf growled, preparing to chase away the uninvited guests, Ronan came to his senses and shoved the Grancia family token under its nose. The young man recovered from his surprise and said he wanted to buy a weapon, and Shulipen recommended this place to him, saying that they make and sell excellent swords here. The werewolf looked closely at the frightened children and paused for a long time. Finally, the monster said that even with such a token, the stranger wouldn't become a member of the Grancia family, so he could shove the token wherever he wanted. Werewolf yawned widely. He didn't understand how information about this place had leaked out, because they don't serve children. But then the werewolf had a brilliant idea. He said he'd take the boys to the blacksmith's shop if they met one condition of his. They would have to hand over the hand of that sweet, terrified young mage, soft and fluffy as a kitten. The werewolf said he was very hungry and wouldn't turn down such generosity, and the monster opened its mouth wide, showing everyone its sharp teeth. Ronan was unpleasantly surprised by this exchange and had no intention of letting such a despicable attitude towards some incomprehensible creature go unchallenged. The young man declared that the werewolf had crossed the line and would be punished for it, and he attacked the monster, striking it in the chest with his sword. The werewolf clearly hadn't expected this. He was sent flying by the blow against the far wall of the smithy, clutching the wounded area with his paw. Ronan towered over the creature, saying that he had figured it out immediately because he'd sensed that his blow had felt rather strange. It turned out that the werewolf was wearing special invisible armor that only became visible after the attack. Ronan praised the werewolf's armor, but it didn't stop him in the least. And the young man said that despite the armor, he would break through it and get to the monster itself. But then the werewolf started shouting and trying to stop the young man, saying that it was just a test. They always test new clients. The werewolf also added that he simply wanted to test his invisible armor and see how it would perform in combat, which is why he had gone a little overboard with the provocation. But in reality, the werewolf didn't want to harm the young people, especially those who had come with the Grancia family token. Of course, this was a flimsy excuse and a rather outlandish alibi, and Ronan naturally had no intention of believing it. But the werewolf insisted that it was indeed true, and it would be strange if the blacksmith who served the Grancia family didn't have any checks in place. He suggested that the young man ask Shulipin about all these matters to see for himself. At the same time, however, the werewolf admitted that he'd gone a bit too far, so he apologized to Asel and said he hadn't meant to scare him. In fact, he doesn't eat people, so there's no need to worry about it though. Of course, that didn't reassure Asel in the least. Finally, to clear up the unpleasant misunderstanding, the werewolf placed his hand on his chest and said his name was Didikin. He was not only a blacksmith's apprentice, but also a gatekeeper. After that, Ronan introduced himself and said he had come to the blacksmith's shop for a weapon. Didikin was ready to show the young men the way, explaining that they were currently standing right by the entrance, and the actual smithy was inside. Didikin and the young men entered a completely empty room, and the gatekeeper asked if they were standing firmly on their feet. He then announced that the young men were about to witness true wonders, and he pressed a button on one of the bricks in the wall. A multitude of mechanisms sprang into action, and the young people realized they were riding in some kind of elevator, and at tremendous speed no less. Didikin explained that it was an elevator made of magical stones and metal. It was the fastest way to get to a real forge. But soon the young people found themselves in the best and largest forge in the empire. It was simply breathtaking. It would have been hard to believe if Ronan hadn't seen it with his own eyes. There was an entire city underground. Didikin was very pleased and proud that he had managed to surprise the young man. And since Ronan had passed his test, he would personally take the boy to meet the blacksmith. He is the finest craftsman in the Cappadocian forge, and perhaps even in the entire empire. Many skilled craftsmen worked in this astonishing and extraordinary forge. Each was busy with his own craft, and it was hard to believe that such an underground world of blacksmithing lay beneath the city. It was truly incredible, but this forge worked exclusively to supply the royal family and the nobility. There is absolutely no discrimination here, and the best professionals work here: humans, half-beasts, men, and women. However, the best blacksmith of all is the elderly dwarf who lives right in this forge. This master has been smelting metal for 400 years. The old man is quite stubborn, but his skills are unmatched, and he is respected as a blacksmith. Werewolf led the surprise guests into a separate room, greeted the elder, and told him he'd brought a client. The blacksmith noted that Didikin, as usual, had barged in rather rudely, even though he had repeatedly asked him to keep it down while he was working. Didikin explained that there was a weapon blocking the door, so he couldn't open it properly and had to kick it down. In order for people to be able to come in here, Elder Doron needs to keep things in order here, at least sometimes. Blacksmith Doron went to greet the guests, because if Didikin had brought them, it meant they were decent warriors. Werewolf pointed at Ronan and said that this boy's skills were simply outstanding. When the blacksmith saw them with his own eyes, he would be shocked. Doron really hoped so, to be honest. The boy's appearance didn't exactly inspire confidence that he was a strong warrior. The blacksmith asked him to demonstrate his skills so he could understand what kind of person he would be making a weapon for. Ronan, of course, was ready to do so, but as soon as he drew his sword, the blacksmith took the weapon from the boy's hands and examined it closely. Then he lightly tapped the sword with his hammer, and it crumbled into dust. It was completely baffling how this young man had ever intended to do anything with a weapon like that. Ronan and his friends could barely contain their cries of surprise as they stared at the shattered sword. Ronan was about to make a scene, but the blacksmith pointed to a pile of weapons and told him to demonstrate his strike with any of them, since it would be impossible to draw the right conclusions from a poor quality weapon. Doran also calmed the young man down, saying he'd give him any sword of his choice for free to replace the broken one, so there was no need to worry. Besides, any of these swords would be 100 times better than the one Ronan had been carrying until then. Ronan didn't argue with the blacksmith. He pulled out one of the swords, which really did feel completely different in his hand. The young man warned the blacksmith that he wouldn't be held responsible if he broke anything here, to which Doran replied that he didn't care at all. The main thing was that the young man put his whole heart into this sword. Ronan recalled how just recently he had watched Lady Nabarosa in action and decided to do everything exactly as she had shown him. The young man delivered his only slashing strike. Doran immediately realized exactly where he had seen that technique before. A powerful explosion lit up the forge. It seemed as though nothing would remain of this underground city. All the blacksmiths stopped what they were doing. They waited for the dust to settle so they could see what was happening in the area where Elder Doran usually worked. Speculation arose that the blast furnace had exploded, and everyone hoped that the elder had not been injured in the blast. The dust settled, and soon a huge trench appeared before the eyes of everyone present, one that had literally split the stone room in two. Doran recognized this technique. It belonged to the swordswoman Nabarosi. Perhaps the young man was her new apprentice. Ronan realized that he had once again nearly slipped up, and he needed to come up with a plausible explanation immediately. Doran proudly explained that he was the one who had forged the sword used by Lady Nabarosa. The sword was comically long, but that was exactly what Urus's secret sword looked like, one of the dwarf elder's masterpieces. The sword Ronan was now striking with wasn't even fit to hold a candle to Lady Nabarosa's. Ronan told the blacksmith that the sword he'd used to attack didn't look like anything special, but the blacksmith immediately realized that he was dealing with a young man of exceptional talent. Doran was delighted, for it had been a long time since he'd seen such talent, and now he felt alive again. But at the same time, the dwarf knew that great talent was also a problem. It would be difficult to forge a suitable sword, because not just any weapon could withstand Ronan's blows. Doran knew that ordinary materials wouldn't withstand the young man's strength. The blacksmith would have to use the highest quality steel and alloy it with a special material. It had to be some kind of byproduct, at least something from a wyvern. Ronan didn't know how to help the blacksmith, but he said he'd brought something with him since he had no idea what to do with it anyway, and reached into his pocket. Doran looked closely at the boy's palm, which held the eggshell left over after Sita had hatched. The dwarf elder immediately set to work. His enormous hammer pounded away almost without stopping. But the blacksmith was stunned because his mithril hammer didn't leave a single scratch on the shell. It was hard to imagine that such a strong and durable material even existed in nature. Fortunately, the blacksmith's imagination knew no bounds once he realized he could use this precious material to forge a sword. Doran didn't want to see anyone else. The blacksmith was full of anticipation and told the customer to return in 2 weeks. That was exactly how long it would take him to create this masterpiece. Ronan was very pleased because the blacksmith had promised to make the best sword in the empire. What more could one dream of? Doran turned to Maria and Asel. Since these two had also ended up in his forge, they could go to other masters and order weapons that suited them. Doran was in a good mood and couldn't very well send the friends of an important person away empty-handed. He advised them to mention his name, and the blacksmiths would be happy to take care of the students. He would, of course, have taken care of them himself. But right now, Doran didn't want to be distracted. The guys watched the elder for a while and came to the conclusion that he was a total nutcase, and it was best not to get in his way. A multitude of burning torches lit up the room. The hooded man said that the people above them were being very loud, and it was driving him crazy. He desperately wanted to burn everything down. His companion, another man in a cloak, asked him to be patient a little longer. Now was not the time to reveal himself. The hooded man was certain that the wait wouldn't be long, and that the end was near. Starting with those loud, obnoxious, ignorant blacksmiths, and ending with all the other inhabitants of the empire. Soon the day would come when all of this would be buried in streams of light. A few days passed. Ronan was strolling through the academy grounds, pondering current events. The old blacksmith, considered the finest craftsman in the empire, said he would personally forge a sword for Ronan. Asel and Maria had also placed orders with the blacksmiths, and it seemed they'd shelled out a pretty penny to pay for the work. But Ronan wasn't worried about that at all, because it wouldn't be him paying for his sword, it would be the Grancia family. The only problem Ronan still had was that it was taking so long to forge the sword. And now the young man was literally bored out of his mind and didn't know what to do with himself since his friends were in class. And he couldn't go to study with Nabarosa without a suitable weapon. Suddenly, the young man realized that, while casually strolling through the academy's alleys, he had made his way to the upperclassmen's training hall. This building was called the Galalian Hall and was known to all upperclassmen. Ms. Nabarosa personally taught classes there, and of course Ronan didn't have a proper sword yet, but at the same time, his weapon was better than it had been before. And the young man thought, why not drop in on practice today? And as they say, the saying out of sight, out of mind proved true, because at that very moment the instructor grabbed him by the ear, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Nabarosa had reminded Ronan that he was supposed to come to her classes as soon as he got a weapon, and now she couldn't understand what Ronan had been doing all this time if he'd only just come to see her now. Nabarosa assumed the young man had been skipping class and had no intention of listening to any explanations. Before Ronan could even open his mouth, the instructor was already leading him into the training hall, with no intention of wasting time listening to excuses. There was a lot of commotion near the training hall, and the girl walked over to the window to find out who was causing all the shouting. But the next moment, one of the students knocked her off her feet, and she scattered the papers she was carrying. The young man was being overly rude, saying that the teacher's assistant was too slow. She shouldn't be looking out the windows when she should be preparing for class, and the girl apologized without a word of complaint and gathered up her papers. After that, without expressing any resentment or rudeness toward the student, the young woman withdrew to prepare for class. As Nabarosa stood before the students alongside Ronan, she introduced him to the class and said that this freshman had caused quite a stir at the orientation ceremony and that many of them already knew him. Still, the professor wanted to introduce him once more and said that starting today, Ronan would be attending classes with him. Ronan also introduced himself, saying that he was a freshman in the martial arts department. He bowed deeply to his senior classmates and said he was pleased to meet them. The young people immediately realized that this genius had completed his coursework as an external student and would therefore be joining them. The guys eyed the newcomer with interest. His appearance gave no indication that he was as skilled in combat as people said he was. However, among those present were some old acquaintances, Nasdo and Brahm, who knew firsthand what this kid was capable of. Ronan realized that everything was going well until the door swung open and a girl entered the room, apologizing to the instructor for being late. Ronan immediately recognized that voice, which he remembered so well. The girl said she'd been delayed because she'd been preparing for class. But Ms. Nabarosa reassured the newcomer, saying that everything was fine. She had just finished introducing the newcomer, and the class hadn't started yet. The girl greeted Ronan and introduced herself. She was Ms. Nabarosa's teaching assistant and a sophomore in the martial arts department. The beautiful woman's name was Adeshan. She smiled and held out her hand for a handshake. Adeshan hoped they would get along, but Ronan couldn't say a word because he had just seen his commander-in-chief. Akalusha Adeshan had become famous for her exceptional leadership skills, and she was also the first woman to hold the position of commander-in-chief. She ruled the battlefield with her cool-headed judgment and outstanding combat skills. She was the Iron Lady. Everyone under her command held Miss Adeshan in the highest regard. Even seasoned warriors were convinced that it wasn't blood, but molten iron that flowed through this beauty's veins. Ronan quietly watched the girl. He would never have thought that a commander-in-chief could smile so sincerely and tenderly. It was immediately clear that this girl had no memories of her past life, but Ronan knew exactly who she would become in the future. And the young man hadn't forgotten Adeshan's request to tell her not to do anything foolish, but simply to become a seamstress. At that moment, one of the students called out to Adeshan and asked her to take a look at his workbench. Before she could do so, one of the female students remarked that the towels smelled bad and demanded that fresh ones be brought. Ronan watched in surprise as the girl moved from one student to another, managing to offer support, help, and attention to everyone. Ronan couldn't understand why they were piling so much work on Adeshan and treating her like a servant to boot, but just then one of the students approached him and offered to spar. The stranger smiled sheepishly and said his name was On Cardan. He was a junior and had heard that Ronan had performed incredibly well at the opening ceremony. If that was indeed the case, Cardan would like to spar with him to learn a thing or two. Ronan was deeply preoccupied with thoughts of Adeshan and told Cardan that he was busy right now and they could do it later. At that, Cardan found himself grinning foolishly, realizing he'd asked the guy for a duel but hadn't even brought his own weapon. Cardan glanced at Adeshan and shouted for that good-for-nothing to bring him a training spear immediately. Ronan was furious. He couldn't understand how this insolent man dared to speak to the girl that way. Adeshan walked over to the boys and handed Cardan the spear. But it turned out to be a long spear, and he had recently switched to a short one, and although the girl began to apologize after all, he had trained with a long spear in the previous session, Cardan wouldn't let it go. He continued to insult the girl, telling her to pay close attention to what was happening here, and that it was incomprehensible how a teacher's assistant could be so brainless, and he struck the girl on the head with his spear. After all, the teaching assistant didn't even have the right to attend these classes. She was only allowed in because Adeshan had tearfully begged the instructor. So now the teaching assistant had to do her job well. After all, she did have at least some sense of conscience. The girl apologized to Cardan several more times before Ronan snatched the spear from the bully's hands. Cardan couldn't understand why this first-year student was interfering, but Ronan said he was ready to have a duel right then and there, just as the young man had wanted. Cardan couldn't believe his ears, but suddenly he realized that Ronan had become so aggressive because of that useless little fool. Cardan couldn't believe his ears, but suddenly he realized that Ronan had become so aggressive because of that useless little fool. Cardan didn't know if these young people knew each other, but he wouldn't have been surprised if it turned out that these commoners had decided to date. Ronan demanded that he shut his filthy mouth and instead get ready to try blocking the blows. Ronan was holding a wooden sword. The young man immediately launched an attack, and in an instant his wooden sword jabbed painfully into Cardan's chest. Cardan couldn't understand how this was happening. How could this freshman be so strong without even using mana? Ronan turned to his opponent and said that he had been whining a lot about his long spear, so Ronan had shortened it for him to make it easier to use. Cardan looked in surprise at what was in his hands. Indeed, his long spear had been snapped in two. But now the third-year student was enraged. He activated his mana to punish this insolent opponent. It was now clear that Ronan wouldn't walk away from this alive and unharmed. His opponent's spear was closing in on the young man's chest. No one noticed exactly what had happened. The shortened spear became even shorter and shattered into tiny pieces. Ronan launched a swift attack on his opponent, landing a flurry of blows. And now the unfortunate third-year student, Cardan, was lying on his back, completely immobilized and unconscious. Ronan looked at his beaten opponent and said that the guy was lucky they were at the academy. If they'd been outside, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. It was hard to say just how easily the young man who lay unconscious with a trickle of saliva running from his mouth had gotten off. Everyone present was in shock and couldn't believe their eyes. Could Cardan really have lost? After all, he was one of the best among the third-year students. After that, Ronan turned to the rest of the group and ordered the lazy girl, who had demanded a fresh towel, to step forward. Ronan was furious. Even if the towel stank, she should solve her own problems. Did she really think the teacher's assistant was her servant? Ronan said he was going to teach that girl a lesson right then and there, so that this wouldn't happen again, and she wouldn't meddle where she shouldn't. But before the next student beating took place, Adeshan stood in front of Ronan and said she didn't know why he was acting this way, but she wanted to tell him that everything was fine. Ronan asked the teacher's assistant to step aside. He could put up with a lot from these idiots, but not insults. Of course, the young man could have added that he would put up with anything, except for anyone looking down on his commander-in-chief. And now the young man asked Adeshan to step aside, because he wouldn't stop until he'd torn those insolent fools to shreds. However, at that moment, a commanding, loud voice rang out, demanding that they stop, and Ronan felt a powerful force surrounding him. Lady Nabarosa said she wouldn't blame Ronan for what happened during the sparring match. Such things often happen in the training hall arena. But if he continued to cause trouble, she would not let him get away with it this time. The instructor ordered him to drop his sword and step aside, but to his horror, Ronan felt he couldn't move. The young man barely managed to turn his head back and saw a huge snake behind him, its jaws wide open right above him. Ronan realized that this was a venomous and terrifying snake, the enormous and utterly merciless Nabarosa. The woman said that what Ronan was trying to do now could in no way be called a duel. As the person responsible for the class's safety during the lesson, the teacher could not allow this, and demanded that it stop immediately. Ronan wouldn't back down. He said that Ms. Nabarosa couldn't possibly be unaware of how her assistant was being treated, yet she was allowing it to happen. Nabarosa replied that this was a matter solely between her, her assistant, and Ronan, and that he shouldn't meddle in things that weren't his business. She was now giving him a final warning. But Ronan held her gaze and said that even if Professor Nabarosa were a former Holy Sword or anyone else, he would not change his position. The woman lowered her gaze, realizing that this conversation was pointless, and told everyone that in that case she had no choice. The crushing serpent was unleashed against the young man. Its sharp, venomous fangs were ready to strike mercilessly. The young man recalled one of his conversations with Commander-in-Chief Adeshan when he had asked her why she had decided to take part in the war. Moreover, she had stayed until the very end to command the troops, even when many warriors had fled. Adeshan replied that one day Ronan would understand. There is such a thing as destiny in this world, and everyone has their own. Ronan never understood what the Commander-in-Chief had been thinking when she took on an unbearable burden that even men couldn't handle. Adeshan also told the warrior that she was very sorry she hadn't been able to handle it, and she begged him not to forgive her under any circumstances for having placed this burden on him. Ronan would have gladly continued his conversation with the commander, but suddenly he jumped up and realized it had all been just a dream. Looking around, the young man was surprised to see Adeshan sitting next to him. She looked alarmed and had realized he was having a nightmare. Ronan looked around and realized he was in the infirmary. It turned out that Lady Nabarosa had ordered him to be brought here. The swordswoman said she would correct Ronan's behavior through extra lessons once he had recovered. Ronan looked at the girl sitting next to him. He was very embarrassed by such closeness with the commander-in-chief, and he even decided to pretend that he was losing consciousness again. Adeshan asked if Ronan had really gotten so angry because of her, and the young man began to explain that he simply couldn't stand it when other people didn't follow the rules, even though he himself, of course, wasn't exactly a gentleman either. Adeshan realized that the young man was a terrible liar, and after that she asked Ronan not to be angry with Carden and the rest of the guys. Ronan was very upset. How could she not understand? She was doing everything she could to help these insolent boys, and yet they allowed themselves to behave this way. And since they were having such a personal conversation, he wanted to know why Adeshan put up with all of this in the first place. After all, it was actually very strange. Even if the boys were being rude out of youthful foolishness, Instructor Nabarosa had seen it all clearly and hadn't stopped them. Instead of answering, the girl started smiling strangely and said that Ronan had misunderstood everything. The instructor was acting that way because Adeshan had asked her to, and it all sounded like utter nonsense. But Adeshan explained she was taking advantage of privileges she didn't deserve because originally only students who had reached the expert level were allowed to take this course. But Adeshan, despite a year of academic leave, is barely able to control her mana. And that sounded very strange and explained a lot. After all, the commander-in-chief was using an incredibly powerful aura, the kind she would have if she possessed a Manu. Adeshan explained that she had persuaded Instructor Nabarosa not to intervene if anyone treated her badly. The girl didn't want to be a burden to anyone. After all, the instructor had already taken her on as an assistant, bypassing the academy's rules. And if Adeshan now enjoys such a privilege, she naturally had to pay the price for it, especially since it's not at all difficult for her to put up with it. Still, she's very grateful to Ronan, who acted like a true gentleman and stood up for her. Of course, she hoped she had already gotten used to the rudeness and insolence, but today was really tough. Ronan suggested that Adeshan puts up with all this because she wants to become commander-in-chief, and the beautiful woman covered her mouth in fear. Ajakin confirmed that this was true, but she was still too weak to declare it with confidence. But if she were to be completely honest, she'd have to admit that she dreams of becoming the commander-in-chief of the empire. Right now, Adeshan is sure that this sounds very silly, especially coming from someone who hasn't even reached the expert level. But nevertheless, she has no intention of giving up. Maybe it's not obvious yet that she's good at military science and tactics. But Adeshan works as hard as she can every day, and her hands are covered in calluses and blisters, but now she has to go to her next class. The girl said goodbye to Ronan, who thanked her for staying with him in the infirmary. Left alone, the young man couldn't shake the vision from the past, in which the commander had asked him to tell her not to do anything foolish, and to simply become a seamstress. And now, looking at the empty chair where Adeshan had been sitting just a few minutes ago, the young man didn't know how to handle the situation. A few more days of training passed, and finally the long-awaited weekend arrived. The Cappadocian forge was waiting for its customers. Ronan and his friends entered the smithy, but Dedekind wasn't there to greet them, which was strange since they themselves had set the date. Indeed, there was absolutely no one around, but at the same time, a carrier pigeon had flown in the middle of the night and delivered a message from the blacksmith. And now, when the young man had come here to pick up the dwarf's life's masterpiece, no one was there to greet him. Ronan was furious at this treatment. On top of that, everything around him was covered in mud, dust, and trash. His friends didn't know what had been going on with Ronan lately. He'd become a bit too sensitive, perhaps something had happened in class. Ronan finally grew tired of waiting for Werewolf to show up and suggested they go down on their own. And although his friends weren't sure they should do that, Ronan was determined. After all, Dorn had called them here himself, so there was no need to waste time. They'd take the elevator down right now. The young people stepped into the elevator car, and Ronan pressed the right button, just as Dedekind had done last time. Soon the elevator began to descend. The boy hadn't made a mistake, but his friends weren't sure if this was the right thing to do. Perhaps they should have waited to be met. But in the very next moment, the young people realized they wouldn't have lived to see that meeting, because to their horror, they saw the blacksmith's underground city almost completely engulfed in flames. Everyone stared out of the cabin in horror, not understanding what was happening. The ground was littered with the bodies of slain blacksmiths and their assistants. But then a huge stone giant appeared before the young people. It turned out that he was the one who had destroyed the blacksmith's city. A few surviving dwarves tried to hide and escape, but they were pursued by the stone giants, and there were several of them. Ronan didn't understand what was happening or why the giants had attacked the blacksmiths. Esel was certain they couldn't help the blacksmiths because the giants would catch them any moment now. But Ronan wasn't about to waste time thinking. He grabbed the terrified mage under the arm and stepped over the crossbar. Before plunging into the thick of the battle, Ronan ordered Maria to run upstairs and bring the teachers or anyone else she could find. Ronan ordered his friend to activate telekinesis immediately, even before they landed. The unfortunate short blacksmiths realized that their lives were over. They had absolutely nowhere to run, and the enormous stone giants had already caught up with them, especially since the nearest giant had raised both arms, preparing to drive the blacksmiths deep into the ground with his fists, leaving them no chance. But in the next instant, a sharp sword strike split the stone giant in half, though it seemed unreal. The enormous monster fell to the ground, roaring and gasping, right in front of the stunned blacksmiths. Shortly after the giant fell, Ronan appeared before the blacksmiths. The young man said that a lot had been piling up on him in recent days. He was so busy his head was aching, and to make matters worse, the giants had chosen such an inopportune day to attack. The next stone giant swung his massive fist, preparing to smash the human child. But Ronan was too quick. He leaped back instantly and instead used the giant's body as a stepping stool. Leaping from one part of the body to another, Ronan climbed high up and landed another slashing blow. The stone giant's head was severed and rolled across the ground, though the monster's eyes still glowed. The blacksmiths were in shock, but at the same time, hope had already begun to take root in their minds. They recognized the schoolboy who had been visiting Dune and were amazed that such a young man could slay stone giants with a single blow. Meanwhile, Ronan climbed onto the body of the slain giant and asked the blacksmiths to explain what was going on there. The blacksmiths were still terrified and too weak to get up, but they nevertheless told Ronan and his companion what had happened. The dwarves explained that the attack had been completely sudden. The stone giants had burst in and started smashing everything. It seemed as though they had emerged from beneath the ground and set about destroying everything in their path. The blacksmiths were the giants' greatest target. They seized several dwarves, including Doron, and then returned to where they had come from. The brave Dedekind gave chase, but he's actually a rather mediocre fighter. Most likely, the giants will devour the blacksmiths. But there aren't any giants left right here in the smithy. Ronan destroyed the last one. The young man instructed Asel and Maria to search for the wounded among the rubble and begin treating them immediately. Ronan believed that Zeta had more than enough strength to provide first aid to the wounded. Meanwhile, Ronan himself would follow the tracks to search for and rescue the blacksmiths, if anyone was still alive. The thing is, this old dwarf had something to give up. Meanwhile, the blacksmith clutched his sword to his chest and thanked Dedekind, who had wanted to save him. Doron told Werewolf to run away, since with his invisible armor, he had a chance of surviving. But Dedekind told the blacksmith to shut up, saying that he was already having a hard time, and now the old blacksmith was talking right next to him. And if the blacksmith had the energy to whine, why not use the sword that Doron was clutching in his hands? But the dwarf admitted that he couldn't do that because this sword was his monumental creation, and he couldn't sully it with his pitiful fencing skills. Of course, it sounded like the ramblings of a madman, and besides, now was not the most appropriate time for such conversations. Another stone giant prepared to attack once more, and had already raised its enormous stone fists high into the air. The giant struck his victims with all his might, and everything around them shook and was covered in dust. But it turned out the giant couldn't fully lower his arm because Dedekind was holding it back using some unknown force, thereby saving both himself and the blacksmith. However, the situation was very alarming because even the protective spells on the armor couldn't withstand the force and dissipated. The blacksmith thought that if he had known his death would come at that very moment, he would have created only what he wanted, rather than depending on the wishes of his customers. Of course, everyone on the brink of death has such thoughts and wishes they could live their life over again differently, but such a chance comes along extremely rarely. And since Ronan had once been given this chance to live his life over, he now found himself in the right place and made just a few swings with his sword. After that, the young man landed on the ground and praised Dedekind for saving himself and the blacksmith, but now he could go rest. The dwarf and the werewolf couldn't understand how Ronan had managed to reach them, since there were so many giants along the way. But the young man replied that if they were worried about those stone monsters, he'd already taken care of them all while he was rescuing the other blacksmiths. And now the rest of the blacksmiths can safely make their way to the surface. Dedekind wanted to know how that was even possible, but Ronan thought it wasn't the time to chat. Besides, the young man turned to Doron and asked him to give him a sword, because his own weapon was unlikely to withstand another attack. The poor, terrified blacksmith was still in shock and didn't even realize that he was actually clutching the sword he'd forged specifically for Ronan. The blacksmith admitted that he hadn't had time to make the scabbard yet, but the sword itself was already ready. Ronan decided to take advantage of the situation and put his new sword to the test. Just then, another group of stone giants approached the people, and one of the giants reached out his enormous hand to grab them. Ronan braced himself for the attack and in a single motion struck the nearest giant. After that, everyone in the dungeon froze, their mouths and eyes wide with surprise. Ronan himself was also shocked. He hadn't expected to be able to do that at all. The blacksmith was the first to recover. He rushed over to the customer and asked if the young man liked his sword, named La Mancha. That was the name the dwarf had given the weapon. The sword La Mancha was simply magnificent. It was light, you couldn't feel its weight in your hand at all, yet it was very sturdy and could withstand any striking technique. Furthermore, although the blacksmith hadn't added any magical components to the sword, La Mancha could heal itself by absorbing blood. All of this was made possible by the shell from which Sita had once hatched. Ronan praised the blacksmith, who turned out to be much more skilled than he'd imagined, but now was not the time to boast, because there were still many problems to deal with. Dedekind said they needed to get out of there quickly. They were the only people here so they could safely leave the dungeon. Ronan instructed Werewolf to take the blacksmith upstairs, while he himself wanted to check something else. The young man said it was nothing special. He just thought some rats had started breeding here, and he was going to find out right away. The thing is, these rats are quite large, and they need to take immediate action to stop them from spreading. Dedekind couldn't figure out exactly what the young man meant, so he looked around as well. Ronan was very preoccupied. He said he was just worried about something and wanted to get a clearer picture of the situation. The thing is, Ronan knew very well how stone giants behaved. They don't gather in groups and don't attack first. Besides, the young man had never before seen the suspicious tattoos that were inked on all the giants they'd encountered in this dungeon. The dwarf realized that this wasn't a tattoo but a special magical symbol. Unfortunately, the blacksmith didn't know much about such things. But judging by the behavior of the remnants of mana on the giants' necks, it was quite aggressive and treacherous. The blacksmith concluded that the giants had gone berserk because of the tattoos on their heads. It was impossible to imagine who could have done such a thing, but at the same time, Ronan saw the tracks and wanted to find out right away. The young man had no intention of stopping and decided to follow the tracks deeper into the dungeon. At first, he wasn't at all sure of his suspicions, but the deeper Ronan ventured into the dungeon, the more convinced he became, and the more evidence he found. The fact was that among the giants' tracks were human footprints, which meant there were people who controlled the giants. Furthermore, the presence and influence of magical stones could be felt in the dungeon. They had been placed there to serve as guards. Soon Ronan realized that the villains had planned everything very carefully. The young man moved very quickly, without stopping anywhere, and soon he heard people talking ahead of him. With every passing moment, the voices grew clearer, and Ronan wanted to find out who was there. Creeping as close as he could and peeking out from behind a rock, the young man saw a huge giant studded with magical stones, and in front of him several human figures in cloaks and hoods. It was immediately clear that these strangers were the ones behind the entire attack. But it was that massive boulder that drew the most attention. Compared to it, the other giants looked like infants. But it's terrifying to imagine what it will do once it's activated. The woman in the cloak said that an intruder had broken into the dungeon. Judging by the fact that communication with the giants had been cut off, it was his fault. The woman was certain that a third party had interfered with their plan, and it was completely unclear why these imperial servants had reacted so quickly. The man was furious and didn't know what to do. They had lost all the giants, and they still couldn't control this giant. But if the situation had taken such a serious turn, the man was ready to personally kill anyone who stood in his way. However, the woman asked Edvin to forget about it. Most of the workshops had been destroyed, so the Empire's weapons production would come to a halt. Besides, if they were exposed and their existence revealed, that man would not stand idly by. But Edvin believed that Sipila was being overly cautious, and in that case, he had no choice. Cirilla told the man to do as he saw fit. She had made her opinion clear. Ronan had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, and suddenly he caught the scent of sulfur, which grew stronger with every passing minute. Edwin was channeling fiery power into his hand, and the look on his face made him seem like the craziest person on earth. The next moment, his fireball flew at tremendous speed toward Ronan, who was hiding behind the rocks. The two men in cloaks stood waiting for the smoke to clear. They wanted to see the uninvited guest. Soon they saw the academy student and now wanted to know who he was. Although on the other hand, it didn't really matter. After all, if the boy had managed to dodge the attack, that meant he was quite nimble. Edvin decided first and foremost to tie the boy's legs so he couldn't run away quickly. Ronan examined the villain who had managed to conjure so much magic with great interest, and it quickly became clear that these were no ordinary guys. Before attacking again, Edvin asked how the stranger had managed to sneak into this dungeon, since the guards shouldn't have been so easily defeated. But Ronan didn't answer the question. Instead, he said that he was the one expecting answers and wanted to know who they were. Ronan didn't care in the least how passionate their relationship was, but coming here and doing what they'd been doing was wrong. Edvin was very pleased with his opponent's behavior. Now he knew for certain that this boy had to be killed, and under no circumstances should he show any mercy. Cirilla wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, but her companion asked her to let him enjoy the fight, even though there wasn't much time left. After all, the day was coming soon when the Empire would be engulfed by the starlight. Ronan tensed up when he heard those words about the starlight and demanded that the man repeat them. Ronan wanted to know exactly what they meant and what the stranger knew about the starlight. Edvin sensed that the atmosphere in the dungeon had somehow changed, and Ronan was already standing there, sword in hand, saying that the two men in cloaks would now go with him. And all this was because he had many questions he wanted to ask them. Edvin could barely contain his laughter. It was so ridiculous to hear this little boy threatening to capture them. It was clear he'd completely lost his mind. But before the man could gather his magic to attack, Ronan darted past him, and he did it very quickly and quietly. But the severed hand could not go unnoticed by Edwin, whose eyes filled with horror. The man lost his balance and was now lying face down, staring at the severed hand and unable to comprehend what had just happened to him. Cirilla, too, was paralyzed with horror. She realized that her companion hadn't been able to react at all, which meant, but before the woman had a chance to think about what that meant, someone's gripping hand seized her by the throat. And before the woman could choke to death from asphyxiation, Ronan told her she'd better answer his questions honestly. Of course, that would be best if she didn't want to end up like her companion. But before the young man could launch a proper attack on his opponent, she activated her mana shield. Ronan realized that the girl had no intention of giving up so easily. It was immediately clear that the shield was quite strong because Ronan felt pain in his arm, but that didn't stop him from landing several sword strikes. And before Cirilla could answer his question about how he'd pierced her mana shield, the sword pierced her chest. Her hair flew in all directions, and Ronan saw that she wasn't just a girl, but a half-elf. Now the young man was even more eager to find out who she was and what she was up to, but an explosion had already sounded behind him, and powerful magic was rapidly approaching. Ronan was forced to leave the wounded woman behind to fend off the attack. Soon the young man realized that a huge giant, who had been standing idly by until then, had launched an attack against him. Ronan knew for certain that he had chopped off the hand of that scoundrel in the cloak, but it turned out that wasn't enough to subdue him. The fact was that Edvin was now standing at full height. The creature had grown a new arm, and it was impossible to tell what it actually was. Edvin addressed the young man and demanded that he immediately step away from Cirilla and not dare to touch her. Ronan wasn't exactly in a hurry to obey the monster's order. On the contrary, he continued to gently press his foot against the half-elf's chest. Ronan thrust his sword into Cirilla's leg and said that, apparently, his interlocutor still hadn't figured out who was giving the orders here. Ronan repeated once more that both strangers in cloaks were about to meet their end. They would die either way, but they had a choice. Ronan suggested that the man either do what he was told without a word, in which case he might still get off lightly, or the half-elf would lose her hand right now. It would be interesting to see if she could grow a new one. Edwin looked down and said he was ready to obey the young man, and it seemed like an excellent choice on his part. Ronan pulled the sword out of the wounded girl's body, saying that he didn't want any more bloodshed either. The young man lowered his eyes and looked in surprise at the half-elf, who was smiling in a very strange way. He didn't understand what was wrong with her. But at that very moment, the enormous hand of the giant, who had remained motionless until then, reached toward the young man. Ronan reacted instantly and raised his sword to block the blow. But he still didn't understand when the giant had come to life. The shockwave from the giant's attack was too powerful, and the young man was sent flying far to the side, landing with his back against a rock. Edwin wanted to know how the girl was feeling, but Cirilla replied that she was fine and now owed her companion a favor. However, it was clear that if Edwin hadn't distracted the guy with that feint, the situation would have turned out very badly for them. And then Cirilla wouldn't have had time to cast the spell to wake the giant. But all's well that ends well, and now this man would be busy fighting the giant. Cirilla said she'd only managed to activate the giant's arm, but that turned out to be enough to wound the stranger. Edwin told the girl to go straight to the church right away and report what had happened while he finished off this guy. Cirilla advised him to be more careful, since it was a monster in a child's body, but Edwin reassured her, saying he wouldn't be so careless again. Edwin already realized that this guy was far from a child, and if he didn't kill him now, the boy would cause them a great deal of trouble in the future. Edwin was very serious and told himself to watch the boy's every move closely. He repeated this to himself once more, just as his body came to a standstill. Cirilla hadn't yet managed to leave the dungeon, and there before her stood Ronan again, reminding her that he hadn't allowed her to leave. Had she really forgotten that he had many questions he wanted to ask? Cirilla was terrified. She couldn't understand how this guy had managed to survive. She immediately activated her mana shield, but Ronan had no intention of stopping. He repeated once more that he wouldn't let the pair leave the dungeon until he got answers to his questions. However, unexpectedly, the young man felt that his body was completely out of his control, and it was so severe that he couldn't even lift his sword. Cirilla didn't understand how this had happened, how their entire plan had fallen apart, but at the same time, she was certain she had no chance of winning, which meant she had to report everything that had happened at all costs. Ronan was still standing there, unable to move a hand or a foot, and the half-elf looked at him and said he needed to be ready. After all, she would definitely find out everything about him, and after that she would take away everything he held dear, his family, his beloved, and his friends. Cirilla repeated once more that she would destroy all the people who were dear to him. Ronan was on the verge of tears, after all. He just found a lead, and he couldn't let it slip away, or else everything would happen all over again. But all the young man could do now was watch the half-elf walk away and wish she would stop. But just then, Aura, a new acquaintance, appeared in the dungeon, and someone's commanding hand, gripping a sword tightly, gave the order to halt. Cirilla froze in place, unable to move because the stranger also had many questions. Cirilla could literally feel a huge serpent coiling around her and pulling her in. And Nabarosa, seething with rage, wanted to know how this insolent elf dared to lay a hand on her apprentice. The swordswoman said she'd heard about what had happened and wanted to commend Ronan for the excellent work he'd already done. The young man thanked Lady Nabarosa for arriving just in time. The young man admitted that he hadn't expected to run into her here, and the swordswoman realized if Ronan had the strength to talk, it meant he would survive. Now she had to deal with this half-elf, who was under the influence of a serpentine aura. The serpentine aura had paralyzed the girl's body. She had a hunch who exactly had done this to her, but she didn't understand how Nabarosa had ended up right here. Cirilla knew she had to run, but unfortunately she couldn't move, and at that moment the serpentine aura seized her face. Nabarosa declared that the elf had committed many unforgivable deeds, but there was one thing that angered her the most. The fact was that this insignificant creature had wounded Lady Nabarosa's apprentice, the gravest of sins, and now the girl would see what future awaited her. Cirilla took a powerful blow from the serpentine aura and now lay on the ground, completely drained of strength. The teacher praised Ronan once more and said that as soon as she had tended to his wounds, they would immediately report everything to the principal. The future that awaited Cirilla was directly linked to the Rodolan dungeon. The Fortress of Screams, Rodolan, is a prison located in the very heart of the sea. Criminals who had rebelled against the Empire were held there. This prison is notorious for the fact that the local guards will resort to any form of torture to extract information. Ronan was determined to hear the information firsthand and asked the swordswoman to let him join the interrogation. The woman was categorically against it, believing that this was no place for apprentices, but Ronan, looking her straight in the eye, told her that it was very important to him. In the blacksmith's dungeon, everyone was gradually coming to their senses. The rubble was being cleared away, and order was being restored. All the while, Maria and Estelle worked tirelessly, and even Sita was exhausted, because the young people were pulling the wounded from under the rubble and treating them. Estelle was very worried because Ronan should have been back by now. Could something have happened to him? But just at that moment, Ronan appeared in the dungeon, alive and unharmed, and sincerely praised his friends for their excellent work, saying that he already knew how much they had accomplished. Maria ran to get reinforcements. She did everything quickly and efficiently, coordinating the efforts seamlessly. Estelle and Sita rescued many blacksmiths buried under the rubble. But now the young people were all very worried about each other. None of them understood why Ronan looked so battered. Estelle and Sita wanted to tend to their friend right away because he looked pretty battered. But the young man said he'd already been patched up, so there was no need. Everyone could go rest. Especially since the two criminals he and Mrs. Nabarosa had managed to subdue were already being prepared for transport to prison. Several hours passed and it was now the dead of night. Everyone involved in the process had gathered at the convoy's meeting point. A convoy appeared in the sky from the prison island of Rodolan. It was a huge black bird with a driver on its back. The bird landed on the top of a cliff where representatives of the Empire and the criminals were waiting for it. The convoy members wore masks. A man greeted Lady Nabarosa and said that they had received an order from the Empire and had arrived to escort the criminals. The man nodded toward the two bodies lying at their feet and received confirmation that these were indeed the criminals. Nabarosa warned the jailer that the man possessed a strange ability to regenerate and that this should be kept in mind during interrogations. The guard said the interrogator would be very pleased. It had been a long time since they'd come across a subject who was interesting to work with. Soon the guards took away the bodies of the arrested criminals and said it was time for them to leave. They would contact her later, once the interrogation was over. As soon as valuable information is obtained, it will be reported to the sword mistress, who will continue to work for the good of the Empire. After saying their goodbyes, the enormous black bird, carrying the prisoners and guards, flew back to Rodolan prison. Nabarosa said that in about a week, the prisoners would start talking and she would let Ronan know once she received the information from the prison. The instructor hoped that the young man would be satisfied with this arrangement. From that moment on, time flew by very quickly. The restoration of Grand Cappadocia was proceeding with the Empire's support, and everyone wanted to get the forges back up and running as soon as possible. Ronan spent his days training. He returned to the academy and constantly took extra lessons with instructor Nabarosa. And then, a few days later, news came from Rodolan prison. The prison was a house of horrors. Its walls bore witness to countless sufferings and screams. In many cells, torture and interrogations were carried out with particular cruelty, so the screams hardly ever stopped. It was no wonder this prison was called the House of Screams. Suddenly, the interrogator remembered that he was expecting guests, so he was forced to leave his current prisoner. The elderly man stepped outside to greet the guests who had arrived on a special mission. The man introduced himself. He was an investigator assigned to the criminals whom Ronan and Nabarosa had captured. The man's name was Mr. Karaka, and he was ready to escort the guests and share all the information he had gathered on the way to the torture chamber. Ronan looked with interest at this frail old man, who seemed quite pleasant, judging by his appearance alone. One would never guess he was a prison interrogator. Nabirosa smiled upon hearing these words and said that absolutely everyone who meets Mr. Karaka for the first time says the same thing. Don't judge a book by its cover. Soon Ronan would find out for himself why this man was called the worst nightmare. So the old man led the guests through the corridors and said he would outline the key points they'd managed to uncover during the investigation. What they had managed to determine for certain was that this was a couple from the Clavier Nebula, that is the name of their organization. It was something similar to the Calaboro faction, but, according to Mr. Karaki, much more dangerous since the identities of the faction's members are unknown. From the Great Fire at the Granary to the bombing of the Research Institute of Magical Engineering, behind all the most significant incidents of recent years are people from the Clavier Nebula. Ronan listened to the story with interest. In his past life, he had never crossed paths with members of this group. Ronan asked the investigator if either of the two had mentioned the starry radiance. Perhaps they had said something about the arrival of a star, but Mr. Karaka said that was the first he'd heard of it. Ronan explained that while in the dungeon, he had overheard the two men talking before a fight broke out between them. The interrogator was already clutching his mask in his hands. The man realized that he now had a new target, and he was ready to see his work through to the end. Ronan watched in amazement as this kind and sweet old man literally transformed into a different person right before his eyes. As for Mr. Karaka, he hadn't expected to lose face at their very first meeting. He was deeply ashamed that he hadn't achieved the desired result, but now he knew exactly which direction to take the interrogation. Ronan and the swordswoman watched with interest as the interrogator, who was surprised that his client still hadn't realized they needed to tell the whole truth. Ronan glanced into the cell and could hardly believe that these two blood-soaked creatures were the very same villains he'd encountered in the dungeon a week ago. The interrogator explained that Edvin was quite an interesting fellow. He regenerates his body using an unusual form of dark magic. To get close to a creature like that, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. You just have to keep cutting him until he can no longer regenerate. Karak said he put his whole heart into cutting off his limbs, expressing all his sincerity through this act, but it turned out that Edvin is a miser and won't share any information. But now the interrogator and his client have a fairly close relationship, and the guests will see this for themselves shortly. At least that's what he believed until recently, but life unfortunately is full of disappointments. Just think, after everything that had happened between them, Edwin was still hiding something from his friend, the investigator. Karak grabbed the guy by the hair and asked if they really hadn't opened their hearts to each other. But Edvin began pleading and insisting that he had told everything and was hiding absolutely nothing. Then the interrogator asked why he had to learn about the star's arrival from some random stranger. Karaka advised the young man to tell the whole truth, because Lady Cyrilla wouldn't have the strength to recover while he was cutting off parts of her body. Of course, Karake didn't care one bit, but the girl could die at any moment if he continued to work on her. Edvin begged to be killed, while Ronan thought that things here were extremely brutal. Even in the army, he hadn't encountered such cruelty. What was also striking was that this Edvin still had the strength to hide some information. It was completely pointless, especially since their identities had been revealed. Ronan didn't understand what was going on, but then an idea occurred to him. The young man cleared his throat and said that it wasn't that Edwin didn't want to tell them something. It was simply that he couldn't. Ronan explained to his mentor that this was usually done to soldiers on the battlefield if they had been entrusted with any secrets. To prevent important information from leaking to the enemy, they used sealing magic on them. Perhaps something similar had been done to these two, which was why they couldn't reveal certain information. Interrogator Karak was ready to commit seppuku because he had lost face again. He was ashamed that he had missed such an opportunity. The man turned to the guests, apologized to them, and asked them to wait a moment. Burning with shame and feeling completely unprofessional, Karaka said he needed to run somewhere and would be back soon. A few minutes passed and the investigator returned, showing them what he had gone to fetch. In his hands, the man held a little creature called the Cursed Eye, a creature that devoured the curses cast upon a person. When interrogating a criminal who cannot speak, this device is simply indispensable. And now, with renewed energy, the interrogation could continue, and the investigator pressed the cursed eye against Edvon's head. The mysterious creature seemed to be penetrating the young man's mind in order to suck every last bit of the curse out of him. Edvon screamed loudly and writhed with his whole body while the cursed eye worked on his head. Finally, the creature finished its mission, and now the interrogator was ready to ask his question again. He wanted to know what the arrival of the star meant, and Edvon explained that the star was an eternal being, the only blessing that would save the wretched creatures of these lands. They were all merely torches awaiting the arrival of the star, which would descend upon them from the heavens. And the sole desire of the representatives of the Clavier Nebula was to destroy anything that might stand in the way of that day. Cyrilla screamed at the boy to shut up, and the interrogator wanted to know, in a nutshell, what was about to fall from the heavens. And once that cursed eye on Edvon's head had done its work, he was ready to answer that question as well. It turned out that the children of the star would appear from the heavens. Ronan realized they were now talking about Agayut. He stopped the interrogator. He wanted to ask Edvon a question himself, while Edvon was still able to answer anything at all. When speaking of the children of the stars, did Edvon mean Agayut? Edvon repeated the name Agayut and asked how the boy knew that name. Ronan didn't know how to answer. Besides, his interlocutor was looking worse and worse with every passing moment, and it seemed as if he was about to simply explode. The next moment, the interrogator shoved Ronan aside and began to cast a magical blood circle. A powerful explosion rang out instantly in the cell, but fortunately the interrogator managed to raise a shield to protect himself and the young man. Mr. Karaka himself was surprised, saying that he hadn't expected this. That damned eye had sucked the curse right out. But Edvon still exploded. This happens quite often, but curses this powerful are very rare. Mr. Karaka surmised that a double ban had been imposed here. First, no one was allowed to tell anyone about the star's arrival except members of the organization. Second, one was not allowed to mention any words related to it. It was precisely because of the failure to comply with the second rule that Edvon had blown his top. But now investigator Karaka also wanted to know who Agayut was. As far as the investigator understood the situation, that name was classified information of the Clavier Nebula, and he wanted to know how Ronan had obtained that information. He was the one investigating the case, and he needed to know everything related to the star's arrival. The young man began to wriggle out of it. He said he didn't know anything in particular, he just happened to hear the name somewhere. After all, the investigator already knew that Ronan had been the first to stumble upon those people in the blacksmith's dungeon. Ronan had simply overheard their conversation, and at first their words hadn't seemed like anything serious. But now he realized it had been an important clue. That was exactly why Ronan had gotten involved in the investigation, and now he apologized for interfering, and the young man removed Mr. Karaki's hand from his shoulder. The interrogator, of course, was no fool. He didn't believe the information he'd overheard by chance and was certain that this student was holding something back. However, he didn't seem to pose a threat to the Empire, perhaps because of his serious gaze. Because in this young man's eyes burned willpower and determination, or perhaps simply hatred for the arrested men. Nibs was becoming increasingly unpredictable. She grabbed her sword and told the interrogator that he had to stop there. Interrogator Karaka took the liberty of questioning her apprentice right before her eyes. The man immediately backed down. He said he hadn't meant to offend the former holy sword, but had simply wanted to verify the information he'd received. It's always better to double-check and verify things so that no one runs into problems later on. After that, the man apologized to Ronan, asked for forgiveness for his rudeness, and hoped there was no misunderstanding between them. Ronan thought it was a good thing it was all over. If he'd slipped up, Karaka would have started torturing him. Then the young man unfortunately noted that one cursed eye had died. They're harder to catch than most fantastical creatures. Furthermore, according to the interrogator, a cursed eye is a very cute and powerful creature. Mr. Karaka asked Ronan to hold the eye so he could examine it more closely. But then something strange began to happen. The color of the cursed eye changed, which meant it had swallowed a curse, though it wasn't clear exactly which one since Cirilla was quite far away. Karak remembered that in order to raise his mana shield, he had to touch Ronan's shoulder. Apparently, this happened at the very moment Karaka removed the cursed eye from himself. After that, the man placed the creature in Ronan's arms, not giving the boy a chance to resist. Ronan didn't have time to do anything, but then the cursed eye began to change color and shape, which meant it was absorbing the curse. But that wasn't all. Apparently, the curse that had been cast on Ronan proved too much for the poor cursed eye to handle. Karak realized that the curse cast on the boy was too powerful, so the cursed eye couldn't handle it and perished. The interrogator asked the young man not to be afraid and to listen very carefully to what he was about to tell him. Karaka was certain that a curse had been cast on Ronan and that it was very strong and powerful. The investigator wanted to know if the young man felt any limitations in his daily life. An inability to run, for example, or to touch iron, things the young man couldn't do while other people managed them with absolute ease. Znabarosa looked intently at her student, and Ronan realized that it seemed he really did have a problem. Karak said that if the boy didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't press the issue, because there was nothing he could do to help anyway. But he wanted Ronan to know, judging by the power of the curse, whoever cast it hates Ronan with a passion. After that, it was decided to return to the Empire. Investigator Karaka said he would continue working with Cirilla, and as soon as he lifted the ban on her, he would be able to obtain information. Nabirosa asked the interrogator to report to her as soon as he finished and obtained new information. The interrogator could see that the young man was very pensive. Ronan confirmed that this was indeed the case, since he had learned that a curse had been on him his entire life. Mr. Karaka advised the young man not to be discouraged, since he was a student at the Filian Academy. The man knew that a mage worked at this academy who understood curses better than anyone else on the continent. This mage's name is Professor Maya Secret. If anyone can help him, it's her. After that, the coachman soared high into the sky once more to take the prison guests back to the continent. Ronan rubbed his eye the entire way home. It itched non-stop. Even the swordswoman noticed what he was doing, and Ronan said that his eye was itching terribly. It had started the moment the cursed eye had touched him. The young man hoped he was all right, but the swordswoman said it was a sign that the curse was weakening, so there was no need to worry. Ronan wished he could remember who might have cursed him, but he said he had no idea. After all, he'd lived a very quiet and peaceful life up until now, and couldn't imagine who could hate him enough to cast a curse. After that, the young man thanked his mentor for stopping the interrogator. The boy admitted that the interrogator had been looking at him very maliciously, and if it hadn't been for the swordswoman, Karaka would already have been beating a confession out of him for a crime he hadn't committed. Nabarosi was pleased to hear his words of gratitude, but she added that it was simply an instructor's duty. Ronan thought the girl had a wonderful character. The more he observed her, the more he realized what a decent person she was. But at the same time, it was very strange, because in his past life, Ronan had never met Miss Nabiros. Perhaps the Calaveir Nebula or some other, as yet unknown enemies were somehow connected to this. The next day, first thing in the morning, Sherry's magic department held a practical training session in the forest. Near the entrance to the forest was a park with columns marked with magical symbols. Achen greeted Ronan. They hadn't seen each other since that very first day, and if it hadn't been for the instructor's order, they wouldn't have met now either. The girl wanted to know how Ronan was doing, and he remembered that he still hadn't figured out the matter regarding the commander. Ronan still hadn't decided how to handle the situation, whether he should deliver a message from Adi Shan on her behalf. He decided to take some more time to think it over. In the meantime, he needed to act as usual, so he greeted her and asked how she was doing. Adishan explained that after that day, everyone who was afraid of Cardan had stopped getting close to her, and her life at the academy had become easier. But at the same time, she couldn't shake the strange feeling that every time Cardan saw her, he got scared and ran away. On the other hand, Adeshan had to admit that she actually quite liked it. However, they had an important matter to attend to now. The instructor had said that Ronan needed to have the curse lifted. Ronan confirmed that this was true. That was exactly why he had come here to meet with Professor Secret. But it had to be said that this woman had very strange tastes. If she lived in such a secret and strange place, her office was also very unusual. Only students of the School of Magic could find it. So Adeshan asked a friend of hers from the School of Magic to take them to the professor, but it seemed she was running late. Just then, as if out of nowhere, a girl appeared, hugged Adeshin, and said she'd missed her terribly. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes because this friend turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. It was none other than Elizabeth Akalusha, the one who had been telling everyone about wolves and sheep. And it turned out that she was a good friend of Adeshin's and was now supposed to accompany them to the professor of magic. A deacon apologized to Elizabeth for calling her so suddenly, but an urgent matter had simply come up. Elizabeth didn't see a problem with this and was ready to help at any time, but the girl didn't understand why her friend needed Professor Secret. She had to admit that the meeting with the professor had been arranged for Ronan's sake, who was also there, and greeted Elizabeth. It's worth noting that the girl reacted very emotionally. She shouted loudly and wanted to know what Ronan had left behind here. They had to explain everything to her and calm her down a bit, and only then did the whole group head deeper into the forest. It took quite a while before they emerged in the wilderness to find a small cottage that didn't really look like a professor of magic's office. Ronan thought everything there looked very suspicious, and even suspected that Elizabeth wanted to kill him and bury him right there on the spot. But the girl reacted very emotionally again. She shouted that she had no intention of killing Ronan and asked him not to call her Eli. Ronan rarely interacted with girls and wasn't used to their hysterical behavior. Besides, it was strange to see that there was a genuine friendship between Akalusia and the commander-in-chief. Although, come to think of it, the commander-in-chief had once been an Akalusia herself. Ronan would like to know how they met. Well, finally, the young people approached the house and went inside. The room was completely empty. Somewhere deep inside the house, near the bookshelves, an old woman, a dandelion of God, was sitting in a comfortable rocking chair. She must have been the professor of magic. But Adeshin asked the young man not to rush, because they hadn't arrived yet, and the young people stood near the old woman. After that, the girl decided to warn him just in case, before she began her magical spell. No matter what happened, Ronan had to stand still and not move a muscle. And after she promised she would do just that, the girl began to recite the spell and commanded the door to open. For quite some time, nothing happened. Ronan looked at the old woman and didn't understand what had happened, since nothing had actually happened. Suddenly, however, a powerful scream rang out right in front of the young people, shaking the house. Ronan was already ready to run away, but it turned out that this was, in fact, the real entrance to the professor's office. After passing through the magical door, the young people found themselves in a completely different setting. Ronan realized that the old woman sitting in the chair had been nothing more than the entrance. No one would argue that it was a rather strange decision to turn an old woman into the entrance to a hidden room. But at the same time, why not? At that moment, a voice was heard behind the unexpected guests, and the professor said she was pleased to welcome the student sent by Miss Nabarosa, exactly as the swordswoman had said. Without further ado, the professor began to feel her way around the young man, saying that she sensed something very sinister about him. She dilated the young man's pupils as she descended toward him from the ceiling. She was the continent's foremost expert on curses, Maya's secret, and her most striking feature was her age. The woman was well over 83. And although Ronan naturally wanted to discuss the professor's stunning appearance, she suggested they talk about it later, and immediately set about lifting the curse. Ronan felt as if words in incomprehensible gibberish were flying all around him. Secret looked very alarmed. She had never encountered a single person with so many curses. Moreover, most of these curses were similar to ancient prayers, which was very dangerous, and they certainly couldn't be lifted using ordinary methods. Ronan was very upset when he realized the curse couldn't be lifted, but the professor told him not to worry. Of course, Professor Secret was surprised by the nature and number of curses, but she's no slouch when it comes to villains and knows how to fight them. The woman turned to the young man and explained that his curses would now manifest within his soul. Ronan must not resist them. He needs to do only one thing: find the source of these curses and destroy it. Ronan understood what was required of him, but he had no idea exactly how to go about it. However, the professor was certain that the young man would understand this instinctively as soon as he encountered them, and after that he would return safely. And now it seemed to Ronan as if he were falling somewhere far away, while his entire life remained in view. Soon the darkness began to lighten, and the young man realized that he had entered his inner world, created from his curses. Ronan looked around. He saw a forest, and nearby a familiar little house, and it was his own childhood home. Could the source of the curses really be in this house, and how could that even be possible? Just then, a little girl ran past the young man. Judging by her voice, it was Irel's older sister, and she was telling her mom that she was back. The girl peered into the crib. She didn't understand why her little brother was sleeping all the time. Could he be sick? However, Mom reassured Irel, saying that all children always sleep a lot while they're growing up, and that even Irel used to be that way. Mom asked if the girl would take care of her little brother if he ever got sick, and the little girl was ready to punch anyone who hurt her little brother. Ronan walked into the house and realized that this was his home from the time he was just born. It turned out that this smiling, cute little boy whom everyone loved was none other than himself. Of course, it was strange to see himself as a little boy, and anyone in Ronan's place would have been surprised. But the young man decided not to waste time on these thoughts. He wanted to know why he had ended up in his past. Ronan had no memory of his childhood at all, and just then the front door swung open, and a sinister figure appeared. Ronan didn't know who this person was, but he felt paralyzed. A terrifying energy emanated from him. Iril and his mother weren't afraid of this man. On the contrary, they were glad to see him, and the woman noted that he had come home early today. Mom assumed the man wanted to see the baby, so she immediately took him over, saying that the baby looked a lot like the man. But in the very next moment, this man cast some kind of curse on the mother. She couldn't understand what dangerous meant. The woman didn't have time to get an answer to her question. She simply fell to the floor as if she had lost consciousness. The frightened girl stared at her mother lying on the floor. She wanted to know why her mom had suddenly, but Iril didn't get to finish her sentence, because the stranger had also cast a spell on the girl. To his horror, Ronan was completely powerless to do anything. He could only watch what was happening, and at that moment, the man approached the crib. Words of curses swirled around his hands, now enveloping Ronan. But the boy could do nothing, still immobilized by some incomprehensible magic. The woman felt a tremor in her hands. She had been preparing for this for a long time, but even so, she hadn't fully exhausted her mana. The professor acknowledged that an incredible curse had been cast on Ronan, which was why the process was taking so long and proving so difficult. Elizabeth wanted to know how many curses the young man was under in total, and the professor replied, if one disregarded the complexity of the procedure and looked only at the number, there were about 10. The girl was horrified to hear this answer, unable to imagine how he could possibly live with all of this. Besides, the professor must have been under a great deal of strain right now, since she was lifting all 10 curses. But the professor replied that it wasn't about the number of curses she was currently dealing with, but rather what exactly she had to work on right now. All of this was still just one curse. So after completely immobilizing the woman and the girl, the man approached the child's crib and did what he had come here to do. After that, he turned around and, stepping over the women lying on the floor, headed for the exit. Some time passed, and finally Ronan felt sensation return to his body and realized he could move. The first thing the young man did was run to his sister and mother, but he soon realized that, fortunately, they were simply asleep. Ronan had a terrible headache, but what troubled him most was the horrific situation itself. It turned out that he had been cursed in his own home, but he had to calm down, because once he had regained his composure, Ronan had only one task to fulfill: to kill that unknown villain. Ronan didn't linger in the house for a single moment and ran as fast as he could after the stranger. But as soon as the young man ran out of the house, he saw the same black silhouette in front of him and realized that it had been waiting for Ronan. Ronan approached the stranger. He was very angry, but he understood that the man most likely had some business with him. Ronan was furious. He grabbed his sword because this villain had dared to harm his family right before his eyes. The young man lunged at the stranger once more, who wielded black magic and a curse. Ronan struck at the dark silhouette. He knew he had to destroy the source of the curse. But suddenly he felt the stranger attacking him in turn. And now the two energies clashed, illuminating everything around them with a bright explosion. Ronan sensed that something strange was happening to his sword. It must be under a curse, which was why he was losing and couldn't do anything. Ronan saw a silhouette approaching him, holding a sword enveloped in black magic. That's how they met. The encounter went quite well. Ronan was struck in the chest, and the young man hadn't felt such terror in a long time. Pain pierced his entire body, blood spurted from his throat, and he felt as though he could barely breathe. Ronan tried to get to his feet, leaning on his sword, but the young man's physical condition was simply dreadful, while his opponent stood safe and sound to the side. Ronan couldn't believe what was happening, but he could already see that his sword wasn't even touching his opponent. The young man knew he had to get up. He couldn't let it end like this. He needed to gather his strength to lift the curse from himself. Ronan also wanted to ask a huge number of questions. Finally, the young man managed to get more or less back on his feet and shouted that he wasn't finished yet. He wanted to know why this man had treated his mother and sister that way. They'd shown him such warmth, and it was clear they'd known him for a long time. Ronan remembered and was certain that his sister was looking at him with exactly the same expression. And now one could think whatever one wanted, but it turned out that the man who had cast the curse was none other than him. There was no longer any doubt about it. So, Ronan wanted to know why he had done that. However, the only response was complete silence. The stranger said nothing and offered no explanation for why he'd treated his mother and sister that way and then cast a curse on Ronan. But even now, when everything had become clear, this man had no intention of explaining his actions. It was unclear where Ronan had found the strength or what exactly he had channeled into his attack, but the stranger's head had been severed. Ronan leaned over the severed head and said that if it didn't want to say anything, then it didn't have to. He would figure it all out on his own, but now he simply commands that this curse leave his body once and for all. Ronan opened his eyes. The space around him was shimmering, and he himself was pale and bluish, covered in cold sweat. The young man managed to sit up and heard the professor's voice. The woman wanted to know how he was feeling. Ronan didn't have time to answer. He stared in surprise at Miss Secret and seemed unable to believe his eyes. The fact was that standing before him now was not a pretty young woman, but an 80-year-old lady, Professor Secret. She was very pleased that the young man had recognized her. Ronan didn't understand why the professor suddenly looked her biological age. Perhaps it was because she had helped him lift the curse. The professor told him not to worry. It had nothing to do with him. But now Ronan needed to think about whether he felt any changes within himself. Ronan was still in a state of shock. He said that he'd realized right away at first glance that the professor was simply an extraordinary person. But now the young man could see just how incredible the professor truly was. Waves of magic and power were literally radiating from her. After that, they both sat down at the table to have some tea and discuss everything that had happened to Ronan in his inner world. Who would have thought that the curse was hidden in old memories that the young man himself didn't even remember? The professor also wanted to write down all the details, and it turned out that the person who had cast the curse on Ronan looked just like his father. That might have been true, and although Ronan hadn't seen his face, he'd drawn those conclusions based on how his mom and sister had spoken about that man. But to be perfectly honest, when that man touched Ronan's family, the young man felt something, and now he could say that it was some unfamiliar feeling he hadn't been able to identify on his own, but now he realized it was an unfamiliar sadness. And thanks to that sadness, Ronan became so enraged that he found the strength to get up and destroy his opponent. But now, as Ronan replayed everything in his mind, it seemed to him that the man who had cursed him had felt the same thing. The professor of magic noted an interesting fact. The boy had absolutely no memories of his family. Moreover, Ronan pointed out that neither he nor his sister had ever given it any thought. It seemed as though these memories had been completely erased, not only from Ronan's mind but from his sister's as well. The professor sipped her tea and reflected on the fact that the curse had sealed away not only Ronan's ability to perceive mana, but also his very sense of self. It seemed that the father had placed a very serious curse on his son. Furthermore, he erased the boy's memory so that he would never remember his family. And it is precisely because of this that some of the man's memories were transferred to the boy, and he believes they have always belonged to him. Sometimes magical spells involving memories have this effect, which is why the father's memories might have been reflected in the imagination of his cursed son. The fact that Ronan was eventually able to use his mana even before he broke the curse suggests that, for a time, Ronan had begun to perceive mana. This could have been a reaction to the restoration of his lost memories. It was precisely because of this that Ronan successfully carried out his attack. The young man stared at his hands, trying to understand what these shimmering, multicolored streams were that were radiating in different directions. Ronan had never encountered anything like this before, and now surmised that this was most likely mana. The professor confirmed his guess and said that for now, he could only see mana, but eventually he would learn to manipulate it with ease, just as the other students did. But first, of course, he needed to get rid of 2 more of the 9 curses currently placed on him. Of course, this would take some time, because no one knew where the curses cast on Ronan had come from. They were all undeniably very powerful. The professor of magic finished taking notes and decisively snapped her notebook shut. When she was ready, she promised to send Ronan a message. In the meantime, he could go and get back to his student life. Because in fact, it was already noon and Ronan was very surprised, since it seemed to him that only a few minutes had passed. Maya's secret had grown younger again and was looking at the young man with a sweet smile. Ronan assumed that the professor's appearance depended on the time of day. But the woman replied that her body was exactly the same as everyone else's. She just had a few peculiarities. The professor turned to the young man and said that, of course, Ronan was now confused because he had learned an unpleasant truth, so he needed to take care of his state of mind. The fact is, the future is too precious for anyone to burden their present with the past. Ronan agreed wholeheartedly with this idea. He stood up to thank the professor of magic for everything she had done for him today. Meanwhile, on the other side, near the enormous giant, things were also getting restless. The man looked with interest at the enormous giant, who turned out to be even bigger than he had imagined. It was surprising that the student had managed to stop him on his own without the help of instructor Nabarosa. Just then, a subordinate named Dolan approached the man. He had been unable to find his boss for quite some time. He reported that the restoration of the territory was proceeding without any problems, and that the city of blacksmiths would be fully restored in a week. In addition, on Mr. Dolan's orders, his men had conducted an investigation into those villains, but were unable to find any additional information. However, it turns out that there is a student living at the academy who was in the blacksmith's dungeon at the time of the incident. The head of the Duchy of Grancia, Joseph Sinivan de Grancia, expressed a desire to meet with this student in person. The Duke was deeply impressed by what he saw. He continued to gaze curiously at the gigantic stone giant. Dolan was the first to sense that something was wrong. Without taking his eyes off the giant, the young man asked the Duke to step aside, and at that very moment, the monster's enormous fist shot high into the air. It was a swift movement that could not be stopped. And now that enormous hand hovered over the Duke and his aide, ready to come crashing down and crush them. They had to react in a flash, and Dolan was the first to spot the danger. However, the Duke remained completely calm. He told his aide that there was no need to summon other knights, and that he had no intention of leaving. The Duke drew his sword and glanced at the stone giant, saying that he was tired of waiting for these creatures to finally appear so he could destroy them once and for all. The Duke's attack was swift, and now the giant stone colossus stood frozen in place, growling instead of smashing everything around him. The sword's next strokes crisscrossed the giant's chest as he let out a loud, hoarse scream that echoed throughout the dungeon, his demonic eyes fixed on some distant point. Dolan watched in amazement as his master handled the situation with virtually no effort. He sliced through the giant monster as if it were an ordinary training dummy. After that, the Duke sheathed his sword and ordered Dolan to leave the dungeon. There was nothing more for them to do there. The men left the blacksmith's underground city, while behind them the giant stone monster continued to crumble into tiny pieces. The Duke was deep in thought. He had decided that the time had come to meet the young hero of the Filian Academy in person. The next morning, a knock sounded at the door of Navarro's dorm room, much to the residents' dismay. Ronan opened the door, wondering what kind of madman had come to see him so early in the morning and was banging on it as if there were a fire. Ronan immediately realized that this man was not an academy employee, and was surprised that the stranger had been allowed onto the school grounds. Dolan was outraged by the student's audacity, who had assumed that the man standing before him was a gatekeeper from some noble family, judging by his uniform. But in reality, Ronan was carefully studying the stranger because he could sense his mana very clearly. And these sensations suggested that he needed to keep a close eye on the stranger because his mana was rather dark. Furthermore, the stranger's mana was mixed with some other kind of mana, also dark, but at the same time quite familiar. The next moment, a man appeared behind Dolan and said that it was their fault, since they had indeed come uninvited, so there was no need to be rude to the young man. Dolan tried to explain to the Duke that he was about to teach this insolent fellow a lesson, and that's when Ronan realized exactly who had come to visit him. In fact, it was the man known as the Duke of the Empire, and he was now apologizing to Sir Ronan for the words and actions of his escorting knight. After the apology was accepted, the Duke asked if Ronan didn't mind for a moment of his time. The wonders continued, and now the young man was examining the items in the chest with interest. It was the scabbard for the sword of La Mancha, which the blacksmiths had finished just the day before, and the Duke had personally brought the scabbard to Ronan so that, taking advantage of the situation, he could get to know him. The Duke said he was merely fulfilling a request from the blacksmiths, which was why he had agreed to deliver the scabbard. To be perfectly precise, it was the blacksmith Doron who had personally asked the Duke for this favor. In addition, the Duke wanted to personally thank the young man for everything he had done to save the blacksmiths and for his selflessness. The Duke explained that his family, the Granzias, and the underground city of Grand Cappadocia share a particularly warm, kind, and friendly relationship built on mutually beneficial cooperation. The Duke explained that his favorite sword, called the Pale Lord, was also once crafted by Master Doron. Therefore, it is only natural that the Duke wishes to personally congratulate the hero and benefactor who saved Grand Cappadocia. In addition, the Duke reached into the inner pocket of his doublet and pulled out a special gift that he had personally prepared for Ronan. The man held out his hand, in which lay a token of Grancia bearing the family head seal. Ronan, of course, accepted this priceless gift, but the young man understood that it was a valuable item. The Duke explained that, to preserve the honor of the Grancia family, he was obliged to treat benefactors in this manner. He added that gifts had already been delivered to the two students who had also rescued the blacksmiths. When the pleasantries were over, the Duke turned to the young man and asked him to recount everything Ronan knew about the incident that had occurred in the dungeon. The man said that he was very interested in the subject and that he was also concerned about these reckless people who had attacked the blacksmiths. Ronan had sensed the powerful energy and flow of mana emanating from the Duke, and now understood the true purpose of his visit. The head of the Grancia family wanted to find out everything he could about the villains who had carried out the attack. Ronan didn't know what information the Duke already had, but he was certain and said that the enemy had been very fast and that he'd had to expend a great deal of strength and energy to land a blow. Ronan continued to recount the incident, but he sensed an unfamiliar mana that was gradually enveloping him. Ronan realized that the Duke's guard, despite not moving at all, was reacting very clearly to the entire conversation. Come to think of it, he could now identify that sensation. It resembled the repulsive feeling Ronan had experienced when encountering members of the Clavier Nebula. It turned out that this man was connected to the villains Edvin and Cyril. The Duke noticed that the young man had at first been telling him about the incident very animatedly, but then suddenly fell silent. The man wanted to know what had happened. Ronan realized that the Duke's subordinate was emitting something around his master, yet the Duke himself felt nothing. Everyone knows that Duke Grancia is one of the strongest people on Earth. So why couldn't he sense the influence? And then at last, Ronan realized that he was the only one who could see this mysterious mana. And the young man asked the Duke if he had sensed the appearance of the star. The young man did this entirely on purpose. He wanted to bait Dolan, and sure enough, the guard reacted instantly to the mention of the Children of the Stars. The Duke was very alarmed. He said he couldn't believe there was an organization supporting the Children of the Stars called the Clavier Nebula. The man was surprised that the young man had managed to uncover all this information on his own. Ronan said that was indeed the case. Before Ms. Nabarosa arrived, he had to work a little to get Edwin to confess everything. Ronan really went all out, making up a story specifically for Dolan. He said that Edwin had been sobbing and begging for his life. The young man was about to reveal the rest of the details, but the Duke stopped him, saying that the rest could be confirmed by an official document. Otherwise, if he heard any more, he would lose his appetite entirely. Ronan didn't press the issue and agreed not to bring up the subject again, because he could see there was no longer any need to do so. His provocation had succeeded, and Dolan had just lost control of himself and was now perfectly visible to Ronan. The Duke was about to leave, believing his visit to be over, while Ronan could not believe that a representative of the Clavier Nebula had infiltrated the Grancia family, and that urgent intervention might now be required. As he saw the guests off, Ronan said there was something else the Duke absolutely needed to know about these people. The young man added that it was a long story, and he understood that he couldn't just distract a very busy person like the Duke. So he promised to take care of everything that very day, write a detailed letter, and send it over. The young man was certain it would be very interesting. The most interesting and remarkable part of this story would concern Agayut. The bait wasn't just cast, it was instantly swallowed by Dolan. That same night, the dormitory at Filion Academy was completely silent. All the students were sleeping like angels after a hard day of classes. Ronan, too, was lying in his bed, fast asleep. Apparently, He was dreaming of something very pleasant and alluring. A powerful blow struck the bed where the sleeping young man lay, and everything around him was illuminated by a flash of furious light. However, when the smoke and dust settled and the rumbling ceased, Dolan was disappointed to see that the bed was empty. Soon he heard a voice behind him say that he'd figured Dolan would show up at his place tonight. Ronan was up near the ceiling of his room. He said he was very pleased to meet rat number 3. Dolan immediately wanted to fight the insolent student, not understanding how he had managed to dodge the blow, but Ronan asked him not to rush and to look toward the other side of his room. The fact was that sitting there in an armchair, seething with hatred and anger, was none other than the young Mr. Shulipen Grancia himself. He was demanding an explanation from his family's nearest bodyguard and wanted to know how to make sense of the situation. A few hours before this tragic nighttime encounter, there was a knock on the door of one of the rooms in the academy dormitory. Shulipen opened the door and, to his surprise, saw Ronan standing in the doorway of his room. The two young men weren't on good terms, so the unexpected visit came as a great surprise. Ronan explained the situation, and Shulipen couldn't believe what he was hearing, that Sir Dolan would come that very night to kill Ronan. He thought it was utter nonsense because Dolan was one of Grancia's most talented and loyal knights. He had been on his father's personal guard and had served the family for 4 years. And now Ronan had come and claimed that Dolan was a traitor. But Ronan was absolutely certain of his words and conclusions. He said that the situation had changed drastically. He wasn't going to waste time on proof right now, but simply asked Shulipen to come to his room that night and see for himself. In any case, Shulipen has nothing to lose, but if Ronan's words turn out to be true, he'll see it with his own eyes. Ronan also warned him right away that he would have to get rid of the rat and that he would destroy Dolan. The young Duke Shulipen turned to the guard once more and demanded an explanation. Ronan found it amusing to watch this unfold. Did the naive Duke really think that if he questioned Dolan, the latter would immediately confess to everything? But Dolan, of course, had no intention of confessing and certainly saw no problem with the two schoolboys. He stamped his foot, and dark mana spread throughout the room, enveloping the space and the young men. Ronan felt his body grow heavy, and even simple movements now required tremendous effort. Dolan took advantage of the situation and lunged at his opponent while he was still immobilized by the aura. Shulipen still couldn't accept the fact that Dolan had turned out to be a traitor. The young man lunged at Dolan, but his attack proved completely futile. Dolan was very pleased that the young gentleman still couldn't control the radius of his aura, and therefore couldn't use his insane technique. Shulipen finally realized that Dolan was not at all the person he had pretended to be all these years. But despite all this, Dolan, though he respected the young gentleman, was now about to destroy him, because nothing and no one could stand in his way. Dolan was deeply sorry. He didn't want their relationship to end this way, but the fact was that that wretched little brat Ronan had ruined everything. Shulipen said that the skills Dolan was now using were very different from what was known about him. And now the young man wanted to know how long he had been hiding his abilities and why he had betrayed their family. Dolan replied that the word betrayal was incorrect, because he had never been a knight of Grancia to begin with. All these years, Dolan had been pursuing a single goal, and now nothing could stop him on that path. The family's former bodyguard was about to attack the young duke again, who was practically paralyzed by Dolan's aura. But at that moment, Shulipen said that he was now fully convinced and that Ronan could do whatever he wanted. Dolan was very surprised when Ronan appeared right in front of him. He couldn't understand how the young man had managed to break free from the influence of his aura. Ronan paid no attention to the traitor. He agreed that the situation must be upsetting to Shulipen, who had gone to great lengths to verify the events for himself. The young Duke of Grancia was very upset. He said that this was a serious matter for the entire family, which now faces major problems. After tonight, there won't be any peace in Grancia for a while, because it will be swept by a bloody wind. Shulipen was furious, and we remember that this young man had a volatile temper. He pushed Ronan aside so he could punish the traitor himself. Dolan was once again very surprised when he saw the young gentleman's face right in front of him. Despite his aura being completely drained, this guy is still using mana. It turned out that Shulipen was, after all, a very skilled swordsman. He attacked Dolan, who had to defend himself vigorously. Dolan realized that the young man had also been hiding his strength since they had lived under the same roof for so many years. And yet Dolan realized that the young duke hadn't been hiding his strength. There was simply no reason to. The fact was that Shulipen had grown in skill in a very short period of time. But then Ronan stepped in between the opponents and said that Sir Grancia could rest and that he would now deal with the traitor. Ronan took advantage of the fact that Dolan had been distracted and lost in thought, and now the young man used his strength to attack. Ronan landed blow after blow and was astonished at just how strong and incredible his opponent was. He was just as much of a monster as those two from the dungeon. Dolan launched a counterattack, sending Ronan flying to the far end of the room, but this caused a great deal of noise, and he feared the professor might appear at any moment. So the man decided it was time to hide and retreat. He was furious because some damn kid had caused a huge amount of trouble and problems. Dolan realized it had been a big mistake to think he could defeat them all on his own. He needed to hide first and only then find a way to get rid of anyone who might interfere with his mission. But then Dolan heard the young gentleman's voice. Shulipen attacked his family's guard, saying that the guard was, in fact, absolutely right. He shouldn't have counted on being able to handle everyone on his own. Of course, the young gentleman wasn't mature enough yet, unlike his father. That's why he couldn't properly wield the Sword of the Storm. But something similar was already within Shulipen's reach, and it was very foolish of Dolan to run away. Shulipen said that no one else would fall for Dolan's deception, and there was only one course of action. The traitor must be punished. The young Duke of Grancia drew upon his family's fencing skills and activated the Sword of the Storm. Dolan knew he wouldn't be able to withstand this move, but now he was surprised that the young Duke had already mastered this technique. Shulipen sheathed his sword and said that starting today, no one in the Grancia family would ever mention Dolan again. It no longer mattered. Fortunately for the entire family and for the Empire, Dolan was not a member of the Grancia family, but merely worked for them. Ronan was thoroughly impressed by the spectacle the young Duke had put on. It was immediately clear that Shulipen was extremely angry. Ronan wasn't sure if they'd be able to put Dolan in prison. Looking at what was left of the unfortunate guard, it seemed doubtful. But Shulipen asked him not to worry too much, because he had merely severed Dolan's tendon, so the guy definitely wouldn't die, at least in theory. But Shulipen was very glad that Ronan was there. Now the young Duke needed to report this situation to the family immediately, and do so as soon as possible. Dolan might not be the only traitor, and now the entire Grancia family must make every effort to identify all the traitors. Shulipen said he was leaving the rest to Ronan, and he himself rushed off to return to his family's castle as quickly as possible. Ronan was very upset. Shulipen had trashed his entire bedroom, and now he was simply leaving the young man to deal with everything that was happening on his own. Ronan continued to shout curses after the fleeing Duke, but then someone appeared behind him. He asked what had happened here and whether it could have been a storm or some kind of mysterious attack. Ronan turned around and saw the academy director behind him. The man looked very alarmed. Also present was Instructor Nabarosa. The woman had jumped out of bed, and now everyone could see her cute pajamas. Ronan paid a few compliments on her pajamas with the snake print, but the instructor didn't want to hear it and demanded an explanation. The academy professor also said that the instructor's pajamas weren't important right now, even though they were indeed very interesting, but that the young man had better explain what had happened. Everyone was very glad that Ronan wasn't hurt, and they waited for the young man to explain and describe the incident. Ronan was ready to carry out the professor's request immediately, but first he turned to the man and asked him to repeat some rather strange words. The professor and the instructor were supposed to say that the Agayots were vile villains. It became clear to everyone that without this step, they wouldn't get anywhere. And so the professor, along with the instructor Nabarosa, repeated these words so that Ronan could sense their aura and make sure they weren't traitors. After that, everyone went to the academy director's office, and the professor was very upset when he learned that there was a spy in the Grancia family. The situation was more serious than he had thought. The professor thanked Ronan once again for his excellent response, and everyone managed to avoid a huge number of problems. For now, Ronan decided to keep it a secret that he had learned to see a special kind of mana. In fact, the young man couldn't be sure of that, so he decided to test it in other situations as well. The thing is, if a leak were to occur, not only Ronan himself but also everyone around him, his loved ones and friends, would be in danger. The professor explained that a full-scale investigation would be conducted within the Grancia family, so there was no need to worry about it. Furthermore, the Empire once again found itself indebted to first-year student Ronan after that incident in the blacksmith's village. As the Academy's director, The professor also wanted to thank his student and now asked Ronan what he wanted and needed. Ronan was very pleased to receive such an offer. The young man said he would like to do something within the academy, and he hoped the professor would allow him to do so. The very next day, special announcements were posted in Fillion Square. Ronan personally campaigned among students who were tired of club activities limited to the academy. If that's the case, he has good news for those students. Ronan announced recruitment for a special adventure club. Your major didn't matter at all. You just had to pass a short interview. Everyone was curious about what this special adventure club was, and the young man explained that it was a constructive club designed to develop personal talents that would benefit the Empire through practical activities. This is the only club that will operate with the Academy Director's permission and will be active outside the Academy grounds. This was truly a novelty, and anyone wishing to join could come to the first arena at the specified time for an interview. Ronan finished his pitch for his club and thanked everyone for their attention, and a girl watched this speech from a distance. She watched with great interest and couldn't believe her eyes. Could this really be what she thought it was? A few days had passed since the announcement of the club's founding, and there sat Ronan in the arena. He was very upset because the young man had put on a real show in the square to attract new talent. But the same people showed up for the interview. A deacon, Maria, so why didn't the others come? It turned out, however, that a major mistake had been made. The thing is, Ronan was literally tormenting the kids. He beat people up under the pretext of testing their skills, and he also told suspicious things to those who didn't know if he was willing to risk his own life. A cell said that rumors had spread throughout the academy that you needed 10 lives to join this club. Ronan was very disappointed and thought everyone around him was a total coward. After all, he'd only given them a slight taste of what lay ahead for them all. But on the other hand, he decided not to let it get him down, since he was only looking for promising individuals, and it seemed this was exactly the kind of guy he'd found. Ronan hoped the young man was feeling better, but he insisted on a sparring match, even though Ronan had warned that Brahm's abilities were beyond question. In any case, it was clear that Brahm had passed the test and been accepted into the club. The fact that the club would be very demanding didn't scare the young man because he wanted to become even stronger and hoped to achieve that with the club's help. Ronan told the guys that they could go their separate ways for the day, since everyone needed to rest before they got down to serious business. Ronan himself said he'd stay here a while longer and wait. Maybe someone else would show up, and that someone would be a real talent. However, it grew late into the night, and no one else showed up. Only Adeshin had kept Ronan company the whole time. Ronan was very grateful to the girl since she was already working as an assistant, a job that took up a lot of her time, yet she still came to help him. The girl admitted that if it weren't for her job as an assistant, she would definitely have joined the club, but Ronan didn't tell her that he would never have accepted her under any circumstances. Ronan looked at the girl and realized that he would soon have to make a decision whether or not to make her give up her dream of becoming a general, but he still had time to think this important decision over. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. The man felt relieved that Ronan was still there. Ronan immediately smiled at the stranger and asked if he had come for an interview, if he wanted to join the club. The stranger in the cloak and hood asked if he joined the club, he would then be able to, but the man's voice was too quiet, so Ronan asked him to speak up. The stranger took off his hood and asked if he joined the club, he would be able to touch him. Ronan didn't understand what he was talking about, but it turned out that the stranger wanted to touch the little creature sitting on the young man's shoulder. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief and said that the stranger should have expressed himself more clearly, but Sita was always with him, so if he joined the club, he could touch her whenever he wanted. In response, the young man heard silence, and now he wanted to find out what kind of strange girl had appeared before him and why she was acting so oddly. Besides, Ronan couldn't believe his senses. He hadn't sensed the girl at all until she was right up close. She was definitely an unusual student and not nearly as simple as she seemed. The stranger asked what she needed to do to pass the interview, and it turned out she had to demonstrate her technique on a magical mannequin. First, the girl introduced herself. She was Ophelia DeKnight from the Faculty of Magic. After that, Ophelia moved on to the practical task. She activated her magic and directed it at the mannequin. Ronan and Adeshin watched in amazement as the student used dark magic with remarkable skill. Ajikin was thoroughly impressed by how easily Ophelia controlled the dark mana. Something else caught Ronan's attention. It was hard to see, but he noticed that the blood-red energy the girl was emitting was the center of the mana. And now Ophelia was using a shadow claw to battle the magical mannequin. Thus, without moving from her spot or doing anything noticeable, the girl completed the task. Looking at the completely destroyed magical mannequin, Ronan announced that there was no need for a duel and that Ophelia had been admitted to the club. Ronan addressed the girl through telepathic magic, and she asked him without saying a word not to reveal her secret because if others found out, it would be bad. Ronan mentally conveyed to her that he wanted to ask her something, and Ophelia agreed to talk to him later and explain everything. Once they were alone, Ophelia finally had Sita entirely at her disposal and now examined the creature with interest. She was curious to find out that this was a baby dream bird. Sita was a very cute and charming little creature. This fantastical creature is born from absorbed mana. It's very rare and intriguing, but Ronan was certain that people like Ophelia had long since left the Empire. The thing is, Ophelia was a vampire. She explained that not everyone had left, and only a very few of her kind remained in the Empire. But they don't want any trouble, so they're in hiding. Ronan didn't understand why Ophelia had come to his famous club then. It turned out that it was all because of Sita's aura, which was something incredible to Ophelia. When she first saw Sita in the square, Ophelia sensed the energy of blood magic, which was the innate magic of her kind. Ronan also wanted to figure out exactly how Sita used vampire abilities, because the first thing she did after being born was to drink blood. Ophelia was very surprised to hear that Sita had used vampire magic immediately after birth. Now the girl looked anxiously at the tiny creature sitting in her arms and wanted to know exactly when Sita had been born, 3 or 5 years ago it seemed. But Ronan replied that this was not the case at all. Sita was still a child and only about 2 months old. But despite her very young age, Sita exuded a very dense, blood-red mana. And upon hearing this, Ophelia decided to make one more request. She asked Ronan and Sita for a favor, and the young man immediately tensed up, not understanding what else a vampire could possibly want from him. Ophelia Denite said that at first she had simply wanted to take a closer look at this creature, but now she was ready to help Ronan with anything if he granted her request. Of course, she would need to do some research first, but after that she promised, but Ronan was already completely absorbed in the topic of the research and asked Ophelia about it with great interest. The next day, the Nest, the part of the academy where various clubs were located, was very noisy. That was where the Special Adventure Club was located, and its members had gathered nearby. They were admiring the new building the club had received. Ronan greeted his fellow club members and noted that everyone had changed quite a bit recently. Maria showed off her beautiful, powerful sword which she had received from the Grancia family for helping to rescue the blacksmiths. She had traded her dual swords for a two-handed sword because one had been crafted specifically to match her strength, and she decided to give it a try. Assel explained that he had been given a magical bracelet. It was crafted according to the traditions of the magical city of Delpium. Since the bracelet allowed for better mana control, Assel felt that his speed and strength had doubled. Everyone was surprised that Ronan had asked them to come here with their real weapons, and the young man said he would explain everything to them, but that this was a very important conversation. When all the club members had taken their seats at the table, Ronan said he would tell them why he had decided to start this club. The main goal of this club is to develop their talents as quickly as possible through practical experience. Of course, the young man didn't tell his friends that they were preparing for the start of a war. Ronan pointed to a spot on the map and said that this was the first place they would go, a mountain range that the Empire didn't know about yet. It's called Mount Vadian, and the boys weren't very happy when they heard about this mission. Ronan confirmed that places like this are quite unusual, so it would be a new experience for everyone present. Ronan added that he still had business there, but that wasn't important for now. First, they needed to resolve the group's problems. The young people tried to figure out exactly what their problems were, but Ronan said that didn't matter right now, because first and foremost they had to fight him. Assel and Maria looked alarmed. They eyed their friend warily, trying to figure out what problem they were about to tackle. Ronan didn't give a direct answer but asked if the kids wanted to finish their studies early. This shouldn't come as much of a surprise because once they head into the mountains, it will take at least a week. But Maria and Assel are still in school. The principal cannot grant them special permission to skip classes, and this could complicate the club's activities. To avoid this, Assel and Maria must finish their studies early, just as he did so they can be completely free. So before they start the private lesson that Ronan will be teaching them, he'd like to assess their skills. Ronan asked his friends to attack him so he could evaluate their technique. In return, he promised to use only his sheaths. But at the same time, they shouldn't get too relaxed because it won't be as much fun as it might seem at first glance. His friends really liked the idea, and Asel got ready to show Ronan what he'd learned and how much stronger he'd become. The young mage began to channel his magic, directing it at Ronan. Maria wasn't far behind. She imbued her sword with mana and struck. There was a powerful explosion. Everything was shrouded in smoke, and Ronan was very pleased, saying that Maria was a very strong girl. But then the young man noticed the stones surrounded by mana. Asel controlled these shards and ordered Maria to prepare for an attack. He then directed all the stones at Ronan, each one imbued with mana. Ronan parried the attack with his sword and noted with satisfaction that Asel could now use his telekinesis in this way. As he continued to weave between the stones and parry them, Ronan praised his young companion for his technique. But then Maria joined the duel. She demanded that Ronan not block her attack, but simply dodge it. Ronan, of course, managed to leap aside just in time, while Maria brought her sword down right in front of his nose. The young man was absolutely thrilled. After all, if he hadn't dodged, he would already be dead. However, the duel continued, and suddenly the girl saw her opponent's sword approaching her. She had to parry it immediately. Maria managed to raise her sword in front of her and thus parry Ronan's attack. Ronan was thrilled to see just how much stronger these two were. They had exceeded all his expectations. Asel shouted at Ronan to move away from Maria, because he was still continuing his attack. Ronan defended himself vigorously with his sword and had to admit that it was taking a great deal of effort. Finally, the young man looked at his companions with admiration and praised them for their progress. Ronan was very pleased that his friends hadn't just been loafing around without him. He was especially pleased with Asel, who had become a completely different mage. At that point, they decided to end the test. Ronan now realized that a few weeks would be enough to complete the training course with his friends. And now that they had everything figured out, Ronan announced with a satisfied smile that their private lessons were about to begin. Ronan was a very strict teacher and wouldn't hear a word about Asel and Maria being tired. For him, that word didn't even exist. From that day on, Asel and Maria devoted all their time to special training, even cutting back on their sleep. And so, 2 weeks later, the Academy's director received the paperwork confirming the early completion of the course for all club members. Ronan, along with his students, was also in the director's office and confirmed that this was indeed the case. The young man presented the director with his report cards for all subjects, and the professor had to admit that Ronan never ceased to amaze him. But a promise is a promise, and the professor issued the boys passes allowing them to leave the academy grounds and wished them a safe journey and good luck on their adventures. The next day, the friends set off on their first mission as the Special Adventure Club to the Vidian Mountains. The kids were surprised to note that they had only just begun their journey, but they could already feel the pure mana of the earth, which meant that training here would be much easier. Ronan said that the center was still far away and that he would let them know when they arrived. Everyone wanted to know what they would be doing in these mountains, and incidentally, there was something to look for here, but for now, none of it made sense to them. However, nestled among the dense mountain forest was a building where word of the uninvited guests had already reached them, despite the harshness of the place. It had been a long time since anything like this had happened, and now the elf wanted to go and meet these strangers. The club members made it to the summit of the mountain range, and from there they could calmly observe what was happening below. Ronan was very pleased, and he immediately announced to his friends that they had arrived and that there were a huge number of dim-witted orcs here. Brahm was very surprised. It was the first time he'd seen orcs build a village, and Ronan confirmed that orcs often did this in places where there were no humans. There weren't very many orcs in this village right now, but they were multiplying very quickly. So soon they would be found all over the mountain range. The residents of the nearest settlement could suffer because of them, so the orcs needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Ronan said this would be their first real battle. Not only would they hone their skills, but they would also serve the Empire. Asel didn't seem very confident in his abilities. He said he was a little scared when he realized he'd have to fight the orcs. Besides, in the young man's opinion, there were too many orcs, and he wasn't sure they'd be able to handle them. But Ronan insisted that orcs were the perfect opponents for them. That was exactly the case, except for one but. There was a dominant species of orcs called ogres, and the guys definitely wouldn't be able to handle them right now. Their leader, the two-headed one, was particularly troublesome. He was so strong that Ronan had barely managed to defeat him last time. Ronan told his companions that they could launch their attack, but suddenly a voice rang out from behind them. It said that now was not the right time for any action. Ronan was very alarmed. He hadn't sensed the unfamiliar elf's approach, but the elf reassured him that there was no need to worry. He was merely a priest who had stopped in the mountains. The elf said he served an ancient spirit with the divine name Senyal. He suggested they step aside and talk in a more suitable place. But in the very next moment, Ronan drew his sword, even though the elf insisted that it wasn't safe there. The young man brandished his sword and pressed it against the elf's chest. However, nothing else happened, except that his companions didn't understand why their leader was acting this way. Eventually, Ronan calmed down and explained his behavior, saying that there were simply too many madmen around these days. The elf offered no resistance, and Ronan demanded that Agayat repeat his words, scum, to put it mildly. Everyone figured the guy had just gotten a little overheated in the sun. After that, the whole group set off together, and the elf said that as a worshipper of God, such words were very offensive to him. It was the most awkward moment in the last 200 years. But Ronan asked everyone not to worry about it and to just pretend nothing had happened. Ronan got hung up on the 200 years part, and now he was curious just how old the elf actually was. The elf said he had long since stopped counting, but if he had to guess, it was somewhere around 1,000 years, and the young people's mouths dropped open in surprise. It turned out that this elf had been alive even before the empire was founded. But now Ronan wanted to know why the elf had said that the timing wasn't right. The elf explained that based on his observations, the monsters in the area had been behaving very strangely lately. A very unusual phenomenon is taking place here. The orcs, who aren't nocturnal by nature, have changed significantly. Now they roam the mountains every night. And the ogres, who rarely left their territory, have been appearing here frequently lately. Since the reason for this behavior is unknown, the elf believes it wouldn't hurt to be cautious, so the group can just rest for now. The elf tapped a magical circle in the air, and soon a completely unexpected space appeared before the young people. The elf announced that they had arrived at the temple of Senyal, and that he was ready to let them in. The group was very surprised when a huge temple, hidden behind a magical barrier, appeared out of nowhere before them, and Estelle was absolutely thrilled, realizing that this elf's skill level was higher than that of the instructors at the academy. Estelle wanted to know how Ronan knew about this temple. However, the young man insisted that he was just as surprised as his friends. Ronan realized that this elf was no ordinary being, but by then the whole group had already entered the temple and was examining the enormous stone. It turned out that the god Senyal, whom the elf served, was a huge, ugly rock. The elf confirmed that this stone had special significance, but he doubted the kids would want to hear the story. In the meantime, the elf was sure that everyone was eager to rest. There were many empty rooms in the temple that the group could occupy. Besides, if they needed anything, they could ask the elf. Maria thought this was the perfect moment to ask about the place Ronan had actually been planning to go. It turned out the young man wanted to find the lair of the cursed eye, and the elf immediately grew alarmed. He wanted to know why the boy needed that monster. However, the elf was very old and wise, and he realized that a curse lay upon one of the boys. The elf explained his hunch, saying that a very strange, dangerous echo emanated from Ronan. After that, the elf asked the young man to give him a little time, because he wanted to speak with Ronan. As soon as he saw Ronan, the elf immediately sensed that he was an unusual student. Meanwhile, Ronan smiled sweetly at the elf, unaware of what was happening, that he was being led by the elf and doing everything the elf asked of him. But perhaps he was worrying for nothing, and this elf had no connection whatsoever to the representatives of the Clavier Nebula. Ronan studied the elf closely and detected absolutely no trace of villainous mana in him. Moreover, the elf showed no reaction to the mention of Agayut. The young man continued to ponder until the elf handed him some tea, saying that it would be very beneficial for him right now. Ronan hoped the elf hadn't tampered with the tea, but as soon as he brought the cup closer, he immediately detected a very strange scent. Ronan couldn't identify the scent because it was the first time he'd encountered it. But now, looking at the elf sitting across from him with a sweet smile, Ronan saw a massive flow of mana circulating around the elf. The elf looked at his companion with his glowing green eyes and asked if Ronan liked the smell of the tea. Ronan was shocked, for this tea seemed to have opened his eyes. The elf confirmed that it was a tea made from rare medicinal herbs. The tea refreshed the senses, releasing overwhelming energy. But the results wouldn't be immediately apparent. Apparently, because Ronan's energy was blocked by a curse, the changes had such a dramatic effect on him. The elf promised to give the young man all the ingredients so he could make this tea himself and drink it regularly. In addition, the elf asked him not to use the cursed eye anymore to lift the curse. The fact is that this monster not only takes the curse, but also drains some of its bearer's life energy. Of course, if the cursed eye is used just a couple of times, it won't cause any significant harm. But if used constantly, it could put one's life at risk. The elf hoped that Ronan wanted to use the cursed eye because he wasn't aware of this side effect. The young man insisted he had no idea. He simply wanted to lift the curse from himself as quickly as possible and thought this was a very convenient way to do it. The elf believed the young man should stay far away from cursed eyes. After all, if something went wrong, the consequences could be terrible. Ronan recalled that Maya's secret, the professor of magic, had also mentioned this, believing that lifting the curse would be very difficult. To do so, the professor had taken the time to prepare thoroughly, but Ronan was very impatient, and most likely this was because of his father. Ronan realized that if he was impatient and careless, he might die before he caught his archenemy. But for now, he needed to find out who this elf was. Ronan was certain they had never met in a past life, but at the same time, the elf looked all too familiar, and the young man tried to analyze his feelings and recall the past. After a brief pause, Ronan admitted that he was indeed in a great hurry to lift the curse, but the fact was that the crazy fanatics had recently become very active. By fanatics, he meant the people who were waiting for the star's arrival. The young man deliberately mentioned this and watched his companion's reaction. The elf looked pensive when he heard about the fanatics following the star. The elf said nothing to the young man, but in the middle of the night, he went to his deity. If these were indeed the fanatics Ronan had spoken of, and if they were planning something, a catastrophe would occur that would claim the lives of innocent people, and the elf would once again be forced to watch it all from the sidelines. But if that wasn't the case, then perhaps the god Senyol had sent this young man to the elf so he could get answers to his questions. But then Sarante heard footsteps and, turning around, saw Ronan behind him. The young man was surprised that the elf hadn't gone to bed yet, and it was clear that the two of them had a lot to discuss. Sarante asked why the young man wasn't asleep at such a late hour. Perhaps he was uncomfortable. But Ronan replied that he was simply overcome by thirst and had gone out to drink some water. Looking at the stone, Ronan said he had a question. Could this stone really be a divine statue? If so, what was the meaning behind it? The elf replied that it was exactly as he said. It was a divine statue. Once every millennium, their church transports thousands of stones to a sacred land located practically at the very edge of the empire. The strongest typhoons always rage there. Most of the stones remain in that place for no more than 200 years, after which they disappear completely. But even in such harsh conditions, there are stones that have stood there for many thousands of years, proving that they transcend time. Noble souls are sealed within these stones, and they become a divine statue of the god Senyol. The elf said that he still remembers the day when he carried that stone there with his brothers. There used to be a great many elven priests living in this place. But much has changed since then. It's all much more complicated than it seems. Dedicating your entire life to a god who will never answer you is very difficult. Even Sarante's faith had wavered more than once, and he too had wanted to give it all up and walk free. However, he was always held back by a sense that he must serve his god, which is why he is still here. The elf was certain that God's will was sealed within this stone, and that one day it would become the catalyst that would save this world. For Sarante, all of this was nothing less than a destiny he could not share with anyone. However, much had changed recently, and now the elf was practically certain that the time would soon come. The next day, putting the elf's cryptic words behind them, the young people began to prepare in earnest for battle. The unique tea had a special effect on all of them. With its help, they managed to sharpen all their senses. Meanwhile, Ronan set off for the mountains with Sarante to gather more medicinal herbs. The elf showed immense kindness toward the strangers and also expressed his sincere concern for the lives of all the young people. He was a very strange elf. Those couple of days flew by wonderfully, but, as usual, tragedy lurked just around the corner after such wonderful events, causing everyone immense pain. After all, everything has a beginning and an end, and unfortunately, we don't know what the near future holds. Sarante came out to see off the young people who had gathered that day to storm the orc village. The elf felt an inexplicable unease and tried until the very last moment to dissuade them from this plan. To back up his feelings, the elf said that they still hadn't figured out the reason for the monster's strange behavior. Perhaps they needed to prepare a little more. But Ronan was confident that he and the others could handle it. Sure, the orcs were acting a little strange, but that didn't make them any stronger or more dangerous. And if that was indeed the case, then no major problems should arise. So there was no need to worry, especially since the guys' time was running out, and they'd have to return to the academy to continue their studies. Otherwise, the professor would never let them go again. Realizing he couldn't change their minds, Sarante cast a spell that would allow them to cross the barrier, and now the kids would be able to return to the temple grounds safely and freely. Sarante warned them, if anything dangerous happens, they can immediately run here and hide within the temple grounds. Furthermore, the kids must not let their guard down under any circumstances. They may be strong, but the forest will always remain a very dangerous place. The forest is deep and dark, and it is inhabited by all manner of monsters. A huge number of monsters lay hacked to pieces in the middle of the night forest. They had been killed just moments ago as blood was still dripping from the killer's sword. The elf was frustrated. Who would have thought it would be so hard to find him? She figured she'd have to lure him out, but she wasn't sure she could do it with the help of those dim-witted beasts. Now the elf was certain there was only one option left. She would go herself and confront him, and now this dangerous and warlike elf, with a blood-stained sword in her hands, was about to face Sarante. In the goblin village, everything was as usual. Some were tending to their farms, while others had just returned from a hunt and were carrying sacks of loot. The goblins were very fond of human clothing and treasures. They were true fashionistas and, by the looks of it, had recently raided a human village. All of Ronan's companions were in good spirits and ready for the upcoming battle, and although they were a little scared, they had faith in their leader. The goblins, meanwhile, were dividing up the loot. They were particularly fond of the shiny trinkets that one goblin had taken from a child. The goblin recounted that the child had whimpered and cried a lot when he killed him, and then kept sobbing and writhing. Estelle had already activated his telekinesis and was ready to teleport his friends to where they needed to go. Brahm and Maria silently landed on the ground right behind the goblins, who never expected to encounter humans in their own village. The swordsmen were furious with these monsters and determined to destroy them on the spot. And before the dim-witted goblins could figure out what was happening, the two young men's swords sliced them into pieces, drenching everything around them in blood. This did not go unnoticed by the other members of the goblin community. They immediately rushed at the uninvited guests, intent on destroying the humans. However, the humans cut them down without much difficulty. Brahm and Maria were well prepared. On top of that, it turned out that in addition to these swordsmen, the stones in the village had gone mad, flying through the air and slamming into the goblins' heads with tremendous force. The monsters didn't understand where the attack was coming from. They couldn't see an opponent capable of inflicting such injuries. But the next barrage of stones shattered their heads, leaving them unable to answer the question that had been on their minds. Ronan was very pleased with Asel's performance. He believed the young man had already found his aim and was hitting the goblins quite accurately. Both boys were also in the air at that moment, looking down at what was happening in the village. But soon Ronan announced that it was time to wipe out the goblins, and then Asel was forced to launch a serious attack, resulting in a powerful explosion that caused extensive damage. The entire village was engulfed in smoke, and when it cleared, Asel looked around and was horrified. The young man was certain he would be punished for this and sent to prison, since he had killed a huge number of goblins in real life. They had only ever done this in training halls before, but Ronan told him not to worry. If they were punished for this, they would go to prison together. Brahm also assured Asel that they would go to prison together, although, of course, the mage would suffer more than the rest. Asel wept bitter tears, and Brahm thought that, for some reason, his words hadn't convinced the young man. Ronan was very pleased with this expedition into the forest, and was just about to announce their return, when suddenly Sita signaled that there was something over there in the distance. The young people ventured deeper into the woods and saw an elf girl tied to a tree with thick ropes. As they drew closer, they saw that the elven creature had been severely beaten and wounded, but was still alive. The young people realized that the goblins had left the girl there as a hostage. Of course, they decided to help her right away. Ronan began untangling the ropes, and Sita cast a healing spell. After a while, the elf girl came to. She was very frightened and didn't understand who was standing before her or how she had ended up there. She looked closely at the students and saw a very strange aura surrounding their bodies. The elf felt very ill. She immediately began coughing up blood, and it was clear that her condition was worsening. Ronan realized that the treatment they were giving the girl wasn't working, and he couldn't understand how that could be. At that moment, the elf turned to Ronan and said that he was enveloped in a familiar aura of mana. Perhaps they were in a temple. Ronan tried to find out where she was from, but just then the girl placed her hand on his shoulder and began to plead tearfully. The elf begged Ronan to take her to him, because they were on their way, and if they were late, it would be too late, and Saranta's life would be in danger. After that, she lost consciousness and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Sarante was praying near the sacred stone of his god. There was no sign of any particular trouble or problem. Suddenly, a distraught Ronan rushed into the temple, carrying the stranger on his back. Sarante wanted to know why the young man had returned. Something serious must have happened. Ronan was very glad to find the elf in the temple. He asked him to treat and examine the elf girl the boys had found in the goblin camp. She had said they absolutely had to meet. As soon as the elf looked at the girl Ronan had carried on his back, he immediately recognized Brygia. The elf turned to Brygia and asked what had happened to the girl. Maria and Brahm thoroughly searched the entire goblin village, just as Ronan had ordered them to do. However, they didn't find any more captives. Maria said that in that case, they should return to the temple as well. The girl noticed that a cell was studying the goblins very closely. The young man said that they all seemed somehow strange. Now all the young people were examining the bodies of the slain goblins, not understanding what was happening, but at the same time they were absolutely certain that nothing like this had ever happened before. A cell carefully examined the goblins and said that he'd never seen anything like this before. It looked like hidden dual magic. And indeed, magical symbols had been inscribed on absolutely every one of the slain goblins' bodies, and it was unclear why this had been done to them. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he hadn't been too late and had made it in time. Brygia had already been put to bed, and now the elf was recovering. Ronan believed that Sarante needed to rest. He had administered first aid, but the healing magic hadn't helped, and the elf might have been poisoned by some strange toxin. But Sarante said he had an antidote, so he'd be fine. Besides, he owed the young man a great debt, since Sarante had nearly lost his precious sister. It turned out that Brygia was a follower of the faith in Seniel and had believed in it before as well. Moreover, the girl's faith was truly sincere and she was a devout believer. Sarante thanked the young man once again for saving his sister. He didn't know how he could ever repay such a huge debt to the young man. Ronan didn't want anything from the elf, but he asked him to explain who Brygia had been referring to when she said they were on their way, and that Sarante needed to be warned immediately. The girl was very worried and said that Sarante's life was in grave danger. Sarante and Ronan were standing by the sacred stone once more, and the elf admitted that he didn't actually know who they were. The only thing the elf knew was that they worshipped an unknown being as their god. They are behind the many crimes currently taking place around the world, and they keep their identities a secret. They call themselves the Church of the Clavier Nebula. Ronan tensed up when he heard that name. It turned out that the Clavier Nebula had set its sights on Sarante. Elf confirmed that they had been sending guests to him frequently lately, but there had been practically none for the past 100 years, and Sarante had thought they'd already given up, but it seemed they were back in action. Ronan didn't understand why the elf was so calm about it. The young man wanted Sarante to go to the academy with the others, but the elf refused categorically, saying he couldn't betray this place. Besides, if he left, the residents of the nearby villages would be in danger, and he didn't want that to happen. But Sarante was certain that Ronan and his friends needed to leave this place as soon as possible, or else danger would befall them. The elf looked intently into Ronan's eyes and said he hoped the young man understood what Sarante meant. Ronan was very moved by this conversation and asked Sarante to wait for him, promising that he would bring back the strongest man he could find. Until then, the elf must stay in his temple and not go anywhere, nor do anything dangerous, and Sarante promised he would do just that. As they parted, the elf placed something in the young man's hand and said he was asking him to accept this item as a token of Brygia's salvation. It turned out to be a ring. With its help, one can enter the magical tower. If Ronan ever goes to the magical Tower of Dawn, he must show this ring to the librarian, and there the young man will find all the information about his curse. After that, the elf shook the young man's hand once more and asked him to be more careful. Sarante admitted that the last few days had been very fun and enjoyable for him, thanks to the company of the young people. Ronan felt a bit embarrassed by such personal confessions and told the elf that this wasn't a permanent farewell and that he would be back soon. Finally, the farewell was over. Ronan, unaware of anything, left the temple grounds, and the elf breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Sarante turned to his guest and asked if he really needed to say that he wasn't happy to see her, even though his older sister was in fact an assassin sent by the church. But Brygia asked the elf not to be rude, since they had left him alone for so long, and he should be grateful to them for that. Sarante believed that the church was very cruel if it had sent the older sister to kill her younger brother. Brygia had to use a paralyzing potion to get inside the temple. Brygia said it had been very difficult for her to meet with Sarante. She had spent a lot of time trying to do so. In addition, Brygia tried to attract her brother's attention by slaying all sorts of monsters, but as it turned out, that wasn't enough. But at some point, Brygia came across a group of naive young people who wanted to feel like heroes. They were kids with boundless energy and strength, who turned out to be very easy to manipulate. Brygia had originally planned to kill the students and thus lure Sarante out, but then she decided against it. Sarante looked very serious and declared that if Brygia had harmed the children, he wouldn't have let her live. Brygia said she was tired of this empty talk. It was time to carry out the church's order. The fact was that she, Brygia, now had to convince Sarante one last time to follow her, and if he refused, he would have to be killed. And in the very next moment, the brother and sister lunged at each other. They were so powerful that a massive explosion literally shook the entire forest. Ronan had almost returned to his friends, but he stopped anyway, not understanding what sound he had just heard. His friends also felt a strange sensation, and they all looked in the direction from which the strange noise and tension were coming. Finally, everyone had gathered, because the young people were eager to tell Ronan about their discovery. Maria reported that they had searched and examined the entire goblin village and found no more hostages. However, Asel had discovered something suspicious. Asel confirmed that as soon as Ronan and the elf girl had left, the mage had found something strange on the goblins' bodies. The young man said he had never encountered such strange magical circles before. And before Asel could explain what he meant, a powerful explosion rang out, which couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. The group suddenly realized that the explosion was coming from the direction of the temple, which meant that some kind of disaster might have struck there. But the group didn't have time to move an inch, because they felt the ground shake beneath their feet. Moreover, it seemed as if the forest itself had also jolted in place. And before the young people could move, to their horror, they saw a two-headed ogre right in front of them, tearing the goblins' bodies to pieces. This monster was moving very quickly through the goblin village and closing in on the young people, who stood there as if paralyzed. At that very moment, a battle was raging inside the temple between two elves. Brygia was about to kill her brother on the church's orders. Sarante cast his magic circles without pause and used whirlwinds of mana to repel the villainess's attack. Brygia was utterly thrilled by the way Sarante stood before her. He was not a weak, pitiful elf, but a worthy and dangerous opponent. Brygia would have loved for them to work together toward a common goal, but life had turned out in such a way that their paths had diverged once and for all. The elves exchanged blows and stood facing each other, knowing that only one of them would emerge alive from this battle. Sarante prepared himself and gathered his mana, which he wasn't using for attacks, he was using it for defense. Brygia's next attack was aimed at her younger brother, but a protective sphere shielded him from injury. The two forces collided, resulting in a powerful explosion, and once again the elves were flung apart. Now they had to figure out how to destroy their opponent. Brygia noted that the elf was indeed very agile considering his age. But that was exactly what she had counted on, and of course, killing such a worthy opponent was a tremendous honor, but also a great loss. Perhaps Sarante would come to his senses and join them. Sarante immediately responded with a categorical refusal, saying that he did not wish to serve heresy, even if they promised him something there. For his part, Sarante noted that the girl had become very slow, as if she'd gotten rusty for some reason. Her church wasn't keeping track of her abilities at all. But Brygia replied that there was no need to worry, she just hadn't warmed up yet. Brygia noted that her brother was so fixated on buying time for those students that he paid no attention to her at all. On top of that, Sarante staged a very silly scene just to escort this child out of the temple. But Sarante wouldn't listen to her. He warned his older sister that if she crossed the line, she definitely wouldn't return in one piece. Bridget said she wasn't afraid at all, especially since she had already made up her mind long ago. And at that moment, a powerful explosion rang out somewhere in the middle of the forest. Sarante was very alarmed. He knew that Ronan was currently in the direction of the explosion. But Bridgia took advantage of the situation and in the very next instant found herself behind the elf, ready to deliver a critical blow. Bridgia was delighted and smiled her devilish smile, because at that moment her opponent had let his guard down and she'd been able to get close to him. The young people couldn't believe their eyes. They realized they were facing a two-headed ogre, but had no idea where it had come from. Ronan ordered the boys to step back. He was certain they wouldn't be able to handle this monster. And the monster was truly terrifying. A giant ogre, each head of which was a true monster with a demonic gaze and sharp teeth. Braum suddenly realized that his body wouldn't obey him at all. He couldn't move an inch to dodge the blow. It was just a light slap with a few fingers, yet the young man flew across the clearing and came to a stop, slamming into a tree and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the two-headed ogre had already swung its fist, ready to smash Maria and Acel into the ground, and they knew they had to run. Suddenly, the two-headed ogre was attacked, and a sword sliced the monster's body in two. The terrified kids, who were still unable to move, stood there with their mouths agape in horror and astonishment. At that very moment, Ronan continued to attack the two-headed ogre, even though the young man was minuscule compared to this giant. Everyone knew they had to do something, but they were too weak to face such an opponent. Finally, Ronan spoke up. He ordered Acel and Maria to take Zita and Braum with them and flee the forest. Ronan intended to fight the two-headed ogre himself and didn't want the others to get in his way or make him worry about their lives and safety. At last, the young people snapped out of their stupor. They rushed off at full speed to carry out their friend's order, while Ronan was left alone to face the monster. Soon the young man realized that there was a magic circle in the monster's eyes, and this was no coincidence. He had seen an identical magic circle before on the body of the giant who had destroyed the underground village of blacksmiths. Now Ronan had absolutely no doubt this two-headed ogre was also connected to the Clavier Nebula. But be that as it may, he had to fight the monster regardless of its magic circles and strength. After all, there was no one else here who could do it in Ronan's place. The young man repeatedly struck the monster with slashing blows, but the two-headed ogre remained unscathed. Ronan had to react very quickly to dodge the giant's blows. At one point, the young man missed a blow, even though he tried to parry it with his sword. Still, his opponent was simply too strong. At that moment, the two-headed ogre snapped off a huge tree branch, intending to use it as a club to fend off this pesky young man's attack. Ronan was actually ready to admit that he was glad to face this opponent. After all, their previous duel had never culminated in a final battle. On top of that, the two-headed ogre had made a huge mistake when he attacked Ronan's friend right before his eyes. Ronan simply could not forget or forgive that, and so now he would put an end to the two-headed ogre's life. Ronan launched an attack that was meant to be both powerful and swift. The young man leaped from tree to tree at tremendous speed. He gathered momentum and soared high into the air to get as close as possible to the giant. And now the young man had leaped straight out from among the massive trees and was approaching his opponent at nearly the same height. In his past life, Ronan had been unable to catch this monster because he couldn't pierce its skin and deal damage. But now the young man hoped that his knowledge and experience would be enough to finally resolve this problem. Now the situation was completely different, primarily because of the sword, which was no ordinary piece of metal. And let's not forget the excellent technique instructor Nabarosa had taught him. After all, it wasn't for nothing that the young man had spent so much time in private lessons lately. And now, using instructor Nabarosa's style and employing the sword whirlwind, Ronan would be able to pierce that thick hide. The young man leaped high into the air, whizzed past the two-headed ogre's faces, and calmly landed on the ground behind the monster. It took a few seconds before the two-headed ogre realized it no longer existed, and it crumbled into tiny pieces. Ronan was very dissatisfied with himself. He realized he still had a long way to go, because he'd spent too much time fighting that monster. Ronan immediately ran to his friends and wanted to know exactly how Braum was feeling now. It turned out there was no need to worry. Zita had administered first aid, and now they needed a professional healer, but it seemed things weren't all that bad. The young man told his friends to take Braum and head out of the mountains. but he couldn't go with them just yet. Ronan was planning to visit Sarante right away. The young man understood that everything that was happening was connected, and now his worst fears were confirmed when he saw what was left of the Temple of Senyel, nothing but scattered chunks of stone and rubble. Ronan was shocked. After all, he had left only a short while ago. How could the temple have been destroyed so quickly? But just then, Sarante emerged from behind the rubble. Seeing the young man alive and well, the elf felt relieved and smiled at him. Sarante wanted to rush to Ronan's aid, but his body wouldn't obey him at all, so the young man rushed over to the elf to support him. Ronan wanted to know what had happened here and who had committed all these atrocities against the elf and the temple. Sarante begged the young man to leave as soon as possible. Everything was fine now, and there was no need to worry, but they had to leave while things were still quiet. After all, they didn't know when the enemies would strike next, and at that moment a blade pierced the elf's chest, and blood spurted in all directions. Sarante fell to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. Ronan once again felt as if he were paralyzed. He couldn't even help the unfortunate elf, while high in the sky above him, a bright magical star shone. Soon it descended, and it turned out to be the elf Brigia, whom Ronan had supposedly saved from the goblins just a short while ago. Brigia was very angry that Sarante had inflicted so much damage on her and forced her to fight so fiercely. But it turned out that even without his arm, Sarante was able to perform his powerful technique and use it against Brigia. Brigia admitted that she would certainly have died as a result of that attack had it not been for the protection of the star she had received beforehand. And if that had actually happened, they probably would never have met at all. But now Brigia wanted to know if the guy had enjoyed the battle with the two-headed ogre. Ronan couldn't figure out who was standing before him, and then the elf remembered that this was the first time he'd seen her face, and now they would greet each other once more. Brigia used magic, and before the surprised young man's eyes, she began to transform back into the unfortunate elf he had found under the tree. Brigia thanked the warrior once more for saving her, and for not remaining indifferent to another's misfortune. After that, the villainess began to laugh. She was grateful to Ronan for helping her cross that border and bringing her to the temple. It was very kind of him to make her mission easier, and so now Brigia promises that she will kill the young man very easily and quickly. Ronan was horrified by the realization of the impending disaster, but at the same time he couldn't move, and a powerful blow was aimed at him. Brigia was forced to wait for the rocks to settle and the smoke to clear. She saw a large dent in the ground where the young man had been standing. But if he really had managed to dodge it, then that meant he wasn't just any ordinary boy, and certainly not an ordinary child. Meanwhile, Ronan bent over the elf. He instructed Sita to heal Saranta. It had to be done at any cost. The young bird of dreams immediately began casting magic circles trying to do something. Ronan was furious at that vile organization, the Clavier Nebula, which had not only destroyed the city of Kuznetsov, but had also been spying on Duke Grancia and had killed the old elf. Ronan understood that this organization, like a veritable epidemic, was destroying everything in its path. Brigia knew who she was dealing with. She'd already been told about a guy who was eliminating loyal followers trying to carry out their missions. But now she realized that this guy was Ronan, which meant he had to be eliminated right away. Although Brigia was observing the young man with great interest, she found it hard to believe that he had managed to reach such a high level at such a young age. The villainess understood that her followers had suffered what they deserved, and she was very interested in Ronan. Brigia wanted to see what else the young man could show her. For her part, the elf could read his sword movements perfectly and was extremely powerful. Ronan realized that against such a formidable opponent, he wouldn't last long, and he needed to win with a single strike. But of course that turned out to be impossible. After all, there was a reason Brigia had caused so much discomfort while suffering virtually no harm herself. The rivals' swords clashed again and again. Ronan was struggling terribly, while his opponent was thrilled, relishing such a serious and interesting opponent. Brigia suddenly felt that she didn't want to kill this guy at all. He was so talented and could be of great use. Of course, it would be better if he joined her cult. Brigia promised to personally take care of Ronan and guaranteed him all sorts of bonuses and privileges. After that, Brigia drove stakes into Sarante's body and told Ronan he had no choice. If he refused to serve her and cooperate with their organization, Brigia would kill Sarante on the spot and make it as painful as possible. The elf shouted at the young man to run for his life. But Brygia said that the elf's life depended on Ronan's choice. However, the young man was resolute. He said that his choice was to chop Brygia into tiny pieces. And so the opponents clashed again in battle, and it even seemed that the young man had gained some advantage. But the elf was still too formidable an opponent. She was deriving more and more pleasure from this duel, and now the opponents were striking each other almost on equal terms. At one point, Brygia froze in place and thought with delight that it had been a very long time since she'd faced such a swordsman in combat. But in the very next moment, her strong hand took hold of Ronan's, who was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The young man realized that his opponent was too strong. She too sensed that her rival was simply the perfect material from which to mold anything she wanted. But now she told the young man to stand still and not move, or she might accidentally kill him. After that, a powerful blast of black energy pierced Ronan's chest, and it felt as though a massive stake had been driven into his back. Then Brygia pointed her sword at Ronan's head and said that when he opened his eyes again, the light of the star would be waiting for him. Ronan stared in horror at the approaching tip of the sword, thinking only that he absolutely had to dodge it. But at the last moment, a mana shield appeared between the villainess's sword and the young man's body. Brygia was very annoyed. She realized that Sarante had just regained his senses a little, but that had been enough for him to cast a shield around the young man. Sarante really did look terrible, but at the same time he continued to cast a protective spell and said he'd warned his older sister. If Brygia dared to lay a finger on this guy, she'd be in for a world of trouble. Sarante thanked Ronan for buying him time. Now he could leave everything else to him. Ronan, of course, tried to say that the elf needed to conserve his strength. He was badly wounded, but in the very next moment, some new mana began swirling around him. With a flick of his finger, Sarante moved Ronan aside so the young man wouldn't interfere with his duel. Brygia was furious. Did her brother really think she was just going to stand by and watch all this? Brygia was just about to launch an attack when she suddenly felt she couldn't move. She was under a spell. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She realized that something very serious was happening. Brygia couldn't imagine how, with as many wounds as Sarante currently had, he could impose such severe restrictions. Sarante told his older sister that their bond would end right here and now, and that she had time to say goodbye to him. The next moment, a powerful blow pierced Brygia's body right through. It felt as if millions of bolts of lightning had struck her. This was followed by a massive explosion, so powerful that the shockwave sent Ronan flying to the side. Sarante, despite his injuries and excruciating pain, continued to unleash his magical attack. He knew he couldn't stop halfway. And even if he were to burn through all his mana and life force right now, it had to be done. Otherwise, Brygia would survive and cause a great deal of trouble. But Brygia was strong too. It seemed that her rage and hatred had made her even more powerful, and now she was about to punish her brother for daring to hurt her. The elf now resembled a huge, powerful demon that was impossible to stop by any means. She declared that she was the chosen apostle of the star, and that the star's blessing had been bestowed upon her, which meant she was impossible to kill and no one dared to stop her. And elves like Sarante are of absolutely no use to anyone, so he would die right here and now. But before Brygia could do anything to her younger brother, a baby bird appeared before her. Sarante began communicating with Ronan telepathically. He said they had absolutely no time left, so he would get straight to the point. Sarante has already realized that Brygia can neutralize his attacks using a technique called Blessing of the Stars. But Brygia herself is wounded right now, and her mobility is limited, which means it will be difficult for her to keep everything under control. Ronan should take advantage of this opportunity, get out of here right now to prepare for the next battle, and leave this one to old man Sarante. But at that moment, Brygia started shouting and said she wouldn't let them say their goodbyes because she was in charge here. Ronan was back on his feet and shouted at the elf not to even think about giving up, because they weren't done yet. Brygia, of course, doesn't know this, but personally he hasn't run away from battles in a very long time. Sarante looked with interest at this strange young man who was demanding that he believe him. Brygia was simply furious. After all, she'd spared this brat's life, yet he still couldn't calm down and get out of here. And so Brygia unleashed an attack of her demonic copies upon the young man, which approached his body at tremendous speed. But in the next instant, a shower of lightning was unleashed, destroying all the spears approaching him. This was the work of Sarante, who seized the opportunity and immediately activated his ability. Before Brigia could do anything, Sarante shifted his focus to her, and his rain of lightning struck the villainess in the head. Brigia was immobilized for a moment, and Ronan immediately rushed to attack her. However, Brigia reminded everyone present once again, as long as she had the blessing of the star, she remained untouchable, and no one could even lay a finger on her. So it was completely baffling how it happened. But Brigia's hand, still clutching her sword tightly, was already flying through the air. Brigia didn't even have time to react properly. Ronan rushed past her, delivering his signature strike on the fly, which severed the elf's hand. Ronan said that he had really hoped Brigia would be so confident in the protection of the star's blessing that she wouldn't even consider the possibility that anyone could harm her. Brigia couldn't understand how this young man had managed to pierce her star's blessing. Sarante was also very surprised. Ronan was pleased that he had managed to surprise the beauty. He confirmed that, of course, all of this was impossible, but then several very strange sword strokes swept past Brigia's body. The girl still didn't understand what had happened, but suddenly her entire body was cut to pieces, even though that was impossible. Ronan confirmed that it really was impossible, so the girl had better go and ask her most beautiful star herself how this had happened to her. And before she died completely, thoughts flashed through Brigia's mind that very soon she would receive the answer she had been waiting for so long and had finally received. Ronan was completely exhausted by the battle. He realized he'd been lucky. Brigia had let her guard down slightly because of her blessing. If not for that, he would certainly have died today. In his past life, no one but Ronan could even touch the giants, because they possessed the power to ignore attacks. And now the young man realized that all these followers of the Clavier Nebula could also use this power through the blessing of the star. But Sarante's voice, as he clung to life, snapped the young man out of his deep thoughts. Ronan immediately began scolding Sita for sitting there and not healing the elf, but he said he was fine, and now Sarante would like to ask to continue. The old elf looked absolutely terrible. Blood was flowing from everywhere, and it was clear he was unlikely to survive. Sarante began apologizing to the young man for appearing before him in such a weak and pitiful state. Ronan thought it was his fault, but Sarante was certain that it was merely a matter of time, and that no one was to blame. Sarante said that for the young man, this would be a very long and difficult battle. Ronan would be wounded many times, and he would suffer many losses ahead, and yet, even though Sarante had no right to ask this, he wanted the boy to grant his request. The elf implored Ronan to see this through to the end. He believed the boy could truly succeed. After that, he began to channel his protective mana, pouring it entirely onto Ronan. The young man hadn't expected this at all, but seeing what was happening to the elf, he understood perfectly. Sarante was giving him all of his protective mana and life energy. On the brink of death, Sarante thanked the young man for becoming his answer. Sarante said he would always be by the young man's side, watching over and protecting him until the very end, together with his god. Ronan walked over to the sacred stone and laid the elf's remains there, where they would now rest forever alongside their god. After this farewell, the students left the mountain range and returned to the academy. Thus ended their first adventure. The academy director reviewed the club's activity report and said that for a first outing, the whole thing had been too serious, too complicated, and too intense. Ronan, of course, didn't want to admit that it had all been very dangerous, so he said they just happened to run into some crazy lady by accident. But the next time they go on a new mission, Ronan promises the academy director that nothing like this will happen again. The director had no intention of closing the club, but he did know that Sarante had died in the mountains, and although his acquaintance with the young people had been brief, the death of a loved one is always hard to bear. And now the academy director wanted to know how Ronan was feeling. Was he really all right? Ronan replied that he'd be lying if he said yes, but if he just sat around mourning, it would only disappoint old Sarante. So there was no need to worry, and the academy director said he understood perfectly and would turn a blind eye this time as well. Destroying a goblin village is a very good deed, and killing a very dangerous criminal is also a very good deed, and the director cannot punish students for their great achievements. But the professor warned, if Ronan crosses paths with the Clavier Nebula organization again, he must promise not to act rashly. As a responsible person, the principal cannot simply stand by and watch his students being mistreated, and Ronan promised to be careful. After that, the young man quickly said goodbye to the professor and told him he'd come back when he had a plan for his next trip ready. The professor didn't understand why the young man was in such a hurry. After all, he had no classes, he had dropped all his courses. And if that's the case, then Ronan most likely doesn't know that this is about to begin at the academy. Ronan entered the Special Adventure Club building and, to his surprise, saw Shulipen inside. The young man wanted to know what had brought the young duke here and when he had actually returned to the academy. But Shulipen was very serious and said he needed to talk to Ronan about the Clavier Nebula. Eventually, the young men sat down across from each other at a table, and Ronan asked what exactly they were going to discuss. Shulipen explained that over the past 15 days his family had conducted large-scale investigative operations within the academy to identify all the rats and traitors. So far, the Grancia family had found as many as 19 traitors, and Shulipen had dealt with 5 of them personally. The rest would soon be transferred to Rodolan prison for further interrogation. However, another problem has arisen. It seems that interrogations no longer work on these people. Ronan wanted to know what "doesn't work" meant, and Shulipen began to explain it to him from the very beginning. Throughout the entire investigation, none of the detainees had been observed giving explicit testimony. Given how cautious these people are, it's safe to assume they're highly skilled at controlling their thoughts. Furthermore, these traitors are exceptionally resistant to interrogation. It's practically impossible to rattle them enough to make them susceptible to manipulation later on. Ronan realized that there was only one way out: to personally track the flow of their mana. Shulipen explained that this was practically all he wanted to share, and if any further information came to light, he would be sure to report it and look forward to continued cooperation. Especially since they would soon be taking an interim assessment test, and as it turned out, this was the first time Ronan had ever heard of such an event. A couple of days passed, and the day of the midterm assessment test, titled Nabarosa's Advanced Fencing Practice, arrived. The event was held on an uninhabited island belonging to the Filian Academy. All test participants had been brought to the island in advance, and now they were lined up, listening to the instructor's instructions. Nebarosa took roll and made sure no one had gotten lost along the way, which meant she could explain how the midterm evaluations would proceed. Of course, everyone knows that Ms. Nebarosa's classes are hands-on, and she would have loved to conduct the test on the battlefield. But unfortunately, Academy rules won't allow it, and this left Ronan very disappointed, because he thought it would be fun. Instead, all the students will be deployed across the island, and they'll participate in real battles without restrictions. The instructor warned that the students need not worry about actually dying. The instructors have prepared protective gear for that purpose. The woman showed the bracelets that would be distributed to all the students. As soon as the wearer of a bracelet is unable to continue fighting, a spell will be cast, transporting them to the academy grounds. There, the very best healers would be waiting for them, capable of healing even the most severe wounds with a single wave of their hand. In other words, students need not worry about tactics or methods. They can engage in any battle and give it their all. Nabirosa has given the students permission to fight and kill to their heart's content today. After that, the instructor will call out a student's name, and they will approach her one by one, receive a bracelet, and be transported to a designated set of coordinates. Nabirosa first called on the student Adeshin, who was ready for the midterm exam. Ronan realized that this made sense. The future commander would also be participating in this event. But other students believed that Adeshin was getting an unfair advantage in this test, especially since she was a professor's teaching assistant. And most likely, Adeshin would take advantage of her position to get special treatment, which meant she would easily pass the test. There were also other points of view regarding Adeshin. Some students considered her very weak, but that wasn't such a bad thing. After all, someone had to come in last. Ronan, of course, was ready to tear all those chatterboxes to pieces, but hearing such comments now, he understood perfectly well exactly what position Adeshin currently held and how her classmates viewed her. It was an entirely objective assessment of the situation, and with skills like that on the battlefield, Adeshin had nothing to look forward to but death, which in fact was exactly what was happening. But on the other hand, Ronan wondered what choice the girl had now, if any at all. Meanwhile, Adeshin put on the bracelet and moved to the testing station. After a while, it was Ronan's turn. He too received his bracelet and was transported somewhere into the forest on the island. The young man looked around and saw no one. He must have been transported to this spot alone. But a moment later, Ronan shouted at the guy standing behind the tree to come out and stop hiding, or else it would be kind of awkward. The young man was very upset. He realized he'd had terrible luck and had ended up with this particular first-year monster. Still, the young man decided that perhaps he could turn the situation to his advantage and showcase his best physical abilities. Ronan didn't react until the very last moment, even as his opponent closed in on him with a massive axe in his hands, and then a powerful explosion rang out through the forest. When the smoke and dust cleared, it turned out that Ronan's sword was lodged in his opponent's body, and it was indeed a bit rough to attack a younger comrade like that with an axe. Ronan held his sword steady and soon realized that several other students were scattered across the clearing, just waiting for the right moment to pounce on him. Ronan realized that these students had decided among themselves to form a temporary alliance in order to eliminate him from the test. The young man admitted that at the academy, this might actually be a good strategy to use against a major enemy. But the young men had forgotten that they weren't at the academy right now, and Ronan had no intention of letting them defeat him. The young man was certain that this wasn't the best strategy for fighting him. No one even really noticed, but already the first guy, who just moments ago had been holding a huge axe, began making his way back to the academy so that he could urgently. The young man was very upset because the surprise attack plan had failed, and now they all had to prepare for the monster to be defeated, since he wouldn't be able to handle all of them on his own. And sure enough, students emerged from behind the trees, having agreed to act together. They believed they had a huge numerical advantage. Ronan, of course, wasn't the least bit worried about this. He turned to the group and suggested they launch their attack all at once. Ronan didn't like to drag out boring activities. Be that as it may, it still took him some time. Ronan explained this by the fact that the young men were sophomores after all. They weren't exactly weaklings. At that very moment, on the edge of the cliff, Adeshan's group pinned her against the edge. They said they hadn't believed the girl would actually last this long. But now it was clear to everyone that it was the end for Adeshan. She clearly couldn't handle all three of them. So the best thing Adeshan could do in this situation was simply to give up. The girl also realized she had no other options left. She was glad that at least she'd managed to catch these bullies off guard, even though she couldn't handle them now. The thing was, among these guys was Iyun, the top student in the third year. Most likely the guys didn't even expect to be fought back. Thanks to their stupidity and recklessness, they'd given themselves away, and Adeshan was able to take advantage of this one and only chance. But now the girl realized she had only one chance. She could land only one strike, which had to take out all her opponents. Adeshan used a special technique she had honed time and again in her training, and a powerful explosion rang out right in front of the guys. And while they shielded their eyes from the bright flash of fire, Adeshan leaped toward them, gripping her sword tightly, and knocked out both boys with a single blow. The girl knew she couldn't stop. She had to gather her energy and direct it at Iyun. However, before Adeshan could do so, the boy's powerful staff struck her in the chest with full force. The force of the blow was so powerful that she was sent flying across the entire clearing and crashed to the ground. Iyun said he had been watching her actions with interest, but that it was nothing more than a pathetic child's game. Iyun turned to Adeshan and said that she wasn't a foolish girl and understood everything perfectly well. No matter how much she resisted or struggled, she was incapable of harming him, Iyun. On the other hand, Iyun was willing to admit that he had enjoyed watching Adeshan struggle and resist. The young man didn't know that, at that very moment, someone else was watching him as well. Ronan watched the scene unfold with sadness. He'd known something like this would happen. The fact was, the young man knew the commander-in-chief very well. This combat method was her best strategy, one she regularly put into practice. She would use the terrain to throw her opponents off, and even when facing superior forces, she would gain the upper hand and never let it slip. But in the current situation, she wouldn't be able to emerge victorious from this fight. The problem was the vast difference in skill level between Adeshan and the third-year student. Ronan was just about to leave his observation post when the sound of battle caught his ear, though it was very strange and unexpected. Iyun hadn't expected this either. He sensed resistance from the girl and couldn't believe she actually thought she could withstand his onslaught. Adeshan replied that she was absolutely certain of it, because the exam wasn't over yet, and she had something up her sleeve to ensure she wouldn't give up and would win this duel. Adeshan attacked the third-year student, and he was so surprised that his mouth actually fell open, because there was now a real scratch on his face. This infuriated the young man, and he immediately struck with all his might. In doing so, he parried the girl's attack and knocked her out of the fight. Aeun was ready to admit that the attack had been very well executed and that Adeshin had fought with dignity. But what was the girl counting on when she drew her trigger against him? Did she really hope for backup or some special ability? And why didn't she want to give up and fight against some freshman with no outstanding talents? It was all very strange because Adeshin understood better than anyone else that she had absolutely no chance against him. And if that was indeed the case, then Aeun didn't understand why Adeshin had even bothered to take him on in the first place. Adeshin herself didn't know how to properly explain her feelings. Images from her childhood flashed before her eyes, and she told her tormentor that she simply couldn't do anything else because she had to become a general. Aeun didn't understand what becoming a general had to do with anything or what she was getting at, and he was already so distracted that he failed to notice something. Adeshin calmly replied that she must not give up on her goal because she believes it is her destiny. Ronan watched the scene unfold with great interest. He listened closely to the girl's words and now almost understood what decision she would make. At that moment, Adeshin raised her head, looked at her opponent, and said that this was her destiny, which nothing could replace. Aeun was very disappointed in this dumb girl, who simply refused to understand her place in the world. But the young man decided to end the duel, because it was pointless to talk about dreams with someone who didn't understand a thing about them. The young man raised his staff above his head and was about to bring it down on Adeshin's head. He didn't want to listen to her anymore, but before that could happen, a sword appeared in the girl's hands. And who knows how this battle would have ended at all if Ronan hadn't stepped between the opponents. With his sword, he split the young man's staff in half. Ronan apologized to the combatants for interfering and said he believed they should both stop now. Aeun had no idea what had happened, but for some reason this freshman suddenly thanked him for his efforts. And in the very next moment, Aeun was taken to the academy's courtyard so that the medics could begin treating him. Adekin, of course, was surprised by Ronan's sudden appearance. She thanked him for saving her and wanted to know how he'd ended up there. But Ronan said he wanted to skip those minor details. They didn't have much time for such conversations, and he held out his hand to help her up. Ronan waited while she straightened her clothes, then said he'd like to hear something from her. Ronan was very serious, and now he wanted to know why Adeshin wanted to become a general. Adekin didn't understand why she had to answer that question right now, but Ronan insisted. He said it was very important to him. Adekin thought for a moment, then asked if Ronan had heard anything about the Night of the Fangs. The young man knew there had been some kind of incident involving an invasion 10 years ago, which had been provoked by the Beastmen. It was the first battle between the Empire, seeking to expand its territory to the north, and the Beastfolk Alliance determined to stop them. And it was on that very tragic night that Adeshin lost her entire family. It was an ordinary evening, and it was time for dinner, but for some reason the girl's mother and her older brothers were getting ready to go somewhere. Her mother sat down next to her daughter and said that unfortunately she and her brothers had urgent business to attend to. Adeshin cried and begged her mother to take her along, but the woman left the girl with her husband, asking him to take care of their daughter. That was the last conversation the family members ever had. Many years later, Adeshin learned that on that day, the village knights had been involved in an operation to seal off a breach in the wall. But there was no strategy behind this operation. The knights were simply left there to die, and it all happened because of a misjudgment regarding the strength of the beastmen. After that, of course, Ronan must have known that negotiations had taken place to end the war between the Empire and the Alliance. Instead of relinquishing the beastmen's territory, the Empire incorporated it into its own domain. But for the village where Adeshin grew up, whose residents had sacrificed their lives to achieve this result, dark times had arrived. The Empire merely erected useless gravestones in the cemetery, and of course no one could bring the slain knights back to life. People wept and mourned, unable to understand why it had all ended this way and why the lives of their loved ones had been wasted. The warriors did not understand why their comrades had died, and of course one could say that the victims of that incident were noble warriors. But Adeshin didn't want to hear or acknowledge any of that, because her family and loved ones had died as a result of this operation, and yet the Empire could have begun peace negotiations right away. If fighting had been necessary, other methods could have been used, exploiting numerical superiority or the advantage of the terrain. On that day, none of the deaths were a noble sacrifice. It was the negligence and incompetence of the commanders. Adeshin was certain of this and could not bear this state of affairs. That is precisely why she was determined to become a general, so that there would never again be a single senseless sacrifice. Adeshan planned to become the best commander. Adeshan was absolutely certain that a memorial depicting victims who could still be alive was something absolutely no one needed. At that point, the girl stopped her story. She realized she had gotten carried away, and looking at Ronan's face said that it was a very unpleasant story. But Ronan thanked her, saying that thanks to her, he now knew the answer to one question for certain. Adakin wanted to know what he was talking about, but Ronan couldn't tell her. However, he was certain he wouldn't be able to leave her. At the same time, Ronan decided he wouldn't turn a blind eye to Adeshan's impending pitiful death. Ronan remembered how, just recently, Sarante had died in his arms, and the young man didn't want to experience those terrible feelings associated with the loss of a loved one again. But before the young people could continue their conversation, they saw a powerful surge of mana swirling near them. Adeshan stared in amazement at such power. She had never encountered anything like it before, and Ronan noted that it seemed this impatient fellow was already here. Ronan knew that time was running out, so he would keep his remarks brief and to the point. The young man wanted to know if Adeshan was familiar with shadow mana. It was the first time Adeshan had heard of this type of mana. Ronan explained that as soon as she learned to use and awaken her shadow mana, she would immediately become much stronger. Ronan also told the girl that a friend of his had made a name for himself with shadow mana, and that this friend looked almost exactly like Adeshan. Ronan encouraged her, saying he was sure she could do it, and that to start with, she needed to learn everything about awakening shadow mana. Adakin didn't understand why the guy was telling her this now, but he began to reassure her, saying that for now, all she needed to know was that he had decided to be on her side. Ronan promised he would definitely help her, but for now, Adeshan had to do this. After that, to Adeshan's horror, Ronan used his own hands to push her off the cliff into the sea that stretched out before them. Ronan said that for now, it would be enough for Adeshan to take third place, and they would see each other soon after the test was over. Ronan was very pleased. He watched as the girl instantly teleported back to the academy's courtyard to receive treatment and recover her health. Now only 2 participants remained in this test, and it was between them that the main showdown and duel would take place. Shulipin was very serious. He had seen with his own eyes how that ruthless freshman had thrown the girl off the cliff. Ronan noted that, judging by the fanfare with which Shulipin had arrived here, none of his comrades or rivals were left alive. In short, the situation had developed such that there were only the 2 of them on the island, and now they would settle who was the academy's best student, especially since it was a matter of interest to both of them. And soon a classic fight broke out between the 2. They were landing blows on each other, and no one would have risked even a single coin trying to guess the winner. Ajin, frightened, couldn't figure out where she was for a moment, but she soon looked around and saw a huge screen and a crowd of students watching the fight. Adeshan realized she was on the academy grounds. She had already been healed. The girl remembered how Ronan had thrown her off the cliff and told her she'd come in third. And now Adeshan understood what was happening. That meant only these 2 were left on the island, and all the students were now watching their duel. Ronan and Shulipin continued their battle using various techniques and skills. Shulipin had already learned to control his mana. The young man was quite good at it, and he pursued his opponent, who was trying to avoid a direct hit. Shulipin created a storm of mana and directed it at Ronan. The situation wasn't looking good. Ronan, of course, noticed that his opponent had learned to split his mana and direct it precisely at his target. Ronan realized that this attack could be very dangerous for him, but on the other hand, Shulipin was expending a lot of strength and mana on it. This too could be exploited, and now Ronan rushed to attack his opponent, realizing that his physical condition was better at the moment. The young man used several techniques from the Nabarosa style. One of the attacks was called Long Sword. A little more time passed, and the 2 boys scattered to opposite corners to rest and catch their breath. Ronan admitted to himself that if Shulipin had been just a little stronger, he would have already lost. Suddenly, the young man fell deep in thought. He wanted to know what had happened that caused Shulipin's growth to exceed all his expectations. Shulipin's swordsmanship was far superior to what it had been when they'd fought Dolan. Ronan was ready to admit that his opponent had practically matched him in attack speed, and yet in the past it was precisely that speed that he had lacked. Ronan was convinced that his opponent had become much stronger than he had been at this age in his previous life, and now he needed to figure out how. For his part, Shulipin was also very impressed by his opponent. Of course, he hadn't yet used the Sword of the Storm to its full potential, but he never would have imagined that Ronan would be able to handle him so effectively. Shulipen had seen firsthand that Ronan could slice through mana. Moreover, he perfectly replicated Instructor Nabarosa's sword technique and was every bit his equal in that regard. Because of the increased speed granted by mana, Shulipen already realized that he needed to end this duel immediately. Ronan thought that if his opponent adapted even more closely to his movements, there would be no chance of winning against his technique, which meant he couldn't let the duel drag on any longer. Thus, both opponents decided to finish each other off right then and there, while they still had the strength to do so, and to do it with a single strike. The men clashed again in an attack, trying to land blows on each other. Severed leaves rained down from the nearby trees as the two opponents stood facing each other. Ronan launched another attack, ready to execute his techniques at full speed. Shulipen wielded the Sword of the Storm, probably for the last time, leaving a massive trench in the forest before him. Shulipen knew that his opponent had had to dodge the Sword of the Storm at the last moment, yet somehow still managed to counterattack. And now Shulipen's entire body was covered in cuts and had begun to bleed. Despite this, the young man from the Grancia family had no intention of giving up and was very pleased that his opponent continued to surprise him. Ronan was surprised too, after all. He'd just cut the guy with his sword, and yet the guy looked pleased and happy. In short, both young men decided that their opponents were deranged psychopaths, and they began striking at each other once more. Both young men were already covered in blood, but neither of them showed it, and only the clang of their swords accompanied the duel. All the academy students watched this truly incredible battle with bated breath. They couldn't believe their eyes, and were especially surprised to learn that the two fighting on the screens were first-year students. Some thought it would be fairer to hold the exam for these two separately from the rest of the students. A representative of the environmental movement believed that even if a war broke out, the forest wouldn't suffer as much. But Ms. Nabarosa was enjoying herself the most. She watched the fight with satisfaction, noting that both young men had grown considerably since they enrolled. At the same time, however, the instructor could see that they were both already exhausted, and whether they wanted it or not, the next exchange of blows would be decisive. Everything around them was covered in dust. The boys fought and battled, not giving an inch. In between exchanges, they even managed to talk to each other and agreed that enrolling in the Filian Academy had been the best decision, thanks to which they'd managed to find a worthy opponent. Shulipen asked his opponent if Ronan felt it was time to end their fight. Ronan confirmed that this was indeed the case and that Shulipen needed to end it immediately. Otherwise, a very close bond would form between them, as if they were becoming attached to one another. Ronan said he would give it his all and asked his opponent to show everything he was capable of as well. Ronan considered himself very lucky because his opponent was a true madman, someone he really wanted to spend as much time with as possible. Ronan now understood his next task. He absolutely had to win Shulipen Granzia over to his side. But before that, of course, he had to show Shulipen, and everyone watching the fight who was in charge here. No one watching the fight, not even the fighters themselves, had had time to notice or examine the details of the blow that had already been landed. Looking back, Shulipen noted that his opponent had become faster, despite all his wounds. Shulipen already realized that he simply couldn't keep up with the speed his opponent was now generating. But at the same time, one must not forget that the strain on the body caused by such extreme speed is also beyond imagination. Shulipen raised his sword and thanked his opponent, saying that thanks to him, he had learned something new again, and then thrust his sword into the ground, creating a protective barrier around himself. Ronan, despite the protective barrier of mana, launched another attack to cut through it. Ronan was certain that this lunatic was significantly slower than him, and was now resorting to this tactic simply because he couldn't keep up. Standing still, Shulipen decided to release the sword's mana in front of him. But because of his wounds, he couldn't control it properly, and he was experiencing excruciating pain throughout his entire body. Knowing all this, Ronan understood that his opponent desperately wanted to win, but Ronan had no intention of giving up either. And now both opponents were slowly reaching their limits. They didn't have time for a long, drawn-out battle to the end. Ronan launched his final attack, closing in rapidly on his opponent, and closing the distance in a single burst. Shulipen had been waiting for this very moment when Ronan would pounce on him, and his opponent did not disappoint. So with all this in mind, Shulipen decided to pour every ounce of his strength into his strike and activated the Sword of the Storm. Everything around them was engulfed in mana, and no one had any idea how it would all end. For a moment it seemed as though a force had crashed down from the sky, shaking the entire island. A powerful explosion shook the entire island, and for a long time afterward, nothing could be seen. And then finally, everyone saw the enormous crater that had formed at the site of the explosion. Both opponents could barely stand, suffering multiple injuries, yet they still clutched their swords tightly in their hands. Ronan had never expected his opponent to channel so much power into the Sword of the Storm that he would even injure himself in the process. Shulipen realized that his opponent was a true madman when it came to fencing. Could a sane person really be like that? Ronan was convinced that enrolling in this academy had been an excellent idea, and Shulipen, as his sparring partner, only reinforced that opinion. It was now clear to everyone that one of these young men might lose his life, because they were once again moving toward each other. All the spectators, the students watching the duel on screens, followed the events with horror, unable to imagine what the outcome would be. Instructor Nabarosa looked quite satisfied. She knew that this fight was about to end one way or another. The finale was rapidly approaching just as the two desperate student warriors were closing in on each other. For each of them, this was a chance to test their strength. Who would win? No one could answer that question. Neither God nor the devil, nor even the combatants themselves knew the answer. Another powerful explosion. Everything was shrouded in smoke, and there they stood facing each other once more. Indomitable, magnificent warriors and representatives of the human race. Shulipen honestly admitted that he had nothing left to show his opponent and collapsed to the ground. Ronan managed to say that he had won, and he too fell unable even to stay on his feet. And so this magnificent duel came to an end, with both combatants lying shoulder to shoulder, unbroken, undefeated, simply tired and exhausted. A deathly silence hung over the academy grounds, and none of those who had watched the duel could say for certain who had won. Both had proven themselves to be great warriors. Ronan finally came to, opened his eyes, and realized he was in the infirmary. Standing beside him were Instructor Nabarosa and her assistant, both eagerly awaiting the young man's awakening. The young man realized that, judging by the fact that both women were by his side, the exam was over. Nabarosa confirmed that the guys had really gone wild out there, and it took a long time to restore order. However, no one, of course, would deny that the battle had been simply spectacular, and it had been worth it. Shulipen was also receiving treatment but had not yet regained consciousness. Ronan was the first to wake up after being wounded, which meant that, at the very least, he had more stamina than his opponent. Ronan hoped he'd be declared the winner in that case, but the instructor said it couldn't be called a win or a loss, for that matter. Both participants returned from the island at the same time, so the match was ruled a draw, and they shared first place. The young man admitted sadly that this was more or less what he had expected, but the instructor praised him, saying that he had handled it better than she had expected. She had assumed that Ronan would start throwing a tantrum and screaming, refusing to accept the result of the exam. Adishan had thought much the same, and now both women were surprised, but Ronan was forced to tell them that he had immediately anticipated this outcome of the duel. The young man admitted that Shulipen had turned out to be extraordinarily strong, much stronger than Ronan had previously thought. So in a way, the outcome of the fight was obvious, and Ronan wasn't all that upset upon learning the official version and the instructor's assessment. But now the young man planned to train even harder so that next time he could beat Shulipen to a pulp. Nabarosa listened to her student's words with a smile on her lips. She noted that Ronan had not only improved his skills, but had even matured a bit. Nabarosa praised the young man for his reaction, saying that they had both fought a wonderful battle and gained excellent combat experience. But the most important outcome of this test was that Ronan had finally managed to use his mana. The young man jumped up in his bed in surprise. Had he really used mana? Ronan hadn't even noticed if that had actually happened. Nabarosa was certain that the young man had used the sword's full energy, which contained mana in his final strike. Ronan recalled that at the moment of the strike, he had indeed felt something strange. Could this be what he had been striving for all this time? Nabarosa confirmed that it was the sword's energy which could only be unleashed through mana. This meant that Ronan had reached a new level, one completely different from where he had been before. But now, watching the young man's reaction, the instructor realized that he wouldn't be able to repeat this feat at will. This issue needed to be resolved immediately, because unlike the other students, he was burdened by numerous restrictions caused by curses, and no one knew when they might manifest again. The instructor thought for a while longer, then ordered her assistant to take the student to that useless bastard. As it turned out, that was how bluntly Ms. Nebarosa spoke of Professor Geraldine Stoneson. Early the next morning, Adeshan went with Ronan to see Professor Stoneson. She said she hadn't seen the professor in quite a while. Ronan was very surprised that instructor Nabarosa had personally sent him to Professor Stone. Was he really that good? Adeshan confirmed that he was considered the best in the field of mana control, which is why other professors often asked him for help. During mana control classes, students' mana sometimes becomes tangled, and their cores begin to harden. In such situations, the students simply need to be taken to Professor Geraldine, and he will easily resolve the problem. It was clear to everyone that he was a true professional in his field, but it's still unclear why instructor Nabarosa dislikes him. It's unknown what happened between them in the past. Perhaps they simply didn't get along. But Ronan would realize for himself just how peculiar the professor was when he met him. Ronan decided that in principle he didn't really care. The main thing was for this professor to teach him how to use mana. But if Stoneham really is that good, then he might be able to learn something from him about mana Adeshan. In his past life, there was little information about the shadow mana, so Ronan knows practically nothing about it. But if they're both going to see the professor, it wouldn't hurt to ask about it as well. Before leaving the infirmary, Ronan managed to speak with Shulipen and confirmed that the young duke had accepted his offer. Ronan was very pleased with himself and believed that such an offer was impossible to refuse. The men met at the special club, and Shulipen admitted that, upon receiving Ronan's invitation to meet, he had become convinced that they were on the same page. Shulipen said that he too had no intention of settling for a draw and was ready to continue their match. Ronan confirmed that he really hadn't liked the result of their exam, but in fact he had challenged Shulipen for an entirely different reason. This clearly surprised the young man. Shulipen didn't even have time to hide his surprise. Ronan handed him an application form to join his club and suggested that Shulipen sign it because it was actually a wonderful offer. Ronan explained that they would be able to leave school and gain real combat experience. They would grow together and improve their physical combat skills. Shulipen, as always, was displeased. Could it be that this naive Ronan had invited him just so they could be friends? How could one be friends with one's archenemy? Duke Grantia turned and headed for the exit, saying he wasn't going to listen to such nonsense. Ronan called after him, saying that he was, of course, sorry, especially since he had been planning to throw a housewarming party with all the club members. And as it just so happened, his little sister Irol was coming to town that very day. Of course, this turned out to be a blow below the belt. Shulipen was struck right in the heart when he heard that Irol was coming to town. He immediately pounced on Ronan with 1,000 questions: when she would arrive, where they were going to meet, whether it was safe there, and whether Ronan had arranged security for his sister. Ronan hadn't expected such intensity and was even taken aback. He said he hadn't made any arrangements yet, but besides, Shulipen wasn't a club member, so no one was going to tell him the details. However, if the young man wanted more information, he could change his mind and sign the club membership application. Shulipen had never made such a snap decision before. He immediately signed the application form with his ducal signature. And when it turned out that Ronan had gotten what he was hoping for, Shulipen demanded to be told everything in detail. Ronan looked at his companion and thought, if this man ever comes to rule the Grantia family, there's already cause for concern about their future. Well, at last, Ronan and Adeshan had reached Professor Stoneson's workplace. It was tower number 41. Ronan stared in surprise at this gloomy tower. He understood why Professor Mai's secret had been so frightened, but he didn't yet know what was wrong with Professor Stoneson. At that moment, a voice asked why the assistant of the vile swordswoman had come to see him. A stranger appeared before the young people, tall, dressed in dark clothes. Behind him were several huge bags. Adeshan immediately recognized him as Professor Stone. The girl greeted the professor and explained that Ronan was having trouble controlling his mana, which was why instructor Nabarosa had asked her to bring him to him. The professor began to examine Ronan with surprise. He realized that if the instructor had sent a student to him over such a trifling matter, then this young man must be a very promising student. The professor scrutinized the young man closely as he tried to be polite, but the man said they could certainly skip that. After that, Professor Stonston held out his hand and asked how much Ronan had brought him because he didn't do volunteer work and charged a fee for his services. And now the man wanted to know exactly how much money Ronan had set aside to pay for his work. Ronan couldn't believe that this professor was demanding money from him. No one at the academy had ever behaved this way before, and it was simply astonishing. The professor, however, had no intention of compromising his principles. He stated that he charged a minimum of 10 gold coins per hour of work. Naturally, that was for a single student. At first, Ronan even thought the professor was just joking, but when he looked into the man's eyes, he realized he was absolutely serious. Ronan finally admitted that he had no money and suggested that perhaps they could work out some other arrangement. Professor Stoneston replied that in that case, Ronan could go to hell as an alternative, and once he was there, he should ask Nabarosa for the gold coins he was missing. After that, the man turned around and went on his way, but then stopped and said he'd come up with an alternative idea. Professor Stonston had figured out exactly what kind of deal he could offer the young men, and in Stonston's mind's eye, he could already see the ring that the young man had received from the elf Sarante. Ronan didn't even notice how they'd reached their destination, because on the way there, he'd been telling the professor about Sarante's ring. Ronan and Adeshan were sitting at a table, and the young man thought it was a rather strange place. Besides, it didn't look clean. But on the other hand, it was a huge, practically empty room, and it felt as if you were in a prison where there was no one else but you. As soon as the students and the professor entered the tower, all sounds from the street vanished. The professor must have cast a silent spell over the entire tower. Even the locks on the doors were reinforced with magic. Ronan couldn't imagine what this professor was up to if he needed such serious protection. Finally, Professor Stonston sat down at the table as well and said that before they got down to business, he'd like to take a look at the ring. Taking the ring out of his pocket, Ronan said that it was very important to him and asked the man to handle it with great care. Professor Stonston said that this item was also very valuable to him, and indeed the professor held the ring very gently in his hands. He examined it and soon said that he could clearly sense how pure and ancient the mana within it was. The dragon must have devoted more than 2,000 years to studying elemental magic, but the professor soon realized that this was not the dragon's magic, but that of an elf. Ronan was very surprised by the man's abilities, but Professor Stoneham said that this was only natural after all. To work as a professor at the academy, one must be able to do at least something. And now the professor was ready to state his conditions. He asked Ronan to allow him to extract a small amount of mana from the ring. The man admitted that for his experiment he needed mana from a long-lived race that had been practicing magic for many years. Of course, there are high elves and mages at the Filion Academy as well, but their mana doesn't even hold a candle to that of this ring. The professor was willing to admit that for an ordinary student at the academy, Ronan had managed to cultivate some impressive connections. And if the boy would allow them to take a little mana, Professor Stonston promised to give him his full support in return. Ronan replied that the offer was certainly tempting, but he would like Professor Stoneham to help resolve the Ottocan issue as well. The man was already starting to boil with anger. He only needed a drop of mana, and this insolent student was imposing additional conditions on him. Ronan immediately stood up and said that if anything didn't suit him, then they were done, and the professor immediately replied that he hadn't yet refused. Ronan continued to pressure the professor to agree, and in the end, Professor Stonston gave in and confirmed that he was willing to meet those conditions. Of course, it was impossible not to notice that Ronan was very skilled at negotiating. The professor suggested they start by looking into the problem that had brought Ronan to him. After all, if the instructor had sent him to the professor, it meant the problem was indeed serious. After that, the man instructed the young man to stand in the center of the magic circle. When the young man did so, Professor Stoneham approached him from behind and tried to concentrate in order to analyze Ronan. The man said that Ronan apparently had only recently begun to sense mana, but there were practically no traces of its use in his body, which meant that Ronan hadn't used it yet. The young man confirmed that he could only sense it, not use it, and that it was all the fault of the person who had cast the curse on him. Professor Stonston continued his analysis and soon reported that this was no ordinary curse. It was attempting to close the mana channel that had barely opened. The professor decided to try channeling his own mana into the channel and forcibly open it. This procedure is quite painful, as if a knife were being run down his spine. But the professor hoped the young man would be able to endure the pain. And before Ronan could confirm or deny this claim, excruciating pain shot through his body and he could no longer speak. He could only scream and moan loudly. Meanwhile, Professor Stone's son was channeling his mana into the young man and trying to figure out what was actually happening. The man was now moving his mana through the young man's body, and so far everything was going smoothly. It turned out to be much easier than the professor had expected. The man was already thinking that he would soon finish the entire process, but suddenly realized that something was approaching him. Unfortunately, this something was very dark and sinister, and the professor found himself paralyzed. It was the first time he had ever faced such horror. The man saw horror and death before him, and couldn't understand how such a terrifying power could exist inside an ordinary boy. Professor Stoneham was in a terrible predicament. He was trying to release his mana, but it felt as though someone was pulling him inward and wouldn't let go. The man was eventually able to withdraw his mana from Ronan's body, but afterward he fell to his knees and blood gushed from his throat, terrifying both students. Now the man was sitting on the floor in a pool of his own blood, and the young men rushed to him to help. But then, with his last ounce of strength, the professor began to speak the words of the spell. He listed them all and commanded, "Open up." Ronan remembered that these were the very words Elizabeth had spoken when she brought him to the professor of magic to open the entrance to her house. Professor Maya's secret was going about her business, but immediately sensed that Jurodin had suddenly opened the door to her house. She immediately saw the man, and next to him 2 terrified students from the academy. The professor wanted to know what was going on. She immediately ordered the students to step aside because she needed to help her colleague urgently. Unfortunately, Professor Stone's condition was very serious, and Miss Secret was doing everything in her power to help him. Then the woman turned to Ronan and asked if Professor Stoneson had really channeled his mana into him. Ronan confirmed that the man had intended to expand his mana channel in this way, but the professor believed it was a very rash act. The fact was that part of Ronan's curse had been transferred to Professor Stone's son through his mana. This was a curse of the highest evil, and no one but Ronan could withstand it. The woman was certain that if things were left as they were, Professor Stoneson would soon die. It simply didn't make sense. The professor could die because of Ronan's curse, but Maya's secret was certain if they did nothing. That's exactly what would happen. Fortunately, the curse hadn't yet had time to take deep root in the professor, so she hoped she could extract it. This was the first time Miss Secret had encountered such a terrifying force, and now she had to extract it from her colleague's body. This incomprehensible, evil curse looked simply hideous, as if some creature had a huge mouth and countless eyes and tentacles. At one point, the woman managed to extract this monster. She flung it aside and shouted at Ronan to cut the monster down. The young man reacted with lightning speed, and his sword effortlessly sliced the strange creature into tiny pieces. As soon as the severed pieces touched the ground, they dissolved and gradually vanished. Professor Stonston soon began breathing on his own, and it seemed the crisis had passed. The man thanked his colleague for saving him, and Miss Secret confirmed that it was all thanks to his quick reaction. If the curse had penetrated deeper, there would have been nothing she could have done. The professor recalled that she had recently told Stoneson that she had encountered a student with the worst curse. Now it was clear who she had been referring to. Ronan finished dispelling the curse and wanted to know how Professor Stoneson was feeling. The man was still very weak, but his life was no longer in danger. He admitted that, thanks to Ronan, he'd had an unforgettable experience. He'd never before thought that such an incredible curse could exist. The professor assumed that life must have been very difficult for the young man with such a curse inside him. In any case, Professor Stoneson had fulfilled part of his promise. The man turned to his colleague and asked Miss Secret to check on Ronan's condition right away. The professor looked at the young man and was astonished. It couldn't be true. But the fact remained, mana was flowing through his body. The woman rushed to examine the young man. She couldn't believe it, but she could clearly see that Ronan's mana channels had opened, albeit weakly. She began asking how Ronan had tried to lift the curse, or whether he might have fallen into the pit of cursed eyes. The young man replied that he had done nothing of the sort. The professor didn't know why, but the curse that had been blocking his mana channels was beginning to weaken, and even now some force continued to break it down. It was as if rain and wind were wearing away at a stone, and over time would eventually overcome it. Of course, the curse was still trying to block the mana channels, but thanks to this unknown force and the widening of the channels the professor had performed, it would now be very difficult for the curse to succeed. Ronan was very pleased and hoped that he would now be able to use mana. The professor confirmed that this was true, but the young man would need to spend a long time learning how to do it, since the curse was still trying to block his mana channels. If the young man trained regularly, he would surely succeed in 20 years' time. Ronan was ready to scream in frustration. He didn't want to wait that long, but the professor said that even this outcome was already a tremendous miracle. Without completely lifting the curse, this problem could only be solved through training, but Ronan wanted to know if there was any way to speed up the process. Professor Stone's son joined the conversation. He said that it all depended on Ronan's efforts, but that the boy could significantly shorten that time. This would be possible thanks to a special mana training method invented by Professor Stonston himself. The men sat one behind the other. The professor placed his hands on the young man's back and told him to listen carefully. Right now, Ronan could control only a very small amount of mana. His channels had just opened, and they were much narrower than those of the other students. But if the boy mastered this practice method and trained diligently to expand his channels, he would be able to increase the amount of mana he could use. It all depended on Ronan's abilities, but according to the professor's estimates, in about 5 years the young man would be able to use as much mana as everyone else. The professor was going to channel his own mana into Ronan so the boy could sense where his channels were located. Of course, it's still risky, but there might not be another chance like this, since the boy's curse is weakened right now, and they need to take advantage of that. Ronan had barely managed to thank the man when a terrible pain shot through his back once again. The professor explained that this training method differed from others in that one had to regulate the speed and direction of one's mana with the utmost precision. There's no need to rush through this process. On the contrary, one must direct their mana very carefully and precisely in order to strengthen their weak channels. Ronan must repeat the path the professor had just shown him with his mana, doing so step by step without rushing. And over time, mana will become a force that will always be there to help Ronan. After traveling the entire path using his mana, the professor gave the young man the opportunity to repeat the same thing on his own without the man's help. And right then, Professor Stonston was pleasantly surprised. He had shown the path just once, and Ronan had already memorized everything and was channeling his mana perfectly. The man looked closely at Ronan once more. Now he understood why people had taken notice of him. The young man possessed talent on an entirely different level. When the process was over, the professor said he would no longer have to deal with that dreadful curse. Ronan had to practice this technique every day, and the young man was surprised and amazed when he felt his own mana in his hand. Now he clearly understood that he was changing and becoming a completely different person, not the one he used to be. In his past life, Ronan couldn't even dream of mana, but now he had practically learned how to use it. Ronan thanked the professor, and now he understood why the man had asked for such a huge sum of gold coins for his services. But then Professor Stonston turned to Ronan and reminded him that he had solved his problem, so now Ronan had to fulfill his part of the agreement. Ronan had no intention of breaking his promise, but he still felt that the professor needed to take care of his health and recover. But the professor, even though he was truly in terrible shape, said that his condition didn't matter. For Stone, saving her was far more important, even at the cost of others' lives. And so now the man was begging Ronan to give him the ring immediately. Everyone looked at the professor in surprise, and Mrs. Secret surmised that Stone had suffered a temporary loss of reason due to excessive stress. Apparently he needed the ring for some important research, and of course the woman knew what the problem was. She turned to Stoneason, who was a friend to her, and asked how much longer he was going to cling to the past. Soon the young people, along with Professor Stoneason, stepped onto the magic circle to travel back. Adekin urged her friend on, saying that the nearest medical office was in the Lexion building. They absolutely had to go there. And the group would have reached the infirmary in just 5 minutes, if not for a small problem. This small problem was a massive lock, which was secured with a multitude of magical spells on the front door. The young people noticed that the magical lock on the door had been reinforced, and it seemed they wouldn't be able to open it on their own. Professor Stonston struggled to regain his composure and tried to open the lock, but he didn't have enough strength to do so, so he began to break through the wall, saying that they would pass through a hidden passage. Sure enough, a real door soon appeared in the wall. Ronan said that this door didn't look like an exit, since the professor simply needed to remove his own lock from the front door. But the professor started saying something strange. He said they had to go down after it before the rose wilted. The young people didn't argue with the professor, and soon they were descending some stairs and secret passages. Soon they found themselves in some kind of eerie room. Atekin covered her face with her hands in horror. Ronan immediately realized they had come to the right place, though it was unclear exactly what the professor had been doing here. But one thing was absolutely clear: The students had seen something they weren't supposed to see. In the middle of the hall stood a huge flask, and inside it floated a beautiful young woman. Ronan surmised that it was because of this beauty that the professor had caused all this commotion. Ronan sat the man down next to the flask and asked his girlfriend to keep an eye on him, while he decided to look around and perhaps find something suitable. The young man looked around and saw traces of monstrous experiments on monsters and suspicious ingredients everywhere. Even at first glance, it was clear that this was no ordinary research. Ronan couldn't even begin to imagine just how far the professor had crossed the line. Ronan began asking uncomfortable questions, and the professor admitted that he was almost finished. This happened many years ago, and fortunately the man had managed to preserve the body before it began to decompose. The body is the vessel that contains the soul. Therefore, as long as the vessel remains intact, one can assume that the situation is not yet fatal. Professor Stonston firmly believed that he could bring his one and only wife, Sunya, back to life. Everyone around him kept insisting that no one had ever succeeded in bringing the dead back to life. But that didn't matter to the professor. He would never give up and would continue to fight to save his beloved wife. His 54th attempt to bring her back to life involved using an ogre's heart, which he had purchased on the northern black market. But that too had no effect. Eventually, the magic tower could no longer tolerate his presence and dismissed him from his position. Without funds, he would be unable to continue his research. With the help of the Academy's director, Stoneason was able to move Sunya to the basement of the Academy's magic tower, and from that day on, he became a professor. The man couldn't stand teaching primitive things to narrow-minded people, but he had no choice, because it was the only way to cover the costs of saving the woman. Ronan leafed through the professor's personal diary and realized that even the 134th attempt had failed. Now the young man understood why the professor had demanded money for his help. Of course, ingredients of this sort were by no means cheap. On top of that, they're very hard to come by, and it's now clear that the man did all this to save his loved one. Even in his past life, Ronan had often seen people go mad with love and give up everything. Moreover, even now there was such a person in Ronan's circle, namely Shulipen, who was willing to go to great lengths for his cause and for love. But the problem is that such people usually don't end well, because there are those around them who take advantage of their weakness to cause harm. On one of the pages of his diary, Ronan found a note. It was from some suspicious people who were offering the professor a special deal so that he could continue his mission. But then Professor Stonston noticed that Ronan had gone quiet and was rummaging around somewhere. He hoped the boy wasn't going through his things. The young man quickly snapped the diary shut and said that, of course, he hadn't touched anything. Ronan said he was just looking for something that might help improve the professor's condition. After all, unfortunately, Ronan himself couldn't even handle mana properly, so he had no idea what anything here was for. However, the young man had already managed to tuck the note from the villains into the inside pocket of his jacket. In this wild area, apart from the occasional bird, there was practically no sound to be heard. The man reported that contact had been established without any problems. Of course, there were some doubts, but closing the deal was only a matter of time. After all, this man desperately needs pure blood essence, which means he'll agree to any of their terms to get it. The man sat at a long table on which lay the bodies of people with their hands and feet bound, and bags pulled over their heads. The man was very pleased, and he found it amusing. Even serious people like the professor, who was willing to go to hell for a single woman, were truly very foolish human beings. Professor Stonston finally returned the ring, thanked him for it, and apologized, saying that the extraction had been successful, but the process had taken a long time. The professor explained that he had needed only a drop of energy, especially since the amount of mana in this ring was extremely high. But thanks to this, the next step in the professor's experiment was complete, so he wanted to thank the young man once again. The professor realized he no longer needed to pretend, since Ronan had scoured the entire area and now fully understood exactly what kind of experiment the man was working on. However, the professor realized that this was very presumptuous of him, but he still asked the students to keep this information confidential, and they agreed, as they too didn't want anyone pestering them with questions. Stonson thanked the students for their understanding and then turned to his assistant, Nabarosa, saying that now they would tackle her problem as well. The man was certain that Atakan's difficulties were not the same as Ronan's, but he sensed an unusual energy emanating from her. And now Adeshan stood there, enveloped in a shadowy energy that surged in huge waves from one side to the other. As soon as the young people were able to leave Professor Stone's tower, Adishan immediately said that she needed to go to her mentor to help her prepare for class. Ronan was very pleased to finally be alone, and he'd even managed to slip away with the note. If a connection between these suspicious people is proven, it might turn out that the professor is a member of this organization. In that case, Ronan would have only one choice left. Once back on the street, the young man unfolded the note again and saw a drop of blood in the middle. And there were absolutely no words on the note. The content was nothing more than a blood stain, but perhaps it was some kind of magical password. And now Ronan realized that solving the problem would be much more difficult, and perhaps he needed to take this to the experts and show it to them. But the longer the young man held the piece of paper open, the more the energy of the blood rose and filled the space, growing in size. Soon the enormous blood-red bubble seemed to burst in midair, and its fragments scattered in all directions. The girl explained that the letter had been written using vampire blood. She had come here because she sensed the magic of the blood. Ophelia greeted Ronan but admitted that she hadn't expected to see him here at all. The young people entered a special adventure club, and Ronan said that since Ophelia had taken Sita away for research, he hadn't heard anything from her. The girl, continuing to play with the little creature, admitted that she and Sita had made significant progress, and their research was moving along at a good pace. For her part, Ophelia had taught Sita the magic of blood. As expected, the little bird's talent exceeded all expectations, and Ronan will be very surprised when he sees her in action. It was interesting to find out where Ronan got the letter of blood from. It turns out that was actually the name of this strange note. A letter of blood was one of the primary manifestations of blood magic, a method used to condense large amounts of information. Vampires often use blood letters when they need to conduct secret negotiations, and the girl demonstrated how it works in practice. All you have to do is infuse the letter with a little mana, and the text of the note immediately appears before your eyes as the hidden information begins to manifest. The note read, "If a man wishes to obtain the essence of pure blood, he must come to such and such an address." Ronan knew that this was precisely the material the professor needed to continue his experiment. But the young man couldn't understand when exactly the people from the Clavier Nebula had started doing charity work, which meant they would demand something in return. And what were these mysterious blood hooks all about anyway? Ophelia explained that the Blood Hook was an organization of young vampires, all of whom were no more than 200 years old. They engage in base and dark deeds supposedly in the name of reviving the golden age of vampires. But Ophelia still found it very strange. The Blood Hook spoke of the essence of pure blood, and that is an enormous rarity even in the world of vampires. Ophelia asked who the intended recipient of this note was before Ronan took it for himself. The girl said that if this person took the offer lightly, he could lose much more than just his life. Ronan thought long and hard about this. He was literally at a crossroads, unsure of the right course of action. Finally, he admitted that he had found the note in Professor Stoneason's lab, and Ophelia immediately said that she had long suspected something strange. Ronan probably didn't know this, but Professor Stoneason had once been the chief mage of the Full Moon Tower. The young man was surprised to hear that the professor was actually such an outstanding mage. And Ophelia confirmed that Professor Stoneason's magic was known even among vampires, since there were only a handful of such people on the entire continent. Ronan calmed down and said that in that case the professor was in no danger, since he could take care of everything himself and take what he needed. Ophelia agreed that the professor was strong enough to deal with a few immature vampires. But if he really needs blood essence, then the situation takes a completely different turn. It's a special substance with a high concentration of blood mana, and not just any blood, but the mana of vampire blood. Moreover, the owner of this object must have practiced blood magic for a long time. Only then can such an essence be quite effective, depending on how it's used. Unless the vampire, the owner of the blood essence, releases it on their own using blood magic. It will simply be an ordinary red stone. In other words, without close cooperation with the vampires, it's impossible to obtain such an essence. Ronan carefully analyzed the information he'd heard, and it turned out that Professor Stoneason had no choice but to agree to the vampire's terms. Ophelia confirmed that this was exactly the case. Of course, judging by the approach the vampires had taken with Professor Stoneason, she had a rough idea of what they wanted. 4 men in cloaks were standing near the entrance to the secret dungeon. They were clearly waiting for someone. Finally, a silhouette appeared in the distance, and they were relieved to see that he had arrived. It was the new candidate for subjugation that their master had told them about. This time, the candidate wasn't just a simple warrior or a civilian, but a master mage, Professor Stonison of the Academy. One of the vampires was very surprised, saying he couldn't sense any energy from this mage, but his companions said they shouldn't let their guard down. It might only seem that way from the outside. Besides, this mage was currently at the peak of his powers, and he had once even fought using the holy sword of Nabarosa. The men exchanged greetings, and the vampires asked if this was indeed Professor Stonston. They said their master was inside, but first asked him to take off his cloak. This was a precaution, because the vampires wanted to confirm the professor's identity. The man took off his cloak, remarking that all that remained of vampires was a terrifying reputation, but in reality, they turned out to be nothing but cowards. After removing his hood, the professor asked if the men were satisfied and whether he had passed their face check. The vampires thanked him once more for his understanding and then invited him inside. One of the vampires noticed the sword sticking out from under the cloak. It was rather strange since the professor was a mage, so why would he need a sword? But at that moment, the professor spun around abruptly and told the man that he had already seen this. The vampires didn't have time to figure out exactly what he'd seen before, because several precise sword strikes were delivered in an instant. And just like that, body parts of the three vampires were scattered all over the area, and everything around them was drenched in their blood. Ronan, who was acting through the professor's body, told the vampires that they'd better head to the afterlife. A few days before this incident, Ronan and Ophelia were sitting in the adventure club, wondering what to do. The girl had prepared a transformation potion that allowed one to change appearance for 30 minutes. And so Ronan would be able to take on the appearance of Professor Stone. Although the transformation wouldn't last long, the effect was obvious. With this potion, they could easily fool the members of the Bloodhook. Ronan thanked the girl, though he thought it was unnecessary. Ophelia looked worried. Of course, all these people were young vampires, but at the same time, they were at least 100 years old, and she was worried whether Ronan would be able to handle them on his own. Of course, she didn't really know what skills Ronan possessed, but she was ready to go with him as backup. Ronan thanked her and said he could handle it on his own. Besides, if members of the same race clashed, Ophelia might run into trouble with the clan leaders. But Ronan was absolutely confident and calm, and said he wouldn't run into any difficulties. And so, on the appointed day, Ronan showed up for the meeting in the guise of a professor and instantly cut down 3 of the 4 vampires. The survivors couldn't believe their eyes. Could this man really not be a professor of magic? But just at that moment, Ronan grabbed a vampire by the face and was about to finish him off, ordering him to be silent and not even breathe audibly. The young man thrust his sword into the vampire's mouth and said that from that moment on, the vampire could only answer the questions he asked, unless, of course, the vampire wanted to lose all his limbs. The young man walked for a long time through the long underground corridors, which were lit by torches. It was rather strange, but there really wasn't a single trap there. It turned out that the guard was more honest than Ronan had thought. If the young man had known this beforehand, they might have avoided any unnecessary casualties altogether. But now there was nothing to be done about it. The young man walked down the corridor, feeling all the while that there was something strange about this temple. It was either the patterns on the walls or the atmosphere itself. Ronan felt as though he'd seen something like this somewhere before, but for some reason he couldn't remember, so he decided not to worry about it for now. Gradually, the young man reached a large hall and saw a gigantic door from which a terrible stench of blood emanated. The young man couldn't even imagine what might be happening behind that wall, but it was probably something terrible. Ronan cracked open the door and peered into the hall. He saw a man drinking blood from a severed hand. At the same time, another vampire sank his fangs into a woman's neck and drank her blood with relish. In the midst of this feast stood a man with long white hair. He held a glass filled with blood and greeted the professor who had arrived. The man introduced himself. His name was Zwei von Arnstoffel, and he was the leader of the Bloodhook. The vampire leader said he was sorry to have to show the professor the seedy side of their lives, but unfortunately the man had arrived later than scheduled, so they had already had to eat dinner. Arnstoffel asked if the professor would like to join their ceremony, and Ronan realized he needed to calm down. There were no living people here, which meant there was no one to save. He needed to focus on his original goal, so the young man thanked him, but said he had to decline. The sight of it all made him queasy. The young man asked if there weren't too many guests gathered here for a simple exchange, but he was told that the professor shouldn't feel burdened. The Bloodhook organization needs to recruit new talent. It's been a long time since the group's members have all gathered together, but their intentions are sincere. Of course, the vampire's food source greatly troubled the professor, but he said it didn't matter as long as they gave him the essence of pure blood. The leader of the vampires said that the terms of the deal were very simple, and perhaps the professor had already partly guessed what they entailed. Through a blood oath guaranteed by his life, Professor Stoneason would become a member of their vampire family. That was the extent of the terms, and the professor considered it utter nonsense. Did the vampires really want him to become their slave? But von Arnstoffel explained that he regretted the professor's line of thinking, because in reality this service could not be compared to anything so primitive. It would be better to imagine that the professor would cast off his weak human flesh and receive an honor he could never even have dreamed of. Together they would breathe new life into their race, but to do so they must first rid themselves of the older generation steeped in pacifism. The members of the Bloodhook will be direct witnesses to this historic event, and the group's leader will grant the professor the chance to experience it. This is because the professor is regarded as a participant in the holy war for the rebirth of the race, and it is a tremendous honor that cannot be entrusted to just any ordinary person. The professor replied that he didn't know much about honor, but he couldn't have imagined just how abnormal the people in the Bloodhook would turn out to be. But these words did not offend the organization's leader in the least. He merely laughed, confident that it was difficult for a human to grasp this profound meaning at all. After that, the vampire told the professor to think it over and make a decision right then and there, because this was his only chance to obtain the essence of pure blood. Von Arnstoffel could guarantee that if the professor refused now, he would never receive it again, anywhere, since this rare item was difficult to obtain even for vampires. The professor said that judging by what was happening around him, if he refused now, they would not let him leave. The leader of the Bloodhook said that the professor, as a supreme mage, possessed extraordinary insight and was absolutely correct in his prediction of his immediate future. After that, the vampire leader snapped his fingers, and in an instant, vampires gathered around the professor to help him make the right choice. Von Arnstoffel advised him not to even think about resisting. The professor had probably already noticed that the mana flow here was completely unstable. The fact is that this room is equipped with magical stones of the highest quality, and no matter how powerful a mage might be, he would be unable to use his magic here. If a mage were to force himself to use magic anyway, his mana core would explode, and he would never be able to use mana again. Therefore, the professor needs to think carefully about this turn of events. Otherwise, he'll become just as lifeless a piece of flesh as his beloved wife. And to the vampires, Professor Stoneason will be nothing more than a tempting sack of blood. Everyone around him strongly urged the professor to simply accept their terms, and then it would all end quickly and comfortably for everyone. At that moment, the professor removed his hood and said that the vampires had indeed prepared well, but he was absolutely certain he could handle them. And now, speaking on behalf of Professor Stonston, Ronan officially declared that he was very glad he had come here, and at that moment the young man resumed his normal appearance. The vampire leader was very surprised and couldn't even hide it. He had already realized that the person standing before him wasn't a professor, but he wanted to know who this person was. Furthermore, the question of how this stranger had ended up in this place remained a significant one. But as we well understand, within just a few seconds these questions became completely irrelevant and unimportant, because Ronan walked through the vampires, leaving pools of blood in his wake. He said it didn't matter at all how he'd gotten there, since it was completely irrelevant. After that, Ronan advised the vampires to shut their blood-sucking mouths and say goodbye to life. Von Arnstoffel was beside himself with rage. He didn't understand who this man was, or how he dared to behave this way in his home. The leader of the Bloody Hook still wanted to find out how such an insignificant little man dared to show up here, but soon there was no one left to talk to at all. The next moment, Ronan was already standing in front of the vampire, ready to cut his body to pieces. To his horror, the vampire leader realized that he hadn't noticed the swordsman's movements at all, and now he had to urgently draw upon the power of blood. But Ronan was already right there, and in an instant von Arnstoffel's both arms flew into the air, severed by the sharp sword. His severed legs soon followed. But the vampire wouldn't let up, screaming that the swordsman would never be able to live in peace after what he'd done, and Ronan had to strike the vampire on the nose with the hilt of his sword to shut him up. Finally, the armless and legless body was tossed into the far corner of the hall, and Ronan asked the vampire to sit there quietly and wait for him. The thing was, the young man still had some unfinished business. There were still a few surviving vampires in the hall. They were in a state of shock, realizing just how powerful their leader had once been. But now he didn't even have the chance to counterattack, and had suffered a crushing defeat. Everyone realized they were facing an extraordinary man, so the members of the Bloodhook agreed to attack all at once. Ronan said he'd heard about vampires, that they used blood as a weapon, and now he saw that it was indeed true. The vampires were gathering blood to use it in their attack. Soon they launched an attack against the swordsman, hurling blood at him. They were about to carry out a bloody slaughter. Ronan stared in astonishment at the pool of blood approaching him. It turned out that by using this pool of blood, the vampires had immobilized the young man and could now attack him at their leisure. Ronan really couldn't move an inch, but his hands and sword worked with remarkable precision, and soon there were again scattered pieces of bodies all around him. The young man didn't stop for a single moment. It was like some kind of hellish, bloody meat grinder. Ronan knew that vampires were extremely fast, and on top of that, they had an incredible rate of regeneration. They healed themselves almost instantly and resumed their attacks. One of the vampires possessed the bloodshot technique. In this case, blood shot out as if from a bloody pistol. This attack was extremely swift, and Ronan realized these were the skills of mid-level mages. With every passing moment, the power of the Bloodhook became more and more apparent. There were many vampires, and they were advancing relentlessly. And then came the moment when Ronan realized he had to get rid of the problem immediately. And despite his feet being pinned to the ground, the young man cut down all the vampires approaching him. One of the vampires couldn't believe his eyes. He watched in horror as this stranger destroyed his comrades. At the same time, it's important to remember that mana was completely blocked in this room. On top of that, the young man's legs were bound. And now it was clear that this young man was no ordinary person, but a true monster, ruthless and merciless. Ronan turned to the vampire and asked why he was standing on the sidelines. Was he really not going to attack, even though this guy was now completely alone? Ronan told the vampire that he had pretended to fall into their bloody trap and was now apologizing for his prank. The thing was, he was holding a very special sword, which he had used in battle. The vampire couldn't believe his eyes or ears, but at the same time he realized that this young man wasn't lying, which meant he had to save himself and run away. The man spun around and took off running, but as we know, Ronan could run much faster, and by that moment he was already chasing the vampire. The chase lasted only a few seconds, and at some point the last vampire split into two, the right half of his body and the left half. Ronan felt no pity for these creatures at all. On the contrary, he had just punished a traitor who had wanted to abandon his friends and flee the battlefield. But after the entire room had been cleared, Ronan remembered that he still had some business to attend to and needed to continue the conversation. And so the young man made his way over to von Arnstoffel, who was still lying there by the wall, without arms or legs. To bring his companion to his senses, Ronan was forced to stab him in the leg with his sword several times. And now at last he could have a heart-to-heart talk with this pleasant man. Ronan admitted that he'd even been afraid had von Arnstoffel perhaps not waited for him and quietly slipped away. At that moment, the leader of the Bloodhook clan surveyed the room and realized to his horror that all his subordinates were dead, and he had hoped they would have destroyed this swordsman. Ronan saw the confusion on his companion's face and apologized for his behavior, saying that he'd gotten a little carried away, and now all the vampire's friends were in such a pitiful state. If Zwei didn't want to join them, they could still come to an amicable agreement right now, and he would give him the essence of pure blood. But then the vampire began to scream in anguish. He hadn't actually thought that his conversation with the professor would come to this. On top of that, the vampire started having a hysterical fit. He didn't understand why it was necessary to kill all his friends, since they could have lived their lives normally. Why had he done this to them? Ronan decided that his companion had simply gone mad, or perhaps he was talking to someone else, and as soon as the young man thought this, he saw a silhouette behind him. Ronan instantly jumped aside, not understanding how this had happened, how he hadn't sensed a thing. But if this man had wanted to kill him, he would have done so with absolute ease. And now Ronan watched with great interest to see what would happen next. The stranger told von Arnstoffel that he was very disappointed in him. When they had discussed the deal, Professor Stonston was supposed to become his servant. The man couldn't understand why Zwei had been making promises he couldn't keep. His conceit was repulsive, and he was a real loser in his own family. Zui is not only obsessed with primitive things, but he's also incapable of distinguishing a correct decision from a wrong one. After that, the man said that Zui's plan had failed, and now he was returning the essence of pure blood. And after that, huge streams of blood surged from von Arnstoffel toward the stranger. As for the former leader of the Bloodhook himself, he still managed to beg for one last chance several times before life left his body. Ronan asked the stranger what he was going to do now that he had suddenly appeared here and interfered in their affairs. Ronan didn't know who he was dealing with, but if he was facing the master of pure blood essence, they'd be better off cooperating. The stranger replied that Ronan was just as arrogant and self-assured as that wretched dead vampire. Ronan listened to the man further and said that if he refused, Ronan would teach him a lesson. And although the man managed to dodge the attack, he still noted that Ronan's teeth were much sharper than they appeared. The man showed his hand, which had a wound on it. Surprisingly, Ronan had managed to injure him, even though the man's body was reinforced with blood mana. The stranger said that of course it wasn't right to go by someone else's name, but now he could see that the young man was very talented, and he was ready to see what other talents Ronan possessed. The stranger attacked Ronan using blood-based elements, and the young man was forced to swing his sword non-stop to fend off these attacks. Then a bloodshot was used, and Ronan faced such an attack for the second time that evening. The young man managed to dodge it instantly. He succeeded again, but at the same time the situation was quite serious. After that, the stranger used blood magic. Everything around them was engulfed in a mist of blood, which was meant to envelop the swordsman. The man said he had never before met such a young and talented young man. And he wasn't just talking about the blocks and parries Ronan had demonstrated. The man could feel Ronan absorbing his mana, and it was simply an amazing technique. The stranger said that, although he hadn't expected much, his opponent turned out to be very interesting, and they would still have a wonderful time together. But Ronan was already tired of fighting these vampires, and he especially hated it when someone treated him condescendingly, as if he were their master. So the young man rushed into the attack to shut the man up for good. The stranger noted that the young man had shown impressive speed. After that, the man raised his hand and began to gather a whirlwind of blood, saying at the same time that he would show mercy, because the young man had entertained him with his excellent skill. But suddenly a voice rang out, demanding that the two of them stop immediately. That voice was very familiar to both combatants, and there, standing between the men, was Ophelia Dynite. The girl greeted the man named Balzac and said that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, though she wasn't exactly happy to see him. Ronan didn't understand why Ophelia had come here, since she herself had said she had no business being here. Suddenly, the young man realized that Ophelia knew his opponent, and she replied that everyone knew him because he was Balzac von Warsaw. He was a relative of the great lord of the vampires, as well as his most loyal assistant and protector. Balzac said that he could never have even imagined that they would meet again in this very place, and that he had truly missed Ophelia. More than 80 years had passed since their last meeting, and now Balzac didn't understand why Ophelia was meddling in this boy's affairs. But that didn't matter at all right now. What mattered was that they had met again and could be together. But then Ophelia held out her hand in front of her and told Balzac not to come so close to her. The fact is, the girl still hadn't forgotten what happened that day, and Balzac, of course, hadn't forgotten a thing either. Ophelia continues to see that nightmare even with her eyes closed, when the man she loved died literally in her arms. Balzac realized that not enough time had passed yet, and that he probably needed to give Ophelia a little more time so she could forgive him. Ophelia knew that Balzac had tried to harm the Lord and had failed to save her sister, and of course one couldn't say that she was a normal person. It seemed as if she were constantly laughing at something. But unfortunately, the past could not be undone, and Balzac understood exactly how Ophelia felt. Ronan realized he needed to get out of there somehow, because all this sentimental talk was making him sick. But Ophelia asked her friend why he'd gotten involved with such young kids as the Bloody Hook. Besides, he'd lent them some pure blood essence. But then the girl realized that perhaps Balzac had some business with Professor Stone. Balzac confirmed, if Ophelia knew him well, she had already figured out what those dealings were. After all, they had never been able to determine a winner. Having met completely by chance on the other side of the continent, they clashed in battle like true warriors. Throughout his life, Balzac had tested his strength against many heroes, but such worthy opponents could be counted on one hand. And if the sun hadn't risen then, nothing would have prevented them from determining a winner. Since then, Balzac has tried to track down the professor, but he simply vanished without a trace. Professor Stone's son had hidden himself very well, and to this day, Balzac has been unable to find any trace of him. Their battle had remained unresolved for several years, but then these youngsters showed up and offered a deal. They claimed to know Stone's whereabouts, and if Balzac gave them the essence of pure blood, they would lead him to the professor. And they'd also make sure that Balzac could enjoy battling him forever and kill him over and over again. The scheme of these petty bloodsuckers seemed tempting, but it all turned out to be for nothing. It was nothing more than childish babble. And as is now clear, in the end, they all met the same fate as their deal. Balzac felt deeply disappointed. But fortunately, he met this human cub, and once again tasted the sweetness of battle when he decided to test his strength against him. And now Balzac was well aware that in a few years, this young lad would certainly be able to plunge a knife into his neck. Balzac von Warsaw admitted that he had never before seen such a mysterious energy enveloping this young man. This made a deep impression on Balzac, but it was still too early to fight the boy. Besides, he couldn't let the same mistake with Ophelia happen a second time. It might hurt her again. Unexpectedly, Balzac made an unpredictable move. He flung the blood at the young man and told him he could take it. Ronan's mouth fell open in surprise, and he stared wide-eyed as the pool of blood approached him through the air. Soon it coalesced in his hands into a single crimson, translucent drop, and it turned out to be the essence of pure blood he had so desperately wanted. The young man couldn't believe why Balzac was giving him something so precious, and indeed, Balzac confirmed that many vampires would give their lives for it. But what good would a single drop do if Balzac were to give it to his future killer and the girl he met 80 years later? Perhaps it was a fitting gift to win her forgiveness. After that, Balzac said he had something else. He wanted to blow up a wall and immediately launched an attack at it. The wall shattered instantly, which means that Balzac's powers are still intact, and this explosion was caused by the energy emanating from Ronan. Balzac said that this energy had even permeated the walls of this building and was now capable of destroying everything around it. After that, Balzac said it was time for him to say goodbye. He hoped that by the time they met again, the boy would be even stronger, and then they would finally be able to enjoy the battle that had been left unfinished. Ronan simply said that this guy was very strange and unusual, but one way or another, that amazing energy had made Ronan think. Finally, having finished his business in the vampire's dungeon, he was able to head back to Professor Stoneason. The man opened the door and looked in surprise at his disheveled student, but then he saw nothing but the essence of pure blood lying in Ronan's palm. The young man handed the essence to the professor and asked for nothing in return, saying that he had expended too much energy just to get his hands on this stuff. It was better for the professor not to know anything about this at all. But at that moment, the man fell to his knees before his student and began to thank him. The image of his beloved wife, Sunya, for whom the professor was willing to do anything, flashed before his eyes once more. The man was so moved that he could not hold back the tears streaming down his cheeks in a steady stream. Ronan tried to comfort the sobbing professor, who had made a huge impression on him, but at that moment, someone outside the tower window was watching the scene intently. It was Balzac, who had followed Ronan and now knew where Professor Stoneston lived. Balzac said that the only thing more boring than this would be a fight with an old friend who had already given up, but it was still interesting to take a look at him and see how he was doing after so many years apart. Balzac promised Ophelia that he wouldn't do anything to those two and asked her not to worry. Ophelia said she hadn't even thought about that, because she knew Balzac wasn't the kind of person to do anything underhanded. She just wanted to thank him for helping her friend. Balzac was touched by these words. After so many years, he had received such great recognition, and now he felt he owed his thanks to a young boy named Ronan. Besides, Balzac was sad that he couldn't stay with Ophelia forever in that moment. It was time for him to return. The man said that lately there had been a lot of trouble among the vampires because of some gang. They had sparked a hunt for the essence of pure blood. Balzac had to return to keep order, but he would rush back here at any moment if Ophelia needed his help. She must remember that he is always at her disposal, just as Ophelia is his eternally blooming rose. Professor Stoneston was still on his knees, and Ronan said he'd love to show off to him how he'd dealt with all the vampires and obtained the essence for him. After that, using mana and pure blood essence, The professor began his 144th attempt to successfully complete his experiment. According to the professor, it would be a long time before any noticeable changes appeared. But that anticipation alone gave the man immense hope and kept him going. Unexpectedly, the professor said that he was so happy with his pure blood essence that he hadn't even noticed right away that something had changed in Ronan recently. It was as if some kind of cursed energy was bursting from the young man's body, and it was growing stronger and stronger. As ironic as it may sound, perhaps Ronan had picked it up from the blood hook. Ronan, of course, knew that things were a little different and that he'd actually been very lucky, but he didn't mention it to the professor. As soon as the boy entered the dungeon, he immediately thought that the place looked familiar, but he hadn't expected it to be so close. When he returned there the next time, Ronan confirmed that this was indeed where the spirit of the god Seniel resided. The place was well guarded and hidden, and Ronan had even been forced to break through a wall to find the stone, which is why the vampires hadn't had a chance to visit it yet. Moreover, from a distance, the place resembled an old, abandoned temple. But as soon as the young man approached the sacred stone, a bright burst of energy erupted from within and literally knocked him off his feet. Ronan stood there, watching the energy. He could feel it seeping into his body and filling him up. The professor took his hand and said that he didn't know exactly what gift of fate Ronan had received. But one thing was certain: it was extremely rare for a person to be so lucky. Since the energy amplifies Ronan's mana, he must have some kind of destiny. But for now, it's safe to say that the young man's mana has increased significantly. The professor could now see that the young man had no need to control it, because he was already managing his mana and doing so unconsciously. Ronan hoped that with each passing day he would get better and better at it, and that he would finally be able to fight not with some pitiful imitation, but with a real sword. 3 days later, as soon as the opportunity arose, the young men set off for the Romeira mountain range. At the foot of the mountain range lay the town of Marbus, and that was where the representatives had arrived. This small town was home to ordinary civilians going about their daily lives. One day, fully equipped troops of the Imperial Army arrived there. They announced that dragons had appeared in the region and would now have to be fought. This was the main reason the group had to travel to this region, which also happened to be Ronan's homeland. A few days ago, Shulipen showed up at a club meeting and shared some very unexpected news. Ronan's older sister, Iril, was supposed to arrive in the capital. The news was that the monsters living in the mountains had suddenly gone berserk for no apparent reason and were closing in on the city. Fortunately, they hadn't yet managed to reach the civilians, but soldiers of the Imperial Army had already arrived in the city, and the situation was very tense. On top of that, it had been reported that flying dragons had been spotted high in the sky above the mountains, and that alone was a huge problem. Dragons were the rulers of the sky. They were capable of inflicting poison from their fangs and claws, so even the strongest warriors tried to avoid them. And if such beasts attacked in a flock, the chances of protecting the beautiful Iril would drop to practically zero. So Shulipen passionately persuaded everyone to set out immediately for that mountainous region to save Iril from danger. Shulipen was furious. He had put so much effort into planning Iril's relocation, and now everything had fallen apart. As soon as they get the girl to safety, he'll personally bury those monsters alive in the mountains. Ronan turned to his companion and told him to stop muttering to himself. They had to split up now. They needed to go in search of the Imperial troops to deliver the message. Ronan and Estelle were to stay behind. They wanted to scout the area because something didn't seem right here. But before they went their separate ways, Ronan warned the lovesick Duke not to even think about making a pass at his sister unless he wanted that day to be his last. Shulipen was outraged that the young man would think such things of a noble knight. In reality, he simply wanted to ask Iril one question, nothing more. But at the same time, there was no time to waste because the lady of his heart was in danger, and a loyal warrior could not allow that to happen. As soon as Shulipen galloped off, Aesel wondered if his friend had sensed something strange or amiss, or if he'd simply wanted to get rid of the Duke. Ronan said that creatures that are usually calm don't suddenly start rioting. Besides, huge monsters have appeared in the area that should remind Aesel of something. If he hadn't figured it out yet, the exact same situation had occurred in the blacksmith's dungeon and in the mountain range. That's exactly how all the destruction linked to the Klabir Nebula began. And it all happens the same way everywhere, because the same scoundrels are behind all these situations. Ronan was practically certain that this was once again the work of the Clavier Nebula. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to prove it yet. Of course, this was still just Ronan's assumption, so he suggested examining the scene of the incident first. Ronan knew that in this life he was just an ordinary warrior with no superpowers. But thanks to his unusual skills, the young man could track down and defeat these villains. At that very moment, far from civilization, all manner of goblins, ogres, and orcs had gathered. They were all lined up in a large clearing, listening intently to a man who marveled at how quickly they'd managed to incite all the monsters to revolt. The young man looked at the crowds of monsters. He was eager to take action, and if it weren't for the Baron, things would have been different. If he didn't have to obey the Baron, he would have punished all these sinners long ago, but there was nothing to be done now. Since the Baron was their new leader, he had to listen to him. But suddenly, the young man noticed a strange reaction among the monsters and goblins. They were all wheezing, huddling together, and looking around for protection. It seemed as if they had all been frightened by something at the same time. This was very strange because given these monsters' feeble minds, they weren't even capable of feeling normal fear. However, soon a very terrifying figure appeared in the distance, striking fear into the hearts of all the monsters present. This monster held a gigantic saber in its hands, which it brandished as it approached. Its claws were blacker than night. All the monsters were terrified. They had no idea that something so dreadful could be among them. The unknown monster turned to the man in white and asked if he had been hiding there all this time. A huge hand came down on the young man's head. He didn't even realize how this creature had gotten there. But the giant had no intention of talking. He grabbed the man as if he were a bowling ball and hurled him aside. The movement was so sudden that the monster was left holding the body, while the man himself flew off into the distance. Goblins, ogres, and monsters realized they had a new object of worship and were ready to serve this giant who had demonstrated his power to them. The mere sight of this monster was terrifying and paralyzing. From that moment on, the hunt began. Ronan and Estelle finally approached the city, which was surrounded on all sides by a massive wall. A group of young men and hunters had gathered at the foot of the wall, but the guards would not let them through, saying that the entrance from that side was already blocked. Moreover, the city was guarded by an unusual group of city guards from the prison. They were beastmen, and one of them said that outsiders were forbidden to pass today. They would have to take a different route or wait for the gates to open the next day. This was an order from the imperial family, since the city was currently under attack by monsters. The guards shouted that this order had been given by Jive Torkhan himself. He was the one who had led the strongest unit of the imperial army and who had defeated Master Nibiros, earning the Empire's finest sword. Could this really be that very same Master Swordsman Jive? Acel was also very surprised when he realized that things had gotten so bad that the Swordmaster himself had come here. Ronan knew it was impossible that the entire strongest unit of the Imperial Army would be summoned just because of some monsters running amok. In any case, the young man believed his assumption was correct. All of this was connected to the Clavier Nebula. The boys rode a little to the side, and Ronan asked Estelle to get ready to use telekinesis. They would jump over the wall and explore the nearby forest. The young man was certain that the tracks of those beasts must be somewhere here, so they had to find them. It was the perfect moment. High in the sky, a flock of dragons was flying, each bearing a magical symbol of submission on its head. A girl in a white cloak was sitting on one of the dragons. She didn't understand what was happening, since her brother was somewhere on Earth, but he hadn't been in touch for a long time. The girl remembered what her brother had said. They had to wait for the mission to begin, but she was still worried because she suspected that something might not have gone according to plan. Of course, she should have taken some precautions beforehand, but for now she decided not to think about it. In any case, the dragons were the core of the entire plan, and if she flew back and forth aimlessly, it would only create even more problems. After all, even the slightest mistake could cause their plan to fall apart because of her, and then the Baron would never forgive her. The girl decided she would simply fly according to the plan. Her only responsibility was to get the dragons to a safe place. Taking any other action could endanger the entire mission. Ronan and Estelle looked up when they heard the sound of dragons flying overhead. These were exactly the rivals they had been expecting to see at that moment. Estelle began to use his magic, and one of the dragons immediately sensed some kind of influence and began to roar. Suddenly, rocks began falling on the flying beasts from all sides. It was strange and unpredictable. The girl, who was sitting on the dragon's back and thought she was completely protected from everything, watched in surprise as a huge boulder knocked the dragon down. Not only is it rare to see flying rocks, but it also turned out that they were deliberately targeting the dragons. And at that very moment, somewhere down on the ground, a very young and small mage apprentice from the academy was using his telekinesis skill. Acel was constantly improving his abilities as well, and this was the perfect opportunity to put them to the test, and now the stones were not only flying but also exploding. To some extent, one might even feel sorry for the unfortunate dragons, who were simply flying through the sky when they were suddenly attacked by rocks. The girl still couldn't believe her eyes. She thought no one could control a cobblestone of such gigantic size so easily. She assumed that only a great mage could do such a thing, but she was certain there were definitely no great mages here. The girl was watching the stones and the dragon so intently that she didn't even notice when Ronan flew up to her dragon and began hacking at its wings. He didn't succeed on the first try. The wings were very strong, and Ronan was delighted that he could finally put his new sword to the test. The young man infused his weapon with mana and prepared to attack, but at that moment the terrifying monster raised its head and looked the boy in the eyes. Ronan realized with surprise that the dragon was far stronger. The power and reach of its strike were no match for a sword without mana. The thing was, Ronan had intended to chop off a wing, but accidentally severed the dragon's head, and now it was plummeting to the ground like a piece of skinned sausage. The girl was utterly horrified. She watched the falling, dismembered dragon and couldn't understand how this could have happened. So she was very surprised when she heard a voice behind her say that such enormous creatures are very easy to spot from the ground. Ronan added that he had grown up here and knew everything about the region. The girl was simply furious. She immediately activated her magic and prepared to attack, but of course she wanted to know who he even was to butt in and ruin their plans. But before she could unleash her energy at her opponent, her hand was severed by a deft swing of the sword. Ronan apologized to the girl for his roughness. He still hadn't gotten the hang of his new sword and had therefore misjudged the force of his attack slightly. He had only meant to sever her wrist, but unfortunately, he had cut off her entire arm, and now the girl couldn't attack him. The villainess fell onto her back and began to scream loudly and viciously from excruciating pain and hysteria. Ronan wasn't some kind of monster. He could see that the girl was in terrible pain, and of course he needed to put her out of her misery. Before finishing her off, Ronan asked who had sent her on this mission. Ronan brought his sword close to the girl's head, ready to put her out of her misery if she confessed who was behind all this. It was now a matter of principle, because the city where the young man had grown up was now under threat, and Ronan wanted to know the villain's name. Despite the excruciating pain she was in, the girl remained silent and said absolutely nothing in response to his questions. Ronan was literally driven mad with rage. He wanted to know what those scoundrels, who were now working against his city, were up to. Finally, the girl spoke. She said that the stars themselves had given her fire, but because of godless people like him, the entire great mission had failed. Ronan, of course, didn't want to listen to this nonsense any longer, so he plunged his sword into the girl, around whom a strange, incomprehensible energy was gathering more and more. It seemed as though she had uttered a spell that had activated these additional powers. And now the dragon seemed to have gone completely berserk. Its gaze was demonic, and it was many times larger than usual. Ronan began to suspect that the villainess had deliberately pretended to know nothing about the attack in order to set this trap. The girl confirmed this, saying that this dragon was the strongest and was in no way comparable to the one Ronan had destroyed earlier. The giant dragon could instantly swallow an ordinary dragon along with everyone riding it. And just as the monstrous jaws were about to snap shut, a bright beam of light sliced through everything around it and cut the dragon in half. It was terrifying to imagine what kind of monster was capable of doing that to a huge dragon. But as it drew closer, it became clear that it was Jafe Torkon. The villainess kept repeating that this couldn't be true and that it was simply unbelievable. Ronan was shocked and watched the situation in silence. But the girl could no longer contain herself and screamed in despair. She didn't understand where Jafe had come from. Ronan, of course, knew who he was. It was the Swordmaster Jafe, but he had absolutely no desire to fight him. He approached the dragon and examined the rather strange scene with interest. The villainess on the verge of death and a young student with a sword standing next to her. Jafe swung his powerful paw, and a single claw was enough to cleave the dragon's head into several pieces. Ronan was unpleasantly surprised. He saw that Jive hadn't even used his sword and had destroyed the dragon with the claws of just one hand. Now the young man was wondering how such a thing was even possible, where such power came from, and how to deal with it. But he didn't have time to think about anything else, because Jive grabbed him and, along with the villainess, landed in the middle of the forest. Jive placed his enormous paw on the villainess and pinned her down. Then, gripping Ronan's throat, warned the young man that he should think carefully before answering his question. Jive wanted to know who they were. He didn't want to believe that the boy and girl were some kind of crazy fanatics. That's when Ronan realized that this crazy, enormous cat had decided he was connected to the girl. Ronan had no intention of coming across as a weakling in this situation. He drew his sword and told Jive to take his paws off him. Ronan landed his signature move and realized just how huge the gap was between him and his opponent. It was clear that Jive wouldn't be hurt by a single attack. But it turned out that this monster wasn't even putting up a fight, because everything Ronan was doing right now was no problem for him at all. Now it was clear how Jive had managed to defeat Professor Nabarosa. Even without fighting him, Ronan knew there was no way he could defeat him. He freed his neck from the giant's grip, but he couldn't count on him anymore. Jive wasn't in a hurry to attack. He studied the young student closely as certain connections formed in his mind. Jive turned to the young man and asked if he was indeed that former corporal. Jive told the young man that he was acting like an idiot. He could at least have said hello to start with, but now he would teach him to love his homeland. Jive ordered the young man to raise his sword, move his arm to the side, then to the center, and finally behind his head. At that moment, Jive himself was also repeating all these movements, and now the opponents stood facing each other, their weapons raised above their heads. After that, Jive ordered him to defend himself and struck the first blow. And although it all looked rather strange, Ronan was still participating in this obviously losing duel, and everything around them was engulfed in flames. Jive looked at the young man and gave his assessment, saying that things weren't all that bad. Of course, most of the attacks clearly lacked power, but his defense was now flawless. But the more Jive watched the boy, the more convinced he became that the techniques he was using were very familiar. And now he was practically certain that the young man had learned his skills from Nabarosa. Ronan said he was a student at the academy, but wanted to make it clear right away that Jive wasn't a suitable opponent for him, because this nobleman had decided to fight a frail student, and now Jive is going to fail the exam. With that, Ronan lunged at his massive opponent. The young man turned to the swordmaster and said that Jive, of course, understood what was at stake. The giant realized he was dealing with a very bold youngster and now wanted to know who he really was, the mentor or the student. Finally, Jive lowered his weapon and apologized for his rude greeting. He said that you can get to know a person by fighting them. Jive hoped the young man understood what he meant, and then Ronan said that it was his turn to introduce himself, and immediately lunged at the swordmaster. Ronan closed in on Jive and was about to unleash another flurry of blows when suddenly someone's enormous hand appeared right in front of his face. The young man was grabbed by the throat and hung in midair. He hadn't expected there to be several more beast-like warriors here, who now wanted to know what kind of little brat was attacking their commander. The hyena captain of the third squad, named Bear, assumed that this brat was one of those cultists. But the captive bear named Batty said that was obviously the case, because he had been riding the dragon alongside the villainess. Besides, he dared to attack their captain with a single sword, and now they'd be happy to hear his explanation. Bear shoved the guy aside, saying that they always settled such matters in one way. In the very next moment, Batty was right next to the young man, ready to bite through his throat. But Ronan reacted instantly, drew his sword and spun around, preparing to attack. The bear realized that this guy wasn't exactly ordinary and that this duel could end tragically. But just at that moment, the sharp steel of a sword flashed near the throats of both opponents. Both opponents froze in their tracks, for it turned out that the swords of a third creature were pressed against their throats, and it now stood between them. It was the lioness Nemea who threatened the bear, saying she would inflict yet another punishment on him for his despicable behavior. At that moment, Commander Jafe approached the fighters. He told Batty to stop there because the young man was not one of the sect members. What Bear had witnessed was not a battle, but merely a reciprocal greeting. And now it turned out that this human had earned the commander's recognition. Bear knew that not even all the beings in their army had received such recognition, and yet this human cub had proven to be so strong. Jive explained that he hadn't expected anything else, since standing before them now was a disciple of Nabarosa herself. And upon hearing this, Bear was absolutely thrilled. Everyone had heard of Lady Nabarosa, who had managed to defeat their entire army, and now this swordswoman struck fear into the ranks of any monster's army. And Bear was forced to admit that he had wondered who was standing before him, a dragon that looked like a human. Betty clasped his hands in his paws and began to apologize for his behavior. He admitted that he was rather hasty and sometimes jumped to conclusions. After that, Badi suggested they forget about this little mishap once and for all. And Ronan couldn't even imagine how much Nabarosa must have beaten that bear if he was so afraid of her. Nemaya reported to the commander that she had already returned because the situation had been resolved without incident. The lioness explained that, on Jaif's orders, they had dealt with the flying monsters and the cultists leading them. And while these reports were being given, all sorts of beastmen were flocking into the clearing from all directions. Ronan realized that if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to handle them. But then Jaif spoke up and said that he now needed to introduce himself to Ronan. Jaif led the strongest unit of the Imperial Army of prisoners. He also carried out the Emperor's will and led a cutting-edge secret unit dedicated to tracking down cults. He was the one tasked with destroying those behind the Clavier Nebula. The city's giant leopard raised his head and said his name was Jaif Torgan. The official introduction was over. Ronan expressed his surprise at the existence of a unit dedicated to tracking down and searching for sex. At that very moment, on the other side of the mountain range, lay the small town of Nimbat. Guards entered the town, and the people were terrified. Iryll was among the crowd, and she turned to one of the warriors and asked him to explain what was happening. Then the girl recognized one of the men who had galloped into town on horseback. It was her brother's friend. Shulipen, and it was of course him, apologized for frightening the girl, but explained that due to the emergency it had been necessary to bring in the army immediately. The young man hoped that Iryll would forgive them for their rudeness, and of course for this unexpected news. After that, the young man quite unexpectedly knelt before the girl and said that he, Shulipen the swordsman, had been honored to come here to help Miss Iryll with her move. After that, the handsome young man looked at the girl with his wonderful blue eyes and suggested they start by packing her belongings. Ronan was greatly surprised by the information about the sect hunting unit. In his past life, no such unit had existed. Perhaps the palace had become concerned about cults after he had captured several members of the Clavier Nebula. But the young man never expected that the Swordmaster Jaif himself would be leading such a unit. The young man wanted to know how they had managed, without revealing their identities, to track down all the cultists who were hiding here. Ronan knew that even interrogations using forbidden techniques no longer worked on these scoundrels. Jaif realized that this boy knew too much. Could it be that Nabarosa had let him in on the secret and told him the details? But just then, a loud child's scream interrupted their conversation. The wolf warrior was carrying a terrified Estelle, who was screaming loudly, crying, and begging Ronan to save him. The wolf said that the little boy had been wandering through the forest and aroused suspicion, so he'd caught him and brought him here. Now the wolf wanted to ask the commander if he could put an end to this screamer right away, because he was whining non-stop, and the wolf's ears could no longer stand the noise. Upon hearing these words, Estelle began to scream even louder. He said he was just looking for his friend and didn't understand why the wolf didn't believe him. After that, Estelle began begging the wolf not to eat him, and Ronan was forced to his shame to admit that this was his friend. Soon all questions were settled, and it was now clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. Nemea was ready to tell the commander what they had managed to find out while they were dealing with the cultists. It turned out that the cultists had taken control of the monsters' minds. It seemed as though they were planning to instigate a sudden uprising, but that was just a ruse. The cultists' true target was the mountain range itself, but what they really wanted was the road through the Ramare Range. The road through the Ramira Range was one of the country's main routes for transporting goods. A third of all cargo was shipped along it. Destroying such a route could undermine the country's economy and inflict irreparable damage in a single blow. To Ronan, it came as no surprise that a gang of cultists would try to use the monsters' minds to seize this place. Still, Ronan wanted to know how they'd managed to pull it off at all. He ran the entire situation through his mind several times. The road along the ridge is of immense value, which is why they were strictly ordered to do everything in their power to ensure this mission was not derailed. At the same time, this place isn't easy to destroy, even if they gathered several dozen monsters or sparked a general uprising. It's hard to imagine that the cultists didn't know this. Ronan pressed his sword to the villainess's throat and said that if she wanted to save her life, Ronan looked very menacing. He brought his face close to the girl's and looking her in the eyes, ordered her to tell the whole truth. And then she spoke. However, the girls said that they weren't afraid of any kind of death, and her face lit up with 3 bright points of light. At first it wasn't clear at all what it was, but soon Ronan realized that it was the mana from their bodies. And gradually this mana from the bodies of the 3 captured cultists began to merge, and now it was a very powerful stream. The girl began to utter strange words. Star Trek. Even though my skills may be insufficient, and even though I was unable to fulfill my destiny to the end, for the last time, the girl drained every last drop of energy from her body to contribute to their sacred cause. And in this way, she would incinerate all the traitors who had decided to prevent them from following the Star Way. And so this energy gathered in one place, and illuminating everything around it with a scorching flame, burned away to the very last drop. This flash was visible in various parts of the forest and the mountain range, and some immediately realized that their brothers had resolved to perform a noble deed. And although they were a group of ordinary sect members, they held out until the very end to stop Jafe's detachment. It is sad that these noble followers had to make such a sacrifice. The men told the Baron that it would be difficult for them to hold off Jafe any longer, and perhaps it would be better to postpone the attack until the next day. But the Baron would not allow it. He believed that this would give their enemies more time to defeat them. In that case, it would be difficult to pull off the ruse of noble self-sacrifice again, so they could not delay any longer. The Baron placed his hand on the object, at the center of which was an eye, and said that even if it wasn't the main objective, they would take the beginning of the mountain range from these filthy sinners. The Baron began casting a spell, and soon a huge magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the 3 cultists. Gradually, an explosive device developed by the scientist Ali took shape. He had personally combined 30 magical spells and encapsulated them within the mechanism. Once the mechanism absorbs the mana, all these spells will trigger a massive explosion capable of destroying everything around it. The follower's only task is to guard this mechanism until it absorbs the necessary amount of mana flowing in the vicinity. Ebon Point asked the Baron if it were true that upon completing this mission, the man would take the position of Lord Braga, who had recently passed away. If so, that meant the Baron had already received the blessing. The Baron confirmed the news, explaining that, according to tradition, the blessing is bestowed only after one assumes the position. But for this mission, it was necessary to obtain a power capable of saving all participants with a single explosion, so the merciful Lord granted the Baron the blessing ahead of schedule. Of course, the Baron's powers are no match for Lord Braga's at the moment, but combined with the blessing he has received, this should be enough. And now, no matter what happens, the Baron is confident that he can easily, but suddenly the man fell silent. He cut off his speech and immediately directed his power toward the source from which he sensed an approaching threat. In the very next instant, a protective dome appeared in the sky above the Baron and his aides, through which nothing could penetrate. The Baron reassured his followers, explaining that they could only activate the mana-gathering mechanism from this location, but something was approaching that might prevent them from gathering the necessary amount of mana. The Baron couldn't understand how they'd managed to find them so quickly, but now there was nothing left to do but hope there would be enough time. For there in the clearing near the cultists appeared the swordmaster Jafe himself. He addressed the villains, asking if they had really hoped to hide from his gaze once they'd entered the mountain range. Jafe said that he had immediately guessed where the cult leaders would be. He had merely been waiting until there were only a few of them left. Jafe addressed these hunters, blinded by their thirst and faith, and challenged them to try to defeat him. A few minutes before Jafe's encounter with the cultists, the captured villains began releasing mana from their bodies. It soon became clear that these crazed fanatics intended to use mana as gunpowder to blow themselves up. Jafe ordered his assistant, the lioness Nemea, to retreat with the squad to the side while he would handle this himself. But before Jafe's squad could do anything, everyone saw Ronan rush toward the cluster of mana, sword in hand. It looked like a very desperate move, but we remember that Ronan knew how to slice through mana. Perhaps that was exactly what he was counting on. The young man recalled everything he had been taught and activated his mana-based abilities for this attack. The cultists stared at him in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes, because something like this simply couldn't be possible. Before their heads were blown off, they thought they were about to attack, using their mana for one last burst, but this guy stopped them. Ronan was very determined. He said that if the traitors were going to commit such abominations and evil, they'd be better off just dying. Jive, too, watched this unusual young man with interest, for it was impossible to accomplish such a feat through physical strength alone and dispel such powerful magic. Jive was now certain that this young man had clearly used the mana of his own body and had done so masterfully. Ronan didn't want to be judged for excessive cruelty. He hoped that Jive, who had seen many villains, wouldn't condemn him. You can't take a gentle approach with people like that. They'll never change. One thing was clear. All cult members have some hidden agenda. Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, one could conclude that the leader of this cult might even be stronger than Jive himself. And now the young man was practically certain that Jive, as the head of the sect-hunting division, must know how to track down cultists. Ronan offered to cooperate with him, and he would ensure that all participants in this mission would receive the Emperor's mercy. These were the events that preceded this meeting, and now Jive stood before the Baron and his aides. The Baron tried to analyze the situation before Jive's attack. He couldn't sense the presence of mana, so at first he thought it wasn't mana at all, but merely some kind of wind caused by a simple collision. Jive, the master swordsman, of course, immediately realized this when he heard the distinct sound. The Baron realized that Jive was a true monster who would be very difficult to defeat, and now he would have to face him not only physically, but also mentally. The Baron turned to his followers and said that a distinguished guest had come to visit them, but he was confident they would be able to stand up to him. Both young men, as if on cue, said that of course they could handle it. For the sake of the destiny bestowed upon them by the stars, they would gladly sacrifice themselves. The cultists immediately began casting magic spells and directed them at Jive, who awaited their attack with absolute calm. Eben strained with all his might, and it was clear that his body was literally burning from the inside to squeeze out as much mana as possible. Jive realized that the Baron had joined forces with some fairly high-ranking swordsmen who would be able to put up a decent fight, and that was perfect. Jive had led his warriors to the mountain ridge, and now these cultists would serve as good training opponents for them. Eben was already closing in and attacked Jive. The blow was quite strong and powerful, in any case stronger than expected. The swordsman was very pleased with himself. This was a gift from the highest stars, and he was thrilled to be able to face the Empire's finest warriors. Eban continued his attack, believing that this was the greatest stroke of luck of his life, to encounter warriors as great as himself. And now he wanted Jive to show why he was called a great master of the sword. And Eben added, if Jive could break his sword, it would be an honor for him to die at the hands of such great warriors. And that was pretty much the end of the cultist's speech, because Jive actually shattered his sword into tiny pieces and did so with his bare hands. Jive believed that a man who wanted to fight him honorably, but at the same time use a power that did not belong to him, was a fool. And in the very next moment, Ebona's head was severed and rolled across the forest clearing. Jive was furious and demanded that such warriors not tarnish the honor of other warriors by calling themselves swordsmen. Brua and the Baron were, to put it mildly, upset and surprised when they saw their comrade lose, despite the blessing of the stars. Jive rushed toward the protective dome, which the remaining cultists were now trying to strengthen as much as possible. They had already realized they couldn't withstand the battles, but wanted to wait until their mission was complete. Jive couldn't remember where he'd encountered these scoundrels before, but they'd clearly been hiding all these years and were likely connected to the cultists. Decades ago, in a western village, the cultists had sacrificed thousands of innocent villagers to conduct black magic experiments. At that time, a member of Aiden's Bloody Wind named Baron had sought to explore the boundaries between life and death, and now Jive remembered and recognized him. Baron was very pleased that the great master of the sword knew his name. However, the man had long since abandoned his old ways. Baron said that he was simply a follower of the star path and had no intention of straying from that path. Jive didn't want to listen to this nonsense any longer. Besides, he had managed to destroy the protective dome and now lunged at Baron. It didn't matter to Jive who stood before him. His task was to destroy them, because such cultists were beyond redemption. At that moment, the Baron began invoking the protection of the stars, and his magical attacks were directed at Jive. The Baron said that even the carefully selected followers of the stars had been unable to stop Jive, and now he had seen for himself just how powerful the Swordmaster was. However, no one could withstand such great power bestowed upon him by the stars, not even a warrior as great as Jive. The Baron had now united the blessing of the stars with magic, He felt immense power in his hands and was about to unleash it against the swordmaster. The man began to laugh. He was convinced that, against the power of the star's radiance, Jafe was nothing, just an ordinary, pitiful swordsman. And now the Baron wanted to know what Jafe would do about all this once he felt the power of the great star upon himself. The Baron turned to the stars and asked them to hear him and watch closely to see what this sinner would say in response to the power of the stars. Jaif finally spoke. He said that all of this was absurd, from the way the Baron was pretending to have started a new life, to the fact that the Baron was still caught up in this illusion. That was precisely the Baron's fatal mistake, and now Jaif was approaching him, a powerful weapon in his hands. Standing before him was neither a mage nor a wizard, but an ordinary hunter, blinded by his own illusion and counting on the help of a deity. Jaif launched his attack, and now, to his horror, the Baron realized just how powerful the swordmaster truly was. Of course, he was the Empire's finest and most powerful swordsman, who unleashed his attack on the unfortunate cultist. Jaif finished his strike and landed to the side, brimming with strength and self-confidence. The Baron cast defensive spells and was amazed at how perfectly this great swordsman could fight using only his sword. The Baron realized that Jaif was truly in a league of his own, but now he could only feel sorry for him. Even such a great master of the sword could not hold a candle to the mastery of the star path. The Baron released a golden orb containing an eye and asked what Jaif intended to do with all of this now. Even as the battle raged between them, the explosive device continued to absorb mana. Jaif still has the chance and time to retreat, and if not, he'll pay for the consequences with his life, because Jaif is alone here, and he must be absolutely certain he can escape the blast radius. The Baron was certain that the great swordmaster might be able to handle this, but all the other pitiful creatures would definitely remain here forever. They would become victims along with this mountain range, which would become their eternal grave. Jaif understood that the Baron wanted him to retreat. According to Ronan, this mage's power was extremely fierce. If Jaif could not stand up to him, then the people would face immense danger. And the swordmaster knew he had no choice. He was duty-bound to put a stop to all of this right here and now. Now he would test how long the star path could protect its follower. The Baron realized that their powers were not equal. He had been intimidating his opponent and trying to manipulate him, but now he sensed a new kind of tension. The sensations were different from before. Soon the Baron realized that this was some kind of new magic. He hadn't expected this from an animal, nor that this beast would rush into battle against the heavens. The Baron was ready to express sincere respect for this warrior's courage, and now agreed that he was rightly called the strongest swordsman. Jaif finished preparing and rushed into the attack, while Ronan remained behind him, believing that they couldn't let their guard down. Ronan thought if the swordsman kept this up, this mountain range would explode even before the bomb went off. They mustn't forget why they were here. Jaif glanced at the boy standing next to him and noted that, for some reason, the boy had waited a very long time and had almost missed the most exciting part. Ronan replied that there was no need to say such things to him, since he dropped everything and rushed to this little town to save him. And if Jaif had already figured out everything about the star path, then there was no time to waste. It was time to finish this. Besides, the swordsman must remember, no matter how great he may be, right now Jaif can't do anything against the Baron on his own. Jaif agreed that they needed to act, and that the young man was absolutely right. And the giant also thanked the boy for coming here. The Baron listened intently to this exchange. He didn't know who this insolent little brat was, who dared to speak to a master swordsman like that. Ronan told the giant that he had long since figured out the essence of the situation here, thanks to the old man's shouts and comments, so there was no point in keeping him alive any longer. They needed to get him out of the way right now and defuse the magic bomb, and then they would finally put an end to the cult that had caused all this horror. Judging by the power the stars had granted the cultists, it was clear that they were indeed the stars' followers, and highly devoted ones at that. But even that Brygia, whom the young man once beheaded and who was to blame for the death of the elf Sarante, is no match for this mage's power. The Baron had been listening intently to this conversation, and now, to his horror, learned that Brygia had not died at the hands of her brother, but because of some human child. The Baron was furious that this boy dared to tarnish the honor of the great Brygia by speaking ill of her, and that meant he was asking to be torn to pieces. Brygia was one of the most outstanding believers. Thanks to her immense power, she rose to become a squad leader and one of the greatest followers of the gods. And so it turns out that some pathetic human parasite killed such a precious person. It's simply beyond comprehension. The Baron was truly furious. He was enraged and longed to destroy Ronan right here and now. He directed his magic at the young man and demanded that this sinner not even think of deceiving them with his cunning traps again, for such a scoundrel was unworthy of knowing of Brygia's existence. And now the Baron was demanding that the unfortunate man tell the truth about what had happened that day, and to make him do it faster, a swarm of terrifying toothy worms was closing in on Ronan. Ronan said that if the Baron was interested, he would certainly tell him how it all happened, and he would do so with great joy. The Baron could see that the boy was very strong, and he believed that he had not trusted the stars in vain. They were now protecting him just as faithfully as the Baron was devoted to them. But even if that were the case, it was still unthinkable that a follower of the stars could die at the hands of this boy. Even if Brygia had been careless, it was unacceptable. The Baron was certain that the boy wouldn't be able to hold out against the stars for even a second, and that was his last thought, which flashed through his mind before his head flew to the ground. Ronan watched the flying head disappear and said that the river was full of trash, just like the Baron. And soon the magic bomb rolled across the ground, never having had time to absorb any mana. Ronan looked at Baron's severed head and said that Brygia had died exactly the same way he had. And now the boy hoped he had at least somewhat satisfied Baron's curiosity. But the severed head continued to think for a while longer, and Baron couldn't understand how this little guy had managed to cut him in two with a single swing of his blade, passing right through the Star Path's defenses. The Baron realized that this was a power that defied all the rules, and it was exactly the same as the Lord's. So who then was this boy? Ronan sheathed his sword and told Jaif that he had killed the Baron, and this time, it seemed, there had been no traps. Although they were just ordinary cultists, they had caused a lot of trouble, and even though the cult hunting squad had eliminated them, there were definitely still others left. Judging by how aggressively these scoundrels were acting, they needed to be very vigilant, and from then on, Jaif fully agreed that they couldn't let their guard down until the very end. Jaif was disappointed that he hadn't been able to face Starway. If he'd fought him one more time, perhaps he could have found some kind of lead. Ronan had read that the swordsman was so businesslike because this wasn't his home turf. After shattering the forest into pieces with a single swing of his sword, turning it into a graveyard of trees, it was terrifying to imagine what would have happened if the fight had continued. Jaif said that's just how things turned out. Everything was resolved without much trouble, but now he thinks Ronan needs something and asks him to be honest about it. The Emperor had issued an order to reward whoever could eliminate this sect, and now Jaif wanted to know what Ronan desired. He was ready to grant any of his wishes within the limits of his own abilities or the Emperor's resources, and of course this was excellent news. A detachment of armed warriors was advancing through the mountain gorge. They were all very well organized and alert. At the head of the detachment, riding a horse, was Shulipin Grancia. He knew that this journey would soon come to an end. He would fulfill his mission and be able to save the most precious person in the world, namely the beautiful girl Iryll who was riding in the carriage. Night fell and the warriors were on high alert. Their lord had ordered them to remain fully prepared for battle in case of a monster attack. But so far it was quiet, and everyone hoped they could avoid a fight. The warriors wanted to know who the noble person traveling in the carriage was, since the family's army had personally set out to escort her on this journey. None of the soldiers knew exactly who was in the carriage, but they all understood that this person was very important to their commander. Shulipin had just pulled up alongside the carriage and asked if there was anything about the trip that bothered the young woman. If so, she shouldn't hesitate to speak up, and they would send her a new carriage right away. Iryll said that everything was absolutely wonderful, that she was perfectly content, and that it was even much more comfortable here than at her own home. The young woman turned to the young man and said that Mr. Shulipin must be very tired, since he had been traveling like this all day. If the young man didn't mind, he could join her in the carriage to rest and spend some time with her. Shulipin was absolutely delighted to hear this invitation, but of course, he couldn't accept it and said he was very busy with an important mission. Fortunately, however, the ride was going well and was quite comfortable, so he asked to be notified if Iryll wanted to make a stop. However, suddenly the horses the riders were riding began to behave very strangely. They were darting from side to side, and soon everyone saw that something was approaching them. Judging by the looks of it, this thing was enormous, powerful, and terrifying, and a powerful energy could be felt emanating from it. Shulipen immediately charged into the attack and ordered his men, no matter what happened, they were not to take their eyes off Lady Iril until the very end. Shulipen prepared to fight for the glory of Grancia, but at the same time, the young man realized that this attack would be unlike anything they'd faced before, not even dragons. Judging by what he was seeing now, this monster possessed some kind of destructive power, and it was unknown to which creature it belonged. But for Shulipen, that didn't matter at all, because he had to protect the most precious thing he had in his life. And now the young man stood face to face with a monster he had never seen before. The monster said this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such surprises. He'd already heard the news, had underestimated the situation, but now he could see the magnificent defense of the Emperor's little one. And if this was a swordsman of the next generation, then there was no need to worry about the Emperor. Shulipen asked why, in that case, this monster had turned his sword against the banner of Grancia. Shulipen had already learned that the figure before him was none other than Jive Torgan. At that moment, the shaggy monster said the young man could relax. He just wanted to say hello, because every great warrior knows that one battle is enough, instead of 1,000 words. But Shulipen was furious. He shouted that Jive, that shaggy idiot, could go back to his north and say hello there as much as he wanted. Then the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise when he realized that on Jive's back was his closest and most loyal enemy. Ronan praised Shulipen and said that they had come to provide support. But so far Shulipen was handling things perfectly and doing everything right. Ronan asked him not to take offense at such a ridiculous scene, but now they could relax because an entire army of animals would be helping them. Shulipen wanted to curse and rejoice at the same time. Looking at this mighty army of animals, his men might have been frightened at first, but then they relaxed, realizing they had good backup. Ronan asked how his sister was doing, and now all the young people were traveling peacefully, with a pack of fierce beasts providing them with extra protection. The next day, they finally arrived at Duke Grancia's palace, and it was simply magnificent. Iril was speechless. She still couldn't believe it. Was she really going to live in such a beautiful place? Before, the girl could never have dreamed that she would one day find herself in such a rich and beautiful place, and now it was supposed to be her home. Ronan was very pleased. He told his sister to calm down and accept it as a fact. She would now be living here, and the Filian Academy was nearby, so they would see each other often. Shulipen explained that security here was top-notch, and that the interior design had been entrusted to craftsmen who had been working with his family for many years. No expense had been spared on the decor. But if there was anything here that Iril didn't like, she could say so. Though the girl grabbed the young man's hand and said that she loved absolutely everything about the place and felt like she was in a fairy tale. The girl thanked her brother and Mr. Shulipen and said she was very happy and that such a momentous day deserved to be celebrated, so she was going to prepare lots of delicious food right away. As soon as Iril ran off to the kitchen, the guys hadn't even had a chance to relax when they suddenly heard a familiar voice asking what that two-legged creature was doing here. The guys were terrified because they realized that somehow their teacher Nabarosa, who had a long history of animosity with Jive, had shown up. She greeted the girl and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but she still had the same fiery temper, and it was hard to understand how someone with such a temper could work at the academy. Nabarosa told that scoundrel to shut his mouth because he knew absolutely nothing about teaching methods. Besides, Jive shouldn't even be anywhere near here, so he shouldn't even try to change the subject. He should just disappear right now. Nabarosa said that not only was her tongue as sharp as ever, but her fighting skills were just as good as Jife's ability to talk. Jive was seething with rage. He suggested that Nabarosa talk about her past defeats, about the day she took the title of Swordmaster away from him. In short, the situation was heating up, and everyone nearby realized that this exchange wouldn't end well. Nabarosa replied to Jive, if he was so curious, she would now personally show him what had happened that day, and the girl drew her sword from its sheath. Soon the other members of the Beast Squad felt a strange influence take hold of them and found themselves unable to move. It felt as if some force had paralyzed their entire bodies, preventing them from moving. And soon it became clear to everyone that this was a hypnotic effect emanating from the swordswoman Nabarosa and her giant snake. Jafe realized that this was clearly not all his opponent was capable of. But even this technique was very powerful and indicated that the girl had greatly improved her abilities since their last encounter. Jaif praised his opponent for showing him something new. It was always very interesting and enjoyable, and now he would do as she wished. The next moment, a bright flash illuminated the square, and everything around them seemed to shake from a gigantic and powerful bolt of lightning. But then a shout rang out, accusing the two of having completely lost their minds and putting on a show in front of someone else's house, which was a real disgrace. Ronan screamed at the top of his lungs that he would now show them who they were dealing with. If even a single hair on his sister's head were harmed, everyone here would die that very day. After that, everyone involved in the incident calmed down a bit. Now Ronan stood before his two implacable rivals. Ronan looked as if he were the most mature person there. The young man was astonished that these great masters of the sword were behaving like children fighting over a sandbox. Besides, they must be deeply ashamed of their behavior, since they'd started a fight right in the middle of the courtyard near innocent bystanders, and indeed both men looked mortified. Jaif was the first to speak. He was ready to admit that they'd lost their tempers a bit. He just couldn't argue calmly with that viper and had behaved very rudely. Jaif apologized for his behavior, and since the move was already complete, announced that he was returning home with the squad. Jaif hoped that by the time they met again, Ronan would have become an even stronger and greater warrior. After that, Jaif said goodbye, and together with his warriors vanished in an instant. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand why Jaif kept saying that people didn't recognize him as a master of the sword. Besides, Ronan wanted to know why Nabarosa had come here so early in the morning. But Lady Nabarosa was furious. She had no intention of calming down and demanded that her student explain everything to her in order, from beginning to end. It took quite a while before Ronan managed to finish his account of everything that had happened on the mountain range. Nabarosa realized that, as a reward for Ronan's help in getting rid of the cult, the animal army had helped him with his move. The woman noted that this was the first time she'd seen Jaif get along so well with a human. He must have really taken a liking to Ronan. But in any case, Ms. Nabarosa demanded that Ronan have nothing more to do with that beast, because it was very dangerous. And the teacher explained that 10 years ago, there had been a sudden attack on people in the north. They were torn to pieces, and it was called the Night of Fangs. That attack was organized by the scoundrel Jaif Torgon. And of course, Ronan knew about the Night of the Fangs from Adeshan's story, when her entire family was killed. And even though Jaif later became an imperial soldier, after the war ended and the prisoner soldiers joined forces with the imperial army, Nabarosa still couldn't bring herself to trust him. Instead of continuing to fight alongside the empire, Jaif decided to form an alliance with it, and now the army of prisoners and the empire are on the same side. The emperor paid dearly for such a powerful army. He signed a treaty, swearing an oath in blood. Most in the empire rejoiced when the greatest swordmaster joined their ranks. But Nabarosa was certain that Jaif was only protecting his brothers temporarily while biding his time. But when their treaty expires, a being will emerge that will be more dangerous than any sect, and that being will be Jaif Torgon. Ronan, listening to this story, gaped in astonishment. He had never seen such a twist in the story, not even in his past life. If this version were true, then Jaif hadn't revealed his true form during the battle with the giant Agayut. Perhaps he too had been exiled, just like the other warriors. Of course, one couldn't rule out this possibility, so Ronan didn't argue with the teacher. Time would put everything in its proper place. But then the swordswoman added that she actually needed to talk to Ronan about something else. But they had already gone on too long with this story. The instructor got straight to the point. She wanted to know if it was true that Ronan had already learned how to use that sword. Ronan confirmed that it was true, although his sword was still far too modest compared to Nabarosa's weapon. The instructor was very pleased with Professor Stone, who had managed to lift the ban on using mana. But since such wonderful changes had taken place in Ronan's life, there was no time to waste. They needed to start training right away. Nabarosa went with the young man to the training hall, where there were many magical dummies, and demanded that he demonstrate his skills on them. Nabarosa said that checking his progress would be too easy. All she needed to do was watch Ronan wield his sword. The most important thing he must do now is to attack not by relying on physical strength, but by dealing damage using mana. Ronan listened carefully to all the instructor's advice and said he was ready to demonstrate such a strike. The young man assumed a stable stance, released his mana, and infused his sword with it. He then performed his favorite move against the magical dummies standing before him. But to his surprise, the dummies didn't shatter. They would vanish and then reappear. The young man stared in amazement at his sword, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. After all, just a couple of days ago, everything had been going perfectly for him. Ronan decided to try again. He carefully made sure that mana completely enveloped his entire weapon. But before he could launch a series of attacks, Nabarosa stopped him and said that this was exactly what she had expected. Ronan had already learned to channel his mana into his sword, and that was a major achievement. However, it was still too early to call him a master of the sword. For now, Ronan had learned to use a little more power with the help of mana in critical situations. Of course, no one would argue that it's easy. Moreover, it's a tremendous advantage in battle, and Ronan proved it by slicing the dragon in two with a single strike. The young man genuinely didn't understand what the difference was or what he was doing wrong. Nabarosa insisted that it might seem as though there's no difference and that one could simply use mana to increase one's own strength. But the young man must understand that a concentrated amount of mana hinders his mastery of the sword. Viewing mana merely as a tool to increase attack power is a very narrow way of thinking. The true power that mana provides will help you reach the next level. That is precisely why the instructor tested Ronan's understanding of swordsmanship, because that is the only way to determine what he needs to work on. Of course, right now Ronan may not fully understand exactly what his mentor is trying to tell him. However, his luck will run out someday, and a lack of strength or swordsmanship could one day cost him his life. Ronan thought about all the serious opponents he'd already faced, and so far it seemed he'd been very lucky. But his mentor, Nabarosa, said she had come here to help Ronan overcome his weaknesses. First and foremost, Ronan must remain steadfast. Then he will easily learn such sword techniques. Nabarosa took the young man's sword and held it perpendicular to her face. Gradually, she began to infuse Ronan's sword with her mana, and a multicolored glow emanated from it. The mentor wanted Ronan to watch her very closely, without taking his eyes off her, so he could understand exactly what she was going to do. Nabarosa said that she would now reveal the true form of this sword, and that the young man must now understand what the sword of La Mancha looks like. It's about the red light that emanated from it. The sword resonates with the mana the woman infused into it, and unleashes the full extent of its power. The teacher's sword behaves in exactly the same way, as does Duke Grantia's sword. They were forged by the finest masters and have risen to the rank of the greatest. At the same time, these swords conceal immense power within them, and whoever can unleash the true power of their sword can be considered its true master. Moreover, they will wield power hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary weapon, and Nabarosa directed her attack at the dummies, which immediately shattered into tiny pieces. Assessing the result of her attack, the woman acknowledged that the blacksmith Doron had created a true masterpiece. Ronan was shocked to see that the training ground could be completely destroyed by the power-boosting magic alone. The young man couldn't understand why he hadn't been able to achieve such a result. Nabarosa replied that Ronan's current mana level was still insufficient to resonate with the sword of La Mancha. The sword, like no other, knows all of its master's weaknesses. Of course, it might be a little infuriating that even a sword knows so much about you, but now Ronan understood what goal lay before him. And the young man, slinging the sword over his shoulder, asked his instructor where he should start, because he really wanted to prove to that insolent sword that he was a worthy master. Nabarosa really liked this attitude, and she said they would start with his weakest point, Ronan's ability to hold mana. This turned out to be a very difficult task for the young man, and during his first training session, he was only able to hold mana for less than a minute. Nabarosa advised the young man not to let up until the very end, and by the 5th day of training, he was able to hold his mana for more than 2 minutes. After 2 weeks of training, Ronan surpassed the 13-minute mark that his instructor had initially set for him. She knew that other warriors took several years to achieve such a result. After that, she advised him to demonstrate his sword technique while maintaining that state. Nabarosa no longer needed to repeat what to focus on. Ronan understood perfectly well on his own what was required of him. He did everything necessary, landed a strike, and now sheathed his sword. The young man realized that there was nothing more for him to do against these dummies. They had all shattered into pieces. Instructor Nabarosa confirmed that he had mastered the lesson well and that the young man had successfully completed the task. Now Ronan understood why he needed this training. The more he trained, the more mana power he felt. Even simply concentrating on holding his mana helped awaken all 5 of his senses. And now Ronan turned to his sword to show just how great his potential was. The instructor watched with satisfaction as her student grasped the essence of what mana truly was. Professor Stone noted that the instructor was staying late at the academy to train her students, even though it was already time for her to be home. The man remarked that Nabarosa's passion for teaching was as strong as ever. The professor approached Ronan and the teacher, apologized for interrupting them, and asked if they could spare him a few moments. Geraldina Stonston said he had a very long conversation about a student whom Nabarosa cares for so tenderly. Ronan studied the man closely. He didn't understand why the professor had come here, and besides, the man looked great, something that hadn't been the case for a very long time. Staunton began by noting that Ronan had a rather unusual physique, which is why he needed periodic mana checkups. Nabarosa immediately assumed that the professor was using this as an excuse to squeeze money out of them. But the man denied this, saying that wasn't what he was there for at all. Besides, they hadn't been in intelligence for a long time, so she'd better lower her weapon. Staunton explained that he had come here solely to fulfill his promise. For a long time, nothing had changed, but thanks to Ronan, Sunya finally had some hope. The man said that of course it was still too early to say anything for certain, but it would be wonderful if Nabarosa would at least glance at her once. Sunya used to love stories about women's adventures. But now there was a more important matter at hand, and it had nothing to do with Ronan, but rather with Nabarosa's assistant, a deacon. At one point, at Ronan's request, Professor Stonston had gathered information about this young woman. Of course, this wasn't yet definitive information, but the professor already had some data. And if it turns out that his guesses and assumptions are correct, then Adeshin is in grave danger. She possesses a power she cannot control herself. The professor was certain that Nabarosa had already noticed this herself and now understood just how dangerous this power was. That's why the professor had come to warn her to keep a close eye on the girl, so she could be stopped in time. The professor wanted to voice some other concerns, but Nabarosa interrupted him, saying that the girl wasn't as weak as he thought. Besides, it's not up to Professor Stoneson to decide Attican's future. The man didn't argue with his mentor. If that's what she thinks, then so be it. Let her deal with the problem herself. Nabarosa walked away without saying a word, and Ronan remarked that the teacher seemed to have gotten very angry. Staunton confirmed the young man's guess that, several decades ago, he and the swordswoman had been quite valuable members of the reconnaissance unit. That was when they first met and got to know each other, but unfortunately their first encounter was unpleasant because they had both been ordered to eliminate one another. Staunton still remembers that day vividly because Nabarosa was truly death incarnate back then. When the young man saw Nabarosa, he was gripped by such fear and horror that he can't even find the words to describe it. If you compare Nabarosa to how she was back then, she at least somewhat resembles a human being now. The man explained that back then he was just a boy and had suffered a complete defeat. If it hadn't been for Sunya, who lived in that area, he would have perished there. Sunya cared for him day and night while he was on his deathbed, and during that time, the young people grew close to each other like a real couple. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Stone later learned that Sunya and Nabarosa were close friends, and the man was only able to get along with Nabarosa thanks to Sunya's cheerful disposition. But now he realized that he himself was to blame for Nabarosa's hatred, because he had failed to protect Sunya back then. Similarly, because of his own foolishness, Stonston still cannot let Sunya go and is trying to bring her back to life. But even despite all the hatred between them, Nabarosa had kept his secret all these years until the very end, and he had continued Sunya's treatment partly thanks to her compassion. That's why the man now believed that if he could indeed cure Sunyu, then someday Nabarosa would truly forgive him. After all, even from a distance, as an outsider, he could see that Nabarosa was still deeply troubled. The next day, interesting events were unfolding in the main palace of True Magic. Ronan found himself back in the laboratory and thought he'd never seen a more eerie place in his life. The young man looked at the professor and asked if it was really safe for them to be there. Mr. Stoneham was certain. Even though the place looked eerie, this was the only place where they could find all these expensive devices. Take, for example, the interpersonal magic extractor, the greatest magical device capable of extracting mana from the body of any living creature. The professor told Adeshin that people who, like her, had trouble controlling their mana were willing to give up all their possessions just to use this device. He showed the girl where she needed to stand so that together they could uncover the secret of the power hidden within her. The professor hoped that Adeshin had already prepared herself mentally by the time they reached the device. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the man decided there was no point in delaying any longer, and that it was time to begin. He placed his hand on the magical device. Adeshin was very frightened when she felt and saw something black emerging from her body. Gradually, this darkness began to envelop the entire room, and it was clear that the girl was its source. The dark energy gradually filled the laboratory and now hovered between the flasks containing the exhibits. Even without using her abilities, Adeshan demonstrated immense power, which of course was to be expected. In her past life, the girl had been a commander-in-chief who had been able to direct the course of an entire war. Adeshan was the Empire's greatest warrior, possessing truly terrifying power, and now she looked at herself as if she were meeting herself for the first time. Adeshan was astonished that her mana was dark in color, and the professor said that he now had absolutely no doubts left. This strange energy was shadow mana, which filled and overflowed within Adeshan. The girl remembered how Ronan had told her about different types of mana, but she didn't know where the shadow mana had come from. Besides, she had never even heard of such a thing before. This was entirely to be expected. According to the professor, shadow mana isn't very widespread, and it's rare to find anyone who's heard of it. Although the professor was curious to know how Ronan had learned about it, but the young man didn't want to go into details and tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. This magic wasn't originally a secret, but there has always been very little information about it. As a rule, it lies dormant within a person's body for decades or even centuries. But even after unleashing this power, most people simply cannot control it and end up dying. Even from this small amount of energy, Adeshan must have sensed something completely different from the ordinary mana they use. This mana can bring any fantasy to life, a power that transcends reason and the laws of nature. This is shadow mana. But the problem is that shadow mana can begin to surge on its own at a moment when even the wielder of the power least expects it. Moreover, if the wielder is unable to stop this surge and the shadow mana bursts forth, everyone around them will be in grave danger. And once all the energy is depleted, the bearer of this power will ultimately be consumed by it. Despite these warnings, Adeshan still wants to possess this power, and the professor can erect a barrier that will prevent the shadow mana from leaving the body. Furthermore, the man might look for new ways to get rid of the shadow mana itself. The girl needs to think this through carefully. Throughout history, all possessors of shadow mana, regardless of whether they tried to contain it or not, have met the same fate. It was a very tragic end to the life of every bearer. Shadow mana is, in a way, a double-edged sword. And now Adeshan must decide whether she is ready to handle this immense power. Images from her childhood flashed before the girl's eyes. Her deceased mother and brothers, as well as her new friend Ronan, ready to come to her aid at any moment. Adeshan admitted honestly that she'd be lying if she said she wasn't afraid. But once she heard some words that have stayed with her ever since. There's no need to worry about anything, because it's nothing, which means Adeshan must steel her resolve and not be weak. The girl turned to Professor Stone and said she wouldn't let him down. The professor thought this was an excellent attitude, and at the same time wasn't surprised, because at such a young age, Adeshan was already a teaching assistant. And since the decision had already been made, it was time to move on to the next stage, and the professor placed his hand on the magical device. The process began, and now the girl could see that the mana around her was changing in color and quality. Soon the professor explained that all the mana Adeshan had been storing in her body up to that point had flowed out of her, which was why this mana now had a very familiar energy. Before explaining the reason, it's important to understand the difficulties the girl had to go through, because she had already grown accustomed to thinking she had no mana-related abilities at all. And no matter how hard Adeshan tried to catch up with the other students in this area, she couldn't manage it. Adeshan couldn't understand how the professor knew all this, but the man replied that shadow mana is a power that transcends the world's understanding, and such a power cannot simply remain in a dormant state. Shadow mana constantly clashed with the mana the girl had accumulated in her body, and because of these clashes, she made no progress. However, the fact that Adeshan was able to gather so much mana within herself is very impressive. Nevertheless, despite all her efforts, Adeshan would be better off giving up on her endeavors. The solution to the problem is very simple and obvious. If two different energies constantly interfere with each other, then the weaker and more useless one must be eliminated. This must be done so that only the stronger shadow mana remains inside the body. The professor looked at Ronan and remarked that he and Adeshan had a very interesting friendship. One of them suffers because he can't accumulate mana, while the other can't get rid of it. Ronan noted that the professor seemed accustomed to dealing with such situations, as if he weren't worried about anything at all and was confident in his actions. But the professor replied that it's usually far from easy to get rid of mana that has already entered the body, even though it currently seems as though all the mana has left Adeshan thanks to the magical device. If they stop it now, the mana will return to her body. Ronan asked if they could try to find a way to get rid of the mana temporarily. They needed to figure out if there would be any side effects that could harm the body. The professor was certain there would be no problems. The body would simply lose all its mana, but he didn't understand why the young man was asking about it. The next moment, Ronan delivered a single powerful blow with his sword so he could finally leave. The professor was shocked. Adeshan's mana had simply vanished. Ronan said it had been very easy. He had too many plans for Adeshan to drag this process out for a long time. And then the shadow mana, now left on its own, intensified its flows and surrounded the girl's body. Adeshan no longer looked like a helpless victim. It seemed as though she was capable of ruling this world. But the strain was still considerable, and she even lost consciousness for a moment. Fortunately, she soon came to and saw Ronan's smiling face above her. Adeshan couldn't understand what had happened, which was why her head was now resting on Ronan's lap. But soon the girl realized that she had simply fainted. Moreover, she looked at the animals in the flasks, and they were showing signs of life. Adeshan didn't understand why the experimental specimens had suddenly woken up, but Ronan explained that she herself had created them. Professor Stoneston said that, from a scientific standpoint, when Adeshan's mana disappeared, the shadow mana suddenly burst free, causing an explosion. Be that as it may, the professor was ready to congratulate the girl. They had gotten rid of her mana in a rather strange way, but everything had gone successfully. Furthermore, the cluster of dark energy that appeared in the center of Adeshan's heart is a core of pure shadow energy. Over time, this power will help Adeshan become better and stronger, so there's no need to fear it. The girl said she felt something new inside her. It was heavy and cold, and not like her old mana. The professor confirmed that shadow mana is currently in an extremely active state because it no longer has any competitors left in the girl's body. However, it will soon settle down completely, though that probably doesn't concern Adeshan much. The professor understood that right now Adeshan was much more interested in finding out what power she had gained by activating the shadow mana within herself. The professor wanted to calm the mana himself to start with, but Ronan suggested letting the girl do it herself. Ronan asked Adeshan to make these experimental beasts calm down. Her mana was currently active, so perhaps it would work. Adeshan turned to the animals and said just one word to them, "Calm down." And it was a true miracle in magic, because all the animals fell asleep immediately, just as Ronan had predicted. But the young man was also very surprised. He hadn't been sure it would work, or that Adeshan was capable of influencing the animals' minds. The professor had said that even the simplest brain cells are extremely difficult to influence with mana or magical tools. Simply put, the power that Adeshan possessed was far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. Ronan also understood perfectly well that the new power the commander-in-chief had now acquired was control over the mind of any living creature. Now she could force others to think and act exactly as she commanded. Even simply instilling an ideology could be an effective military strategy. But if the number of test subjects were reduced to just a few, it would be possible to create puppet monsters that would not even fear death. And in this case, the commander-in-chief had never once hesitated to use this power in the past. Ronan often wondered, was this really the only way out? But the girl replied that this was the only way they could win the battle and that they needed to prepare for the final battle. The commander-in-chief was convinced that this was the only thing they lived for. Ronan thought that in her past life, Adeshan had had no choice but to become commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army. So what would the girl do now if she found herself in the same situation? What choice would she make in this life? In the end, the young people left the tower and went about their business. Ronan felt that today had been a good day for them. Adeshan had discovered a new strength within herself, and the professor himself had even promised to help train her. Adeshan was deep in thought, and the young man wanted to know what it felt like to realize you'd taken a step closer to becoming the greatest warrior. The young man was sure that Adeshan was happy. However, she looked more anxious than anything else. She was worried that if she amplified her energy, that power could cause great harm to people. Adeshan wondered, maybe she shouldn't use it at all. Although she admitted that she was very happy to learn about the Shadow Mane and felt that she had come closer to her dream. However, upon seeing its true power, her doubts about the wisdom of using it grew with every passing moment. Adekin worried that she would keep telling herself and others that she was doing everything for the good of the people and might not even notice how she was turning innocent people into puppets. Adeshin was genuinely afraid that she would turn into a monster who would do anything for the sake of victory, and Ronan realized that she had already discovered the dark side of her ability. In her past life, the commander-in-chief's tactics had always been close to ideal. Her outstanding judgment had saved countless lives, and in return, people gave her the light that illuminated her path. But on the other hand, there were soldiers whose lives had to be sacrificed by taking control of their minds. There's no denying that fact. But now in this life, Adeshin turned to the young man and asked Ronan to stop her if he ever noticed her turning into a monster. Right now the girl believed she could overcome this dark force, and it seemed to her that she would manage just fine. But if she knew that a trusted friend would be by her side when she needed him, her last doubts would vanish without a trace. Ronan hoped that Adeshin would never regret making this request. He would always be by her side, but if necessary, he would personally throw her off the cliff. Soon after that, peaceful days finally arrived at the Filion Academy. Adekin studied hard under Professor Stone's diligent supervision, training earnestly to improve her shadow mana. At first, she had a hard time influencing the mind of even a single sparrow, but soon she was able to control 5 birds at once. Brahm was obsessed with his strength training, and before long he had turned into a true powerhouse. Ophelia taught Sita blood magic with great enthusiasm, and before long the little bird of dreams was able to practice her techniques on a magical mannequin. Practical training confirmed that this little girl had successfully mastered the skill of the bloodshot on her very first try. Ophelia said that Sita was a true genius, and the bird of dreams was very proud of that. Having such an excellent student at her disposal, Ophelia didn't know where to start or what to focus on. She wanted to teach her close combat attacks, the blood blade or the blood strike, which affected a large number of targets. Ronan spent all those days doing what he loved most, fighting with his favorite sparring partner. Ronan was practicing his fighting technique with Shulipen and sensed that his opponent had become more agile. Could it be that he'd been secretly training at night without him again? Shulipen also sensed that his opponent's skills had definitely improved. Instructor Nabarosa must have been training him one-on-one. But in any case, the boys weren't going to pay any attention to it, because each of them was absolutely certain that he was better and stronger. Maria watched these training sessions with sadness in her eyes. The boys spent hours on end with each other and didn't even get tired. Besides, if they liked fighting so much, they'd be better off going to the battlefield. At least that would serve some purpose. But be that as it may, Maria always acknowledged that Ronan was very charming, especially when he was engaged in an exciting fight. Aesel confirmed that the guy really was handsome. It was no wonder that Ronan had been considered very strong and cool in his homeland ever since childhood. After that, Aesel suddenly grew somber. He suspected that Maria liked Ronan, and of course, such a fine warrior would make an excellent match for her. But Maria just laughed in response, saying he shouldn't talk such nonsense or be jealous of her and Ronan. All the more reason for Aesel not to do so, since he had already taken permanent residence in Maria's heart and was the very best for her. And now they'd better go off together and train hard as a team so they can show Ronan in their next match just how much stronger they've become. Ronan was drinking tea and said that he'd unexpectedly guessed the teacher was looking for him and wanted to talk. And sure enough, that's exactly how it turned out. And now, after just one breath of this tea's aroma, all the sensations in his body seemed to sharpen. Ronan had experienced something similar with the elf Sarante. Ronan remembered that the teacher had said he wouldn't waste a single leaf of these herbs until he succeeded in growing them. But now he'd used them to make a whole teapot full. And that meant Professor Varen had succeeded, and the professor laughed, saying it was all thanks to Ronan. After the young man gave him the gift from priest Sarante, Varen learned about the existence of these herbs and their uses. The professor honestly admitted that he'd struggled with these herbs, but in the end, he managed to grow them. And now the professor was genuinely happy, because in the future this would be able to help many people. Ronan thought this was wonderful news. They'd caused nothing but trouble, and he wanted to find a way to thank the professor, who had dealt with the aftermath of those incidents. Ronan wasn't sure if the professor would forgive him next time, and Varen confirmed that it would indeed be difficult. But then the professor said that he had actually invited Ronan for an entirely different reason. Lev handed him a scroll and said that they had finally received a reply. It was from the place Ronan had been so eager to visit to learn more about his curse. It was about the magical Tower of Light and Hope. And now Professor Varen was ready to share the wonderful news. Ronan had received permission to visit that place. Ronan was very pleased and grateful to the professor. He admitted that he had been eagerly awaiting a response to his application. But the professor warned the young man not to get too excited and to be very careful. On his way there, he should know that an accident had recently occurred in the tower, causing the situation there to be very unstable right now. Furthermore, Ronan wouldn't be going alone. Soon the academy would be sending its top students on an expedition to study magic. This trip had been postponed for so long because they were deciding who else would be worthy of visiting the magical tower. And now a female student has definitely been chosen. She has exactly the same rank as Ronan. And so the unofficial trip to the magical Tower of Light and Hope began. Special flying ships were heading there. Ronan entered the cabin and greeted the girl, who was drinking tea while sitting in an armchair. She was surprised to see him standing next to her. Ronan greeted her and said that Professor Varen had told him about their trip together, and now he was happy to welcome Erzabet. Ronan asked if he could call her Eri, but the girl immediately started shouting that only Adeshan was allowed to call her that. She wanted to know what Ronan was doing there, and he had to explain that they were headed to the same destination, and that he too had important business at the Magic Tower, which was why they were traveling together. The girl was very surprised. After all, Ronan was usually never involved in anything, but now he suddenly had some business to attend to and had set off without taking Acel, who usually followed him around everywhere. Ronan confirmed that he had planned to take Acel with him if their schedules aligned, but it turned out that Acel wanted to spend time training with Maria. But it's unclear why Eri is sitting here alone and where her friends are, since the professor said that several students from the School of Magic would be heading to the tower. But the girl said that naturally she was alone because the Tower of Light and Hope is famous for its fire magic. Previously, only the most successful students from the School of Magic had managed to visit it. But now circumstances have turned out such that all the other first-year students at the academy can't even dream of reaching the same level as Eri to earn the right to visit the tower. And now, after all this time, the girl was getting ready to enjoy some solitude and quiet. But a delighted Ronan said he'd be happy to keep her company, so she wouldn't get bored all alone without her friends. Eri was furious. It wasn't clear yet who would be keeping whom company, because she certainly didn't need him. The trip took quite a while, and the young people spent their time together with interest. Eri glanced at the guys playing cards and was amazed. Didn't they realize it would be much more useful to spend this time discussing matters related to the laws of magic? Looking at these idlers, the girl would rather be alone than spend time with such idiots. Eri was practically certain that Ronan felt exactly the same way. The young man hadn't had a chance to answer, but Eri believed that was exactly what he was thinking, because Ronan was the second person at the academy whom she recognized as a great warrior, after Adeshan, of course. Not long ago, Ronan had demonstrated impressive skills in front of all the academy students, and it had been very satisfying to see him put that arrogant swordsman from Grancia in his place. Eri had also heard that with the help of the swordmaster Jafe, Ronan had successfully dealt with a group of terrorist cultists. And now Ronan is considered a great warrior in the Empire, so he'll be interested in the Akalasha family. And then the girl remembered that she had already delivered an invitation to him, but he still hadn't given an answer even though several months had already passed. So could it be that Ronan doesn't see Akalasha as a potential life partner? After all, this is a huge opportunity as soon as Ronan becomes part of their family, and she went on to list all sorts of perks and Ronan was forced to listen to her. He really didn't want to say outright that he wasn't interested, so he decided to change the subject, saying that he, in turn, wanted to ask her something. The young man wanted to know exactly why Eri loved her friend Adeshan so much. He was simply curious. Of course, no one would argue that Adeshan is very pretty right now, but at the same time, she isn't all that talented, and given Eri's high standards, it's completely unclear why she's so devoted to her friend. And even though Adeshan is far from outstanding in her achievements, you can sense that Eri has some other kind of feelings for her. Unexpectedly, the girl began to explain that from the very beginning, things between her and Adeshan had been different from those of others. Their first meeting took place when Eri had just enrolled in the academy. She went to the library to find materials for her research. Unfortunately, she got lost and spent a long time looking for the exit, when suddenly a very friendly student approached her and showed her the way. That was Adeshan. In addition, Adeshan paid her a compliment and said she had noticed Eri's abilities during the entrance exam. The girl said it was simply incredible. She couldn't believe her eyes. After all, Eri had only just been admitted to the academy, yet she was already capable of such feats. Adeshin admitted that she had watched Eri with her mouth agape throughout the entire exam. But Eri expected a catch. Usually after such praise, people are sure to mention that the Akalesia family lineage is immediately apparent. It sounds like a compliment, but in reality, no one even stops to think about how much effort Eri has to put in to live up to her family and her surname, because everything she's achieved is the result of her own hard work. And then, unexpectedly, Adeshin said that she was very proud of Eri and couldn't even imagine how hard Eri must have had to work to achieve such a result at such a young age. Adeshin seemed very friendly and sincere. She said she wouldn't even try to guess what it took. But she understands that it must be very hard for Eri to carry this burden alone. Adeshin chatted nonstop. She said she couldn't fully understand how hard the exam had been for Eri. But if Eri ever finds herself struggling again while studying at the academy, she can always come to Adeshin and talk about her difficulties and problems. Adeshin might not be able to help her much, but as a senior, she'll offer her support to the girl who's just started at the academy. Eri told Ronan all of this and admitted that she still cherishes the memories of that day. But besides that, there is of course something else very important about Adeshin. This girl is the most beautiful in the world. She has long black hair and a beautiful grace that's evident in her tall stature and stunning figure. Who could resist such beauty? Eri said that even in her thoughts, Adeshin is simply beautiful and delightful, and she misses her friend very much. Ronan realized it was time to change the subject again. He didn't understand why all these brilliant people seemed to get caught up in some kind of nonsense. But it was better not to think about that right now, because Ronan knew that in the future, Eri would be a huge help to their mutual friend Adeshin. That was the most important thing. But suddenly Ronan jumped to his feet. He said they had to stop this chatter. Eri needed to get her magic staff. Everything had to be done quickly. He didn't have time to explain. The young people ran out onto the ship's deck, and it soon became clear that something was approaching them. Ronan grabbed the girl by the waist and, together with her, instantly leaped to the very bow of the ship, holding her as if she were a sack of potatoes. Ronan paid no attention to the girl's displeasure. He told her she had to use her ability to hold on to him, and that she needed to be ready because it was getting closer. Eri didn't understand what was approaching until the very last moment, because she couldn't see anything but clouds, but suddenly the sky near the young people was lit up by a bright fire. And now, of course, Eri could see that it was a giant fireball. Eri didn't understand where this magical aerial weapon had come from. It was only used in war, but Ronan had no intention of answering such questions. He said that Eri now had to understand what was expected of her. And if that was the case, then he was ready to trust Eri completely. The young man rushed forward to attack, counting on the mage's support. Eri didn't really like any of this, because this guy was once again doing everything his own way, without coordinating his actions with her at all. The girl activated her invisible hand, and now her magic was supporting Ronan, preventing the young man from falling to the ground. The young man had just approached the fireball and began striking with his sword to cut through the mana. Gradually moving toward the center of the fireball, Ronan cleared the space in front of him with his sharp sword. It soon became clear that there were too many of these fireballs, and some of them were already approaching the ship. Ronan looked very alarmed. He realized he had to find a way to cut through all the remaining fireballs. But Eri had already figured out what was going on. She didn't like the look on the young man's face. He clearly didn't trust her. Eri knew that Ronan thought she wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining fireballs. But she was, after all, Elizabeth Akalesia. Soon the danger had passed, and Ronan landed on the ship. He praised the girl, saying she was capable of more than just running her mouth. Ronan began to praise the girl, but she didn't like that either. She told him not to shout like that and to take her successes in stride. Ronan decided not to worry about that for now. He needed to figure out what that warm welcome they just received was all about. The ship was approaching the magical tower, but it wasn't clear what was going on at all. The magical tower of light and hope was protected by a magical circle that prevented anyone from entering it. It turned out that a magical projectile had just been fired from the tower toward the flying ship. However, no one had expected such a response from the magical tower. First and foremost, maximum safety measures had been taken, so there was no need to worry, and the ship could land safely. And so, finally, the flying ship landed on the magical tower. Everything went off without a hitch. However, the young people were alarmed. They didn't understand what kind of fireball it was, or why the magic tower posed a danger. The young people were worried and wanted to know who had created such a fireball, but they didn't expect to get answers to these questions. There's some kind of mess going on in one of the 5 powerful magical organizations. It's hard to believe, and a proper explanation must be given. If that doesn't happen, Elizabeth will file an official complaint through her family. Ronan said he understood perfectly well that she was angry, but asked her to wait for an official explanation first. The young man recalled his conversation with Professor Varen, who had explained that the reason visits to the magical tower were prohibited was because of the occultists. The last time occultists infiltrated the academy through the Grancia family and launched an attack, a nationwide crackdown on the church began. During this investigation, the magic tower was also subjected to an internal audit, and 3 members of the church were soon found there. But things didn't go as planned. Shortly before their arrest, these church representatives, backed into a corner, managed to fight back. Sensing that the end was near, they activated a self-destruction spell, but fortunately, thanks to the mage's quick response, there were no casualties. However, it turned out that 1/5 of the land surrounding the tower had been completely destroyed as a result of the explosion. Although the situation has stabilized to some extent now, we still need to be very careful. Professor Varen didn't know what they were trying to achieve, but even if their failure had been prevented, the risk still remained. Ronan remembered this conversation with the professor and suspected that the attack on the airship was the work of occultists, since such a catastrophe could not have happened by accident. Finally, the door to the castle opened, and a man ran out. He immediately bowed his head in a gesture of respect and began apologizing for making them wait so long and for putting them through all these difficulties. The man said that on behalf of the Lord of the Tower of Hope, who was currently absent, he was acting as the tower's secretary and offered his apologies. The man's name was Onfila, and he was very sorry that things had turned out this way. Ronan recognized this man because in his past life among the fire mages, he had been incredibly famous. He was often called Onfila, Hot Bird, and now it turns out that this man was part of the magical Tower of Light and Hope. The man said it would be right to explain the situation, but unfortunately, the truth has not yet been revealed. However, one thing is certain: in the room from which the shot was fired, the mana wavelength of the suspected perpetrator was successfully recorded. A search for this individual is currently underway. The mana sample is being compared against the entire staff of the tower, and the culprit will be arrested shortly. Representatives of the tower have promised to compensate for all damages and to strengthen internal security to ensure that such lapses do not occur in the future. Elizabeth was amazed that the mage Onfila himself came out personally to apologize to them. If this man is sincere, then perhaps it's worth looking into his background and forgiving him for this incident. Ronan knew that this mage could be trusted because during the war with Agayut, he had gone to the front lines and bought everyone time. Onfila was one of the vanguard fighters in that war. In the battle against Agayut, teetering between life and death, he went to save his comrades and suffered burns to his body several times. This continued until the mage himself turned to ash and dissipated, but he never once wavered in his resolve. Ronan understood that a man like that couldn't be in cahoots with the traitors. He had to put that thought out of his mind. Onfila addressed the young people, who had managed to defend the flying ship and block the fireball. He said that the tower owed them a tremendous debt. It was hard to believe they were merely students. As a representative of the Lord of the Tower, Onfila wished to express his deepest gratitude to Ronan and Miss Elizabeth. Ronan was surprised that the mage knew their names, but it turned out that the academy had sent information in advance about the students who would be visiting the tower. Onfila turned to the young people and asked them to follow him so he could thank them. He wanted to speak with them privately. And so, finally, the young people were left alone with the mage. He expressed his desire to briefly explain everything to them. Onfila explained that they were in the heart of the magical Tower of Light and Hope, where they were studying magic. Before them stood the main building of the Center for Magical Research. Mages were constantly walking through the corridors, discussing their experiments and research. They were searching for new formulas, trying to identify patterns, and were constantly rushing off somewhere. Because of the situation, everything looked very chaotic. They needed to check the condition of the magical instruments immediately. Elizabeth agreed that looking at all this, it became clear why the Light of Hope was ranked among the top 5 greatest magical towers. If you look at these guys, you can see that most of them are 4th circle mages and above who can jump right into practice. Ronan also realized that these guys were nothing like run-of-the-mill mages. But Ronan immediately realized that the problem lay elsewhere entirely. There were people in this tower who weren't exactly thrilled by their arrival. Even now, two mages were standing on the balcony, wondering why yet another group of outsiders had shown up. Perhaps given the Lord of the Tower's absence, they were hoping he would return soon. The boys didn't want outsiders let into the tower, since they'd had an unpleasant incident just recently. But it was best not to mention it at all, so the story wouldn't leak out. Ronan hoped that in this tower he would be able to lift the curse, but the young man had a feeling that he would be drawn into something unpleasant here. Not far from there, a mage was hiding from everyone. He was frightened and clutching a stuffed bunny to his chest. The mage said he understood his master's orders and would do everything he was told. He would ignite a spark in the form of Akalash's death. Ronan listened carefully to the mage's story and said that the situation wasn't great, but it seemed to be an unfortunate accident. However, Ronan felt that everything he had just heard didn't quite add up the way he would have liked. Ronan asked the mage why he hadn't dealt with the fireball that had attacked their ship himself. As the head of the tower, the man could have taken some action even before the ship approached the tower. And Onfila was forced to agree that Ronan was absolutely right. Aside from him, any other mages in the tower could have dealt with that fireball if they had noticed it. Based on these words, it follows that no one in the tower was able to recognize the fireball, and no one noticed it until it had already approached the ship. Elizabeth couldn't understand how that was possible, that no one had been able to detect such powerful magic. And now Elizabeth realized if this were really true, it could become an even bigger problem. It turned out that someone had managed to deceive the eyes of all the mages in the tower, which meant that someone was capable of magic that was beyond general perception. Furthermore, this magic was so powerful that even a seventh circle mage like Onfila had been unable to sense it. And that means such magic is on par with that of Rohan, the sole ninth circle grand mage. He was the very same mage who had defeated one of the strongest giants in his past life. Ronan knew that the mage Rohan had been an ally of the Empire until the very end, so he couldn't be blamed for this now. But if there was another person who had reached even a fraction of Rohan's level of power, that would indeed be a terrible disaster. Aunfila began to reassure the others, saying that nothing could be said for certain yet, and that in any case it might not be magic at all, but some other source of power. Moreover, after it was discovered who posed a threat to the tower, significant purges had already been carried out here. That's why Onfila now declared that he himself would burn whoever was behind this incident. So now the young people can breathe a little easier and calm down, because he will personally keep this situation under control. Of course, Ronan and Elizabeth couldn't relax upon hearing such a promise, but then Onfila said that a reward awaited the young people for saving the ship. The tower had gathered information about the young people in advance, and now everyone knew that Elizabeth ranked first at the academy, so Onfila would personally teach her the art of fire magic. The man promised that he would teach the girl techniques that would be hard to learn at the academy and that they would be of great help to her in the future. The mage learned that the warrior Ronan often sought out unusual places as part of his travel club, and now Onfila had set aside a useful gift for him. The man handed Ronan a scroll. Sealed within it was fire magic of a very high order. Onfila was certain that in an emergency, this scroll would definitely come in handy. In addition, the mage had heard about the reason Ronan had come here. It was a book for lifting a curse. The Magic Tower is famous for its library, which houses a vast collection of literature from across the empire, and it would not be easy to find the right book there. But Onfila had already taken care of his guest and ordered that the necessary tome be found. He was certain the librarian would track it down. As soon as Ronan was free, he headed straight to the library, hoping to find the book he needed. Ronan pondered the librarian. This man must trust Saranta deeply if he was going to such lengths to find what the elf had asked for. Or perhaps this person was simply very caring and perceptive. And if he was an acquaintance of Saranta's, then maybe he was an elf too. Ronan had been told that the library was somewhere around here, but the young man still couldn't see it and was already beginning to lose patience. But then he heard a voice apologizing for the delay. The head of the tower had, of course, mentioned that a student named Ronan would be coming here. And there, standing before the young man, was a young, pretty, and smiling librarian named Era. She said she would accompany Ronan. Ronan realized how wrong he'd been in his assumptions. He'd imagined an old, bearded elf, but this was even better. The girl said that she had been working here alone in the library for a long time, and was the only librarian. Ronan unclenched his fist and showed the ring to Saranta. He asked if Era knew what kind of ring it was and who it belonged to. The young man explained that it was his friend's ring and that only the librarian of this tower would recognize it immediately. Era immediately approached the young man, saying that, of course, she recognized the ring of the priest, Sarante. The librarian said she hadn't seen that ring in a long time, and Ronan realized there was no need to ask any further questions. It was immediately obvious how happy the girl was. Air began asking how the young man had come by the ring, because it was very dear to Sarante, and it was unlikely that he had lost it. The librarian was certain that the priest would never have simply given that ring away to just anyone. And in the very next moment, Air was flung far to the side, and waves of very powerful magic emanated from her. A giant wolf appeared right in the middle of the library, and Era demanded that the young man honestly admit where he had gotten the ring. After all, if it turned out that he had taken the ring by force and harmed the priest Sarante, he could expect no mercy, because Era would avenge Sarante. Ronan tried to figure out what their relationship was and how close the librarian was to Sarante. Judging by her reaction, it was very serious, and the girl was genuinely worried about the elf. Ronan lowered his sword, raised his hands, and said that it seemed there had been a misunderstanding and that he too would have immediately drawn his knife if a stranger had shown him an object that didn't belong to him. That's why Ronan fully understands Era's reaction and is ready to explain everything to her right now. The librarian just needs to listen to him carefully. After that, he recounted the main points in detail, and now Era was able to summarize what she had heard. Ronan had run into Father Sarante by chance while on a camping trip with his friends. They got to know each other and joined forces to deal with a cult that had caused a lot of trouble. Era now understood how the ring had ended up in Ronan's possession. Besides, there was another explanation. If he had forcibly taken it from the priest, he wouldn't have known about the relationship between the librarian and the elf. Ronan realized that the misunderstanding seemed to be over. He really wouldn't have known about the girl if he'd forcibly taken the ring from Sarante. After all, Era herself knows that the elf is quite cruel, even though he doesn't seem that way at first glance. Finally, the librarian realized that the young man was telling the truth, and the girl began to apologize for her rudeness. She should have verified everything first before causing trouble for the priest, Sarante's friend. Ronan said there was no need to apologize. He himself should have explained everything right away. But now he wanted to know how Era had met Sarante. It didn't seem like they had a simple relationship. But then the girl's mana took the form of a wolf, and he realized that the librarian Era was a spirit. She confirmed this and said that Ronan had figured her out very quickly and that her relationship with Sarante was as close as that of a teacher and student. Their first meeting took place several centuries ago, at a time when everyone was experiencing the turbulent upheavals of change with which most were dissatisfied. Era also caused a lot of trouble for people. She would deliberately go to areas where people lived and plunder their lands or simply take them for herself. Back then, in her foolishness, she believed she could do whatever she wanted, especially since there was no one nearby who could stop her. This went on until an elf appeared to deal with the wolf that was preventing people from living in peace. Sarante was in a very good mood and smiled kindly. He had come to meet this creature that was tormenting the people. The wolf immediately told the old elf to get lost, because this was his territory. Upon hearing these words, Sarante apologized to the wolf and said that it would be better for him to peacefully obey the elf, and if the wolf refused to do so, he could suffer very serious injuries, and Sarante extended his hand to the wolf and offered to cooperate. From then on, Era followed Master Sarante, who at that time was the tower's chief mage, and after that the girl found herself in the magical Tower of Light and Hope. Era explained that although Sarante didn't wield fire magic, he was the only candidate for the position of chief mage. But back then the girl had no idea just how great a man Sarante was. All she dreamed of at the time was escaping from there. Still, the elf didn't give up. He strove to reform her, and even took it upon himself to train her. He taught Era that one cannot live long by relying solely on physical strength, for in the end, there will always be someone stronger. In comparison, the most important thing in life is to preserve a kind, childlike soul that strives to live in peace with others. Thanks to Master Sarante's teachings, the girl grew tremendously as a person compared to her former self, and after that, following her teacher's advice, she began to protect this place while studying literature. But then Era decided to find out how her old teacher was doing. He must be busy too, because she only hears news about him from Ronan. And then the young man realized that he would have to finish telling the story about Sarante, and it would by no means be a pleasant tale. Ronan recalled his final moments with the priest, who had said he didn't want to hurt someone close to him. So the young man smiled and confirmed, after all, Air herself knows that Sarante adores his sacred stone, so it would be hard to reach him right now, which is why he asked that everything be relayed through Ronan. That was very much like Sarante, and the girl was pleased that her teacher hadn't been forgotten, but now she would share her immense joy with Ronan. And completely unexpectedly for the young man, the shape of the ring in Aries' hands changed, and Ronan didn't understand how she'd done it. But at that very moment, on one of the far shelves, it too came to life when it saw the light from the ring. Over the next 4 days, everyone in the Magic Tower was busy with their own affairs. Fortunately, there were no further incidents. Thanks to this, Ronan was able to calmly begin studying the topic of curses. He had already pored over countless books. In fact, the young man was already tired of this never-ending process. Air regularly brought the young man new books in the hope that he would find the answers he needed, but so far all her efforts had been in vain. Ronan said that he still hadn't found a single clue even remotely connected to the curse within his body, but he was gradually learning more and more about it. And of course, all of this was happening thanks to the help of the librarian, who over the past few days had been staying up all night to teach him about the nature of the curse. Ronan felt that the more he delved into the subject, the less he understood. Of course, he still wanted to get rid of the curse as soon as possible. Air was ready to answer any questions related to curses that the young man had as he read the books. And that was very timely, because just at that moment a question had been brewing in Ronan's mind. The young man tried to recall exactly where he'd run into trouble, and finally he uttered the word, Bajura. But to his surprise, the girl didn't answer. And Ronan asked, could it be that the librarian didn't know what it was? But then unexpectedly, Air grabbed the boy by the shoulder and asked how and where he'd learned of that name. Had he been secretly browsing the forbidden literature corner behind her back? Ronan didn't understand what she was talking about. He had never heard of the forbidden literature section and didn't even know it existed. The boy said he had often come across that name in the books the librarian brought him. Air was certain that there was no way the word Bajura could be mentioned in those books, and she immediately began checking them. A few moments later, the librarian confirmed that none of these books contained any mention of that name at all. But Ronan was certain he'd read it right here. He pulled out the book, opened it, and it turned out the letters had vanished. The young man was simply in shock. Air looked very serious. She knew that the priest wouldn't have sent the young man to her library just because she worked there. In the Tower of Light and Hope, more than anywhere else, there are a great many books, scrolls, and knowledge gathered on the subject of curses. However, even in their tower, the word Bajura must never be mentioned under any circumstances. The fact is that this is the title of the most terrifying book known as a work written by the devil himself. Whoever touches this book is granted truly boundless power, but at the same time, a terrible urge to destroy. Long ago, because of this book, a kingdom that had long lived in peace and tranquility was very quickly brought to complete ruin. That is why the book was nicknamed the Book of Destruction, and the man who read it was cursed. Everything that was done to him afterward was solely to ensure a bright future for the country. And now King Rartan of the Tower had to realize that this was the only right path to save everyone. The corner of banned literature in the Tower's library is where the most dangerous books are kept, including the Bajura. Priest Sarante appointed Era, a spirit, to the position of librarian, because this place needed a being who would protect the library from people capable of succumbing to curiosity about such books. But just now, Ronan had uttered the title of this book, which is considered the most terrifying of all, even among banned literature. Air had harbored suspicions ever since the disappearance that occurred after the cult's self-destruction, and she wanted to know who was connected to all these mysterious incidents. It turned out that the disappearance had occurred immediately after the incident with the cult. Air remembered that very well. The fact was that everyone who went missing at that time had been constantly helping the librarian with her work. Immediately after these people went missing, Air searched the entire tower, but she couldn't find any trace of them anywhere. It seemed as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But of course, Ronan didn't believe it was possible to simply vanish without leaving a trace. They just needed to look thoroughly enough. And it seemed as though these people had been waiting for the self-destruction, or perhaps the tower's self-destruction was a cover-up to deceive everyone. Elizabeth had been practicing her new technique all day, and now she had become even stronger and more powerful. A mere mortal could not even dream of such ideas and possibilities. Mr. Onfil's fire magic was truly on another level. So far, they had only been trying to put the theory into practice, but their mana consumption had already decreased dramatically. The girl couldn't understand how he had managed to come up with such a magnificent magical technique. It was as beautiful as Elizabeth's feelings for Akalusha, but she probably wouldn't be able to express it well just yet. Elizabeth knew she would devote herself entirely to studying magic, and in the time remaining on the trip, she needed to learn as many techniques as possible. Suddenly, the girl sensed that she was not alone in the room. Someone was hiding nearby, holding their breath. And indeed, there was an unknown mage in the room, hiding and trying to remain unnoticed. But Elizabeth was able to reveal him, and using her magic, she began to pull the stranger toward her. Gradually, the stranger found himself in her grasp, and now Elizabeth was holding him by his clothes and wanted to know who he was. Apparently, the stranger wanted to lead her away while concealing his presence with an invisibility spell. He wanted to do this even though the girl never skipped training. Besides, she was the heiress of a great family and was very strong. But when Elizabeth got a closer look at the stranger's face, she realized he was one of the students whose photo she had seen on the bulletin board in the tower. Now she was holding one of the missing students in her hands. Elizabeth asked the stranger how he had ended up here, but at that moment a powerful explosion rang out behind her, and everything around them was blown to pieces. Several more figures appeared in the room, and they were all directing their magic in the same direction. Several traitors, combining their powers, attacked Elizabeth, and in theory she shouldn't have survived that moment. But the girl said, addressing them, that she had turned a blind eye to their presence because she thought they wanted to help their friends, but they turned out to be hostile. Furthermore, it should be noted that the group of strangers had attacked from ambush, which meant they had struck first. But before she destroyed them all, a question occurred to Elizabeth. Elizabeth wanted to know what was going on here and why the upperclassmen of the Magic Tower who were considered missing were suddenly attacking her right on the tower's grounds. And Elizabeth looked at the students, hoping to hear a clear answer. When none came, she continued, saying that what bothered her most was why the Grancia family's third daughter had joined this cult. The fact was that Mrs. Grancia Shion was among these people. It soon became clear that none of the students intended to answer her questions. But that was actually for the best, because now Elizabeth could calmly destroy them. She had been just itching to try out the technique she'd been studying with Mr. Onfil in a real fight. Well, aside from that technique, Elizabeth had many other spells she'd like to practice right now. So she hoped the young men wouldn't be too offended by her, and she also trusted that they wouldn't turn to ash too quickly. Elizabeth was doing a great job, engulfing everything around her in fire. She was launching fireballs just as well as Onfil. Everything around her was ablaze, and the young men realized that this girl would soon become the new pillar of Akalusha, and that was no exaggeration. Her power already surpassed the fourth circle of magic. They wouldn't last much longer, and now Grancia had to prepare. Soon the young man gave the command, and Shion began to burn everything to the ground. And now a fiery spear was flying toward Elizabeth, meant to pierce her right through. But the girl easily parried the attack, saying that her opponents were incapable of firing fire. She also wanted to know whether the fiery spear had been launched at full power, or if that was truly all the local mages were capable of. Receiving no further attacks, Elizabeth declared that she would now return the favor. And now the girl was ready to show what it meant to be a rival to Elizabeth Akalusha herself. Powerful arrows flew toward her opponents. They were meant to pierce right through them, leaving them no chance at all. These were combat needles, and they were rapidly closing in on the young people. Soon they realized that these attacks would never end. Shion said they needed to close the distance to defeat their rival. The girl volunteered to go forward, but before leaving, she reminded them. The core of all the Lord's plans is existence itself, so Lady Akalucha must be killed by Shion's own hands. But soon the girl felt such a powerful magical influence upon her that she could no longer do anything, for they had created a shield by combining all their strength. It was simply astonishing just how strong Elizabeth was, because she didn't feel the slightest bit of strain. Now it was clear that the rumors about Elizabeth's strength were not exaggerated at all. She was simply an incredible talent who needed to be eliminated right away. The villains saw that Elizabeth was so focused on her attack that she had completely forgotten about her defense. The girl approached and said that Elizabeth had made a foolish mistake at the very moment when her own life was on the line. All this is because Elizabeth is actually still just a small, ordinary child, but the price for such a mistake is very high. However, before the girl could get close to her opponent, Elizabeth calmly pierced her with sharp needles. Looking at her defeated opponents, Elizabeth said that she had deliberately given them a chance to show their abilities, but they had simply swarmed her like gnats. The girl was surprised that the attack had been so primitive, but Elizabeth replied that she had no reason to bother coming up with anything new. All she had to do was change the trajectory of the magic she'd already cast, and a new unexpected blow would be dealt. The girl explained to her victim that in this situation she was using telekinesis, so it wasn't complicated, just a little imagination. But the villainess, who was already riddled with needles, thought it was impossible to combine two types of magic into one. But Elizabeth said she was completely wrong. It's possible to combine up to 3 types of magic, and they'll work perfectly. Unfortunately, however, no one present would get to see it, because she had no intention of expending so much effort just to kill some pesky little bug. And now, having cleared away all unnecessary obstacles, Elizabeth stood face to face with Xion Grancia. The girl glanced at the charred bodies of the mages, who were still dying rather slowly. Of course, fire mages had a special resistance to fire, but it was hard to imagine the agony they were now experiencing. That's why Elizabeth was ready to take pity on her interlocutor, if of course she spoke sincerely, because Xion was simply too young and inexperienced. The girl must have already heard that the Akalusha and Grancia families are the 2 largest in the empire. And if their representatives were to clash, the entire land of the empire would be drenched in blood, and no matter who emerged victorious in the end, only death and destruction would remain. Elizabeth was certain that this whole situation with the attack on her couldn't have been the work of just one young heiress, and it turned out that the head of the tower was behind it all. Of course, there is no basis for such a thought. If one considers the benefits and the number of casualties this war would bring, staging a bloody massacre within one's own empire is a mad decision. As much as Elizabeth would hate to admit it, it seems that he is behind this, and even if this is a planned attack, one shouldn't look down on a great house. If these are indeed all the details Xion has, then she shouldn't even dream of fighting a representative of Akalusha. After pondering everything that's happening a little more, there's only one reasonable conclusion to be drawn. Someone very powerful, cunning, and insane is controlling Xion Grancia and wants war between the 2 clans. And Elizabeth was desperate to know who was hiding inside Xion. And then suddenly the girl seemed to grow in size, and a voice said that Elizabeth had proven to be a quick-witted girl and had figured him out. And now, even out of sheer curiosity, he felt it would be a shame to kill someone as clever and beautiful as Elizabeth. The girl felt a terrible pressure that prevented her from even breathing normally, let alone using magic. Her body wouldn't obey her at all. It was shaking with fear and terror. The energy was too fierce. Elizabeth stared at the creature standing before her, trying to figure out what it was. Suddenly, the black energy coalesced into a single sphere, from which a clawed, grasping hand emerged and reached toward Akalusha. The villain realized that this young girl was intoxicated by her own mad power, but now she'd better bow her head and remember the name of the one who would henceforth be her master. Elizabeth didn't understand what was before her. Somewhere in the distance, the silhouette of a man with dragon-like wings hovered, and this man declared that this world belonged to him. After a brief pause, this creature, a mixture of an old man and a monster, said his name was Bajura. At that moment, Ronan was in the office of the Deputy Lord of the Tower, who confirmed that everything the librarian had said was true. Moreover, Ronan swore once again that he had read Bajura's name in one of the books. Otherwise, how could he possibly have known the name of the forbidden book? Anfila understood that this was the only way it could have happened, but it was too strange and unexpected. Ere believed that, in any case, they didn't know whether the power of the curse Bajura had left behind had weakened. That's why they needed to find out as soon as possible. But the man said that was absolutely impossible, and it seemed as though he was clearly holding something back. Finally, Anfila revealed that just yesterday he had seen with his own eyes that Bajura's curse was still in effect. The librarian was shocked when she heard these words. Could it be that the Deputy Lord of the Tower had secretly sneaked into the repository of forbidden literature without her knowledge? Ere began to shout. Didn't he realize that forbidden literature was extremely dangerous? One could only enter the repository with permission from the head of the tower or the librarian. Of course, the girl acknowledges that she is standing before the great Professor Onfila, but what would they do if he fell under the spell of the forbidden books? The librarian said she couldn't just let this situation slide. As soon as the head of the tower returned, she would report everything to him immediately. But suddenly, Onfila slammed his fist on the table to cut off her outcry, and then he apologized for deceiving Era. What had happened was a terrible disaster. It should never have been allowed to happen, but Lord Rartan of the tower was already there, under the curse along with Bajura. A year had already passed since the public was told that the head of the tower had left on an expedition. In reality, he hadn't gone anywhere. The man had not left the tower at all. On the contrary, he had gone to its deepest part. The head of the Tower of Rartan lifted the curse from Bajura's forbidden book. The man knew full well and understood just how dangerous this was. But he wanted to learn about the ancient knowledge sealed within that book. It was very painful to admit that such a respected figure as Lord Rartan of the Tower had committed such a terrible transgression. Ere couldn't understand why, for such a long time, practically an entire year, no one had found out about the situation with the head of the tower. The library staff didn't understand why he had even bothered to open that forbidden book in the first place. Lord Rartan was already an authority figure. He could safely be called the founder of fire magic, which is why he thought he could subjugate Bajura. He had always believed that the knowledge contained in forbidden books held great potential, and that they caused harm only because they were used by the wrong people. The leader always insisted, if even the most dangerous power is channeled in the right direction, it can benefit the whole world, and thus forbidden power can be of help. At that time, Bajura imparted all manner of knowledge and powers to him, and Lord Rartan was certain that this would be a great blessing for the entire empire. But there was no need to go any further, and Ronan had already guessed how it all ended. In the end, all of Lord Rartan's attempts ended in complete failure, and unfortunately they had misunderstood Bajura's power from the very beginning. No human, not even the strongest or most righteous, could withstand such brutality. Even Lord Rartan could not resist for long, despite wielding absolute power. At that moment, the head of the tower already sensed that he would soon become Bajura's prisoner, and he instantly used the scroll of urgent compulsory summons. Lord Rartan summoned his deputy to the vault of forbidden literature, and Onfila must have been horrified when he realized what had happened. The man said there was no forgiveness for him. Moreover, because of his own foolishness, he had now dragged his deputy into this affair as well. While he still had a shred of sanity left, Rartan ordered his deputy to seal him away, for if this wasn't done immediately, the world would face grave danger. Onfila understood that in this case, he would never be able to save the Lord. But Rartan said that now was not the time to worry about him. Rartan did not want to see the tower which he had built at such a great cost fall into enemy hands, so it was easier and better for him to face death right then and there. Lord Rartan begged his deputy, for the sake of their tower, to seal him away so that evil would never leave that place. Onfila realized that trying to persuade the Lord was futile, and that he had to do everything for the sake of hope for a bright future. So the man sealed Bajura, along with the Lord of the Tower, with the most powerful spell, one that no one had ever managed to withstand. This was the truth the man had always kept hidden, and now he hoped the librarian understood why he hadn't revealed it to the entire empire. On the other hand, as a scholar and researcher, Onfila fully understood the Lord's intentions. He had done everything for the sake of peace, so it was impossible to tarnish his reputation with his own hands. Ere listened to this story with horror and couldn't understand how such a thing could have happened. Ronan also realized that the situation was very dire. Of course, it was sad to contemplate the fate of the head of the tower, but now was not the time to grieve. Everything that had been said pointed to only one conclusion. Bajura's seal had already been broken. Onfila said he had personally checked for the seal, but his words might be a lie. If Bajura had already used his power, which none of those in the tower had been able to recognize, then deceiving Onfila's eyes would be a piece of cake. And perhaps at the very moment he was sealing Lord Rartan, along with that curse, things did not happen the way he thought they did. Onfila, despite all his skills, could have fallen into Bajura's captivity, which is why he simply isn't aware of it right now. But Ronan had another question. Why had the Book of Curses concealed the fact that the seal had been broken and now suddenly decided to reveal its existence? Ronan tried to figure out why this had happened, but suddenly he sensed very powerful dark magic nearby, and he immediately recognized the presence of the Clavier Nebula. The young man looked at the librarian and the professor. The dark energy wasn't coming from them, nor even from the nearby rooms. Yet Ronan could clearly sense that a powerful force was now filling the entire area. Not even Brygia could have unleashed such potent stellar mana. The young man wanted to know what was going on. It was precisely at that moment that Bajura appeared above Elizabeth. The girl was kneeling because she didn't even have the strength to simply stand. She stared in horror at the monster above her. From the most terrifying tales, she knew that Bajura existed, and even in her family, that book was considered extremely dangerous, so much so that it was forbidden to even glance at it without the clan chief's permission. And now this very creature loomed right here over Elizabeth, though she realized there was something even more terrifying than it. Of course, the monster's appearance was slightly different, but now she remembered that the face resembled Lord Rartan's. Bajura saw the surprise on Elizabeth's face and realized that she had already guessed who this decrepit body belonged to, and because she was so clever, he would tell her the truth. This body truly belonged to the owner of the Tower of Light and Hope, who was its founder, as well as the creator of magic that had come close to perfection. However, Rartan didn't know what he was getting himself into, so Bajura drained all his power and appropriated everything Lord Rartan possessed. So now it's just a puppet that's fun to play with, just like Elizabeth is right now, and the hideous monster grabbed the girl by the face. The brave girl, despite the pain and terror, said she didn't expect manners or politeness from someone who had been sealed away in ancient times, but that it was still possible to speak to a lady properly. Elizabeth tried to calm herself. She thought that if this creature really was the Bajura she'd heard so much about, then even if all the mages of this tower joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat it anyway. On the other hand, Elizabeth didn't understand why such a powerful monster would need to attack from the shadows. A real Bajura could have wiped them all out in a couple of seconds, so its actions spoke volumes. Elizabeth began to suspect something. She said it was ridiculous to watch such a great black mage hiding behind a fragile girl. Not to mention that the great Bajura wasn't too lazy to come up with tricks like such a silly sneak attack. And indeed, if Bajura had regained his former power, he wouldn't have had to resort to all these primitive tactics. And that means that in his current state, it's far too dangerous and risky for Bajura to venture out into this world. The villain laughed loudly and said that the girl had guessed correctly, but only halfway. After that, he pierced Elizabeth with spears of black magic. The monster added that he really did need a little more time, since the mind of this old man, Lord Rartan, continued to resist, and he had to use a great deal of power to become one with him. Just a little longer, and he would have already burned everything here to the ground. And Bajura noted with regret that this body was indeed very ugly and utterly useless. However, soon he would finally be able to say goodbye to this wretched old vessel, because a dazzling vase had appeared in Bajura's path, one that was incomparable to some decrepit Rartan and would mark both the beginning and the end of his journey. Elizabeth realized that things were looking bad for her, and Bajura had already begun telling her about his hope, Ronana. The man named Rartan was unfortunately quite intelligent, so the monster had to go to great lengths to suppress his consciousness. Of course, such a problem eventually resolves itself completely, though Bajura is far from pleased that he has to expend so much effort only to receive an old man's decrepit body in return. But as they say, he had no choice. However, in his attempts to suppress Rartan's consciousness, boredom or the hope of finding peace led Bajura to war. To overcome the glaring injustice of fate, he caught up with it, and now he is practically happy. Bajura has found someone who is in no way comparable to the frail old man, Rartan, a lively, charming young man with outstanding potential. At first, Bajura couldn't believe his eyes, because for the first time in hundreds of years, he had seen such a strong young man. But a few more days passed, and after careful observation, Bajura became convinced that Ronan was a brilliant child. And now Bajura will bestow upon this chosen young man the honor of becoming his new vessel, even if it meant having to do some unpleasant things to make it happen. Bajura had no choice. He was forced to deal with something as tedious as a war between two clans. However, it's now clear that this was an important part of the process, because it was precisely thanks to this uninteresting affair that Bajura was able to find a vessel with great potential. Bajura was happy to have stumbled upon the strong and beautiful Elizabeth Akalusha. The monster prepared to snap his fingers and launch his attack, but he admitted that even for the sake of fun, he felt it was a pity to kill a good warrior. Therefore, thanks to the great mercy of the insignificant old man, Bajura offers the girl a choice. Elizabeth can sacrifice herself and pledge her loyalty, becoming Bajura's weapon. Or she would die at the hands of Shion Grancia, which would spark a war across the entire empire. The hideous monster stared at the girl whom he was gradually squeezing into the vice of his manipulations and demanded that she make a choice. But Elizabeth wasn't giving in at all. She told the monster that, compared to his immense age, he had absolutely no common sense. Did he really think Elizabeth was the kind of person who would hesitate over such a choice? The girl demanded that Bajura kill her right then and there, for anyone who trembled at the thought of death was unworthy of bearing the surname Akalusha. The monster could try, if he wanted, to take advantage of her body, but it wouldn't turn out the way he planned anyway. Bajura was of course disappointed. He said that because of this boring girl, he'd lost all interest. The monster gave the order for Shion Grancia to destroy Elizabeth, just as had been planned from the very beginning. But at that moment, before anything irreparable could happen, the protective dome collapsed and Ronan burst into the room. He arrived just in time and grabbed Shion by the arm, preventing her from plunging her weapon into Elizabeth, who had already resigned herself to her death. Bajura was at a loss. He couldn't understand how this kid had managed to make his way here, after all. He hadn't chosen this talented young man for nothing. But in the next instant, it became clear that Ronan's body would be of no use, because Bajura's head had been severed by a deft swing of the sword. The monster realized that this young man had passed through Rartan's barrier, which had been reinforced by Bajura's energy. But to so easily cleave a body that wasn't even real, it was simply astonishing. The monster watched as the young man walked away, carrying the girl's lifeless body. Bajura thought that he had been absolutely right. Before him stood a great warrior, and this was the very best vessel for Bajura. Onfila was already there as well. He confirmed that the training arena was sealed off by magic invisible to the human eye. Ronan's words had proven true. Moreover, the professor sensed certain traces of mana, and they indicated that something terrible had happened. This mana resembled Lord Rartan's energy, and it was now clear that the seal had indeed been broken, and Bajura had been set free. Onfila realized that he needed to immediately gather all the wizards in the tower and take urgent action. Elizabeth lay there, completely drained of strength. The girl said she looked so pitiful that it made her want to laugh herself to death. She could clearly feel the pain as the monster pierced her body, but even after suppressing all her feelings, Elizabeth couldn't break through his barrier to send a distress signal. Elizabeth was deeply disappointed in herself and her helplessness, and she begged Ronan not to tell Adaishan about this under any circumstances. Right there beside Elizabeth lay little Shion Grancia, who was Shulipen's own sister. Indeed, she was the third daughter of the Grancia family. Thanks to her outstanding talent for magic, she had been studying abroad from a very young age. Elizabeth had heard a lot about this talented girl, but she could never have imagined that their paths would cross under such unpleasant circumstances. But now there was absolutely no point in holding a grudge against Shion or making a big deal out of it, since it was clear that the girl, too, had fallen victim to Bajura's control. Ronan tried to cheer Elizabeth up, because he could see how exhausted she was. Fortunately, he'd arrived in time, and she'd escaped without serious injury. Looking around, Ronan realized that the charred remains belonged to the missing students Ere had mentioned. These students went missing immediately after the incident with the cult. Despite the lifting of the Bajura's spell, the cultist's peculiar energy still lingers in the air. As expected, the missing students were spies for the cult, which is why it had immediately struck Ronan as strange that the students who had been helping the librarian had suddenly vanished without a trace. It is now clear that these young people's original target was the banned literature, which means that when the explosion occurred, it was not a simple suicide but a deliberate maneuver to distract everyone present in the tower. Elizabeth finally came to her senses. She told Ronan to leave the tower immediately because he was Bajura's primary target. The young man was lost in his own thoughts and didn't even realize right away what Elizabeth meant. She told him there was no time to explain the details. What Ronan had just cut through with his sword wasn't Bajura's real body, but merely his barrier. Of course, Elizabeth was ashamed to admit it, but she confirmed that just one of this monster's shields had been enough to take control of her mind. Now it was clear just how powerful Bajura was. If such a creature were to take over Ronan's body and complete its true form, then humanity would face inevitable ruin and the destruction of the entire empire. That's why Ronan must leave here right now, as quickly as possible before it's too late. But at that moment, Bajura made his presence known again and said that Ronan would hardly succeed, and already streams of magic were being sent toward the young man. Ronan couldn't move. He looked around and realized that absolutely everyone present was in exactly the same state. Ronan demanded an explanation. He didn't understand what was happening here, but the monster explained everything to him. It said that not only everyone present, but absolutely everyone in the tower, except for Ronan, as well as the bodies and minds of all these people, were under Bajura's control. And now all that remained was to finish off Ronan at last. The long and tedious wait would come to an end. And now the villain turned to the young man who had the honor of becoming one with Bajura and demanded that he come closer. The entire magical Tower of Light and Hope was engulfed in Bajura's energy and magic, and none of those present had any way to stop it. Ronan looked around frantically, furious. He demanded that the villain stop this immediately. Ronan didn't expect his words to stop the monster. He simply didn't want to play hide and seek and demanded that the monster appear before him. Bajura looked like a tired old man and didn't understand why the young man was shouting since he could clearly see his strength. But now Bajura admitted that this place was rather pitiful for their momentous meeting, so they needed to move to a more suitable location. Ronan watched intently, not knowing what exactly this terrible monster was about to do to him. And then, out of nowhere, a girl appeared before the young man. She was the last of the missing students. She addressed the young man and said she would introduce him personally to the master, and that for now, Mr. Ronan must follow her. Ronan seemed to find the whole situation amusing. The stranger was inviting him to go to a place where he would die. On the other hand, the young man realized he had no choice. Looking at his friends lying there, exhausted, Ronan knew that he would have gone in search of Bajura anyway. The young man grabbed his sword and demanded that the stranger take him to where Bajura was hiding. The young people descended deeper and deeper into the magical tower, and soon they reached a massive door behind which a terrifying energy could be sensed. Somewhere inside this chamber, Bajura's book was imprisoned, and the frail body of Lord Rartan sat upon a throne. The lord of the tower begged to be saved from this monster. The man admitted that he had made a mistake and dared to covet immense power. Ronan tried to draw his sword from its sheath, but a very powerful force held him in place, and he couldn't budge an inch. The next moment, Lord Rartan's body had already been hacked to pieces, and Ronan demanded that they stop messing with him. The young man wanted the villain to come out and face him personally, but Bajura replied that he had simply been trying to take on the form most appropriate for the situation. But apparently that hadn't worked out. So let it be as Ronan wished. And now, at last, they stood face to face. Bajura was overjoyed as he carefully examined his dazzling new vessel. Such a beautiful body and mind were rare indeed. Bajura admitted that now that he'd seen Ronan in person, the young man seemed different to him, and now he wanted to share the joy of this moment. Therefore, everything unnecessary had to be removed from here, and the monster ordered the girl to say goodbye to everyone and to this life. The beauty looked at Bajura, said it had been an honor for her, and tore off her own head. Ronan surmised that this girl wasn't in cahoots with the monster, though that no longer mattered. The villain said that all these students, as well as the previous owner of this body, were nothing more than insects who had coveted his power. But Bajura still remembers every meaningless word they spoke when they came to him with their proposal. They said they would spare Bajura and not destroy him if he gave them his power. Those pathetic, snot-nosed kids claimed they were giving Bajura his only chance to stay alive. It's simply ridiculous that some weaklings would dare say such a thing to Bajura himself. Of course, he could have turned every one of them into mincemeat right away, but the master of the body showed them mercy. So in exchange for such a great honor, these students had to follow his orders, and Bajura hoped he had satisfied Ronan's curiosity. Based on everything he'd heard, Ronan realized that this monster wasn't in cahoots with the cultists and terrorists. But then it was completely unclear why the energy of the Clavier Nebula was so clearly felt in this place. In any case, in this whole situation, only Ronan must deal with the villain and show what this year is still missing. Bajura merely laughed in response to such a fierce attitude. He liked it all very much, because he would have a bold and courageous future vessel. But Bajura wanted to know, was the young man really not afraid of the spirits? After all, they could take his life with a single flick of a finger. And against such a disparity in power, Ronan had absolutely no chance. But the young man had already planned his attack and had no intention of stopping. It's impossible to know how any attack will end, but if you don't make the move, it won't end in anything at all. Bashura soon realized that he couldn't let his guard down completely against this opponent and decided to correct his mistake immediately by launching an attack on Ronan. The villain wanted the young man to realize his helplessness and surrender as quickly as possible because he would perish from a force he could never overcome. Ronan was under tremendous pressure from all sides. His body was being subjected to powerful attacks. But suddenly the young man remembered the ring of the priest Sarante, which was lying in the breast pocket of his jacket. Ronan activated it, and the young man's body, along with his sword, was immediately granted powerful protection by the elf's aura. Although Ronan tried to avoid it, he was still swept into Bajura's enormous maw and was now struggling, trying to keep its jaws from snapping shut. As soon as he escaped those vile jaws, Ronan launched his attack, unleashing it upon his vicious opponent. It seemed as though this immense evil named Bajura was a giant serpent, ready to devour everything in its path. The monster swallowed the young man, who was protected by the elf's magic thanks to the ring, and once again he managed to survive despite the dire situation. Bajura acknowledged that this guy was special. Many people have a hard time handling attacks, but Ronan was handling them quite well. Bajura decided to change tactics, and now his power closed in on the young man, as if it wanted to tear his head apart. Attacking from all sides and preventing the young man from counterattacking, Bajura wanted to see what he would do now. Ronan seemed to be trapped by a swarm of bodies covering him from all sides, not even letting him breathe. Ronan continued to fight his way through this mass, trying to seize him, and now Bajura was forced to employ a new technique, hoping that the young man would definitely be unable to handle it. A powerful arrow of dark energy was fired, and Ronan used his sword to deflect it. Bajura was literally relishing this duel. He felt absolutely thrilled. The longer their battle and the young man's resistance continued, the more pleasure Bajura derived and the more he rejoiced in his wise choice. The villain wanted to see Ronan's full potential, and soon a huge firebird soared upward. Bajura realized that this was a special magical technique of the Lord's deputy of this tower. It was completely unclear how Anfila could have taught Ronan the Phoenix technique on his own. It was unclear how this child had managed to master magic of such a high level. But he had overlooked the most important thing. The person whose body Bajura now possessed specialized precisely in fire magic. Therefore, the monster considered such a trick against him to be completely pointless, and he immediately parried the fire attack. Of course, it was all very impressive, and such an attack could have been fatal to other people. But Bajura was able to defend himself against it with ease. Still, one couldn't help but admire Ronan's superb combat instincts. Bajura wanted to see what this young man would do next, and suddenly noticed that Ronan had vanished. Now Bajura looked quite alarmed as he tried to find his opponent. He realized that the Phoenix attack wasn't meant to inflict damage. Ronan had released a massive amount of mana to conceal his location. It was merely a smokescreen. Bajura realized this trick too late, because he missed the moment when Ronan appeared next to him and launched his attack. Blood gushed from the body now occupied by the Bajura monster, and it was clear that the beast hadn't expected this. Bajura was forced to admit that the young man had managed to wound him, but that was only because he was still unable to properly control this body. The villain's head was still attached to his body, even though 3/4 of it had been severed. After praising the young man for a job well done, Bajura began to realize that he needed to be as vigilant as possible against this opponent, and he summoned his most formidable powers. Bajura asked Ronan not to hold back and to demonstrate all his talents. Ronan parried the attack with his sword, but the young man was still very alarmed. He was certain he had wounded the villain's true body, yet it had had no effect. Ronan surmised that they first needed to retrieve the forbidden book to free Lord Rartan of the tower from Bajura's control. The young man didn't stop wielding his sword for a single moment. He was amazed at how much trouble and inconvenience this monster was causing. Ronan realized that the attack using the scroll Anfila had given him no longer worked. It had been a one-time opportunity. Ronan realized that the Lord of the Magic Tower was very powerful and could even rival the swordswoman Nabarosa in strength. Ronan realized that their battle was continuing only because Bajura wanted to capture his body whole and unharmed. If not for that desire, the duel would have ended long ago. But Ronan knew that this battle could not end in a draw. Bajura continued to channel his magic, gathering it in his palm. He was growing increasingly impatient and weary of this battle. And now a powerful attack was unleashed upon the young man, who stood there seemingly completely defenseless and doing nothing. At one point, Bajura himself froze in surprise. He couldn't understand why the young man wasn't moving, since he was about to be destroyed by this attack. For Ronan, every second dragged on endlessly. He broke the attack down into its components and realized he had only one option left. But Bajura's nerves gave out first, and he called off his own attack, saying it was sheer audacity. After that, the monster began scolding the boy for his childish foolishness, since it could have caused him serious harm. In that case, the precious vessel that Bajura had chosen for himself would have been wounded and injured, and yet this was supposed to be the beginning of the journey. But Ronan declared that this was sheer audacity, since when did his body no longer belong to him? Now he was absolutely certain that Bajura had no intention of killing him. He simply wants to shamelessly and brazenly take Ronan's young and strong body for himself. But if the situation was so critical and hopeless, then Ronan would simply die right now, and the young man plunged a sharp stone into his wrist. Bajura could see that the young man was prepared to die, but the villain believed that Ronan had made a huge mistake in deciding to pull such a stunt. Bajura would never fall for such a ridiculous trick. Ronan shouldn't think that showing him temporary mercy was an opportunity to manipulate Bajura. Bajura was confident he could restore the body, even if it were slightly damaged, but Ronan had no intention of listening to him. After all, Bajura was just a closed book, and his words wouldn't carry any weight, even if he'd acquired the power to destroy the entire world. Ronan had already realized perfectly well that something was holding the monster back, and that he couldn't use his full power while he was in the old man's body. Bajura immediately rushed to remind the young man that everyone currently in the magic tower was under the influence of his magic. And that means that if he wanted to, he could kill them all with a snap of his fingers. That's why Bajura strongly advised the young man to stop his pathetic threats if he didn't want his friends to end up as corpses. Ronan, in theory, should have been terrified by such a prospect, but the young man merely laughed and asked how much longer Bajura intended to make a fool of him. Ronan wondered if the villain really thought everyone was a complete idiot. He admitted that he'd encountered similar types more than once. Now, as he looked at that pathetic face and listened to the foolish talk, Ronan finally understood everything. Whether he sacrificed his body for Bajura or not, it didn't matter at all anymore. Bajura would kill everyone and spare no one. Of course, they could test this, but Ronan was certain that was exactly how it would be. The young man continued to bleed out. He said, even if he died, he would definitely be able to inflict great pain on his opponent at least once. That was his principle. The young man suggested that the villain just watch quietly for now, because he would never forget such a stunt in his entire life. Bajura really did look at the boy and was amazed. He had been convinced that this was just an ordinary boy who had been lucky enough to be born with immense talent. But now the villain realized that even at such a young age, Ronan's resolve was absolutely unshakable. Ronan continued with the bloodletting. He saw that Bajura wasn't falling for his manipulations and concluded that he really needed to show what he was capable of. The young man's hand, clutching a sharp stone, gradually moved up his arm, drawing closer to his throat, and at the last moment a strong grip stopped it. Bajura couldn't take it anymore and moved in close, grabbing Ronan by the wrist and preventing him from destroying his beautiful body. The villain wanted to know what the young man hoped to achieve by threatening his own death. Bajura demanded that the boy answer him immediately. Ronan smiled in response and said that now they could finally talk, and proposed a wager to Bajura. Each participant in this wager must stake the most precious thing they possess. Just recently, Ronan had been thoroughly studying the whole subject of curses while sitting in the library, and there he had come across the curse of the oath. Until the battle under special conditions is over, the curse prohibits anything that contradicts the oath. The terrifying aspect of such a curse is that the words you stake will be fulfilled without fail, even if it costs you your life. And now Ronan had proposed to his rival that they fight under the curse of the oath. The young man was certain that Bajura would have no trouble casting such a curse. The villain pondered for a moment. He realized that the boy's proposal didn't seem all that difficult, but it offered no guarantee that Ronan's body would remain intact. It turned out that this child could easily bring about his own death. Moreover, Bajura constantly sensed a strange energy emanating from the boy. This energy emanated from a strange ring. It was unlikely to cause much harm, but right now he couldn't afford to make even a single mistake. Bajura thought about how he had found this young man after spending a great deal of precious time, and that such a treasure might never be found again. Ronan saw the doubts tearing his opponent apart, and continued to provoke him, asking if Bajura had really turned out to be such a coward because of this dispute. Although perhaps the problem was that Bajura simply wasn't confident in his own abilities, in which case it would be better to settle for what he had right away. But then, at last, the monster said he would accept the challenge, but wanted to set the conditions for victory himself. Bajura declared that his mercy had run out and that in the end, Ronan would not get what he was currently hoping for. The young man noticed that Bajura had become very focused and embittered. Now it was truly dangerous to mess with him. But be that as it may, Ronan had managed to draw his opponent into the contest, which meant that from now on, no matter what happened, the outcome would be the same. And so at last, both opponents stood up so that Bajura could create and cast the curse of the oath. Both parties to this curse swear until the very end of the battle that they are forbidden to violate any of the stipulated conditions. If Ronan is defeated, he will surrender his body to Bajura. If Bajura is defeated, he will be sealed away forever after the hostages are freed. Now that both parties to the dispute had seen the terms of the oath, it remained to be determined how the winner would be decided. Bajura said that they would have to withstand the illusion magic that each would cast directly upon their own body. Ronan, of course, agreed to these terms. No matter what his opponent proposed, he was ready to go along with it. The young man confirmed that he agreed to everything, so there was no need to waste time. It would be better to get started right away. Soon the mage performed the ritual, and the oath curse was sealed. Bajura turned to his rival and said he wished him sweet dreams, because this situation would be his last memory of life. Everything else he would see only in his dreams. But Ronan told his opponent to laugh while he still could, and that he might even want to go outside for some fresh air, because once this dispute was over, he would regret having set his sights on Ronan's body. The young man shouted that it wasn't like that at all, that he knew exactly what he was talking about. They had no idea how much money they could make by catching just one specimen. The guys simply had no idea how much magical creatures like a sea fairy or a seagull were worth, and if they caught a bear, they'd make a fortune. But seeing that no one was reacting, the young man said that these guys were stuck in their own little world and knew nothing about the outside world. Ronan was listening to this conversation as well. He asked if the guys had really gathered here just for fun and were now just sitting around making a racket for no reason. But the guys were hoping that Corporal Ronan wouldn't scold them, since he'd probably had a good dream while he slept. But Ronan said he never had any good dreams, and that they should stop chatting about nonsense. It would be better to check their gear. Ronan didn't want to tell his subordinates that he'd had a strange dream for a split second. Taking advantage of a lull in the fighting, the young man asked the corporal how much longer they would have to endure this injustice. Everyone knew that a prisoner was more likely to die than to be promoted to the rank of soldier. So the young man suggested waiting until the next battle and simply biding their time until they could all escape from there together. After all, the corporal should be capable of pulling it off. The young man would provide all the necessary means for the escape, and if they succeeded in poaching, there would be enough money to go around for everyone. But then Ronan snapped fully awake and said that if he heard even one more word about poaching, he would immediately cut off the soldier's wrist. Ronan reminded the soldiers that the captain had promised them if they served 2 more months, they would soon be set free to go wherever they pleased. And in fact, the men had put up with a great deal, believing in that promise. They all wanted to stop living the life of criminals and start over with a clean slate. So for now, there was no need to talk nonsense. They just had to do their duty. They needed to be patient a little longer. The soldiers were ready to listen to their corporal, because if they stayed close to Ronan, they certainly wouldn't die. A soldier glanced at the corporal, hoping to hear words of encouragement from Ronan. Ronan replied that each of them was always responsible for himself, and now the soldier understood who he was sucking up to. Ronan told the guys that his own life was the most important thing to him. If they got caught, he'd abandon them immediately, so they had to look out for themselves. Ronan didn't tell his soldiers this at the time, fearing they would let their guard down, but the captain promised to set them all free if the men successfully completed the mission. This only meant that the job ahead was very dangerous, but at the same time they had to pull themselves together and try to survive. If they could just hold out a little longer, perhaps Ronan would still be able to return to his sister. So the men had to stay strong in order to complete the mission at any cost. They had to survive. And then, no matter what was happening around them, the guys recalled the pleasant moments they'd spent together, still hoping they'd be able to complete this mission alive. Soon, all hell broke loose around them, and something completely incomprehensible was falling from the sky. The soldiers realized that this wasn't just the enemy's army, but the enemy army's actual magic, and Commander Ronan had to give the order. But at that moment, he felt as if he were paralyzed. Every fiber of his being was screaming that he needed to flee. The young man, unable to see his enemy, realized that this was an immense danger against which they were utterly powerless. And then he appeared and said that the fools of the star's colors must follow his will, because he had come to pave the way to this place. The giant Agayat said that now everyone must follow the destiny he had been given, and march behind him, serving him with body and soul. No one had ever encountered such a monster before, and now even the bravest warriors trembled in terror, unsure of what to do. The giant Agayut launched an attack against the soldiers, raining down magical needles and arrows upon them. The men didn't have time to react and simply fell victim to these fiery attacks. It all happened too quickly, and there was almost no chance of survival. The soldiers were torn to pieces and burned alive. But suddenly, Corporal Ron spotted a group of priests who were welcoming the giant's arrival. Then the sound of a battle horn rang out, and the soldiers realized they were being ordered to attack this monster. None of those present could imagine how this could possibly be done. Everyone understood that their commanders had most likely gone mad with fear. Ronan was one of the first to snap out of it and yelled at his men, telling them that now was no time to stand there frozen and whine. The soldiers had to do something, either fight or run, or else they'd die here like dogs. Soon a series of powerful explosions began, and Ronan realized that there was practically no one left for him to yell at or command, because almost no one from his squad remained. Ronan would probably have continued to stand there as if spellbound, but at the last moment, a soldier named Ballas grabbed him and pulled him to safety. He told the commander to get up, because they needed to get out of there. Ballas insisted that this opponent was too much for them to handle, and so the men should wait for reinforcements and lie low. But then the next phase of the nightmare began, as the soldiers' bodies were pierced by bright, fiery arrows and sent flying into the air. And now Ronan was still standing before his opponent, Bajura, and it seemed he was having a nightmare, showing a scene from his past life. Bajura had already begun his curse. He was creating a hallucination that penetrated his victims' memories, bringing to life the most agonizing and terrifying moments. The curse endlessly repeated them, mixing them together and turning them into a vicious cycle of suffering. The victim's mind would be trampled, shattered, and torn to pieces until they began to beg for death eternally. And according to Bajura, this is precisely the kind of eternity Ronan would now experience over and over again. No mortal could endure such an eternity, and the villain didn't even know what Ronan was counting on when he proposed his deal. But from the moment he allowed Bajura to decide for himself, Ronan's defeat was a foregone conclusion. And now, standing over his victim, Bajura wanted to know exactly what quagmire of horror the young man was now floundering in. Corporal Ronan, along with a soldier, looked at the body of yet another fallen comrade. The next moment, Ronan saw himself sitting on a horse, while the giant Agayut loomed overhead in the sky, destroying everything in its path. The next vision was again filled with death. More and more groups of former friends and comrades lay dead. Ronan surveyed the fields littered with corpses and thought about how many people had died protecting him alone. It was already impossible to count them all. Standing literally knee-deep in blood, the young man reflected that now the end had truly come. But the next thought told him that there is no end to hell, and now he would simply lie among all these dead friends and rest. Bajura stared at the young man and kept replaying the most horrific memories in his mind until Ronan began begging him to stop. The monster was absolutely delighted. He had achieved what he wanted, and now he would take this boy's beautiful and talented young body for himself. Bajura was still inside the book, but he was practically trembling with impatience, how he longed to break free from his old, decrepit body and become young again. Bajura was practically licking his lips with delight in anticipation of the happiness he was about to experience. At last, this talented boy belonged to him, and now the book loomed over Ronan, ready to reunite with him forever. Bajura had finally entered Ronan's body, and he was experiencing true ecstasy, for this body was brimming with infinite potential. Bajura turned to the young man and said that while his consciousness had not yet completely faded, he would give the boy one small gift. He drew the sword from its sheath, and now Bajura wanted to demonstrate its true power. It was fully compatible with the villain's grace, and a single strike was enough to turn everything into a wasteland. Bajura was very pleased with himself and hoped that the young man was impressed by this boundless power which was now contained within his body. But before that, Bajura suggested they celebrate this momentous day together, and they would begin by killing Lord Rartan. He had wasted Bajura's time with his pathetic struggle, all because he was too weak, yet still wanted to gain great power. Bajura was surprised to see that the old Lord Rartan could still move. It was clear that the man had earned the title of Lord of the Tower for a reason. Bajura wanted to know why the Lord of the Tower wouldn't give up. Could it be that he felt a sense of responsibility as the master? Or perhaps Rartan regretted that all this had happened because of him. After all, he had been too weak to resist the temptation. But whatever the reason, they would all drown in this despair right here and now. And Bajura approached the Lord with his sword in hand. He brought the sword down toward Lord Rartan's head, and the Lord offered absolutely no resistance. And just as the sword was a few centimeters from the Lord of the Magic Tower, the weapon suddenly began to tremble in the villain's hands. In the very next moment, the sword fell from Bajura's hands, but he couldn't understand what was happening. The monster didn't understand what was happening. It let out loud screams, and all around it, black energy and magic were being enveloped by magical spells. Bajura screamed loudly. He couldn't believe what was happening. It felt as though he was about to leave this beautiful body. But it turned out that in some incomprehensible way, this young body harbored the highest form of demonic energy, even stronger than Bajura's. Ronan turned to his host and said that his actions were simply magnificent. He knew a professor who would have nearly died if mana hadn't been infused into him in time. And for Bajura to have been able to swallow Ronan whole and then still attack like that was truly amazing. Bajura couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to know how this kid had managed to stay conscious. Ronan agreed that it really was a very impressive illusion. It had brought back all the memories of that day from his past life and was vivid and powerful. Ronan agreed that it was a risky move, and if even the slightest thing had gone wrong, he would have suffered a mental breakdown. But fortunately, there was Priest Sarante's ring, and thanks to its power and protection, trouble was averted. Ronan was very surprised when the ring changed its shape after he showed it to the librarian. Air said that this was the ring's true form. It reveals its true shape on its own when a small amount of mana is channeled into it. Now the librarian was certain that this ring had been created specifically for Ronan. It would come in handy if he were to fall victim to a curse, because the ring is imbued with divine and powerful holy energy. And after that, everything in the library was indeed bathed in this divine energy. Air returned the precious ring to the young man, telling him that it was very useful and would surely save him someday. Someday in the future, Ronan may face a day when he has to endure a trial that will be very difficult to overcome. And then the power contained within this ring will lend a helping hand and do everything possible to save the young man. It happened exactly as Air had described. Just when Ronan's consciousness was on the verge of being destroyed, he received support. It all looked as if Priest Sarante himself were pulling the young man out of his nightmares by the hand. It's also worth noting, of course, that Ronan was the bearer of a powerful curse, which this time did him no harm but, on the contrary, helped him. Of course, it was quite risky and brought to mind that time when Professor Stoneham nearly lost his life. But all's well that ends well, and now this curse had worked, driving Bajura out of the young man's body. Bajura was forced to leave Ronan entirely. He kept saying he didn't understand how this had happened, but the young man replied that he'd heard that question so many times that he'd even stopped being surprised. Ronan told Bajura that he'd warned him for a reason. If the villain tried to take his body, he'd deeply regret it. Bajura didn't want to believe what was happening, but there was practically nothing he could do. He was growing weaker by the second. Of course, this couldn't be happening, and no one could have even imagined beforehand that such a thing was possible. But life sometimes throws surprises your way. Bajura kept screaming that he was the Book of Destruction, that he was fate itself, and that he would surely rule the world. Bajura was certain that he could not be sealed away, and that it wasn't even worth trying, it simply couldn't be. But Ronan had already begun to destroy the body Bajura had created, driving him out of it so that he would be forced to return to his worthless book. The young man said that it was just a trick, and that it was time to put an end to all of this. So Bajura should simply disappear and leave everyone alone. And so, little by little, the villain's hold on the magical tower began to crumble. Bajura's magic was waning. Everyone inside the tower came to their senses. For all this time, they had been hypnotized. The librarian and the Lord of the Tower's deputy waited for their consciousness to finally return to them. And yet somewhere deep within the magical training hall, a completely lonely and very tired young man sat. Ronan was well aware that he had nearly died, and all because of some damn book. But now he hoped that it was definitely over. At any rate, he no longer sensed that vile aura that made him feel sick. However, Ronan still couldn't relax, because the stellar mana hadn't disappeared. It was probably connected to Bajura. And then the young man heard a voice coming through the sobs. It was Lord Rarton of the tower. The man was weeping. He was deeply ashamed that everyone had had to go through such hell because of him. The Lord said that even as he was losing consciousness, he could sense Ronan's incredible skill in battling Bajura and his unyielding will. The man admitted that in his entire life, he had never encountered anything like it. Lord Rarton had lost his mana, but that was a mere trifle compared to the fact that he had nearly destroyed innocent people. Lord Rarton wasn't worried about the mana he'd lost. He was happy to have survived and to have been given a chance to atone for his guilt. Ronan supported the man in this desire, saying that he was not like everyone else and that he needed to keep living no matter what, for the sake of those who were more precious to him than his own life. At that very moment, an anxious Onfila and Air rushed into the room. They had been hoping that Ronan was alive. They also couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Lord of the Magic Tower safe and sound. Ronan finally realized that the curse had been lifted from the tower, that people were now living their lives anew, and that he could rest a little because it had been a very long and difficult day. The sun's rays caressed his body pleasantly when Ronan opened his eyes, already in the infirmary. Near his bed, he saw the leaders of the Magic Tower, who were eagerly awaiting their savior's return to consciousness. Rarton reported that the young man had slept for 3 days, but they hadn't wanted to wake him because Ronan needed time to recover. Seeing both tower leaders standing nearby, the young man realized that everything was under control and that it was all because he had managed to defeat Bajura. The magic that had held the people captive had vanished. Of course, they still needed to keep an eye on everyone, but so far it seemed that no one had been seriously injured. Elizabeth had also recovered and was fully healed, and now she was helping to rebuild the destroyed tower. Of course, she was asked to take it easy and rest, but the girl flatly refused, saying that in such turbulent times, it was Onfila's duty to lead everyone. Xion Grancia has also come to her senses, though one peculiarity remains with her. Ever since Xion woke up, she has been constantly following Elizabeth everywhere she goes. Ronan listened to the news with interest. He was very worried that a war might break out between the clans, but it seemed that everything was fine in that regard. Ronan realized that life was getting back on track, which meant they could safely return to the academy. So he asked that no banquets be held in his honor. The lords replied that they had been thinking along those lines anyway, so they had no plans to do anything of the sort. But at the same time, they couldn't let their savior leave empty-handed. And now both stewards of the magical tower asked him to accept their modest gift along with their gratitude. Inside the box lay the first rank order of the Tower of Light and Hope, awarded to the tower's highest-ranking guest of honor. With this item, the young man gained the right to use all the facilities of the Tower of Light and Hope, and it also granted him access to a special trading exchange for mages. Ronan would be able to enjoy all the privileges of a high mage. Furthermore, Onfila had included several scrolls containing useful spells that could help in critical situations. All of this symbolizes that the Tower of Light and Hope has become Ronan's loyal ally forever. After that, both lords bowed their heads in gratitude to Lord Ronan for restoring the light of hope to their tower. Ronan asked the men to stop bowing, as it made him feel uncomfortable, and Onfila began to take out another gift. The man was gathering fire magic, which now filled the young man's entire room, making it seem as though it were engulfed in flames. The fact was, there was still one unresolved issue, and it was connected to the forbidden book of Bajura. The librarian, Era, loved spending time by the ocean, especially at sunset, when nature was simply wonderful. Ronan had gone out of his way to find her, and now she was glad to see that the young man was all right. Ronan explained that the doctors had already discharged him because his body hadn't suffered much damage. After all, Bajura had treated him very gently. Ronan told the librarian that he would be returning to the academy soon, but before that he had something to tell Era. Ronan had been putting off this difficult conversation for as long as possible. He looked once more at the girl's smiling, happy face and really didn't want to upset her with the sad news about Sarante. But Era helped the young man out and said that she had already understood everything the moment she first saw his ring. Air saw divine light and realized with surprise that standing before her was her beloved teacher, Sarante. The priest apologized to the girl. He was very sorry to upset her, but he wanted to do it in person. Sarante apologized for saying goodbye in such a strange way, but unfortunately, life is much more complicated than it seems, and it's impossible to plan and carry out every encounter in advance. But Air was the kind of person with whom the priest had only warm memories, and now he truly hoped that all her days ahead would be peaceful and serene. Air remembered the old elf as the most extraordinary and kind person, and he would remain in her memory forever. Thus, having wrapped up all their current business, the young people boarded the flying ship once more and left the tower. As soon as Ronan returned to the academy, he immediately began training. The young man wanted to check right away whether his abilities had been affected by his close interaction with Bajura, so he immediately set his mana circulation in motion. Everything was as before. Ronan had already calmed down and thought that no changes had occurred at all, but he noticed a strange flickering around his sword. Ronan examined it from every angle, but to his horror he realized that it looked exactly like the star mana of the followers of the planetary nebula. And now the young man was furious at Bajura, who had left his mark on his body. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes when those two lords from the magic tower handed him the book with Bajura sealed inside it. It wasn't that the book didn't interest him. Ronan really did want to study it, but how could they just hand over such a precious and dangerous object to him like that? Ronan suspected that something might happen if he took the Bajura out of the magic tower, but the lords said there was no need to worry about it at all. They had made sure that the sealed book had completely vanished, so now it was simply an ancient tome containing ancient knowledge. Of course, if the whole truth were to come out, it would be a very shameful act from the perspective of the magic tower's authority. But the lords nevertheless decided it would be best to give this book to Ronan, the only person capable of dealing with its evil. After all, Bajura's energy was now sealed within Ronan's body. The young man couldn't understand what these lords were talking about, so Rartan explained, saying that, in their opinion, Ronan's body had absorbed Bajura. As a result of his failed attempt to take possession of the young man's body, Bajura himself was trapped inside Ronan. Rartan asked the young man not to view what had happened as a bad outcome. Perhaps this was the only answer to the question, can humans control Bajura? This is a question to which no answer could be found for many years. But now it seems the problem has been resolved and sealed inside the boy. And now Ronan was very angry because he had checked his stats and discovered something that did not please him at all. The young man understood the prospects of his bleak and sorrowful future. As soon as he appeared anywhere near Jaif, Jaif would tear him to pieces. The only thing that brought Ronan joy was the star mana, which was invisible to other people, because if people found out, they would misunderstand everything and become confused. But then behind him, the young man sensed his worst nightmare. His mentor, Nabarosa, wanted to know exactly what it was that would confuse people. Ronan was so taken aback he nearly swallowed his tongue, and the swordswoman immediately sensed that the depths of Ronan's sword had changed significantly. The woman surmised that her student had recently attained enlightenment while they were apart. Ronan was still frightened. He began telling the woman that she was the one emitting a deadly aura, that this always happened around her, and that she was to blame for everything. But it was by no means easy to deceive her mentor, and she immediately surmised that something serious had happened in the magical Tower of Light and Hope. And now she demanded to know how the core had ended up inside Ronan's body. At this news, the young man's mouth fell open in surprise. He suggested that it might be a tumor, but the mentor said that he apparently hadn't been paying attention at all during her lessons, and now he dared to call the sacred core a tumor. It seemed that this student had been sleeping through all his classes, and Ronan, just to be safe, began bowing and apologizing. But Nabarosa remembered that this top student didn't attend her classes at all, so she decided to give him a little lecture, explaining that the core is a blessing granted only to true dreamers. Only those who have endured incredible mana training in real battles are granted a core, and now Ronan's heart has become a vessel capable of accumulating mana on its own. After circulating its flows countless times, it gathers within the core. This event is considered one of the greatest achievements and a turning point in every warrior's life. The reason for this is not only the accumulated mana, which is of a different nature and density compared to natural mana, but also the fact that it serves as the sole stepping stone to achieving the full bloom of one's aura. In other words, the fact that the core has appeared means that Ronan has reached a new level of mastery as a swordsman. But the core inside the young man looks as if it had been imprisoned for decades, even though only a couple of months have passed since he learned to control mana. Moreover, this core is somehow separated, and it turns out that the young man isn't using his heart as a conduit. When this happens, it means that, theoretically, Ronan could cultivate two cores within himself, but this is extremely rare. After that, the swordswoman said she would definitely listen to all the misadventures that had befallen her apprentice. But that would have to wait. For now, Ronan had to attack her, and his mentor had drawn her sword. Ronan couldn't figure out when he'd agreed to fight Nabarosa. The woman said that every swordsman always dreams of testing his new power as soon as possible. Of course, Nabarosa wasn't exactly eager to do this, but she was the instructor after all and had to take responsibility. Besides, Ronan was the kind of student who learned everything through pain. Ronan knew that tormenting him gave the instructor immense pleasure and that she didn't need to pretend to be a caring teacher. And now the young man was locked in combat with his teacher, trying to use his new abilities. Barely managing to dodge her attacks, he was furious at his mentor, who had been forced to take responsibility. What kind of responsibility could there be when Nabarosa's actions were ready to kill her student? Ronan didn't get this tired even when fighting his fiercest enemies, yet Nabarosa managed to drain all his mana and strength. Soon the training ground looked like the site of the most powerful earthquake. Ronan was well aware that he was far behind in terms of strength, and if he continued to charge head-on, he would quickly lose. Ronan decided to try to increase the distance between himself and the swordswoman, then immobilize her legs and land at least one strike. Ronan recalled how Grancia had fought against him and deeply regretted that he didn't possess such skills. However, unexpectedly, the inner core that had now taken root in Ronan's body began to release additional, accumulated mana. This mana gradually spread across the training ground, reached the swordswoman, and rose up her body. Ronan was thoroughly pleased so far. He was enjoying the surprised look on his mentor's face and hoped that his plan would work. Like his mentor, Ronan also examined this new aura with interest. It reminded him too much of Dolan. Nabarosa noted with satisfaction the technique that restricted movement. It seemed that Ronan had learned something interesting in the Tower of Light and Hope. Such techniques can always be decisive in battle, and if Ronan had anything else interesting up his sleeve, he'd better show it soon, because now she was going to fight with everything she had. Ronan didn't want any of that, since he hadn't figured out how it worked yet, and now the young man was trying to calm down his teacher, who was rushing to kill him. But then a core of energy seemed to burst out of the young man's chest and hovered in the air in front of him. The young man couldn't understand what was happening to him. He wanted at least a little time to figure it out. And suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the teacher, Ronan fell right in the middle of the training area. Professor Stoneyson had always known that swordsmen were very rough, but this wasn't a battlefield, it was a training hall. How could she treat her students so harshly? Nabarosa, like a true damn swordswoman, had pushed the young man to the point of mana exhaustion. But the woman didn't want to hear any idle chatter. She demanded that the professor explain everything, since he had already administered first aid, and his concern was unnecessary. Ronan didn't look too good, to put it mildly. But according to the swordswoman, he'd simply suffered a setback due to a sudden surge of mana. He would drink a mana potion and recover quickly. Professor Stone's son told the mentor that instead of standing there, she'd be better off going to the infirmary to get some medicine, because with such a hostile aura, she was, on the contrary, only hindering the poor student's recovery. Nabarosa glanced at Ronan and said she had never taught him to be such a weakling. After that, the woman went to the infirmary. Ronan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He said that he had suddenly felt dizzy, his strength had left him, and he had become very disoriented. But Professor Stonston didn't believe the nonsense the young man was now telling him. But every time the man met with Ronan, he noticed something that one rarely sees in a lifetime. In this case, it was a concentration of energy that the professor had never seen before, and now he realized that it was the power of Bajura. Ronan couldn't imagine that Professor Stonston would know this, but the man replied that he had often spoken with Phil at various conferences. He usually asked for help and for someone to make sure that the power of Bajura didn't cause any harm. The professor was certain that what had happened to Ronan posed no threat to him, so there was no need to worry. The energy of the Forbidden Book is surprisingly stable, and anyone unaware of Bajura would only notice the unusual arrangement of the core. Of course, the professor would like to recommend conducting additional checks, but if everything stays as it is, that would be quite good. Staunton was certain that this core could function as a core for harnessing the aura. It is a unique personal world that a person can attain. They say the key to this world is tied to life's most intense emotions, the pursuit of an unattainable goal, a sudden flash of insight, deep regret, and others. When all of this resonates with the mana accumulated in the core, an immense power is awakened, and that is the aura. Ronan understood that if he could harness such an aura, it would be an unexpected and tremendous success. But the young man couldn't understand what he had seen before losing consciousness, because it was definitely Dolan's aura. The boy looked at his hands. He knew that copying someone else's unique aura was simply impossible, so it turned out that the Bajura core was making it possible. Ronan decided to consult Professor Maya Secret about this, but just then Stone said that it seemed Ronan was a real lucky guy. The man had managed to notice that of the 8 remaining curses that had been placed on Ronan, 2 more had disappeared. The young man didn't understand how they could have disappeared, since nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But the professor asked him not to be too surprised. He said that he had recently discovered Bajura, and the 2 curses had merged into one. The professor had never encountered anything like this before and had never even heard of curses merging. For this to happen, these curses must have a common origin. And in this case, there was something connecting and uniting the curses, namely the Clavier Nebula. Ronan didn't even know how to react to all this. There was too much he didn't understand, but the professor said that someday everything would become clear. Soon the young man headed back home. He was deep in thought, trying to make sense of the information he'd received. Ronan examined Bajura's forbidden book. It was repulsive and continued to cling to him in a disgusting way, even after death. Ronan wanted to know what it had done to his body. But the young man decided to push those thoughts out of his mind and not overcomplicate things. Although he felt a little uneasy, the disappearance of the 2 curses was a pleasant bonus. But now was no time to be picky or fussy. He had to deal with all these star-obsessed fanatics and followers of the Clavier Nebula. In the meantime, as he quietly sorted everything out, Ronan hoped that everything would become clear and fall into place. Suddenly, the young man heard a powerful explosion and then saw an unknown object approaching him. As it drew nearer, it became clear that it was Asol, running at full speed, sweeping aside everything in his path. Ronan was glad to see his friend, who moreover had come to visit him, but the young man didn't know how Asol had found him in this part of the academy. Ronan wanted to ask his friend how he was doing, but by the looks of it, Asol wouldn't be able to give him a proper answer right now. Asol was rushing toward his friend for help because a huge, monstrous, fantastical beast was hot on his heels, eager to devour the young mage. Ronan didn't even try to figure out what was going on. He was simply trying to make sense of what seemed impossible. Ronan had been away from the academy for several days, but now, for some reason, such a creature was roaming around here. Ronan couldn't be mistaken, because anyone who had ever seen this creature would never forget what a manticore looked like. A manticore is a dangerous beast that inhabits the northern lands and thirsts for blood. Its muscular body is as hard as steel, and its tail resembles that of a scorpion and contains a deadly paralyzing venom. The manticore is many times more dangerous than a wyvern, and now this monster was chasing Asol as he fled across the grounds of the Filian Academy. Ronan decided to see if it was true that the power of the Bajura allowed him to do this. Instead of using his heart, the young man decided to try extracting mana from the Bajura core and do it another way. When he used it against Instructor Nabarosa, he was unable to control the amount of mana. Ronan released all the mana too abruptly and lost consciousness, collapsing at the feet of his terrified instructor. But this time, he decided to take this problem into account and proceed differently. Ronan activated a different method and waited for the manticore to approach him so he could deal with it. Soon the truly enormous fantastical creature entered the range of the mana, which like barbed wire bound the monster's limbs. Ronan was very pleased when he realized that his plan had worked, which meant he could use this method during battle. But Ronan's joy was short-lived, because the trick wasn't strong enough, and to Asel's horror, the manticore began to break free. Apparently this mana still had low potency. Ronan was very frustrated that he had to improvise on the fly. He drew his sharp sword, ready to pierce the manticore, and soon the terrified beast was bellowing loudly across the entire square. Both guys' eyes widened in surprise as they tried to figure out what was happening. But then a pillar of fire came crashing down from the sky, calming and neutralizing the manticore, and it seemed the danger had passed. When the smoke and dust cleared, the young men saw Professor Varon, who was hoping that no one had been hurt. All's well that ends well, and soon the giant manticore was loaded into a cage. The professor touched the enormous animal with his hand and apologized for the pain he had caused. If the damage had been greater, the Empire would not have let the manticore go so easily. Therefore, the animal shouldn't take offense or hold a grudge. That was the best outcome for everyone present. Ronan carefully studied Professor Varon's aura. He now paid attention to such details and noticed that the aura resembled the ability to strengthen the body. To all the students, Professor Varon had always seemed like a quiet, bookish type who sat in his office, yet he had managed to knock out the manticore with a single blow. Since then, Professor Varon had risen in the eyes of all the students and now seemed strong and stern. But then the professor bowed in apology, saying that he hadn't thought the manticore would be able to break out of the magic-reinforced cage and escape. It turned out that the Festival of Beasts was to be held soon, and that was why the manticore had been brought there. The entire academy was preparing for the Beast Festival, the Academy's celebration, where rare and fantastical monsters of the Empire are displayed. There one can see creatures that are usually impossible to encounter in real life. Ronan remembered that he had indeed seen such an event listed on the schedule, and thought it sounded unusual and would be interesting to see. Professor Varon was certain that the event wouldn't be cancelled because of the incident, since the Empire had high hopes for it. The fact was that this was the first event where it was supposed to make its official debut. Ronan met up with his friends at his club, and they told him all about the animal festival, but there was still something he didn't understand. Was it really such an important event that everyone around him was now talking about nothing else? It was certainly interesting, but not to that extent. But Maria thought that if it were just an ordinary festival, that's exactly how one might think of it. But this year's animal festival would be extraordinary. They'd be showcasing two doppelgangers at once, Alpha and Omega, and that was a special event. A doppelganger is a fantastical creature that reads the thoughts of anyone whose gaze it meets and can transform. Alpha usually turns into the person a person loves, and Omega into the one they hate. People are willing to pay a fortune to witness this fantastic spectacle. But since there are so few doppelgangers, it's practically impossible to see them. But at the festival, they'll be showing two doppelgangers at once, and for free, no less. So it's no wonder everyone is so excited. The guys wanted to know if Ronan also wanted to see these creatures that read emotions and can transform. The young man wondered who his doppelgangers would turn into. Alpha, of course, would take the form of his sister Errol. As for Omega, it's more complicated, but Ronan didn't want anyone to see who he hates, so he said that most likely all sorts of people would flock to the academy from everywhere. Ronan surmised that Professor Varon would have a tough time at this festival. At times like these, uninvited guests usually show up in the city, and it's clear that there might be villains among them. Several people in cloaks were walking through the alleyway, discussing that a new order had come from above. A man in a cloak handed over a scroll and demanded that they study it and carry out the orders exactly. Not a single mistake could be made for the glory of Caliboro. After the young people had discussed the Festival of Beasts, Ronan said it was time to get down to business. Ronan said he had called his friends over because he had a gift for them. For a cell, Ronan had set aside Bajura's Book of Magic, which was lying right there on the table. Ronan explained that this tome had been obtained with great difficulty from the Tower of Light and Hope. The young man added that it wouldn't be possible to read the book right away. The mages said that every page was encrypted. It was a kind of magical protection. It would take a considerable amount of time to make sense of even a single page. So don't think you're some kind of weakling if you don't get it right away. Acel could take his time and read it calmly, but the mage looked up at his friend in surprise. The next moment, he jumped up and said that this simply couldn't be true. Ronan imagined that Acel had already read the book and was ready to hand it back to him right then. The mage was very pleased. He said that every page was like a complex maze, but he could make sense of some parts, and with a little effort, he'd master the whole book. But it will take a very long time to grasp the depth of the text, because every line is a true burst of magic. Acel was absolutely thrilled with such a gift. He couldn't understand how Ronan had managed to get his hands on something so valuable. Images of recent events flashed through Ronan's mind, and he said it was better not to know about them. After that, it was Maria's turn to receive her gifts. Ronan told her to stop by Professor Varan's office when she had time. Ronan added that the professor had something grand in the works there, and Maria would find it very interesting. Recently, the professor had succeeded in perfectly cultivating the herbs of the priest Sarante, and soon they would begin processing them into potions and distributing them throughout the empire. Ronan suggested that the Carabella shop, run by Maria's family, take on the task of supplying these potions. These herbs possess simply incredible properties, and they'll be a very good product to sell. And the girl immediately realized that with such a product, becoming rich would be only a matter of time. Besides, Ronan said that today was a special day. He would personally test how much stronger Maria had become, since quite some time had passed since their last duel. Maria confirmed that she had something to show her friend, and it would indeed be quite impressive. Maria and Ronan immediately headed to the training area, leaving Estelle sitting at the table with her book. Of course, the young man didn't want to let his friends go, but Ronan said that for now, it would be better for Estelle to stay and focus on studying the book. The young man was convinced that at this stage, studying this book was much more beneficial for Estelle, and that he should devote himself to it. This was the first time this had happened during his entire time at the academy, so Estelle didn't know how to make sense of Ronan's behavior. He was both alarmed and surprised. 2 weeks had passed since those events, and now everyone was preparing for something unusual. The opponents who were to face off in the duel took their places in the arena. The girl announced that attempt number 514 was about to begin, and the opponents should prepare for the start of the duel. Brahm was very serious and focused. He held his enormous sword in his hands and prepared for battle. Adashan began the countdown, and just then the young man activated his aura and mana, preparing to charge at Ronan. As soon as the starting signal sounded, Brahm instantly lunged at his opponent, who was still standing calmly, not moving a muscle. Ronan was practicing the use of the Bajura aura, testing its effects on his opponents. Brahm was right next to Ronan, and nothing was stopping the young man from striking. But then Brahm smiled a satisfied smile and said that right now he really couldn't even move, and that Ronan had finally pulled it off. In the very next moment, Brahm was tightly bound at his arms and legs by mana, which prevented him from moving. Ronan was finally satisfied too. He thanked his partner for the help. They'd both done a great job helping Ronan master the new technique. Adashan also praised Ronan. She said that this time, the spell's speed and mana balance were simply perfect. Moreover, the beautiful woman thought that achieving such a good result in just 2 weeks was simply incredible. But Ronan believed that it was all thanks to his friends who had helped him. Adashan analyzed his technique in detail, identified all his weaknesses, and suggested the best ways to correct them. And Brahm swung his heavy sword without hesitation, which helped Ronan stay sharp, and of course significantly increased the power of his technique as a result. Brahm was very pleased to hear such compliments. He said that he wasn't actually that decisive, but he had learned a lot while watching Ronan take a blow without batting an eye. In the young man's opinion, that was exactly what defined a true swordsman. The most important thing is a heart capable of withstanding any blow, and now Brahm realized his new goal. Brahm thanked Ronan and said that the club leader, as always, was the best and a pleasure to work with. But now Brahm was going to do some individual training. If he was ever needed again, the young man was always ready to put his neck on the line, and he could be called upon at any time. Ronan could finally use his aura at home, and that in itself was an achievement. But there was one thing Ronan couldn't help but regret. That day he had seen Professor Varan's golden aura. But no matter how hard Ronan tried to create the same aura, his magical reserves drained very quickly, and he couldn't even manage a pale imitation of it. It turns out that the higher the level of an individual's aura, the more difficult it is to recreate. Ronan thought if he'd had the chance to try at least a couple of times, he probably could have gotten the hang of it, but dragging the old professor around and begging him to show his golden aura one more time, that would be going too far. Just then, a young man ran onto the arena, clearly delighted to have finally found Ronan. This guy was Professor Varan's assistant. His name was Barry, and he couldn't speak because he was out of breath from his long, fast run. Ronan was surprised. He'd only run into Barry a couple of times and wanted to know why the guy had come here. It turned out that the professor had recently left on business and left a note behind. If anything out of the ordinary happened, Barry was to turn to Ronan for help. Ronan was stunned when he heard about the professor's departure, since the Festival of Beasts was set to begin in just a few days, and there was no way the professor could have left. Something had clearly happened there. The professor's assistant was forced to explain. It turned out that something had gone missing from the Theogran Hall. The main magical creature and the most important part of the upcoming festival had been stolen. The young people realized with horror that this was about doppelgangers. It really was a huge problem. The young people immediately headed to the scene to investigate, and Barry explained that Professor Varen had actually been missing for quite some time. The assistant admitted that the professor had left the academy immediately after the incident with the manticore, and it had already been 2 weeks since anyone had heard from him. Ronan immediately surmised that the manticore's escape couldn't have been an accident or some kind of misunderstanding if the professor had disappeared afterward. At the time, the professor had doubted the incident itself. He thought he might have overlooked something, and eventually took it upon himself to investigate. But Barry didn't know how far Mr. Varen had gone in his investigation or what he had found there. However, the assistant remembered the look on the professor's face that day. The assistant said he had never seen Professor Warren like that before. He was incredibly angry, one might even say furious, and the next day the professor was nowhere to be found. He had left a note on the desk and left. The note said, "If something serious happens, contact Ronan," which meant that something serious had indeed happened. It turned out that the valuable doppelganger had simply vanished without a trace. The young people examined the spot where the doppelganger had been. Adashin carefully examined the cage and made sure it wasn't an unfortunate accident. The doppelganger cages were made of a special, ultra-strong alloy, and glass like that couldn't have been broken for no reason. Moreover, most of the shards were scattered not outside the cage but inside, which meant that someone from the outside had struck it. Furthermore, traces of a powerful magical aura could be sensed on the shards. All of this suggests that an external force was applied to the ultra-strong materials. In other words, the exhibits were not escaped but stolen. If you analyze all these facts and take Dr. Varen's disappearance into account, the whole situation becomes very grim indeed. Adashin was certain that this was a premeditated attack carried out by very serious criminals. In other words, it turned out to be a terrorist attack. Ronan noted Adashin's insight. As always, she was very attentive to detail. If things had been any different, it would have been difficult to explain what had happened. Ronan noted that as soon as he entered the hall, he felt a strange sense of unease, but couldn't figure out why. But if a terrorist attack had indeed taken place here, that meant dangerous criminals were roaming the academy campus. If they didn't start the pursuit immediately, all the students would be in serious trouble. Ronan was practically certain of this and just wanted to hear confirmation from Assistant Barry. Ronan explained that in that case they needed to launch an investigation immediately, and he wanted to know if they could count on the support of the knights who were guarding the place. Adashin wanted to interject, but the young man stopped her, saying that without these knights, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone and there was too little time. Ronan looked closely at Adashin and told her not to worry. It wouldn't take him long if the knights cooperated properly. Ronan stood before the knights and complained that, ever since he'd been studying at this academy, something was always happening. No matter how promising a student the young man might be, Ronan was still just a child, and so at moments like this, he really didn't want to be the center of attention. Ronan suddenly turned to the knights, hoping they would understand and share his feelings, but the men said nothing. Ronan figured that knights probably always had to be very serious because they had important work to do, and besides, they were probably adults, not teenagers like himself. Ronan continued to talk as he approached the knights. The young man said that it seemed to him as if the knights were going about their work the wrong way. Finally, one of the knights asked the young man what he meant. Ronan explained. Of course, the professor's teaching assistant had brought the students here, but they were rummaging around at the crime scene, and the guards weren't stopping them. It was also strange that none of the knights had reacted to Adashin's remarks about the terrorist attack. What's more, they show neither guilt nor confusion, even though it was these very knights who failed in their duty. They guarded the exhibits poorly and allowed the theft to occur. It seems as though the knights have lost all desire to work because of their low pay, and perhaps they will now always do such a poor job of guarding various sites. One of the knights said there was no need to insult them all like that. It was just an unforeseen situation, and in any case, he had no intention of answering to some student. Ronan suggested that the knights just shut up and leave, but first answer his question. What are those bloodstains on their armor? After all, there isn't a single place in the entire Philian Academy where one could get blood on oneself. And now Ronan turned to the knights and wanted to know who they really were. The knights began drawing their weapons and said that this kid wanted to die right then and there. But Ronan asked the knights not to worry because he would figure out for himself which of them was in such a hurry. Perhaps it was precisely this knight who longed to die right now. Ronan would help the men figure out and understand their true feelings. And indeed, in the next instant, the knight's head flew off, severed, shocking everyone present and splattering everything with blood. Ronan was just as surprised as everyone else, because it turned out that the severed head wasn't his doing. There was a traitor among the group of knights who had begun to slaughter his own comrades. The situation was becoming completely baffling and inexplicable. And now, real battles had broken out among the knights, just like in the days of the Knights of the Round Table, or Ivanhoe. A few precise blows and yet another guard was cut down, his blood flooding the entire hall. Ronan watched this savage slaughter with a look of interest and confusion on his face. He genuinely did not understand what was going on at all. Soon, only one knight remained alive out of the entire group, and Ronan wanted to know who this man standing before him was. But before the young man could draw his sword, this strange knight fell to his knees and began begging Lord Ronan to spare him, for he had just destroyed those filthy criminals. The man begged Ronan to clear him of the terrible suspicion that he was once again associated with these bandits. Ronan soon recognized the voice, and when the helmet was removed, he realized that Bayless was standing before him once again. The young man smiled at Ronan and said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. This, of course, came as a big surprise. Ronan sat down next to his former companion and was now ready to hear what had happened here. Ronan told Bayless that he needed to try harder since he had asked him to be more careful and not cause trouble. Frightened and miserable, Bayless tried to justify himself, saying that he could explain everything. First and foremost, he wanted to say that he had never forgotten that day. He was referring to the day when Ronan had spared him and changed his whole life. Back then, Ronan had ordered him to stay in Calaboro, but to serve as his eyes and ears. This had to be done in order to track down the organization, and since then Bayless had worked diligently, made many connections, and tried his very best. The young man did all the dirty work to get the best information, and was even awarded the rank of Wolf. This granted him access to confidential information, such as the locations of the branches, as well as details about the poacher's next raid. All reports were delivered personally to Professor Varen, just as Ronan had ordered the young man to do. Ronan confirmed that the professor had spoken of an anonymous individual who was eager to help and change an unjust world. Bayless also mentioned that the gang was involved in supplying armor, but he was merely a go-between, so he didn't really know anything. Bayless begged him to believe him because he was telling the truth, and Ronan realized that his interlocutor had finally come to his senses. Ronan praised the young man and acknowledged that Bayless had done a good job. Now he wanted to know what this group was actually planning. Ronan said he knew they were a bunch of villains, but they should have had enough sense not to go up against the Academy, so why had they acted so recklessly? Bayless believed that lately there had been a lot of talk everywhere about how Calaboro's authority had fallen as low as it could possibly go. Ronan suddenly realized that, through their combined efforts, they had already wiped out half of Calaboro's entire group. Ronan's actions had disrupted their poaching operations, so their situation had long been dire. Thanks to Ronan, rumors that the gang was finished had spread like wildfire, and it was Bayless, Ronan's most loyal spy, who had set this chain of rumors in motion. The gang's senior members sensed the danger and have now shifted their focus to restoring their reputation. Thus, an operation was launched to capture the festival beasts, which could later be sold for a huge sum of money. Moreover, this operation would draw the Empire's full attention and serve as a reminder of Calaboro's existence. And if they managed to get their hands on powerful doppelgangers, it would be an excellent opportunity to demonstrate Calaboro's strength. Ronan believed that all of this was a waste of effort, and now these knights had to be eliminated. After that, the doppelgangers would have to be returned immediately before the festival began. But Bayless continued his story and said that wasn't all. The fact is, the doppelgangers are just the beginning. In reality, the group's goal is to take over all living things. And to tackle this difficult task, they had summoned the true power of Calaboro, a monster named Arundel. At that moment, the professor's assistant returned to the room, and he was so terrified that he dropped to his haunches. Adashin pretended to be surprised to have finally found Ronan, whom she had been searching for all this time. She began to explain that his suspicions had been confirmed. These were not officially hired guards. After his friends left, Ronan put a little pressure on them, and they immediately revealed their true faces. Adashan saw that they had just knocked everyone out, so questioning them shouldn't be a problem. But the professor's assistant, who was in a state of utter terror, now drew the most attention. Adashan said the guy had turned very pale. He was probably surprised when he saw how they dealt with the spies. Barry couldn't even imagine that these young students were actually real monsters. Adashan noticed one of the knights who, to her surprise, was still alive, and she asked who he was. Ballas immediately began shouting as if he were addressing a general. He said that he used to be one of those villains, but now he had a new life. He was a submissive slave and servant of Lord Ronan, and the young man bowed his head in a respectful bow. Ballas told them everything he knew, and now everyone was very alarmed to learn that the Calaboro faction had disguised itself as knights and was hiding not only here. They had spread out across the remaining districts and regions, determined to capture every living soul. Furthermore, their main objective in the upcoming operation is to seize all power for themselves, and the disappearance of the doppelgangers is merely a ruse to divert attention. You need to remember this well. After the beasts disappear, all attention will be focused solely on them. And this will naturally lead to a weakening of security in cities and regions, and the bandits are sure to take advantage of this. The plan of the operation is as follows. As soon as the full moon reaches the top of the Teogran Hall, the rest must already be in their positions and ready for action. Ronan listened carefully to every detail of the plan so he could thwart it and prevent major problems. Knowing the plan in advance, eliminating the bandits would be no problem at all. But first, they needed to make it look as if everything was going according to plan, so the bandits would believe it. Then they'll let their guard down. Ronan didn't mind starting the fight earlier, but Arundel posed a major threat. Werewolves are one of the strongest races. They can change their appearance and specialize in combat. Among them is a tribe of fierce and brutal warriors. This tribe is called the Urumpi. 5 years ago, they were all wiped out in a single night by just one man. That man was the strongest warrior in the Calaboro faction and its best operative, named Arundel. The massacre he carried out many years ago forced everyone to view the group differently. From being ordinary poachers, they transformed into a dangerous organization with immense power. If Calaboro is now fielding such a powerful figure, it means they have no intention of dragging things out. By acting so blatantly, the criminals are showing that they're ready for anything, so we need to respond to what's happened very quickly and seriously. Ronan turned to the professor's assistant and asked him to contact the authorities and urge them not to intervene under any circumstances. Ronan was confident that he and his companions would be able to find all the missing doppelgangers. The young man knew Arundel very well. Judging by his actions, the villain loved to draw attention to himself, and it was no joke to mess with him. Ronan was certain that the disappearance of the doppelgangers was Arundel's doing. In other words, if they found the stolen doppelgangers, Arundel would turn himself in. The young man would restore peace to the academy, and to do that, he would have to deal with Arundel at all costs. A massive giant sat on a fallen tree deep in the forest, relishing a meal of roasted meat. The giant, of course, loved a good meal himself, but right now, all that meat had been scattered around on purpose, and his prey still hadn't shown up. Manticores and doppelgangers were nothing but small fry, and now Arundel had set his sights on hunting a more formidable beast. The young people were also making their way through the forest, and Adashan was casting her mana and spells on every animal they encountered. Ballas admitted that at first he hadn't believed they could handle the Calaboro faction on their own without the help of Imperial troops, but now the young man was convinced that Adashan was simply amazing. Ballas didn't understand why they needed all these little creatures, and Ronan explained that this way they would be able to catch the doppelgangers. Ronan is using the mana left behind by the doppelgangers at the cafe. Using specific spells, this mana is cast on all the animals the group has encountered in the forest so far. The animals will simply go about their business and completely by chance pick up the doppelganger's trail. Ballas was absolutely thrilled by this idea. Could it really be done? But Ronan was certain that with Adashan's help, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, she was simply an incredible person. Adashan had just finished explaining to the animals what was required of them, and they dashed off into the forest to lead the young people to the doppelgangers. At that very moment, somewhere in the forest, Omega's doppelganger was racing at top speed. He was in the form of a fox and was clearly in a hurry, sensing that he was being pursued. One of the birds that Adashan had worked on was approaching Omega, but suddenly he turned into a huge snake and swallowed the unfortunate bird. It was sad for the little bird, but at the same time it had fulfilled its mission, and now Adashin knew where the doppelganger was and which way to go. The young people quickly reached the creature they were looking for, and Adashin pointed out the enormous snake to Ronan, saying that this was the doppelganger. The young man praised Adashin for her quick and thorough work and immediately realized that the doppelganger before them was Omega. Ballas was eager to show what he was capable of, so he asked everyone to trust him and charged at the mythical creature. Ballas never forgot for a moment that he had a sordid past, but now he held the position of wolf and wanted to prove what he was capable of. The young man told Mr. Ronan not to interfere and not to waste his energy on that wretched snake. Ballas was confident that he alone would be enough to catch the snake and return it to its cage. Ballas amazed the boys with his speed and strength. He attacked the snake very quickly and grabbed it by the throat, preventing it from striking with its venom. Now the snake could only hiss and open its mouth helplessly. Ballas told the animal that he had no intention of harming it. The young man was very pleased. He waved to Ronan and told him that he'd taken care of the snake himself. But Ronan was already running as fast as he could toward this fool, who just a moment ago had looked his doppelganger in the eyes, something that was absolutely forbidden. Omegas can take on a form that evokes negative emotions, specifically the fear and terror of a particular person. And now Ballas was holding not a snake, but some unimaginable monster. Ballas was terrified and afraid to look down at his hands, and sure enough, in his hands was the bird of dreams. Ballas would remember for the rest of his life how this bird of dreams had attacked him and nearly killed him. From that moment on, it became the young man's worst nightmare. Of course, the bird of dreams instantly broke free from the young man's grasp, and now Sita, Ronan, and Adashin were running after it. Suddenly, the bird of dreams stopped and thrust itself into Ronan's face, staring intently into his eyes. It happened so quickly that he had no time to look away. It was now clear that the situation was catastrophically bad. The young man had locked eyes with Omega, and now he might become something like Agayut. He had to catch him before he turned into Ronan's worst nightmare, and before everything became irreparably bad. Ronan continued to pursue the doppelganger and instructed his friends to go in search of Alpha's doppelganger. Ronan pursued Omega at breakneck speed, but for some reason the transformation still hadn't taken place, and that was very strange. Omega should have already changed his appearance. The young man didn't understand what was happening. But one thing was clear, there was no one in the forest who looked like Agayut, and he had nowhere to hide. Ronan suddenly stopped short because he saw something very strange right in front of him. Human footprints were clearly visible on the forest floor. They bore traces of mana belonging to a doppelganger. Ronan was at a loss to guess who Omega had become. But the closer he got, the stronger his thirst for blood grew. Ronan continued to wonder who he would encounter next, and by now he was almost certain it was a man from his past who had cursed him at a young age. But instead of dwelling on his guesses, the young man decided to find him quickly, and soon a man appeared before him, standing in a cloak against a sea of blood. This man was covered in blood and said that he was supposed to protect everyone, but in the end he had failed to protect anyone. And now Ronan saw the man he hated more than anyone else in the world, the man who filled him with terror. It was Corporal Ronan, who had been unable to protect anyone, even though he had wanted to so badly and had been ready to follow orders. And now Ronan and Omega stood facing each other. It's always very unexpected to come face to face with your own terrifying reflection. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that his greatest fear was himself. That was probably why his doppelganger had taken on this particular form. Usually these mystical creatures don't make mistakes. The Ronan from the nightmare kept repeating that he hadn't been able to protect anyone and didn't understand why they wouldn't leave him alone. Soon a duel began between Ronan and his living nightmare. Ronan knew that doppelgangers take on some of the memories and traits of the person they portray. But what was happening right now was on an entirely different level. Ronan had to fight himself. The duel was extremely dangerous, and if it had happened earlier, Ronan would have lost immediately, but he had grown significantly as a warrior recently. He decided not to rush and to try to keep his distance, but unexpectedly, right in the middle of the duel, Omega let go of his sword. Ronan assumed his opponent was trying to throw him off balance, but then Omega grabbed him by the head. Ronan finally came to his senses and realized that thanks to this clever trick, he remembered his opponent wasn't as strong as he was right now. Omega attacked once more, but Ronan managed to jump out of the way, and avoided taking any damage. However, the situation was still very dire. Ronan didn't let his guard down for a moment, but it was getting harder and harder to hold his own. The young man realized that he could have just lost his head, and now he knew what it was like for the other opponents who fought him. Ronan was always ready to tear his enemies to pieces, like a wild beast in order to survive. Ronan knew he couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. He had to keep a close eye on his opponent. If he could wait until Omega's breathing faltered even for a moment, he had to seize that opportunity. The opponents continued to strike at each other, neither giving an inch, and the fight was turning into a drawn-out battle. This was hardly surprising, since each of them knew the other's thoughts and could anticipate the direction the fight would take next. Ronan tried to use some of his new abilities which he wouldn't have possessed in the past. However, his opponent remained as flawless as ever and managed to dodge every blow at the last moment. And now the two rivals stood face to face, trying to overwhelm each other, this time, presumably, with the power of their minds. Whoever held out the longest would win. At one point, Omega proved to be faster and landed a serious blow on Ronan, who was flying through the forest, wondering just what kind of crazy monster he was fighting right now. At the same time, Ronan knew perfectly well that another attack was coming, because Omega wouldn't wait to strike again. He'd want to end the battle right away. And indeed, the next fatal blow came precisely at the moment Ronan was expecting it. It was no surprise, after all. This was his tactic honed over the years. Ronan sat exhausted near the rock from which the sword protruded, wondering what cause of death would be recorded in his biography if he were to die right now. Ronan looked at his reflection in the sword's blade and realized he had to make Omega look someone else in the eye. But these thoughts were interrupted by a voice that addressed Ronan and asked if the boy was a doppelganger. Ronan was still unable to stand firmly on his feet. He turned around and saw, in the distance, the silhouette of a huge man who had sensed the battle and come to watch. The man assumed it was Professor Varen, but it turned out that some schoolboy was prowling through his hunting grounds, and now the young man had to answer for who he was and what he thought he was doing. The smell of blood emanated from Arendel's body, and his aura was so ferocious it was as if he were a wild beast. It was hard to call this monster a human being. Ronan finally realized who was standing before him. Of course, the young man had intended to track down Arendelle and neutralize him, but he didn't understand why he had shown up at this very moment. Arendelle demanded that the boy answer his questions immediately. Otherwise, it seemed, the boy would lose all sense of fear. But then the giant sensed something. He clutched his head and began saying that everything had to be perfect today, and this was ruining his plans, so he simply couldn't let the boy go. Besides, Arendelle didn't understand why the boy smelled like an Omega, and now Ronan was trying to figure out what was going on. The young man knew he was facing a real monster, so he began to quietly prepare for the fight, realizing he couldn't just sit there relaxed. The very next moment, Arendelle lunged at the young man, saying that he didn't care who he was simply going to kill him right then and there. Arendelle was very pleased. He announced that he had just captured Alpha, and in a few minutes he would do the same to Omega. Ronan heard about Alpha and immediately thought of his friends who had gone out to search for her. Arendelle was practically certain of his victory. He told Ronan that he was just a young boy with his whole life ahead of him, but that life could be a cruel thing at times. Ronan, of course, managed to fend off the giant's attack, but he immediately sensed that Arendelle was indeed the top dog in Calaboro, and that was no empty boast. All of this giant's attacks were dangerous and devastating. He was capable of destroying mountains and trees with his bare hands. The young man understood, if he missed and took even a single blow, his current body would certainly not be able to withstand it. Besides, there was another major problem, and it was still lurking somewhere nearby. Ronan knew that Omega hadn't disappeared. He was simply hiding somewhere behind the trees, waiting for the right moment to finish him off. If this had been a past life, there would have been only one reason. The enemy would simply have wanted to decapitate him in one fell swoop, which meant he was just biding his time. Therefore, in order to survive, Ronan needed to deal with his current opponent as quickly as possible, and the young man attacked Arendelle. The burning sensation on his neck, where he now had a gash inflicted by the schoolboy's sword, only further enraged Arendelle. He praised the young man for his excellent attack, but now he was simply going to knock him out with a single punch. Arendelle had said that usually at the mere sight of him, all his opponents would give up in advance, but here they'd ended up in a rather interesting fight. Now Arendelle realized that this schoolboy hadn't been wandering around the forest for no reason. Ronan also joined the conversation and praised the man's incredible physique. Although he had wounded him, he'd left only a minor scratch on him. On top of that, a fierce aura radiated from Arundel, powerfully affecting everyone around him. Arundel confirmed that it was indeed very cool. His aura permeates every muscle in his body, turning it into a weapon. Unlike enhancing the body with mana, this is the ultimate power, yet Ronan still managed to leave a scratch on his body, and that is a tremendous honor. Therefore, from this moment on, Arundel declares that the young man will be his prey, whom he will not let escape under any circumstances. Arundel claimed that hunting is when the strong pursue the weak, and the weak put up a desperate fight, but will ultimately be caught. Therefore, the giant demanded that Ronan resist him until Arundel grew tired of it, at which point he would kill him. Ronan was already very tired from the fight because his opponent showed absolutely no loss of strength or speed, and his blows remained powerful. The young man decided that if things continued this way, he might lose, because he would miss a blow and his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ronan attacked the giant with great ferocity, and at one point the villain was even sent flying to the side, slamming his back against a rock. But the next moment, the monster grabbed a huge boulder with his bare hand and hurled it at Ronan as if it were a baseball. Ronan used his sword to cleave the rock flying straight at him. Arundel approached the young man, certain that he had caught him while Ronan was busy fending off the boulder. But the young man shouted that he was the one who had caught the enormous villain, and now the giant would find out the hard way. But then, around Arundel, the intensity of his aura increased, as if he'd received an extra boost, and the giant now looked even happier. He was clearly enjoying this battle. Arundel grew in size and now officially declared that it had been a very long time since he'd been on such a thrilling hunt. The man acknowledged that this schoolboy was simply an amazing opponent. There was definitely something extraordinary about him, and it was a tremendous joy to fight against such a person. Arundel said that the boy is worth using all his strength against, and now Ronan will feel it firsthand. And indeed, the giant's fist grew even larger. But before he could slam his massive paw into the young man, everything was covered in blood. It was Omega, who simply adored blood and dreamed of destroying all his opponents indiscriminately. The entire forest shook with a loud scream. It was Arundel screaming in horror and pain after losing his right arm. Arundel couldn't believe his eyes. He had deliberately concentrated his aura in one spot to deliver a critical strike. And this little brat had chopped off his arm with a simple stick. How was that even possible? But then Arundel caught a scent and realized that the boy standing before him wasn't just some schoolboy. It was Omega. Arundel grew even angrier, preparing to continue the fight. After all, he still had one arm left, and nothing could stop him. The giant was furious. He leaped back and dodged the attack, but was constantly forced to press down on the bleeding wound, and his powerful aura was gone. Omega charged forward again. He stepped over the severed hand with complete composure and was, of course, determined to destroy his opponent. Omega hurled the severed hand at the giant, who was so stunned by such audacity that he even lost the ability to speak properly. Omega attacked again and again, paying no attention to anything. Soon this duel had turned into a beating of infants. Ronan now stood aside and watched the fight, not understanding what was happening. He saw that the crazed Omega was grabbing anything he could find, sticks, and swinging them around. Furthermore, Ronan saw that Omega had closed his eyes. Perhaps he was doing this to maintain his advantage over Arundel. Ronan didn't understand why this was the case, since just a short while ago this madman had been obsessed with killing him, and now he had set his sights on Arundel. Ronan tried to make sense of what was happening. He watched this monster Arundel intently. Even after losing an arm, he hadn't lost a shred of his zeal or desire to fight. Ronan recalled how Arundel had told him that he'd just captured an alpha and that he'd sensed the mark of an Omega on Ronan. It turned out that he was feeling the same thing as the alpha captured by Arundel. Suddenly, a stick pierced the young man's leg, and he fell with a loud cry. An opponent was closing in on him to finish off his victim. Arundel said he'd heard a very pleasant, dignified cry, and now it was time for the boy to stop and surrender, because he was alpha. But suddenly Arundel was attacked, and several powerful blows were landed on his opponent. Hatred, anger, fear. Unfortunately, an Omega becomes a being composed of these negative emotions. That's why, unlike the gentle, characteristic alpha, when he tried to capture the Omega, he encountered such fierce resistance. Of course, Ronan hadn't anticipated this outcome, But even so, it exceeded all his expectations. They clashed again in battle. Everything around them shook, and it seemed as though there would be no end to it. Arundel looked at his opponent and realized, judging by their faces, that these two young men were brothers. Despite his frail build, it was a deadly knife strike, and if an adult had possessed the same skills, it would have been impossible to survive. Arundel realized he was incredibly lucky because he should have fallen victim to these madmen long ago. And now the giant decided to abandon the idea of capturing him. He simply had to destroy him. Arundel sensed that the situation was becoming critical. He decided to kill the doppelganger and simply make a run for it. Omega was still fighting with his eyes closed. Apparently, he didn't want to change his appearance under the influence of someone else's gaze. Arundel attacked again and missed again. Now the giant realized his end was near, and he desperately wanted to know who was hiding behind that appearance. At the very moment, when dodging is simply impossible, this kid is doing just fine with his eyes closed. He has excellent evasion skills. And now Omega had driven yet another stick into his opponent. But by now, both of them were already quite exhausted from the battle. Arundel said he was tired of all this, and even though it had been fun, it was time to wrap things up. Given that Omega's right hand was injured, and he couldn't hold a weapon in it, the hunt was most likely over. But now Omega had to protect the doppelganger, so he lunged forward and took the blow, plunging a knife into the villain's fist. Arundel couldn't understand how this had happened. Had he really let his guard down? The man couldn't believe what had happened to him after all. He never let his guard down, and at that moment, a couple of his opponent's fingers pierced his eye. To keep Arundel from wriggling, Omega grabbed his head and, holding it in place, continued to strike him. After that, Omega grabbed the man and pinned him against the rock. It's worth noting that he did all this with his eyes closed. But just then, the young man thrust his sword into the giant's body, and before the giant could say a word, his head was severed. In the end, only Ronin and Omega remained in the clearing, standing next to the body of the slain villain, whose head lay nearby. Ronin watched everything that was happening, and it was clear that the young man didn't know how to react or what to do next. Ever since Agayut had appeared, there wasn't a single corner of the empire where screams and weeping weren't to be heard. And amid this chaos of pain and tears, Ronin thought about the same thing over and over again. The young man deeply regretted having wasted his life and not taking his sister's words seriously, that he should study while he still had the chance. Perhaps then Ronin could have saved at least someone, but that didn't happen, and the young man loathed himself for it. Ever since then, he had hated himself and felt he had to protect everyone. That was his main mission and purpose in life. But the Ronin of today worked tirelessly to correct the mistakes of the past. He activated Dolan's aura against Omega. After that, the young man turned to his greatest fear and dread and asked it to see what Ronin had become. Ronin hadn't spent all that time in the training hall for nothing, and now he was able to execute a perfect attack, not letting his opponent budge an inch. Omega was still able to break free from the bonds that had bound his legs, and now he radiated the same energy that Arundel had. It looked and felt slightly different, but upon contact, the sensations were exactly the same. And now this power was very similar to what Professor Varen possessed. Ronin continued his attack, but finally everything began to fall into place in his mind, and he understood everything clearly. Ronin crashed down on his opponent like a shooting star. Omega tried to defend himself with his sword. Ronin pressed and pressed his opponent, never letting up, and now Omega's sword was covered in cracks and could shatter at any moment. Ronin told his opponent that before the academy, he'd believed that anything you could hold in your hand and use to strike could be a weapon. As it turned out, that was the most foolish idea imaginable, and it was only at the academy that Ronin finally realized this. A sword isn't just a stick for striking, it's a weapon that is effective in and of itself, and Ronin saw his attack through to the end, shattering the sword in Omega's hands, leaving him defenseless. But Omega really was just crazy ready only to fight with absolutely no common sense. He tried to stop Ronin's sword with his bare hand, willing to sacrifice it. Ronin, of course, was thrown off by this turn of events, and Omega took advantage of it, grabbing the young man by the face with his bare hand. And now Ronin was lying on the ground, with Omega towering over him, holding Ronin's sword in his hands, while his right hand was bleeding profusely. The battle was reaching a stalemate, and Ronin sensed that if things continued this way, he wouldn't get off lightly. The young man realized he would be forced to take extreme measures even though he had intended to capture Omega and return him to his cage. The situation was truly critical, and Ronan was already living through what were practically the last moments of his life, while Omega stood over him, sword in hand. But then a voice rang out through the forest. It was calling Ronan, and Omega froze in place upon hearing it. Ronan realized this was his chance. Perfect. If Omega had reacted to the voice, he might, if only for a moment, return to his former self. To do this, he just needed to look closely at the person who had just appeared in the clearing, and it was a frightened and anxious Adeshon. Ronan turned to Omega and asked if he recognized the voice, since the commander-in-chief was still just as tough as ever, but her personality had changed completely. Ballas had completely given up poaching and had become Ronan's key ally in the fight against the Calaboro faction. As for Martin and the others, they're living their normal lives somewhere, because for now there's peace, and they can just get on with their lives. Ronan also mentioned that his sister Iril is alive and well. In fact, she's living a wonderful life. It couldn't be better. That's why Ronan promises that everything will be different in this life. So Omega must trust him and leave things as they are. Corporal Ronan must let others change the situation and protect everyone. Ronan finally managed to convince Omega that this is exactly how it will be, because he won't waste a single day. And someday, 10 years from now, they'll see each other again, and happy smiles will light up their faces. Thus, the mission to recapture the stolen animals came to an end, and now a festival of animals was being held on the academy grounds. The streets were filled with people out enjoying themselves. Maria felt they were lucky. If Ronan's group hadn't found the doppelganger, and if Professor Varin hadn't dealt with the gang, they wouldn't have such fond memories of this wonderful day. The girl was strolling with Assel, and the mage explained that Ronan was currently in a private meeting with Professor Varin, so he'd be a little late. Ronan had warned that he wouldn't show up at the festival until nighttime, and Maria was upset, thinking it would have been way cooler to see everything together. But since that's how things turned out, the two of them were going to have the time of their lives, so much so that Ronan would be jealous. And so the friends set off to see the star of this festival of beasts with their own eyes. Maria and Assel entered the beautiful greenhouse and were amazed at how magnificent the garden had been prepared. But that was hardly surprising. Doppelgangers are treated with special care. These creatures are sensitive to their surroundings. That's probably why the organizers went to such great lengths. On top of that, the number of people allowed in at a time is limited, and security checks will be strict. Maria agreed that this was the right approach, and just then the girl noticed something very beautiful. Perhaps this was a doppelganger. The young people approached a water fountain that was actually a water installation capable of changing its shape. Assel explained that the Omega mode was currently dormant, so this individual was an alpha. Presumably, when she doesn't see anyone, she takes on her original form. But then, to his horror, Assel remembered that alpha, by reading the thoughts of anyone whose gaze it meets, transforms into the person that person loves. And Assel immediately tried to stop his friend, saying that he'd remembered an urgent matter and now wanted to go first. Maria was very surprised. Could it be that Assel had gotten cold feet at the last minute? But then she realized that the young man was shy because she was about to find out who he was in love with. And although Assel denied it, Maria said that now they definitely couldn't leave until they found out who had bewitched the innocent Assel, and she began nudging her hapless victim closer. Assel screamed and struggled as hard as he could, but his friend was dead serious. She wanted to find out who Assel's beloved was. The water installation was gradually taking shape, and soon it would become clear who the young mage's beloved was. The young man closed his eyes in embarrassment, while Maria froze, her mouth agape in surprise upon seeing that Alpha had revealed her image. Assel finally managed to break free from his beloved's grasp and rushed away, trying to hide because his secret had been revealed. It turned out that Maria couldn't even have imagined such a thing, but at that moment she looked into the doppelganger's eyes and Alpha began to transform. Now it was Maria who was terrified, because the doppelganger appeared before her in the form of a young man known to everyone. Work continued at a fever pitch until late into the night at Professor Varen's research center. The professor was very upset because Ronan was supposed to be enjoying the festival, but he had been forced to come here at Varen's request and was left without any entertainment. The professor apologized to the young man, saying that not only was he failing to help anyone in his role as a professor, but he was also ending up asking for help himself. Ronan said he shouldn't talk that way. There was no reason for it. After all, It wasn't as if the professor didn't work but only played around. After all, on the day the manticore escaped, it was Professor Varon who found Caliboro's tracks. Therefore, the professor had no choice but to immediately pursue the villains in order to punish them. Moreover, the people who had been trying to smuggle rare animals out of the Empire were found. And Professor Varon single-handedly resolved all the problems without waiting for the Imperial troops to arrive. The professor thanked him for his kind words and said he was curious about one thing: exactly how Ronan had become involved in all this, and how he had ended up there. Ronan asked Ballas to tell the professor how it all happened, and the young man set about fulfilling this request with great enthusiasm. In the opening lines of his account, Ballas said that not only Mr. Ronan but also Professor Varon had honored him with their kindness. Therefore, the young man wished to announce that he had been appointed to the position of assistant professor. Varon added that he himself had offered the position to the young man. Originally, only students of the academy could be appointed to the position of assistant. Previously, information related to poaching had been classified, but Ballas had not only become the chief assistant in the destruction of the Caliboro gang. The young man also succeeded in capturing the doppelganger, and for this, the professor rewarded him in a special way. The professor admitted that he was stunned when he realized that, while inside the brutal and dangerous Caliboro, Ballas was constantly risking his life. Therefore, the professor simply could not let such a brave, promising, and talented young man slip away. And now the professor said that he was counting on Ballas's help and cooperation. Ballas couldn't bear so many kind words directed at him and, bursting into tears, said that he would never let the professor down. Ronan was very pleased, realizing that Ballas would now have even more motivation and opportunities to change the future course of the war. After that, Ronan turned to the professor and asked if he could make one request of him. Ronan asked if he could take another look at the doppelganger. He knew that after the end of the workday, the doppelganger recovered in this tower. The professor allowed him to do so, but said that the young man was unlikely to witness the transformation because Omega was busy healing his wounds, and Alpha would soon fall asleep. But that wasn't the main thing for Ronan. He simply wanted to take a look at them, because it was time to say goodbye, and the young man entered the room where the doppelgangers were. The young man looked at Omega and said he was glad to see how well he was recovering. Ronan tried not to look up so as not to meet his doppelganger's gaze. Once the Festival of Beasts was over, these creatures would be well guarded and provided with the most reliable protection so they would get a proper rest. Ronan tried not to look at Alpha either, but she was literally making noises, trying to get his attention. Ronan turned toward Alpha without opening his eyes and asked what exactly she wanted to tell him. But suddenly the young man realized who was about to stand before him, and he became convinced that he had more respect for the commander-in-chief than he had ever realized. And so at last they were all together, Ronan, his love, and his hatred. What did fate have in store for them next? A few days after the Festival of Beasts, Ronan went to meet with Professor Maya's secret. She already knew from Professor Stone that Ronan's two curses, having merged with Bajur's power, had become a single entity. This merger had become a source of power that functioned as a core. Naturally, the professors believe this is a temporary solution, since the curse hasn't actually gone anywhere. The situation can be compared to two poisons that were mixed together to create a stronger poison, but in this case, the new poison had an unpredictable effect. From the professor's words, Ronan understood that the situation hadn't yet spiraled out of control and was even proving somewhat beneficial. Still, Ronan wanted to get rid of the curses, and the professor remarked that he seemed more determined than usual today. So she wanted to know exactly what had happened recently. Ronan replied that nothing serious had happened. He had simply made a firm decision to pull himself together. The thing is, there's one promise the young man must keep at all costs. The professor didn't press the young man any further. She said he'd come just in time. She had almost finished her research on how to lift one of the curses. Ronan practically jumped for joy upon hearing the news. He wanted to get started right away. His secret said that the procedure was the same as before. He needed to find one of the curses within himself. And then you have to find and destroy its source. However, the process won't be easy. The professor said that this time, the curse wouldn't be easy to identify because they would do everything in their power to protect themselves from Ronan. Therefore, to delve into one's inner world, a huge amount of mana and a catalyst will be needed. They'll be able to find the mana, but there might be problems with the catalyst. The professor asked if Ronan had ever heard of a place called Dinar. It was a place where, due to the abundance of various monsters in a desert region inhabited by hostile creatures, the bones of travelers could be found under every bush. Locals call this place Southwest Hell. That's exactly where they'll need to look for the catalyst, a special magical stone that's considered an enormous rarity even in those dreadful lands. The professor realized that Ronan was well informed and needed no further explanation. She confirmed that the young man needed to find the magical stone of Mount Dinar. This is a top-tier magical mineral containing an enormous amount of mana and mystical power. Every time it's put up for auction at a magical items auction, it breaks all records. That's how rare and valuable it is. The professor said that she had saved her professor's salary for many years and in the end was only able to purchase a tiny fragment of such a magical stone. Ronan decided to be bold and asked if they could use this stone to lift the curse. But the professor replied that it was too small. A catalyst needs to be at least the size of a thumb. The professor suggested waiting. Perhaps someone would be selling such an item in the near future. Besides, research was already underway to try to reproduce the catalyst artificially, so Ronan would have to wait a little while. However, the young man's mind was already on something else entirely. He realized there was no other way out, and the desert of death topped the list of places he didn't want to return to. But there was no way out. Adishan had been replaying the events of the past few days in her mind a lot lately. In a vast mountain gorge lay the bodies of slain warriors, and not a single living soul was nearby. Ballas was with a girl, and now the two of them were looking at an object that was covered with some kind of rag. Adeshan confirmed that Alpha was inside that box. At any rate, her intuition clearly told her that was the case. The girl decided to open the box, since Alpha might have been injured during the capture, so they needed to check on her condition. Perhaps urgent treatment would be needed, but as soon as the girl cracked the box open, a doppelganger immediately crawled out of it. The young people stared in amazement at the strange watery form, which began to take on a distinct shape right before their eyes. Ballas was very pleased watching this, but Adeshan was ready to tear her hair out because her secret had been revealed. The girl grabbed a piece of cloth and threw it over the doppelganger's face, trying to hide this fact even from herself. Adeshan strictly ordered the young man not to dare tell anyone what he had seen here. Since then, Adeshan had constantly thought back on that situation. The incident often came to mind, and now she couldn't look Ronan in the face without feeling uneasy. Adeshan decided that Alpha had changed her appearance only because Ronan was the only one who had always believed in Adeshan, and that this had nothing to do with love. Adeshan tried to cheer herself up. She promised that the next time she saw Ronan, she wouldn't be shy and would greet him proudly. Just then, a young man walked by, completely unaware of what was going on, but suddenly he sensed something. It seemed as if there was something or someone behind the nearest tree, emitting a rather strange energy. And before the girl could compose herself and catch her breath, Ronan peeked around the tree and asked Adeshan why she was hiding there. Taken by surprise, the beautiful girl let out such a scream that Ronan admitted he was startled. Adeshan must have seen some kind of creepy bug. The girl couldn't speak properly. She was mumbling something about Alpha, but Ronan decided not to ask for any details. Because he was very glad that he'd run into Adeshan right then, he had a great proposal for her. There was a certain place they needed to go together to create a weapon. The girl didn't understand what kind of weapon he was talking about, and Ronan said he'd been worried for a long time that he hadn't been there with her. All of this was somehow connected to the forbidden magic book of Bajura, but Ronan asked him to trust him. The young man assured them they'd find something really cool, and he tore open the scroll of teleportation magic. The huge hall was terrifying because human body parts were pinned to the ceiling. These weren't just body parts, but halves, severed at the waist. They hung there, and blood was flowing and dripping down. All the flowing blood pooled into one enormous puddle, and even that alone looked like a real lake of blood. On the shore of this lake of blood stood a figure dressed in white. She reported that the leader had personally given the order to go to this place. The girl was carrying some kind of bundle in her hands and was approaching another body lying on the shore of the lake of blood. Several difficult stages had passed, and now a demonic figure was emerging from the pool of blood. The stranger examined his hand, which was still covered in blood. He realized that the chief agent needed a star. While the man was putting on white robes, the girl explained that they had made adjustments to the plan based on the failures suffered by Brygia and the Baron. The man was absolutely certain that this time they would not make a single mistake. As soon as the man finished getting ready, he announced that they would be setting out together with Yuria. Their journey would be a long one, and many important tasks awaited them in Danar, in southwestern Hell. The largest forge in the Grand Cappadocia Empire had already been completely rebuilt and restored after it was attacked by cultists. After the cult's terrorist attack, the blacksmiths began rebuilding with the support of the Grancia family. But this was certainly no simple repair job, because now the city looked absolutely stunning. The young people were making their way through the underground city when suddenly a huge werewolf took notice of them. Achin was very frightened when she saw this mighty beast, but Ronan began to smile cheerfully and sweetly because he recognized his friend. Dedekind rushed to hug the young man and declared that this was their hero, the one who had saved all of Grand Cappadocia, Mr. Ronan himself. Dedekind later explained that everything was going great for them here. He was full of energy, though lately he'd been swinging his hammer nonstop without a break, and it seemed he'd soon drop his paws from exhaustion. The blacksmith Doron warned that Ronan would soon be coming to them to have a new weapon made, and the blacksmith himself had been working late for several days now. But then finally, the chatty werewolf noticed the beautiful young woman peeking out from behind Ronan's shoulder. Dedekind now understood what was going on, and the reason why Ronan had supposedly been so busy all this time was clear. The guard wanted to know who this lovely young lady was that the guy had brought with him. Of course, Dedekind hadn't forgotten the beautiful Maria, whom Ronan had brought with him last time. It was obvious right away that the guy liked pretty girls. But Ronan asked him not to talk nonsense. If Assel were here, he would have already burst into tears, and he'd brought this girl along specifically to find her a good weapon. But now Ronan asked the werewolf not to do anything reckless. He reminded the guard of how he demanded to prove his strength the first time. Then they tested the equipment, and in the process, Dedekind was wounded, but now the situation is much more dangerous. Ronan warned that he didn't even know what might happen if this beauty's abilities were activated. After the first blow, Dedekind might as well be buried. But when that happens, Ronan personally promises to take care of the funeral rites, so there's no need to worry. And Dedekind said in a trembling voice that they had long since done away with such tests, and why not go inside? Old man Doron was waiting for them. After that, the werewolf impressed the girl with his kindness, inviting her to follow him and make herself at home. The werewolf got so carried away that he gave a wonderful tour, and when he reached Doron's house, he kicked the door open, announcing the arrival of important guests. But in the very next moment, a powerful hammer blow struck him in the head, and the old blacksmith reminded him that he had asked many times not to break down his door. The kids looked pityingly at the unfortunate werewolf, but the blacksmith said that this fool never changes and doesn't listen to a single word he says. Adishan realized that this was the very blacksmith Ronan had told them about many times. And indeed, standing before them was Doron the blacksmith, alive, well, and brimming with energy. He had already received a message from the young man and finished his preparations. The fact was that the old blacksmith was eagerly awaiting what Ronan was supposed to bring him. But first, he wanted to show them something. It was made by him and no one else after countless sleepless nights. The blacksmith proudly presented his creation. It was a blueprint for a new weapon for Ronan. If everything was done according to the blueprint, the weapon could be imbued with several interesting features, but of course the final result could vary greatly depending on the specific materials used in its construction. The blacksmith was certain that Ronan had already thought everything through. And the young man confirmed this, saying that Doron didn't need to worry about it at all. Doron couldn't wait to see what Ronan had brought this time. Could it be another strange shell? If so, the more of it, the better. But Ronan replied that they'd used up all the shells last time, and the blacksmith didn't need to worry now. Ronan said he'd brought something much better this time, and he handed the piece of paper to the old dwarf. Doron was very surprised. He didn't understand what was on that piece of paper, especially since the young man claimed it was even better than the shell of a dream bird's egg. But as soon as the blacksmith began to look more closely, it seemed to him that he was sinking into some kind of veritable hell. The blacksmith could not comprehend what this unfathomable, bottomless horror was, consisting of a countless multitude of restless souls. They were all screaming, their cries piercing his ears, and Doron flung the sheet aside, not understanding what the hell was going on. The man sensed a boundless, malevolent power. He admitted that he had never seen anything more terrifying in his life, and wanted to know where the young man had dug this up. Ronan took the sheet and said that this was exactly the reaction he'd expected from the finest blacksmith, who, with just a touch of the paper, could sense the essence of the material. Ronan was now certain that he had put all his other business aside for good reason, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of weapon would be forged from it. The blacksmith said he wouldn't use this paper because such a material wouldn't be suitable for a weapon. It was impossible to predict what would happen to its owner. But if a weapon were to be forged using this paper after all, it would undoubtedly turn out to be yet another incredible masterpiece. But the very next moment, the blacksmith began to have doubts again. He said he wouldn't do it because such a weapon would violate all the tenets of the blacksmith's craft. But then Ronan declared that there was no need to worry so much because this item would not harm him in any way. Ronan promised he would explain everything to the blacksmith, but first asked him to answer a question. Even while refusing to forge this weapon, the blacksmith actually dreams of creating a masterpiece. It's impossible to hide the truth with such an open face. Even the mere thought of creating the masterpiece of his life with this paper makes the blacksmith's mouth water with temptation. So Ronan urges the man not to hold back and to give in to his desires. And so Ronan tried to tempt the blacksmith and persuade him to honestly admit that he dreams of turning this material into a dangerous weapon. And now the smithy was shaking with loud shouts, and Dedekind was certain that the young man had brought some extraordinary object, given the blacksmith's intense reaction. Ronan confirmed that he had brought a little something, and was certain that even Werewolf would be shocked when he saw the result. Ronan looked around and, not seeing his girlfriend, asked where Adeshin was. She'd probably been taken to meet the villagers. It turned out that the other craftsmen had spotted her. They'd started giving her advice, telling her that a different weapon would suit her better, and now she was having a hard time. Ronan noticed that the werewolf had some kind of strange box hanging around her neck, and it clearly didn't look like a necklace. Dedekind had been waiting for the young man to ask about it and began to explain, saying that it was a space-time storage device and a playback device. It allows you to capture any moment and replay it with just the press of a button. Dedekind was very proud to own such an item and asked if Ronan wanted to see how it worked. The young man listened carefully to everything. Dedekind told him about the camera and then asked to borrow it for a few minutes, saying that he needed something just like it to lure him to Dinar. It was late at night, and at that very moment, a young man stood all alone in the middle of the forest. He wasn't pleased when he saw the young man standing before him, who was surprised that Shulipen was training at night like a true hard worker. But Shulipen wasn't in the mood for jokes. He wanted to know why Ronan had summoned him here. Had he finally decided to make up for the missed sparring sessions? Ronan replied that it really would be a great idea, but today he had come here for a completely different reason. Ronan held out his hand to his fiercest rival and said he was offering Shulipen a partnership. Ronan said he was heading to a dangerous place, and Shulipen was the only one who could go there with him. But Shulipen thought this was just more nonsense, so unless it had something to do with sparring, he would refuse. But Ronan had expected exactly that kind of response. So he pulled out some kind of glowing object and asked if Shulipen would regret turning him down. The young Senor of Grancia shielded his face from the bright light and couldn't understand where this wondrous light was coming from or how such a thing was even possible. And so in the desolate region of the Empire's southwest, near Carlisle, two young warriors stood atop a mountain. Ronan looked around. Here, as always, it was a veritable inferno. Who would have thought he'd return here of his own free will? After that, the young man once again thanked Lord Shulipen for agreeing to accompany him to such a dangerous place. Shulipen replied that it was an excellent place to gain real combat experience, and besides, he hoped Ronan would keep his word. As soon as their journey was over, Ronan was to give Shulipen that little item. Ronan reached into his inner pocket, patting it, and said that everything was right there and that Shulipen could always count on him. Ronan had prepared a top-quality bait, that is, an incredibly special gift for which he was willing to do anything. It was a set of 8 photographs featuring the beautiful Iral. What else could a young man in love dream of, if not photographs he could gaze at practically around the clock? Ronan decided not to give him the photos, choosing to save the thrill for the end of the trip, especially since they'd have to walk through the desert for a couple of days now. For now, Shulipen could only dream of the photos. But as he looked around, the young man said that this place only seemed lifeless and peaceful. In reality, it wasn't like that at all. Not only did the smell of death hang in the air, but the remains of bodies were scattered everywhere. And this was indeed the reality, because Carlisle is the place where everyone who seeks the magical stones of Mount Dinar ends up. More often than not, this is where their journey ends. There are two options: either regroup to try finding the stone again, or settle in this region and become bandits in the hope of getting your hands on the magic stones. More often than not, that's exactly what happens. These bandits are filthy, vile, and cunning, so it's best to nip them in the bud if you happen to encounter them in this area. But on the other hand, they're villains who do good by killing other villains. What on earth is this? But suddenly, Shulipen drew his sword and began doing something incomprehensible. He closed his eyes, pressed his face against the sword, and began to channel his mana. As a result, the young man said that about 30 people were currently hiding around them. Ronan asked what on earth his companion was thinking, using his sword's chi energy in broad daylight. The boys stood atop the mountain and watched a powerful energy storm swirling like a tornado in the middle of the desert. As it swept across the terrain, bandits emerged from various hiding spots and scattered in all directions. Ronan looked at his companion in surprise, and the latter said that unfortunately more bandits than he'd expected had dodged his attack, so he needed to go and deal with them personally. It finally dawned on Ronan that his companion had sensed the bandits from such a great distance, and moreover had even managed to strike the first blow against them. Shulipen didn't consider this anything supernatural. He explained that one could amplify their senses using mana. It was a simple, basic technique available to absolutely anyone. Shulipen hoped that Ronan had no trouble with this, and that he too knew how to do it. But Ronan understood perfectly well that he had just witnessed something unimaginable. At first, the attack looked like an ordinary sword strike, but gradually it transformed into such a powerful tornado that it was able to attack a large number of opponents at once. It turned out that Shulipen had managed to condense the power of the storm sword into concentrated chi and unleash it upon his opponent. Ronan knew that during their last battle, Shulipen hadn't possessed such an ability. It seems the young man really hadn't wasted any time and had become much stronger since then. Ronan watched Shulipen with great affection and interest. He was usually quite skeptical, but situations like this made many things clear. Now Ronan was certain that this duke would reach the pinnacle of the art of swordsmanship and become a saint of the sword. Just 5 minutes before Shulipen's storm-like sword attack began, a man stood on the mountain looking through a telescope. He had spotted two strangers on the neighboring mountain and now eagerly wanted to report this to his companions. The bandit believed that such wonderful, neat, and young kids were perfect for being robbed blind. The scout for the bandit gang known as the Red Desert reported over the radio that two gentlemen of respectable appearance were directly ahead, both armed with swords. This was excellent news. It seemed that some young nobles had come here to practice the art of swordsmanship. So the bandits decided this was a perfect opportunity to give these young men a proper welcome. First, they'll chop off their limbs and send them to the young men's families to demand a ransom. And then they'd rob them blind and throw them to the sandworms to be eaten. The leader of the Red Desert Bandit gang, a man named Khan, was very pleased with this plan and approved its implementation. The man ordered his men to get ready, because the time had finally come to return to their main line of work after a long hiatus. But the man didn't have time to say after a long what, because Khan saw a mass of cold energy flying toward them. At first, the bandits had no idea what was happening, but when they realized it was a tornado, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Han ordered his men to quickly line up behind him, duck down, and try to hide. But of course, not all of the villains managed to survive the tornado that Shulipen unleashed upon them. Pip, the gang scout, couldn't believe his eyes as he looked through his spyglass. It turned out that the kids had activated some kind of magical spell against them. The man looked through the spyglass once more, but couldn't figure out where those two had gone, since just a moment ago they'd been on the cliff. But in the very next instant, the man didn't even have time to figure anything out, because his head was severed by Ronan's sword. The boys moved calmly through the desert, clearing the area. Everything was exactly as Shulipen had said. They approached the cliff and saw that, unfortunately, there were more surviving villains than they had thought at first glance. However, Ronan was very pleased with this opportunity. He believed the situation could work in his favor because he needed to test something. Ronan told his friend that he could take a break now. He would handle the enemies himself. They were just the right ones to test his new weapon on. Shulipen replied that this was more or less what he'd imagined, that something unusual was about to happen. Ronan didn't want to give anything away ahead of time, and simply added that Master Doron had created something unusual. Ronan himself was looking forward to it, so Shulipen could enjoy it as the very first extremely lucky spectator. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. The gangsters were eagerly waiting to see their opponents. They realized that these guys weren't even scared when they saw how many of them there were. Ronan also decided not to drag things out, so he planned to land a few well-placed strikes. A huge hole instantly appeared in one of the gangsters, through which one could clearly see a bright future. That's exactly what the villain's accomplices did, staring in horror at the hole in their friend's chest. The next moment, several more gang members found themselves missing limbs. They were flooding the desert with blood and screaming loudly. Ronan assessed the scale of his attack and agreed that he'd made a pretty good first impression. The bandits were stunned by the devastating power of this attack, and Ronan was pleased, for he had always said that a good weapon was very important. Ronan also hoped for good cooperation. In his hand was a knife called enro, which was not only very sharp but also very powerful. The young man surmised that due to its unusual materials, this dagger not only had an unusual aura, but also a considerable weight, so it would take some time to get used to it. The thugs had finally recovered from their initial shock and were now ready to join the fight, or more precisely, to let Ronan practice his attacks with his new weapon. The very first thug was sliced vertically in half. Ronan noted the dagger's exceptional sharpness and how comfortably it fit in his hand. The next time, two thugs lunged at him at once, so he had to strike twice. Ronan didn't even bother to turn around to check what had happened to his opponents. It was obvious anyway. The remaining thugs realized the situation was serious. They couldn't let their guard down or lose their vigilance, or they'd die right then and there. The villains decided not to scatter, but, on the contrary, to stick together and cover each other. The men hoped that, in this case, the unknown killer wouldn't be able to get to them. Ronan praised the gangster for his quick thinking. It was immediately clear that this villain had serious experience. The rank-and-file thugs watched as the deputy commander was killed in an instant, unable to put up any resistance. Then general panic broke out, and it turned into a complete bloodbath, with severed arms, legs, fingers, and heads flying through the air. All the while, the gang leader Khan remained hidden behind his massive shield. He watched the events unfold from a distance and was furious. Han's fury grew with every passing moment. He couldn't understand how this young upstart dared to lay a hand on his ferocious gang. Whoever he was, the boy had clearly picked the wrong opponent, and now he would find out what had happened to all those insolent fools who had stood up to them until now. Every single one of them had been turned to mincemeat upon colliding with his blood-stained shield, and afterward they'd been devoured by the desert hyenas. And now Khan had announced that he would turn Ronan and the young man standing on the hill into mush. Ronan had been eagerly awaiting this attack, and with just a light touch of his knife against the blood-stained shield, the massive object crumbled into tiny pieces. The bandit leader was horrified when he saw that the blood-stained shield, made of the finest steel, looked as if it were made of wood. Han tried to figure out when the attack had been launched against him, and it turned out it had happened just as he himself was about to attack. And now, having realized the full extent of the situation, Khan, the leader of the bandit gang, took off running for his life into the desert. Ronan watched the fleeing bandit and noted that Khan was quick on the uptake, but he couldn't be left alive because he would start looting again. To deal with the fleeing bandits, to get rid of all this trash, so to speak, Ronan decided to use a special ability. The gang leader, Khan, tried to escape as quickly as possible. He decided to think about where this monster with a knife had come from some other time. The man thought he needed to return to camp, gather the remaining men, and rally neighboring gangs for a joint attack. And just then, a knife thrown by Ronan plunged into the ground right in front of the fleeing men. The bandits recognized the stranger's dagger, but thought he had missed. However, a web immediately began to spread out from the dagger. The bandits sensed that some kind of magic had burst forth from the dagger, and now their legs were entangled and they couldn't move. Ronan thought to himself that the old blacksmith was a true genius. He had said it would be possible to conserve mana and use abilities from a distance. The bandits stood in the middle of the desert as if paralyzed, unable to move their arms or legs, while an imaginary giant spider loomed over them. All they wanted was one thing: mercy. But this wasn't the kind of situation where they'd get it. When it was all over, the guys looked around and assessed the damage caused by the Ymir knife. This dagger had several interesting abilities. You could infuse it with mana to use it from a distance. It was clear that the dagger was made of unusual materials, but Ronan said it was a trade secret and he couldn't go into details, though there really was something interesting about it. Meanwhile, while the guys were talking, Sita gathered all the blood mana that was in the vicinity. Ronan praised the bird, saying that her blood magic abilities had improved significantly since their last meeting. The young man realized that Sita hadn't just been having fun with Ophelia, and that the bird might soon become even stronger than him. But Shulipen had one more question regarding the battle he'd witnessed. He wanted to know about the restraining technique Ronan had demonstrated. The young man saw that the range and power of this technique were, of course, different, but the aura clearly belonged to the traitor Dolan. Shulipen wasn't worried that his friend had mastered this aura. The problem was that the aura was just like the traitor's. Ronan was very pleased to hear this question. He always enjoyed talking with intelligent warriors, so the young man promised to tell him everything along the way, since the guys had a long journey ahead of them. Night fell, and the boys set up camp. They lit a fire and continued their conversation. Shulipen now knew that his friend had survived his encounter with Bajura. Of course, it had been very dangerous, but Ronan had absolutely no regrets, because now, thanks to Bajura, he was capable of certain things. Ronan asked how Shion Granchia's younger sister was doing. The young man hoped her condition had stabilized. Shulipen replied that all the experts had examined her and confirmed that there were no problems. But she kept going on and on about Ronan and Elizabeth, calling them her saviors and heroes. In addition, for some reason, she calls Akalawachia her older sister, which is of course very strange given the mutual animosity between the families. Shulipen personally listened to his younger sister's stories, and it seemed to him that she held a one-sided admiration for Elizabeth. Although the young man didn't see this as a major problem, perhaps, on the contrary, it was a good opportunity to bridge the deep rifts between these two great families. After that, the young man felt a little embarrassed, but he cleared his throat anyway and thanked Ronan for saving his sister. Such kind words, of course, touched Ronan, but that still wasn't enough for him to simply hand Shulipen the photos of the beautiful woman. Shulipen was practically furious. Did Ronan really still not trust him? If he thought Shulipen would just take the photos and walk away? However, the two guys didn't have time to enjoy their evening together, because at that very moment, a huge bird was flying high above them in the sky, screeching loudly. It was unclear, perhaps it was seeking help and rescue, or maybe on the contrary, it was supposed to attack the guys. But the bird didn't reach them. Instead, it fell right in the middle of the desert. Shulipen thought it was some kind of attack, and that a monster would come running toward them at any moment. But Ronan realized that, judging by the loud sound of the crash, they needed to go check it out. Soon the boys reached the crash site and saw a huge stone bird. It was completely baffling why a feathered predator, which the inhabitants of Danar usually used as a means of transportation, was here. On top of that, the stone bird was covered in wounds, which meant the situation was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Soon the guys looked under its wings and saw a real child, alive, but unconscious. Sita immediately sprang into action, activating her healing magic. Both the bird and the child had sustained significant injuries and damage, so the recovery process was slow. The child regained consciousness and remembered his brother, as well as his hometown engulfed in flames and the giant bird. The older brother placed Grom on the back of the last stone bird and ordered him to fly away and save himself. The boy cried and said he wanted to fight too, but his older brother told him not to act like a little child. The man said that Grom had to survive. For now, that was the only thing he should focus on. The frightened child didn't want to fly away and leave his family behind, but no one listened to him, and the bird was already ordered to fly away as quickly as possible before they arrived. But it turned out to be too late, because at that very moment, a man in a white cloak, riding a giant beast, approached them. He said that the time had come to get rid of the leeches that had latched onto the land of the stars. Before he died, the man shouted that there was no time to waste. He ordered Gas to take Grom away from there immediately. The man in the cloak had an iron whip made of very sharp links, which he used to cut people to pieces. The bird was ordered to fly away, while the boy stared at his brother until the very last moment. He didn't want to leave him here alone. And now, finally, the child came to his senses. Zita's treatment had helped him, but the boy was too frightened. He saw two figures above him who did not look friendly at all. They were relieved that the boy was alive. It's unclear what the poor child imagined, but he began to scream loudly, telling the strangers not to come near him. Ronan took the boy by the hand and tried to calm him down and explained that they weren't enemies, while the boy demanded that they leave his brother alone. Finally, the boy calmed down a little and looked around. He realized that the people around him were ordinary folk, and Ronan asked him to explain what had happened. He was certain that the boy hadn't ended up with them by chance. And then the boy began to tell them about the terrible tragedy that had happened a couple of days earlier. Late at night, monsters appeared in the city. They emerged unexpectedly as if from beneath the ground. The local warriors' instincts told them that the monsters were very dangerous, and everyone who was able went out to defend the town. And although the valiant warriors attacked the strangers in an attempt to drive them away, it turned out to be completely pointless and futile. For a woman in a white cloak, wielding a metal whip, killed absolutely every warrior, not a single one survived. All of Danar's warriors are skilled fighters who have been battling since childhood, risking their lives to the very end, all to protect their tribe from the harsh desert. In terms of strength, they are on par with elite knights, even in his past life. It wasn't easy for Ronan to fight them. Because of them, a mission that was supposed to take no more than 3 days dragged on, but it turned out there was a monster even they couldn't handle. Ronan questioned the boy about who exactly had attacked them and what they looked like, but the child replied that he didn't know. All the warriors had been killed before they could find out anything. The only thing the child could say was that those villains were covered in white cloth and used a strange power that made them invulnerable. They also called themselves those who await the arrival of the star, the Clavier Nebula, and both boys immediately realized they had a very important mission ahead of them. At that moment, the child stood up and thanked them for saving him. He said he would definitely repay them if, of course, he survived, but right now he needed to save his brother. The boy advised the young men to return the way they came if they didn't want to die, and Ronan couldn't believe that this child was planning to return to Danar all by himself. The boy confirmed that this was indeed the case, because he too was a warrior of Danar, but he couldn't take outsiders there because it was a dangerous place. But to be completely honest, the boy thought both guys were really skinny and total wimps, and if they went with him, they'd definitely die. And the boy didn't want them to go and die, so they needed to get out of there while they still could. It would be better to go back home, and he didn't want any unnecessary casualties. But before the boy could finish speaking, some terrifying stone beast with a demonic gaze suddenly appeared beside him. And of course it would have torn the child to pieces in a matter of seconds if Shulipen hadn't stopped the attack and Ronan hadn't pulled the boy aside. And now a battle had broken out between this mysterious mythical beast and the young people. Shulipen realized that an armored beast had no business being here in a desert full of sand, and that something was clearly wrong. The boy was very frightened, and he said that this was one of those armored monsters that had been near the women in white. The boy didn't understand why these monsters were here, but Ronan was certain they had come for the child, and now, once again, everyone was convinced that cultists could be very annoying. The boy said this wasn't the time for heart-to-hearts. The guys had better run right now, because this monster's claws had sliced through countless warriors. Shulipen had already engaged the armored beast in combat, and he was moving at a very high speed. Ronan realized that they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to, and the boy was very frightened again. He began to apologize for putting the guys in danger. Ronan watched his companion fight and couldn't understand what kind of ridiculous footwork that was. It was as if he were watching Shulipen during a midterm exam. Shulipen was very pleased with how quickly he was dodging and attacking. The boy gradually realized that these guys weren't just students. Shulipen smiled as he recalled himself during midterms, when he had been so inexperienced that he couldn't even handle the speed. And that's when he made the stupidest choice possible. He stuck his sword into the ground and did something that nearly killed them both. But now, all that was in the past. Shulipen thrust his sword into the ground once more and began gathering mana for an attack. The boy was simply shocked when he saw the enormous tornado that had sucked the armored beast into it. The boy didn't know what it was. It was the first time he'd encountered a force powerful enough to cause a giant armored beast to crumble under external forces. And the giant beast was indeed already feeling absolutely awful. And when almost nothing was left of it, some sort of cylinder fell out of its mouth. Ronan told the beast that the spectacle had certainly been very exciting, but it was important to understand that all of this could get tiresome, and so the game was now over. Ronan cut open the explosive charge, and a powerful blast tore the armored beast into tiny pieces and incinerated everything around it. Ronan looked at the boy and asked what the child thought of him. Did he still consider him a weakling? A woman in a white cloak came to report to her master that Commander Yuri was having some kind of trouble because communication had been cut off with the little beast that had chased after the runaway boy. But everyone understands that this armored creature could not have been killed by a local child or his stone bird. And that means the guests they'd already heard so much about have arrived in this region. Soon they'll be able to find out for sure. Furthermore, their organization will soon know whether that boy is a candidate for the baptism of starlight. And now the giant stone bird, its health fully restored, was carrying not only the boy but also two unexpected guests on its back. The armored beast they fought in the desert is a true killing machine. It's very fast and possesses a powerful body that conceals a strange weapon. But at the same time, all the local inhabitants of Danar could easily have dealt with such beasts, so there is only one reason why they were killed. Most likely, someone from the upper echelons of the Clavier Nebula is currently in this region. Shulipen's attack succeeded only because this beast was unmanned and not covered by its defenses. But it's clear that the situation could change in the future, and they won't be able to deal with an armored beast so quickly and easily. Ronan began questioning Grom about the attackers who had been right in the town. One of them controlled the armored beasts, but Ronan wanted information about the second one, what special weapons or equipment he had. The boy said he knew practically nothing about it. The one who controlled the beasts had taken out all the warriors. The second one was simply standing in the distance at that moment, watching everything unfold, and he wasn't doing anything at all. The boys realized that with so little information, they couldn't gauge the second man's strength, but unfortunately there was nothing they could do about it. So there was only one option left: to meet him in person. When the young men reached the city and walked through its streets, they were simply shocked by the scene that greeted them. The young men had expected the situation to be difficult, but they hadn't imagined it would be this serious. All the streets were flooded with blood and littered with the bodies of slain warriors. Ronan instructed Sita to search for survivors, but it turned out that no one had survived this bloody carnage. With each such situation, it became increasingly clear that these people were willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Yet they weren't just mindless fools who killed everyone indiscriminately. Perhaps they wanted to ensure that information about them wasn't revealed, which is why they killed absolutely everyone. On the other hand, this wasn't the time to worry about that. Ronan already understood that the events unfolding now were different from those of his past life. Could there really have been something in this city that needed to be eliminated immediately? Even at the risk of being exposed, Ronan took even greater care to protect the child, who turned out to be the sole survivor of his entire people. Soon all the boys sensed danger approaching, and suddenly, as if out of nowhere, someone appeared. He snatched the child and took off running. Ronan immediately tried to attack the stranger, but it was too late. Shulipen also grabbed his sword to stop the villain, but a smoke bomb exploded right in front of him, and in an instant the entire square was filled with smoke, obscuring everything. Taking advantage of this diversion, the stranger sped away, clutching the screaming child close to him. Ronan and Shulipen were furious that the villain had tricked them and managed to snatch the boy right from under their noses. The guys were closing in on the fugitive at full speed. They didn't pay attention to exactly where they were going or which way they were heading. The main thing was not to lose sight of the villain and the child. The villain, of course, sensed that he wouldn't be able to escape, and now he was using the steel blades in his fist. He hurled these steel knives at the men catching up to him, but of course Ronan quickly dealt with the attack. On the other hand, the young man immediately sensed that each of these daggers weighed nearly a metric ton. In his past life, Ronan had never encountered such mastery of dagger throwing. Even after anticipating the movements and reacting, Ronan and Shulipen couldn't keep up with the stranger's speed. It was clear that this was a very unusual guy, and of course the boy named Grom was in grave danger. Grom had no intention of giving up. He screamed loudly and hysterically, demanding to be released and vowing to kill this traitor who was in cahoots with the invaders. The boy demanded to be released because he wanted to avenge his brother's murder. But then, unexpectedly, the man shoved him aside and asked why he had returned. Grom was in tears and said that he had come for revenge. He would do it with his own hands, avenge his brother and the other warriors, and then their tribe's honor would be fully restored. Suddenly, the stranger in the cloak left Grom on the ground, turned around, and walked away. The boy didn't understand what was happening. But before the man in the cloak could explain anything, Ronan approached him, and a fight broke out between the two men. The stranger was surprised that they had found and caught up with him so quickly, and Ronan said that this guy had even made him break a sweat. While the men were exchanging blows, Shulipen also arrived at the scene of the fight, ready to join the fray. The stranger noted that these boys were very young, yet they had already reached the level of warriors. Completely out of the blue, Grom jumped to his feet and began shielding the stranger in the cloak with his own body. He asked his companions not to fight. Ronan and Shulipin didn't understand what was happening, but the boys shouted that this man was not their enemy. Soon Grom explained everything as it was. It turned out that this was his brother, named Fierce Hurricane. In a past life, Ronan had taken part in a reconnaissance mission in the Carlisle Desert. What tormented them most on that occasion was neither the arid desert climate nor the deranged bandits, but the true rulers of that desert. They were the warriors of Dinar, and among them Frenzied Hurricane stood out for his exceptional strength and ferocity. Once, he addressed the warriors and said that the men were very capable, especially their leader. No one in their tribe could match him. The man wanted to know the commander's name, and Ronan realized he could not refuse this dying wish, so he revealed his name. Fierce Hurricane said that he was the one who had inherited a great name from his ancestors, stood guard over these lands, and was the strongest warrior of Dinar. In his past life, Ronan never found out which of them was stronger because he received an order to return, and the warriors stopped fighting. And now Ronan could not even imagine that he would come to this place and face the Fierce Hurricane again. The boy not only stopped the fight, but also explained to his brother that these were the benefactors who had saved him. They were allies who had come to help them. Thunder said that these guys were extraordinarily strong. They had very quickly destroyed one of the armored beasts used by the invaders, and they'd done it with a single blow. Of course, such information could not fail to interest the Frenzied Hurricane. The man looked at Ronan and realized that, thanks to his magic, the attacks didn't affect him, but the beast's speed was beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. And these youngsters had managed to defeat the armored beasts. The world had truly gone mad. The man realized that if his brother's words were true, then he had committed a grave offense that needed to be rectified immediately. Frenzied Hurricane bowed deeply to the young men. He apologized for his reaction and thanked them for saving his younger brother. It was already dark when the group finally approached their destination in the mountains. Inside was a huge cave where the tribe's survivors and wounded members had taken shelter. All the men of the tribe had injuries of varying severity, but they were surprised to see that Grom was alive and for some unknown reason had returned. The men feared that someone had captured Grom and forcibly brought him back, but the boy reassured them, saying that he was fine and very happy to see that they were alive. Ronan asked how it was that they had managed to survive. Judging by the story they'd heard, the situation hadn't seemed conducive to survival, so now Ronan wanted to know how they'd managed to escape. But it turned out that the men themselves didn't understand it either. After Grom flew away, the warriors fought the invaders with all their might and were prepared to die. But the determination of all the tribe's warriors was nothing compared to the overwhelming power of the invaders. It looked as if ants were facing off against an elephant, and of course the battle was a lost cause from the start. Frenzied Hurricane felt that they would all be killed, but there were no other options. The women who controlled them were riding on the backs of the armored beasts. But completely out of the blue, as if on cue, the invaders simply stopped and vanished. And now all of Dinar's warriors realized that they survived only because of the villain's whim. After that, the warriors found all the survivors in the village and brought them all to this cave. But there's a limit to everything. There are wounded warriors, the elderly, and children here. Those who haven't been training can't wait any longer, so the warriors will soon finish reorganizing here and evacuate all the civilians in the region. After that, they'll set out to deal with the invaders. And although Ronan wasn't sure the guys would be able to win, the warriors said they hadn't been taught to live like dogs with their tails tucked between their legs out of fear. However, due to their stubbornness, they cannot sacrifice the weak. After that, the Frenzied Hurricane held out his fist to the boys and said he had a request for them. In his fist lay the magical stone of Daikara, because the man assumed that the boys had come to this region specifically for it. Fierce Hurricane promised to give them this enormous magic stone if they would take Grom and the others and leave this place. And the warriors would hold off the invaders here, even at the cost of their own lives. Ronan was so moved by this tribe's sad story that he was on the verge of tears and said he didn't want it to end this way. Frenzied Hurricane couldn't understand why this guy wouldn't agree. Where was his warrior's pride? Ronan confirmed that they had indeed come here for the magic stone, but besides that, they had a score to settle with the fanatics, so they weren't going to just walk away. On top of that, Ronan had some great news. He could easily destroy that annoying force that was nullifying all the warriors' attacks. Ronan told the guys that he'd already killed a couple of those fanatics, Ronan asked Hurricane to hide the magic stone for now. Once they dealt with the fanatics, they'd take the magic stone as payment. The frenzied Hurricane escorted the guys to the center of the settlement. He still didn't believe they would keep their promise and hoped that Ronan hadn't lied. The young man didn't believe that the boy could break the fanatics' evil spells. Ronan said it was the absolute truth. He had no reason to lie about this. And besides, he'd already proven himself when he slew the Iron Panther. Hurricane agreed that continuing to doubt the boys would be downright shameless. So now he wanted to explain something. The warrior explained that this was the land his tribe had defended for generations. He also led the guys to a place where no one except members of the Dinar tribe could enter. It's called the Center. Ronan took in the temple at a glance and said it looked more magnificent than the imperial palace. It was hard to believe such a place could exist in a gorge. Hurricane himself didn't know any details, but this temple had stood there for a very long time. In general, the tribe's warriors knew nothing except that they must defend it with their lives until the day of the oath. The current invaders were different from all other outsiders. They had absolutely no interest in magical stones. And if they had come to these lands in search of something, then they could have only one goal, and that goal was this temple. Hurricane was certain that the villains were behind those doors, and soon the boys heard a voice confirming that they were absolutely right. A girl was sitting above the temple's entrance. She said that for a savage, Hurricane was very smart. After that, the villainess greeted all the guys and announced that her name was Uriah. Ronan immediately sized up the stranger, who had the typical look of a cult follower and a crazy expression that perfectly completed the picture. Moreover, one glance at the expression on frenzied Hurricane's face made it clear that she was the one. This villainess named Uriah was behind the murders of all the members of his tribe, and now she wanted to know if they were the very scoundrels she was looking for. She was referring to the guys who had very recently destroyed her beloved armored panther. After all, they had no idea how upset she'd been back then. It takes a great deal of resources to craft a single beast like that. But now Uriah realized that it was indeed them, and suddenly the ground beneath the guy's feet began to shake as if during an earthquake. A powerful explosion erupted from beneath the ground, because Uriah had summoned her beloved spiky beast to punish the scoundrels. And now, standing before the boys in all its glory, was a huge and terrifying iron beast. Frenzied Hurricane warned the boys to be careful, because many warriors had been killed by this monster. It isn't as fast as the panther monster, but because of its enormous size, it deals massive damage and destroys everything around it. In addition, the monster is encased in very sturdy armor. It fires its spikes, which are coated in deadly poison, at its target. Just a single scratch is enough to kill you. It all looked absolutely disgusting, and Ronan was eagerly anticipating the fight. The fact that the villainess uses a blessing speaks volumes about her place in the hierarchy, meaning she's no mere subordinate. Everyone who had used a blessing before was a very powerful villain. They were defeated mainly because of their carelessness and inattention. So this time he needed to proceed more cautiously. By all accounts, Uriah was a very formidable opponent. Right at the start of the duel, Ronan knew practically nothing about his opponent's strength. He first needed to assess the overall situation. The young man turned to Uriah, saying that they probably wouldn't have time later, but right now he'd like to ask her a question. Ronan said that the associates he'd met earlier didn't like to operate in the open, but this time the stakes were too high, given the scale of the destruction and killings. Ronan wanted to know exactly what the villains from the Clavier Nebula were after, and Uriah was very surprised to hear that such a young boy knew so much about their organization. Ronan continued, saying that he believed that if two bigwigs had been sent here, it was for a reason. The villainess realized that the young man had dug up enough information about them, but if he was so curious, she would explain, especially since she had nothing to hide. Uriah asked if they were familiar with the feeling of going to bed while an annoying insect flies and buzzes right next to your ear. It might seem like a trifle, but it's incredibly infuriating. In short, there are things in this world whose very existence drives them to the brink of madness. For the leadership of the Nebula, Dinar is such a place, it's incredibly infuriating and irritating. That's why Yuri and her followers have now been ordered to wipe Dinar off the face of the earth. The girl said she'd be happy to explain something else to them, but she doesn't know anything else, and she couldn't care less anyway. Uriah took part in carrying out the order only because her colleague who had come here was more interested in some heart or other. As for her, she was very interested in the unexpected guests, and in general, Uriah believed that the local barbarians should be thanking her. The reason the tribe is still alive lies simply in the curiosity of one colleague, but the girl had no intention of saying more. She said that now her prickly hedgehog would avenge the panther's murder, and indeed the enormous beast shed its poisonous quills. They were rapidly closing in on the three warriors, intent on piercing their bodies and destroying them. Ronan was furious after hearing the villainess's story. He couldn't understand how she dared to treat human lives that way. Shulipen also used his abilities and launched an attack on the armored monster. Yuria was still standing on the giant beast's head while the boys tried to attack it. Soon she noticed with surprise that the energy from Shulipen's sword was strong enough to push her hedgehog back, but that way he wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. But soon the sword's energy swirled and turned into a tornado, which crashed down on the hedgehog and tore it to shreds. Although Yuria was unpleasantly surprised, she still knew how to admire a beautiful duel. She realized that the sword's energy had turned into a storm, or more precisely, that the storm itself was contained within the sword. But in reality, Yuria was thinking about just how strong this boy was. He had destroyed the monster with a single blow without even using a blessing. Yuria told the boy that he was much more aggressive than he seemed at first glance, and now she understood perfectly why her panther had perished. At that moment, Frenzied Hurricane decided to use Danar-style weapon throwing. He unleashed a devastating strike, sending daggers hurtling through the air, and the girl said she'd almost forgotten about the barbarian. Hurricane attacked her quite effectively, and although she had promised not to use her blessing, she now had no choice. Yuria cast her blessing, and now a terrifying energy radiated from her, designed to prevent the guys from attacking properly. Moreover, for the first time in a long while, Yuria was forced to change her appearance, and now Yuria would fully enjoy the battle at full strength. The guys realized that the villain had fused with her iron beast, and now looked like a real monster. Shulipen had destroyed only a part of this monster, but it turned out that she seemed to have been waiting for and wanting exactly that. She needed to use parts of the armored beast to complete her form. Frenzied Hurricane was very alarmed. He told the foreigners that he had never seen anything like this before. Furthermore, the young man wanted to warn them that this whip was an unusual weapon. And at that moment, the young man could have died, because the whip was about to cut him to pieces. But Ronan proved to be quick and agile. He literally carried Hurricane out of the line of fire in his arms. The iron whip flew all the way to the nearest rock and shattered it into tiny pieces. The frenzied Hurricane had no idea what was happening in their previous battle. The villainess hadn't possessed such strength or speed. Most likely she had simply been hiding her strength, and now Yuri was reveling in her power. Her arms and legs were tools for doing the dirty work. But they were also equipment that enhanced the girl's abilities, even though she didn't resort to using them very often. The thing is, she simply doesn't like the way they look. They leave much to be desired. But at the same time, these items multiply her strength several times over. However, until now, no one had ever been able to dodge her attack, which meant that these young people were very talented. But Yuria refused to accept this fact, and of course wanted to destroy her rivals right then and there. She charged at the guys, slashing everything around her as she tried to hit them. She called them worthless bastards who were only trying too hard just to stay alive. Yuria believed that these worms weren't even worth her time. This was the lowest of the low, and so the villainess simply couldn't accept it and was furious at having to fight this battle. Yuria was summoned and told that the man who had taken an interest in her said she might lose if she didn't use the blessing. Yuria was upset that he had made such an insulting assumption. And then Yuria was promised, if she defeated the guys without the blessing, she would receive a recommendation, and now she had to win at any cost. The fact is that a recommendation for the position of Lycophos of the Sacred Sword of the Stars is her current dream. Therefore, the guys need to stop resisting and just die, thereby laying the groundwork for her honorable promotion in the hierarchy. Ronan hadn't really been paying attention to the Lycophos or whatever other nonsense she was always going on about, but he'd already drawn a few conclusions. This psychopath was undergoing some kind of test. That's why she's trying to defeat the guys without a blessing, which means that attacks from two strong warriors will definitely have an effect on her. On top of that, the girl is so intoxicated by her own power that she looks down on the guys. Most likely, she's never felt like she was in danger before because she's always relied on the blessing. Perhaps that's exactly why Yuri won't be able to assess the situation correctly and react appropriately. Ronan easily parried the attack from the iron whip and deflected it back in the opposite direction. And so the villain was completely caught off guard when her own metal whip pierced her face. The fact was that Yuri's technique lacked precision. And although it was just a guess, Ronan realized he was right. Compared to the speed and power of the attack, Yuria's techniques were far from ideal. Ronan believed that her position and high status required something more than just combat prowess. To be more precise, the kind of strength that is truly recognized must be entirely different. For some, it was the art of swordsmanship, as was the case with Brygia, for example. Ronan had already begun to mock his rival. He said that other followers achieved fame through their ability to craft equipment. But by all accounts, without that iron armor, even children could kill Yuri. And if that's really the case, then the guys don't need to waste much time on Yuri, and they can just walk away, because Ronan can handle her on his own. Those words, of course, were meant to provoke Yuri, and she was furious that some snotty-nosed kid who didn't know his place was insulting her. But now she's going to smash him right against the wall, because no one in her life has ever dared to talk to her like that. Ronan didn't budge, but Sita, a tiny fledgling, the young of the bird of dreams, managed to calmly erect a wall of blood between the boy and the villainess. Yuria hadn't expected to face vampire blood magic in this duel. She couldn't understand how the young man could possess such power. Ronan wasn't the greedy type, so he immediately explained that it was all thanks to his little partner. However, it was time to end this battle. And as if hearing those words and taking them as a signal to begin their attack, Shulipen and the frenzied hurricane rushed at Yuria. Blood magic enveloped the entire whip and wouldn't let go, so the villainess released the whip and decided to focus solely on defense. Yuria was certain that these guys wouldn't be able to pierce the armor she had created. So she wasn't even particularly surprised when she realized that the guys had managed to break through her defensive armor after all. The girl wasn't very smart, nor for that matter, very strong. So she told the guys that they weren't supposed to break through the armor. Ronan was quite impatient, like everyone else. He was already tired of this fight, so the next moment he attacked Yuria with his sword. Blood gushed from the villainess's body. She no longer asked how it had happened. She simply gasped and let out death rattles. Ronan decided that the fierce hurricane would want to bring this duel to a final conclusion with his own hands. The young man admitted that he had been waiting for this moment with great impatience and eagerness, and now he would savor his revenge for all his fallen kin. The young man pinned the villainess to the ground and raised his dagger above her. But Yuria kept screaming that the filthy barbarian dared not touch her. But soon the girl saw her reflection in the blade of the sharp dagger. For the deaths of innocent people caused by Yuria's insane actions, she would pay with her own life, and the frenzied hurricane pierced her body with his dagger. Before she died completely, the young man asked her once more why she had spared part of his tribe. Fierce Hurricane knew that this villainess was hiding something and not telling the whole truth. He said, if the girl didn't want to suffer even more pain, she should hurry up and tell the truth. Yuria, as expected, was a true die-hard fan, so she stuck out her tongue and said she didn't want to tell him anything. Because a true great follower of the star path would never bow to mere pain, so the barbarian could do whatever he wanted. And just before her death, Yuria began to regret something. She was deeply upset that she hadn't torn her younger brother to pieces. And having listened to all these regrets expressed by the villainess, the frenzied hurricane realized that she wouldn't tell him anything, and there was no point in continuing this conversation with her. The young man had almost plunged his dagger into Yuri's heart when a man in a cloak appeared right beside him and stopped the youth by taking him by the arm. It seemed like some kind of slow-motion black and white movie. Yuria lay on the ground, bleeding to death. Above her stood a warrior with a dagger in his hands, but his arm was being held back by someone in a white cloak. The stranger looked at Yuri and said that things looked very bad indeed. If this continued, treatment would be extremely difficult. All three boys seemed to be hypnotized. They stood silently and motionless, listening to the conversation. The stranger reminded her that this was exactly what he had warned Yuria about, that she should use it if she found herself in danger, because without the blessing of the stars, it would be very difficult to guarantee victory against these opponents. The stranger turned to Yuri and asked if she was satisfied now. Frenzied Hurricane realized that this man had been somewhere nearby the whole time. He had to move. He couldn't give them another chance. Fierce Hurricane decided the moment had come. The villains had let their guard down, but before he could do anything at all, he was thrown aside. The villain, who had tossed him aside as if he were just an ordinary teddy bear, said he was sorry, but that the warrior of Dinar had better step aside. Frenzied Hurricane slammed into the wall so hard that it crumbled into small stones, showering everything around him. It seemed as though the blow had completely knocked the wind out of the frenzied hurricane. Meanwhile, the stranger continued his conversation with Yuria. He couldn't deny that she had failed to earn the title of the sharpest sword which protected him. Yet everyone understood that the girl's will was sacred and dazzling. Yuria understood that her companion knew perfectly well everything would turn out exactly this way, because once again she was merely a tool for his experiment. And the stranger finally removed his hood and looked at the girl with a smile and satisfaction. He thanked Yuria for keeping him company during his research all this time. After that, the young man placed a finger on the girl's head and said that now she could rest in peace. The man hoped she would find peace in the starlight, and a terrible pain pierced Yuria's body, and then her head exploded like a rotten tomato. The stranger was very happy, and one might say satisfied. He gazed at the work of his hands and wiped his bloodied finger with a white handkerchief. After that, he tossed the handkerchief onto the body of his dead assistant and said that due to a series of circumstances, the position of his assistant and head of the department had become vacant, so the men could apply for it. Ronan was already closing in on the stranger, his sword drawn and ready to strike. Shulipen had also infused his sword with chi energy and was ready to engage the villain in battle at once. The companions attacked the stranger simultaneously from both sides, but he continued to stand before them, unmoving. After that, the man said that this wasn't the right place for a serious conversation, so they'd better go somewhere else. He grabbed the guys by their clothes and hurled them simultaneously, just as one might toss little kittens into the middle of a river. And as the guys flew through the air at tremendous speed, the stranger said he wanted to show them something first. The guys felt like tennis balls. They were flying so fast and helplessly, unable to slow down or stop. Eventually, both boys fell to the ground. They realized that their troubles weren't over, and now they were dealing with a villain who had worked alongside Yuri. For some reason, Shulipen glanced at his friend and warned Ronan to be on his guard, because this man was very strong. Shulipen didn't have time to explain exactly what he had seen or sensed when suddenly a strange device, resembling a sundial, appeared before them, and beneath it, some very peculiar furniture. Ronan and Shulipen couldn't believe their eyes and stared intently at the furniture, but then a stranger stopped between them and said that he found it very interesting. If you made furniture out of people known for their stubbornness, what would it be like to sit on it? So the man made himself such a piece of furniture and came to the conclusion that it was actually quite nice, and the guys would agree that this furniture was simply delightful. But then the man remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself, even though they had already spent so much time together. It turned out to be Terranil, who oversees the Holy Southern Diocese in the church. In short, he is a bishop. Terranil looked at the faces of the guys who were still reeling from the sight of the eerie furniture and began to laugh at them. The man guessed that the guys were a little freaked out by the material the sofa was made of, but to the bishop, it was really no different from animal hides. However, he fully understood the young men's unease, but one had to admit that worrying over such trifles was simply pointless. The bishop decided it was time to start a fruitful conversation and spend some precious time together. After all, there's plenty of room on his sofas for absolutely everyone. The bishop was convinced that these sofas, despite their appearance, offered exceptional comfort. But the man didn't get a chance to say anything else, because Shulipen launched his attack and uttered a sacred oath. He swore by the name of the Grantius clan that he would grant peace to the souls in the sofas by taking the bishop's life. Terranil was absolutely thrilled. He watched with admiration at how skillfully the blade of that sword had been forged. Truly, the young lord of the Grantia clan was a very valiant fellow, and even the bishop acknowledged this. Meanwhile, Shulipen was lashing out at everything in sight, trying to land blows, but to no avail. The bishop easily dodged the attacks. He remarked that the young man's spirit was undoubtedly strong and his technique superb. Moreover, even when the young lord's mind was clouded by anger, his blows missed the sofas entirely, which meant the young man possessed an incredibly sharp mind. The villain continued to describe and praise Shulipen's actions with admiration, saying that with such talent, he would surely be able to achieve a great deal. But before the bishop could explain exactly what he would achieve, Ronan was already nearby, ready to attack. Ronan didn't want to listen to all this chatter and prepared to strike, but the villain stopped his sword with his foot, as if it weren't a sacred weapon at all. Terranil was absolutely delighted. After all, this guy had revealed his presence and aimed to attack from behind, but he still hadn't exceeded his expectations yet and would have to prove his worth. Ronan listened to all the bishop's words and then suddenly dropped his sword and dashed off in the exact opposite direction from the villain. Everything around them was crumbling, and practically nothing remained of the temple. The bishop, too, was out of breath and sweating. He hadn't expected the young man to have such a trick up his sleeve. But dodging yet another attack, the bishop asked what else Ronan could show him. Terranil was relishing this duel. He urged his opponent to let loose as much as he wanted, and under no circumstances to hold back his power. After that, the bishop merely gave the young man a light kick, and in an instant Ronan flew a great distance, unable to stop himself. Shulipin jumped up and used his body to stop his friend, who would have kept flying for quite a while longer. And so the two sat side by side trying to figure out how to deal with this opponent while they were both still unharmed. And the bishop hadn't suffered a scratch either. The villain rubbed the cut on his forehead which Ronan had inflicted with surprise. It had been a long time since anyone had beaten him like that. Terranil smeared his finger with his own blood and examined it with interest. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen his own blood. That's why he was now practically certain that their meeting today was a blessing from the stars. Who would have thought he'd meet two candidates for the position at once? The villain thought this was true fate, but it was clear that, in reality, the guys had really pissed him off, and now some kind of dark madness was beginning to take hold of him. Ronan recalled that Yuri had said the same thing about this very important position, but the guys didn't know why everyone was making such a fuss or what was so special about this lycopus. The bishop undertook to explain and said that lycopus was a sacred sword carefully selected by the leader. Such swords are forged from the holiest talents and are chosen from among the faithful time and time again. This is done to eliminate influential figures on the continent who might hinder the arrival of the star. Lycophos is an elite order of knights. The head of the Yuri branch was, of course, a believer, and her talents also played an important role in the southern diocese. However, in the end, she was unable to withstand the trial and returned to the embrace of the starlight. The sacrifice Yuri made was very unfortunate, but at the same time sacred. Thus, Yuri's death proves that the bishop was right when he decided to choose both young men. And now he is telling them all this, having returned to the moment when he first sensed their shared destiny. Of course, Ronan remembers Brigia and Voron perfectly well. They died because of him. The bishop noted with satisfaction that Ronan's reaction confirmed that it was indeed he who had played a part in their deaths. But the bishop did not wish to blame the young man. Brigia and Baron were the mainstay of their southern diocese, apostles who flawlessly carried out all complex assignments. They were, in a sense, the bishop's right-hand men, and so upon hearing of their deaths while on a mission, the bishop even had a moment of doubt. Naturally, these men's deaths were not entirely beyond comprehension. Brigia had gone to the mountains, where the priest and archmage Sarante lived. The Baron, meanwhile, set out for the mountain range, fully aware that he might encounter the master swordsman Jaffa there. No matter how great the blessing the star bestows upon its followers, given the strength of their opponents, there is always a chance that they will be unable to make use of that blessing due to unforeseen circumstances. However, the successive deaths of branch leaders is unheard of for any church, so the bishop wanted to get to the bottom of it himself. And so the bishop stumbled upon Ronan and discovered the same faint trace of mana at two different crime scenes. This trace did not belong to Saranta or Jaife, and when the bishop saw it, his doubts began to spiral uncontrollably toward a completely new reality. This couldn't be a mere coincidence. Moreover, such a coincidence was unlikely to happen again, which meant that this trace of mana belonged to someone who opposed the star. As he traced the origins of mana and studied it, the bishop finally made his way to Ronan. The young man surely hadn't expected that the ruling circles of the Clavier Nebula would remain unaware of his existence for long. And now, of course, the Clavier Nebula knew full well the name of its chief and, for the time being, irreconcilable enemy, Ronan of the Filian Academy. The bishop also added that, judging by the young man's expression, he knew nothing about this investigation, and it seemed Terranil had just frightened him. Ronan was already tired of listening to this nonsense about being scared. He now wanted to ask the questions that interested him specifically. If the bishop had known about Ronan's existence from the very beginning, why had he left him alone until now? Judging by the bishop's stance, Ronan was clearly no obstacle to him. The bishop replied that none of this was worth it. To the order, of course, he was no obstacle. That was exactly what the man had thought until he met him in person, which happened today during the battle. And now that the bishop had seen the young man in action, he was certain that one day Ronan would become a massive threat to the Clavier Nebula. But it's best to leave all that for later, because this is actually a stroke of immense luck. After all, so far, Bishop Terranil, is the only one in the entire sect who knows about Ronan. He deliberately didn't want to blow this out of proportion. Besides, the bishop honestly admits that it's been so long since he's felt such genuine interest, and now he wants to keep it all to himself. Therefore, the bishop suggests they get to know one another with open hearts, and he is ready to satisfy the boys' curiosity by showing them something they've never seen before. And now the bishop will reveal the true reason why the people of Dinar are still alive, and suddenly a glow appears behind the villain's back. Before coming here, he received an order from his superior, the gist of which was to exterminate the entire population of the Dinar region. The plan was to wipe everything in this place off the face of the earth. And although the task was straightforward, a problem arose as he carried it out. A small doubt took root in the bishop's heart. The man didn't understand why this particular place had to disappear. He was overcome by intense curiosity. Even though this was such an important matter that even he had to get involved, and he didn't know the purpose of this operation, it would of course weigh heavily on anyone. Therefore, while carrying out his mission, the bishop simultaneously sought an answer to this question, why he had to destroy all of Dinar, and then he finally learned about this place. Completely detached from the primordial nature of this land, the temple represents some kind of strange technological power. This sacred place is a mystery known as the heart, and when the bishop saw it, he sensed that the answer lay within this space, and in particular in what is hidden at its very center, in that very artifact that resembles a sundial. The bishop brought the captured locals to this place and very politely asked them about the temple, but they all said as one that it was a secret of this land's destiny, passed down from generation to generation, and no one knew the answer. Helpless old people, frail children, and unfortunate women, not a single person could say what kind of temple it was. The bishop questioned about 200 residents, but unfortunately, all he managed to get were just 3 sofas. Such a protracted and fruitless investigation would be a real ordeal for any researcher. But fortunately this time, even this drawn-out and chaotic period seemed so boring to the bishop because he was able to sense something. It turned out that the owner of Mana, who had piqued Terranil's immense interest, had come to this region in person. And now that the bishop had told everything so honestly and openly, yes, this level of his goodwill could be considered proven. Now the bishop was even ready to remove those strange sofas, which his guests clearly didn't like and which didn't suit their tastes. And now that they had gotten rid of everything that was annoying, the bishop suggested discussing the initiation, but the man didn't have time to finish his sentence and broke off mid-word. He saw the expressions on both men's faces. Anger and fury took turns, and the bishop surmised that he shouldn't have had those sofas destroyed. Shulipen once again warned his companion that the bishop was very different from Yuri in terms of strength. Even if the unconscious will of his own body hadn't been pushed to the limits of its reaction time and physical abilities, which might not have manifested yet, the bishop was undoubtedly a first-rate fighter who had been through countless battles. Against such an opponent, there must be not the slightest hesitation, and Ronan understood this perfectly well without words, so he was preparing to unleash his full power. Both young men activated all their abilities, with Ronan holding both of his weapons at the same time. And just like that, the 2 men charged into the attack, because they had no intention of cooperating with the bishop or listening to his speeches any longer. Terranil once again parried the sword attack with his foot when Ronan tried to strike him. Soon the opponents closed in on each other again, each using their abilities and counting on victory. Another close encounter, the bishop tries to parry the sword with his foot again, and at that moment, Shulipen appears behind him, ready to deliver his slashing blow. Ronan leaps to the side just as Shulipen brings his sword down roughly where the bishop should be. The bishop was very strong. He held Shulipen's sword with his bare hand and said it was truly a magnificent weapon. And if he hadn't focused his mana on a single point for defense, he would probably have been cut in half. The bishop flung the young grands aside like a stray kitten, and Ronan saved his friend by catching him in midair. Now towering over the 2 young men was the immense, powerful force of a single opponent, who of course outclassed the young warriors in every respect. But the boys immediately pulled themselves together and were ready to fend off the attack, realizing that in this battle they couldn't let their guard down for even a moment. The speed of their attacks was simply insane. They spared no mana in order to make their strikes more powerful. The bishop noted that, compared to their first encounter, these guys' fighting spirit had become even more intense, and at the same time, the strange smell of blood began to grow stronger. This usually happens when people are willing to sacrifice their own life force to significantly strengthen their bodies. Soon, the bishop sensed the vampire's blood magic. At such a young age, Ronan displayed tremendous determination, and now Tyranno was ready to idolize this young man. The man was already finding it hard to restrain himself. His curiosity had reached its limit, and he asked the boys to show him all their radiance. When all three combatants collided at a single point, a powerful explosion rang out, and for a long time afterward, absolutely nothing could be seen. Finally, the smoke cleared, and everyone saw the bishop safe and sound. His foot was resting on the young man's back, while the other warrior was barely clinging to his sword. The bishop glanced at Ronan, who was struggling mightily to get back on his feet. The man could see that the young man's body had weakened from his wounds, but he wouldn't give up. Tyranno looked sadly at this talented young man, who could have reached him if he'd been just a little more perceptive. At that moment, Ronan thrust his dagger into the ground. But then the bishop announced that they had gotten to know each other well enough, so he suggested that Ronan obediently follow him. However, instead of answering, the young man shouted some rather strange words. "Sita, now," and a red light appeared above their heads. The bishop looked up and saw some kind of malevolent creature rapidly approaching him. The man, of course, recognized the ancient blood magic, but he couldn't imagine where a mere beast could have obtained it, and enormous magical circles had already appeared above the bishop's head. Tyranno watched closely. Judging by the structure of the mana, he realized that this was the highest level of offensive blood magic energy. Preparing for such an attack had taken quite some time, and to distract him, the boys used their own defeat. The bishop was absolutely delighted, realizing just how perceptive a warrior this young Ronan was. If one hesitates even slightly with him, he could jeopardize the future of the entire church, but at the same time he is precisely the one who can shake up the followers who have become too complacent. Tyranno stood his ground and continued to reflect. He was curious to see what kind of future Ronan would bring to the people. And since the blood magic had finally been cast, the bishop, as expected, managed to leap aside and was unharmed. He was very pleased and demanded that Ronan dispel the magic as soon as possible. Otherwise, the young man would vanish without a trace, and that was not what he wanted. However, Ronan looked at his opponent and said that while the bishop might think so, that didn't mean it was actually true. At that moment, Sita attacked the villain again, but he was very pleased that this little beast turned out to have a homing ability. It turned out that Ronan had foreseen from the very beginning that the bishop would dodge. Ronan confirmed that this was indeed the case, for if you want to take an opponent's life, you need a sharp dagger. After that, the young man said that since things had turned out this way, he would have to make use of it, and a new aura appeared in his hand. The bishop decided not to tempt fate and activated the blessing of the stars, creating a protective barrier around himself, and now he waited to see how Ronan would deal with this problem. And even if the young man still had tricks up his sleeve, no attack would work until the bishop lowered his defenses. However, in the very next moment, the bishop's expression changed drastically, because something he hadn't expected at all began to happen. Ronan, of course, broke through the bishop's defense and launched a powerful attack, piercing the villain's body. The man, unable to believe his eyes, stared at the person who had just sliced through his defense with a sword, and now the reason for Brygia and the Baron's deaths became clear. Ronan honestly admitted that he would very much like to slit this villain's throat, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength. However, there was still one final touch left. By this time, young Master Shulipen had fully recovered and told his companion that Ronan should leave it to him. Shulipen infused his sword with chi energy and began slashing at his opponent left and right. The bishop watched in astonishment as Granchia's sword rapidly closed in on him. A series of blows followed one after another, and soon the villain had sustained multiple wounds and was unable to defend himself. Both guys could barely stay on their feet from exhaustion and fatigue, but they still couldn't let their guard down. They had to make sure the villain was dead. The boys watched as Tyranno plummeted in the distance, as if he were a bag of trash. Sita was also by her master's side, but Ronan still didn't believe the fight was over. They absolutely had to finish him off. The bishop lay wounded and bleeding on the ground. He said it had been a very long time since he'd been beaten like this. which meant that a blessed day had finally arrived. Ronan watched in amazement as white feathers began to fall from the sky, and the young man realized once again that this was not yet the end. Gradually they fell and began to form wings, which attached themselves to the battered bishop's body. Ronan studied his opponent closely and came to the conclusion that it was Agayud himself standing before him. It was a terrifying sight, but it seemed the villain had risen, like a phoenix from the ashes or a fallen angel. The man said he had always been certain that complacency in the face of the enemy was the surest path to death, and yet the bishop himself had been arrogant, though he had survived nonetheless. But now the villain declared that this was a blessing from the stars. Although he was now blind, there was no need to worry about it. His blindness must not mislead his opponents. It will in no way dampen the fervor of battle. The guys were ready to continue the fight. They activated their abilities and charged at the villain. They soon realized that the bishop really was brilliantly dodging attacks despite having no eyes. And on top of that, he had grown wings, making him even harder to hit. The bishop said that for a true warrior, the world isn't limited to just the eyes. If one pushes their senses to the limit, they can clearly perceive the world through the flow of mana. The man praised both young men's remarkable abilities, saying that Lord Grancia had a simply excellent mana storm. It was powerful and deadly sharp. The bishop was certain that Shulipen's name was at the top of the list of those they wanted to see in their church. And Ronan is so impressive that it's almost strange and unnatural. His wild talent in combat is simply astonishing, and his ability to cut through defenses is disarming. But now the bishop was certain that the deaths of the leaders of the Brygia and Baron branches were no accident. In the future, both young men would become warriors without equal, but for now, the bishop, of course, felt a deep sense of regret. After all, the young men's victories will end here, and how he would have loved to face them as a fighter. But then the bishop activated the punishment of the stars and directed it against the young men. Ronan, Sita, and Shulipen braced themselves to fend off the attack, having no idea what it might be. The only thing that was clear was that it was something dangerous and destructive. And now, from the bishop's direction, a tornado of black energy was bearing down on the young men, ready to engulf and destroy everything in its path. A powerful explosion, like a flash of bright lightning, illuminated everything around them, destroying everything in its path and leaving no trace of life or hope. Having finished his attack, the bishop made his way through the ruined walls of the temple, moving away to regain his strength, and then returned to the people once more with the intent to destroy all living things. The men showed almost no signs of life. Shulipen lay covered in blood, unable to get up or even open his eyes. However, unexpectedly, the bishop began to cough, and gradually his cough grew stronger and more persistent, until the man was choking on his own blood. Tyranil said that the protection was a shield that safeguarded the followers, and the wings bestowed by the bishop were a means of punishing heretics. As soon as these wings are spread, punishment rains down on the entire region, and this is divine retribution. However, it consumes an enormous amount of mana and life force proportional to its power. The power is so overwhelming that, in his current state, even the bishop finds it difficult to sustain. The bishop admitted that he did not want to use a power capable of turning everything upside down, for that devalues the very essence of combat as a means of fighting for survival. However, he now acts as a follower of the stars, and his priority is carrying out orders, not preserving a warrior's pride. While the bishop was saying all this, the young men managed to find the strength to get back on their feet and take up their weapons once more. Tyranil said he understood. Any further attempts to persuade them to join him would only insult the young men's greatness as warriors. So the bishop decided it was time to put an end to the talk and simply give it their all to finish this battle. Ronan glanced at his little bird and realized he could no longer count on healing from Zeta. The bird could barely stand on its feet, so under no circumstances could he miss a single blow. Otherwise, death would follow immediately. However, of course, his body was extremely exhausted and wouldn't obey him, and Ronan still hadn't found a weak spot on his opponent that he could strike. Ronan was thinking that if this kept up, but at that moment, Shulipen stepped in front of him and said they needed to head up. Grancia admitted that he was, of course, disappointed, but he couldn't defeat the bishop on his own. Shulipen was now ready to share the victory with his friend, and promised that he would create an opening for Ronan to drive his blade through. Ronan was categorically opposed to this plan. He believed that Shulipen was talking complete nonsense because he couldn't sense the storm. But his companion replied that Ronan seemed to have forgotten, Standing before him was a man who had lived his entire life with the storm. For Shulipen, reading the wind currents was as natural as breathing. He'd been doing it since birth. Of course, the young man acknowledged that his storm couldn't engulf the bishop's storm, but at the very least it would break through. However, they had only one chance. Ronan must remember, if he can't finish off the bishop this time, he'll owe him something. In that case, Ronan would give Shulipen 10 photographs of his older sister, Enro. Ronan was instantly transported back to his past life, to a time when he was already practically exhausted and unable to get up. High in the sky above him was a Gaiet, and a voice demanded that he get up at all costs. The warriors said that the enemy was right in front of them, and that they could no longer hesitate. Grancia said that he could not yet recognize the corporal as a knight, but he had already seen that his blade was filled, not with pride, but with a deadly desire to strike. Now, looking at the formidable enemy, the warrior was ready to make some concessions. Because he understood that on the battlefield, he needed exactly the kind of blade the corporal held in his hands. Grancia was about to break through the defenses of this flying monster, and at that moment, he would put all his trust in the corporal, who must go and finish this bloody business. But for now, the men had decided they couldn't claim something as valuable as victory over this monster on their own, so they would go and do it together. Shulipen infused his sword with energy and activated its special aura. A powerful storm current was created, which collided with the bishop's current. The young man, of course, had anticipated the wind current created by the villain, and was aiming for its weak spot, but even so, he was barely staying on his feet. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold out and would die right then and there, so he had to figure out how to overcome this crisis. Shulipen was a sword that defended the empire, so he had to be the sharpest blade. However, a sword is merely a means to crush and punish the enemy. But right now, what was needed wasn't immense, crushing power, but just a drop of strength to clear the way for a comrade. Shulipen tried to concentrate, even though the sword was literally trembling in his hands, for the young man was drawing on his very last reserves of strength. He gathered all his mana and channeled it into this precise strike, which didn't require strength. Its main purpose was accuracy. Ronan watched his companion and realized that he was currently undergoing an aura awakening, and just then, Shulipen landed the strike. The bishop sensed that the young man's power and strength had weakened due to his wounds, but even so, Grancia's aura was incredibly piercing. In the end, it was something beyond comprehension, as if it were the power of nature itself. And now the bishop realized that something absurd was happening. No matter how talented the young man might be, he couldn't awaken his aura. Of course, one could speculate whether Shulipen could or could not awaken his aura, but the fact remained, and now the path was clear. Grancia said that now the entire outcome of the duel was in Ronan's hands, and after that the young man collapsed, exhausted, while Ronan rushed into the attack. The bishop realized that the young men's plan had been to wait for the right moment, using the storm to block his view, but now he would not let his guard down. The bishop could clearly sense his opponent, closing in on him with fury, for Ronan's mana was unique, and finally they were face to face, with just one chance to land a single blow. The bishop realized this was the end, and he was about to attack, but at that moment, Ronan's dagger pierced his fist. The bishop couldn't understand how this had happened, how he had confused the mana in the dagger with Ronan's mana and had walked right into the weapon's attack. This was even less understandable, because there was only the mana of the stars around them, and the bishop didn't sense Ronan's presence at all. But in the very next moment, the bishop realized that something strange was happening. His movements had slowed, and his legs were completely immobilized. Bajor's aura lay between the opponents, and Ronan said he had never imagined just how useful this thing would be. But now Ronan could use the same mana as the bishop, and so he was imperceptible to his opponent. The young man said that the time had finally come to put an end to this, and in the next instant his sword severed the villain's head, who of course hadn't expected it. The head flew to the ground and still had time to think that it was truly an honor, and that his research was now over. But the bishop would now eagerly await further future achievements from the two great warriors. Ronan was still clutching his sword. The young man couldn't believe he had done it. So Ronan tried once more to sense the bishop, but soon realized that his energy was gone, which meant the final blow had taken his life. It had been very, very dangerous, and now Ronan was ready to acknowledge the enormous contribution Shulipen had made to their shared victory. So Ronan would definitely hand over all the photos of his sister that he'd promised, and even the ones he hadn't promised, but Shulipen showed no reaction whatsoever. Sita had also earned her keep to the fullest this time, and when they returned to the academy, Ronan would be sure to tell Ophelia all about it. So since everything had ended this way, Ronan asked his assistants to stand up so they could leave the temple and return home together. But no one stood up. They still didn't react to Ronan's words or celebrate their victory over the bishop. Before Ronan could do anything, a terrible pain pierced his body. It was the backlash from the blood magic that had enhanced his physical abilities. But now instead, it had taken everything he had left, leaving him unable to help his friends. Ronan cursed everything under the sun because he needed to heal his friends. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't afford to lose consciousness now. And soon a horrifying sight unfolded before everyone who could see it. Two great warriors lay motionless. Thunder pressed himself against the magic stones and asked his older brother if he could really activate them. His older brother confirmed that of all their tribesmen, only Little Thunder knew the spell to activate this device. That was precisely why all the men had risked their lives to give the boy a chance to escape, for his survival meant the mission's success and the preservation of their lineage. The settlement's warriors couldn't defend this place, and if it weren't for these outsiders who gave their lives, it would all have ended right here. So the fierce hurricane supported his younger brother and said there was no need to hesitate. Of course, they know what loyalty means, and the man would take responsibility for any violation of the commandments. So Thunder no longer hesitated and began activating the mechanism. Gradually, the mysterious structure located within this strange temple was bathed in a strange light. A huge magic circle filled the entire space where everyone was now gathered. Frenzied Hurricane raised his head and turned to the higher power, asking it to watch over the boys. Soon the entire gorge was bathed in light, and the three lifeless bodies seemed to float in the air, filling with life-giving energy. Ronan came to and felt a sense of warmth, and then a voice spoke to him. Frenzied Hurricane was very pleased and said he was glad. They could say their goodbyes now. Shulipen and Sita would also recover soon, so there was no need to worry about them. Ronan couldn't imagine how this had happened, since their wounds were very serious, and even the best healers would hardly have been able to handle them. But then the young man looked around and, to his surprise, sensed some unfamiliar power. He asked what it was. Frenzied Hurricane replied that they themselves knew nothing about the source of this power. All that was known was that it was the center of the Holy Land, created in preparation for the appointed day. This place holds the energy needed to activate an ancient device capable of withstanding the looming threat. This power must not be used until the day of the decisive battle, the inhabitants of Danar had said. But right now, Fierce Hurricane didn't think his ancestors would reproach him for activating the power today, since this was their way of repaying a debt of gratitude. The man announced that, in order to replenish the energy expended today and protect the center from future enemies, a barrier of complete isolation would be activated. And while this would prevent anyone from finding the people of the Dinara tribe or entering that territory, Fierce Hurricane was certain that the warriors would understand his intentions. Someday they would reconnect with the human world, especially if they were threatened by danger, no matter who the enemy might be. In any case, the Danar would stand with the people and thus repay them for today. And with that, it was time to say goodbye. Have a safe journey and take care of yourselves. Those were the last words Ronan and Shulipen heard. And soon the boys found themselves standing in the desert. All around them, it was gloomy and empty. Somewhere ahead on the horizon, they saw mountains and realized that this was Dinar's land, which would remain hidden from all people for a long time. For both boys, this place was associated with a great deal of pain, strength, and fear, but also with the greatest victory, support, and self-sacrifice. From now on, it will be impossible to enter Danar, because the area will be shrouded by a powerful barrier, and even memories will be blurred. Most likely, this is some kind of ancient magic. The residents of Danar will make everyone forget they ever existed, and for them, this is the best option, because you never know when the monsters will return. And the guys were very supportive of the Danars and believed that they were doing the right thing. The bishop was too powerful, and even though both guys were ready to die, if things hadn't gone their way, they wouldn't have defeated him. But the problem was that Tyranno was the head of the Southern Holy District, which meant there were others just as powerful. There's also a certain unknown figure named Lycopos, known as the Sword of the Star, a squad of elite warriors. And if things continue this way, the problems will never end. On the contrary, there will be more and more of them. Shulipen worried that they wouldn't be able to protect those they cared about. But now the young man told his friend that he intended to become stronger so he could defeat them on his own, without relying on anyone else. That was Shulipen's response to the events of the past few hours, and he was ready to share his feelings with his friend. Ronan confirmed that this was a worthy response from the young gentleman of the House of Grancia, which meant that next time it wouldn't be so hard for them. But now it was time to return. Dinar was hidden behind a barrier. The boys had recovered and were ready to make the return journey. Ronan had practically already strapped on his skis to leave the area, but suddenly Shulipen's heavy hand rested on his shoulder. The young man said that it wasn't over yet because Ronan still owed him a debt. In this case, it wasn't about repairing weapons or restoring mana. The situation was much more serious. It was about the photos of Iril. Ronan called his friend crazy and obsessed with girls, and after he made yet another promise, the young men were able to leave the dangerous area. The return trip was more or less uneventful, and now the guys were enjoying the journey and each other's company. Naturally, they didn't forget to scatter mana everywhere to thwart their pursuers from the cult. This was a very effective strategy, because even Bishop Terranil had fallen into this trap, so they hardly needed to worry about their pursuers. Besides, the guys had managed to get their hands on Danar's magic stones, which was, after all, the whole point of the journey. Just as the frenzied hurricane had promised, who, even in the midst of all the chaos, didn't forget his word, the guy turned out to be very responsible and grateful. They also managed to get their hands on a few trophies, which would serve as gifts for some of their close friends at the academy. On the way back, the guys sparred from time to stay sharp and in shape. Perhaps because of the lack of strength Shulipen felt during the final battle, it seemed that Grancia had become even more fiery than before, and now he got worked up even faster and fought with even greater fury. Ronan turned to his friend and asked about the moment he struck the bishop at the very end, just as his aura had awakened. Did the young man remember how it had happened? Shulipen was busy with a very important task. He was looking through the photos of Iril once again, so he couldn't answer right away and fell deep in thought. At first he heard the wind, not a destructive hurricane, but the sound of nature itself, enveloping you in boundless silence. When the young man heard it, he realized he was coping, and after that there was nothing. Perhaps it was just a fleeting realization, brought on by the desperation of the situation, because much to his regret, Shulipen never heard anything like that again. Well, since he had already found this path, then eventually, sooner or later. In fact, Shulipen didn't even realize what he was saying, because gaining such power meant facing a real catastrophe. In the past, this could have unleashed a powerful hurricane that would have engulfed the entire Earth. Moreover, Shulipen could single-handedly turn the tide of the war. And the Shulipen of today, despite spending all his time looking at photos of a beautiful woman, will soon achieve a wonderful result. So a few days later, the young people arrived at the academy, and they were filled with a pleasant feeling as if they had returned home. The Filian Academy welcomed its heroes back to their usual daily routine. And soon the boys said their goodbyes, because Ron had urgent business to attend to. He wanted to get rid of the curse as soon as possible. So the first thing he did was go to Professor Maya Secret's house. Professor Secret was in a wonderful mood. She welcomed the student immediately and said she could sense that Ronan had returned from the desert. The professor wanted to know how things stood with the magic stone, but at that moment, Ronan emptied a huge number of stones from his bag onto the table in front of her. He hoped that these magical stones would be enough to lift the curse from him, and asked the woman to do so right away. One of the stones brought back from this expedition was intended to lift the curse, and had been enhanced with magical stones from the Dinar Mountains. With its help, it was possible to extract the true essence of the curse that filled Ronan's body, and now the professor had arranged the magical stones around the perimeter of the magic circle and initiated the process of extracting the curse. Ronan said that Nightmare looked absolutely horrible, and he couldn't even believe that he'd been carrying such filth inside him his whole life. The woman explained that while Ron was out getting the magical stones, she'd gone over every possible scenario and prepared for even the worst-case scenario. But now that she's seen it all with her own eyes, she admits she's feeling uneasy. She thinks that once the curse lifting begins, there will be no turning back, and the process could take weeks or even months. But the longer the professor studied the situation, the clearer it became that it could even take years. The professor said that Ronan is already an incredibly gifted student, and even with the curse, he is sure to become a swordsman who will go down in the history of the Empire. So is the young man really willing to take such a risk, even considering the future that awaits him? Ronan said that he had now found himself the person he was in his past life, so he would handle a Gayut without any trouble. But the young man understood that the real difficulties would begin later, when the giants arrived on the ground. Moreover, aside from their enormous size, there are many of them, and they have 2 more pairs of wings than a Gayut. They are 8-winged giants. Furthermore, somewhere out there is an unknown enemy that Agayut mentioned before his death in his past life. Ronan realized that, unfortunately, time was not on his side. But judging by the young man's expression, the professor realized he had no intention of changing his mind. The woman turned to Ronan and suggested that he return to say goodbye to those dear to him, because most likely the young man would not see them again anytime soon. There was too much dark power in this curse. It was a wonderful evening when, at Ronan's request, all his friends and loved ones gathered. Iril had prepared plenty of delicious home-cooked food, and everyone was in a fantastic mood. The young people exchanged the latest news, enjoyed the food, and had a wonderful time. Finally, Ronan spoke up. He said that it might sound sudden, especially after he'd gathered everyone together like this, but he had something to tell them. The thing was, Ronan would most likely be away from his loved ones for a while. A deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone stopped chewing and talking, and Ronan said that it might take several years. Asel was immediately on the verge of tears. He didn't want to hear about such a terrible prospect, and if Ronan was setting out on another dangerous journey, they would go with him. Ronan sincerely thanked his friends for their support and said that, unfortunately, this wasn't possible because he was going to get rid of yet another curse, and no one knew how long it would take. That's exactly why Ronan asked his sister to gather all his friends and loved ones here. Well, since there was nothing to be done about it, the young man suggested that everyone simply enjoy the day so that they would always remember how much they meant to one another. Ronan believed that Professor Secret was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Everything would go smoothly, just as it had with the previous curses. The young man was confident that everything would end well, and told his friends not to worry. Besides, he had a few things he wanted to say to them. Ronan turned first to Brahm, who had already become an excellent warrior but was still too focused on attacking and often neglected his defense. He needed to work on that, and he would immediately become many times stronger. It might seem presumptuous of him, but Ronan would like to leave Sita with Ophelia because the bird listens well to the girl, and they could be helpful to each other. Asel absolutely must study the book Ronan gave him. It's very rare, so he can't miss a single line. Ronan advised Maria to keep honing her sword and make it truly her own. But at the same time, if she devotes her life solely to training, she'll never find a boyfriend, though Maria told Ronan to mind his own business. As for Adeshan and Shulipen, Ronan was sure they didn't need his advice, and that both would do just fine, but he'd say a few things anyway. Ronan would like Adeshan to keep an eye on the other guy's training sessions, because her attention to detail will really help everyone. As for Shulipen, he just needs to keep doing what he's been doing, and everything will be fine. Ronan wrapped up his speech by saying that when he returned, he would conduct an inspection so the guys shouldn't even think about slacking off. For now, the young man wanted to spend the remaining time catching up on everything they'd missed, and the young people began their usual youthful get-together. The night flew by quickly and unnoticed, and while much, of course, went unsaid, the young people still parted with smiles, hoping that their separation would be brief. After that, Ronan returned to the Professor of Magic's house to continue the process. Ronan told the woman that he had said goodbye to everyone and had a wonderful time, and that he was confident the others would manage just fine without him. In reality, Ronan was most worried about his sister, but it turned out that she was the strongest of them all. In short, Ronan needs to lift this curse, because everything else in his life is in perfect order. He has friends, family, and loved ones. When all the preparations were complete, the professor began the process of lifting the curse. The woman recited the spell and channeled her magic, and as she said goodbye, she remarked that they would soon meet again with smiles on their faces. Ronan wanted exactly that too, and said that's exactly how it would be, because at that moment he didn't yet know that keeping that promise would take far too long. Ronan jumped up in alarm. He didn't understand why he was hearing a dog bark. The young man looked around and saw a puppy in front of him. It made no sense at all, yet the little creature's blue eyes looked very familiar. They had once belonged to Sita, and it turned out that was indeed the case. Ronan held the puppy, whose gaze reminded him of Sita in his arms, and as he looked around, He couldn't figure out where he was. But soon the young man recognized the village where he had once been arrested. It was the settlement of Enro. Although this reality had been created by a curse in his mind, Ronan was unhappy that he had ended up here of all places. Then again, maybe it wasn't so bad if he could see Sita here again. Come to think of it, Sita's life as a dog had been very miserable. Of all the things he could have gotten himself into, Ronan had ended up with this one. The young man had wandered the streets and found an abandoned puppy, after which he had fled from a female bear's attack and gone through a lot during all that time. But now the young man was sure that Sita was doing just fine. She had an owner who fed her, and she was living a peaceful life. Ronan suggested taking the puppy for a walk around town, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time and had missed each other. While playing with the dog, Ronan walked all around the village but didn't notice anything suspicious. On the contrary, it was very peaceful there. As far as the young man could remember, the lord who ruled these lands was a true villain, so life had always been very hard for ordinary people in this village. The professor had warned that the curse would try to tempt Ronan in every possible way. In his past life, the curse had revealed itself to the young man, but now Ronan would have to seek out the curse on his own. Ronan began to activate his aura and turned to Sita for a little help. The young man let the dog sniff his mana and asked her to find the source of the scent of such energy. Sita always had an excellent sense of smell, and after sniffing carefully, she dashed off in a certain direction. Soon they reached the spot where the dog stopped, and Ronan was very pleased. He thought this mission would end sooner than expected. But it soon turned out that the puppy had led Ronan to a tent selling hot dogs. It turned out the silly pup just wanted to snack on some hot dogs. Ronan bought a couple, and while the puppy was enjoying his treat, the young man asked the vendor what day and date it was. The vendor gave the exact date, and then Ronan understood everything. It was the very day that Sita had died. It was also the very day Ronan had killed a man for the first time, and a terrifying scene from his past flashed before his eyes. But Ronan's further thoughts were interrupted by a commotion. A horse-drawn carriage was racing through the city streets at breakneck speed. Someone was driving the horse right through the streets filled with people, and a woman began to scream in horror, imagining what was about to happen. The fact was that at that very moment, her daughter Camilla was walking down the street, carrying a plate of dessert in her hands. Ronan immediately remembered that it was on this very day that the incident had occurred, an incident that had turned so many lives upside down. A hooligan from the Baron's family, as usual, was drunk. Wanting to show off his carriage driving skills, he had caused this whole nightmare. Ronan recalled the details and realized what was about to happen. Sita would have to rush straight ahead, despite the danger. The puppy tried to push the girl out from under the hooves of the enraged and frenzied horse because Camilla had frozen in place with terror. Ronan darted swiftly under the animal's hooves and managed to save not only the girl, but also the dog. And the carriage, driven by a drunk man, rolled on, carrying tragedy and pain in its wake. Ronan began to scold the dog, since Sita could have been killed, and he demanded that she never do that again. At that moment, the girl approached Ronan. She bowed her head low and thanked the stranger for saving her. She also thanked Sita separately for her selfless attempt to save the child. Camilla wanted to pet the puppy and give it a tasty treat, but Ronan wouldn't let her touch the dog. The girl was on the verge of tears. She didn't understand why the stranger was being so rude to her. But Ronan demanded that she stop this pathetic charade because he was definitely fed up with it, and now the girl remarked that Ronan had really grown up this time. It was clear that this wasn't the girl at all, but the curse which announced that Ronan had become just like his father. The curse turned to the young man and asked him when exactly he had figured it out. But Ronan replied that it was obvious. It was hard not to understand the curse had chosen this day out of all possible ones just for this moment. Ronan was certain it would be here. Besides, everything around him was thoroughly saturated with its vile aura. The curse understood and asked why Ronan hadn't stopped the carriage carrying the hooligans. It must have been at that very moment that Ronan's life went off the rails. But the young man just smiled and said there was no point in deluding himself. It was all a waste of time. Ronan knew perfectly well that it was impossible to move forward if you were stuck in the past, but right now he wanted to return to the reason he had come to his past. Ronan understood perfectly well that this curse, which now stood before him in the form of a girl, wasn't the whole story. The curse told him that the boy had finally begun to understand what was going on and could make the right choice. Watching an ordinary mortal grow is always amazing. And the reason the curse was here, as always, was simple. It would tell the young man how to get rid of it. However, before that, the young man will have to face a few challenges, and it certainly won't be easy. This is the source of Ronan's existence, his starting point, which will determine the fate of the world. The young man must decide right now what path he will lead the world and himself down at the end of his journey. It was a pleasant, sunny day. A hand held a quill and jotted down important information. Ronan didn't know whose hand it was, who was sitting at the table, or where he even was. The young man felt that his body was completely beyond his control. It seemed that for now, he simply had to watch from the sidelines as events unfolded here. At that moment, the door creaked open, and the person who entered the room said that a book for these lands had been written all night long once again. The elf was very worried, because without proper rest, the savior might drive himself to his grave. The man told Elsia not to worry, for his suffering was for the good of the people, and there was no greater happiness for him. The savior must guide these innocent people, and then the blessing of the stars will be with them. Ronan, of course, tensed up when he heard about the blessing of the stars yet again. Animals roamed the city streets, seemingly working for the good of the people. They carried all kinds of loads. Ronan, still observing from the sidelines, followed Elsie and the savior through the city streets, taking in everything with wonder. The savior praised the girl, saying that she communicated with dozens of spirits at once, and her growth was evident. Elsia thanked the savior for the praise and said that the treatise he had recently completed, which she had already studied, had been a great help to her. Elsia asked if the savior had already come up with a title for the book, and the savior replied that he had. He told his assistant that the book would be called Bajura. That was the name he had chosen. Ronan was simply shocked when he realized what was being discussed. After all, that couldn't possibly be true. Now he couldn't understand at all how it had come to pass that it had turned from a sacred book into a forbidden evil. However, at that moment, the young man was even more surprised by something else. Air had told him that this book had been written about 2,000 years ago, and Ronan could no longer fathom just how far back in time he had traveled. Ronan continued walking through the city and saw the girl receive a brand new leg made of metal, which looked exactly like a real one. The girl was very pleased. She took a few steps and made sure she could walk just as before. The savior praised Olivier for his excellent work and the high-quality prosthesis. Ronan had come across that name in Rodaland's interrogation transcript, and now he was seeing this great master in person. After all, it was he who had created most of the destructive devices and served as the chief engineer of the Clavier Nebula Church. Olivier thanked the savior and said that it was all thanks to his guidance, but the savior replied that there was nothing special about it. He simply had a great deal of experience. Olivier was certain, if he asked the savior where he had acquired such unfathomable experience, the savior would remain silent once again. The savior did indeed remain silent, and Olivier said he would no longer pester him with questions. The savior was simply the strangest of all the mortals he had ever met. Ronan listened intently to all these conversations and finally understood who Olivier was now. This dreadful black dragon had once been a creator of prosthetics for the people of these lands. Ronan continued to watch, and it all began to seem quite strange. What he was seeing now was the savior helping people completely selflessly. So now he couldn't wrap his head around it. Could this really be the same Clavier Nebula that Ronan knew? Voices could be heard from all around, whispering and saying that the savior had finally come to them. A group of people turned to the man and thanked him once more. They said they had already given up hope after the demon's attack, but the bearer had bestowed his blessing upon them. The savior replied that he had simply done the right thing and that it was no favor. Now the people needed to focus on rebuilding the village. At that moment, a little boy approached the savior and asked what they should do if the monsters that had destroyed the village came back. At that moment, the man placed his hand on the child's head and told him not to worry, because the strongest swordsman in these lands had set out to slay the monster. And just then, a huge dragon landed in the town square, and standing beside it was the swordsman who told the savior that he had carried out the order. And the people, filled with dread, imagined what would have happened if it weren't for the savior. The swordsman reported that, unfortunately, he had been able to bring back only the chieftain's head, and explained that he had destroyed hordes of demons, of which there were many. However, the knight hoped that the savior would be understanding about this. Ronan realized that the noise prevented him from making out the name. The young man had experienced exactly the same feeling when he was inside the first curse. It turned out that this swordsman was the very same man from the first curse, namely Ronan's father. But the young man decided to calm down, because these were merely events from the distant past. And besides, it was an illusion. Now he needed to focus on what was happening. The savior marveled at how the swordsman had managed to fight off a huge number of dragons. Yet there wasn't a single drop of blood on his clothes, and the warrior's sword was growing sharper by the day. The swordsman said that the savior was flattering him, since everything he was doing right now was thanks to the savior's guidance and advice. The savior declared that they would handle the restoration of this city on their own, and that the warrior must surely be tired from his journey, so he should go and rest. At that moment, the dragon opened its gigantic, tooth-filled maw. Everyone watched in horror as this massive, dense stream of mana rushed toward them. It was dragon tongue magic, and the swordsman immediately rushed forward to intercept it, aiming to repel the attack and protect his loved ones. The man shouted to the savior and the others that it was very dangerous, and that everyone needed to take cover immediately while he handled the situation himself. The terrified villagers clutched their heads in fear. They had never seen such monsters before. However, the rescuer said that on the path he had chosen, there was no room for retreat, and he would not leave this area. The savior also added that it was his duty to face any trials that befell the people. The savior activated the blessing of the stars and with its help, destroyed the mana blast that had been unleashed by the giant dragon. The people once again looked upon their savior with joy and happiness and thanked him for saving their lives. Elsia was also very pleased, for thanks to the savior, disaster had been averted and he had handled the dragon's magic with ease. Olivier, for his part, urged them not to let their guard down. Of course, he knew little about dragons, but they were a serious headache for all of humanity. A dragon named Gargarens addressed the people, saying that a human scoundrel had dared to stop his flames and had done so quite well. Olivier even knew this particular dragon, but the worst part was that this dragon was from the Navardoge clan. Ronan knew the leader of the dragons who had burned one of the three giants in his past life. It was the Lord of Fire of Navardoge, the most terrifying and powerful creature one could possibly imagine. At that very moment, the savior stepped forward to meet Gargaren and asked why the noble dragon had come to this village. Gargarens looked with interest at the man who was speaking with him. It was clear that this was a unique and very courageous being. Gargarens saw that the savior transcended the human realm. One could sense within him the flow of the ages and a power beyond the reach of mere mortals. And now the dragon understood that standing before him was the one who led these pitiful little people in their senseless endeavors. In any case, the dragon had no particular business with the savior, but Gargaren had one enormous request. He wanted the savior to hand over the man who had attacked his vassals and destroyed a vast number of dragons. Gargaren said that all those dragons were his loyal subjects and had served him for hundreds of years. But unexpectedly, a man had dared to kill them all while Gargaren was away from his lair. And now the dragon wanted the perpetrator of this crime to be cast into the flames of hell for all eternity. The savior confirmed that one of his companions had indeed destroyed the dragons, but he had done so only because those dragons had been the first to invade the lands of those unfortunate people. They had slaughtered families and friends, the elderly and children for food, and this was the most just response to their actions. And now the savior turned to Gargaren and offered to settle the matter by acknowledging each other's mistakes. But in response to this proposal, Gargarenes countered with a powerful attack, saying that on this land, all humans are permitted only one role. They must become playthings for the dragon's amusement. Otherwise, humans are nothing more than worthless pieces of meat, and therefore the savior must not compare mere mortals to dragons. The savior calmly withstood the dragon's mana attack and said that in any case, this was his truth. He would not hand over the swordsman who had avenged the innocent. And then the dragon decided not to hold back and launched a terrifying attack, one whose sheer scale was meant to devastate everything and everyone. Olivier shouted to the savior to watch out, because this flame was much stronger than the previous one. It was absolute destruction, a power granted only to dragons. The swordsman grabbed his sword, preparing to challenge Gargaren, but the savior said that if he intervened, it would only make things worse. Now the savior was going to deal with the threat himself, and drew his sword, blessed by the stars. The savior began to swing his sword, extinguishing the dragon's fire and gradually closing in on his opponent. At one point, Gargarenes saw that his attack had missed its mark. He realized that the man had transcended human limits, but how he had managed to bridge the gap between their races remained a mystery. The dragon continued to burn everything with its breath, but felt the impact of the man's sword upon itself. And now the savior had closed in directly on the dragon to cut off its head, and Gargaranes began to beg for mercy. Ronan felt as if he'd stepped into a 3D movie. Even with his current abilities, he couldn't keep up with what was happening. Ronan watched the battle and saw that the man's swordsmanship was beyond comprehension, and yet he couldn't shake a strange feeling. It seemed as if he had some kind of connection to this man. Without a doubt, he possessed an unfathomable level of swordsmanship. And now Ronan understood with absolute certainty that this was instructor Nabarosa's sword technique. Once, the woman had told him that she owed her sword art to a man she had met in the great jungle to the south. Along with her first defeat, that warrior had laid the foundations of fencing within Nabarosa. Although, according to the instructor, her swordsmanship was still far from the art demonstrated by that man. Ronan couldn't even begin to imagine just how skilled this warrior was at fencing, if Lady Nabarosa was saying such a thing, given all the power she possessed. Nabarosa replied that she hoped Ronan would meet this man someday, and then he would understand at first glance. And now, watching what was happening, Ronan realized, though not at first glance, that the savior was a man who had reached the true pinnacle of fencing. Gargaranes was furious. He had sustained significant injuries and was forced to retreat, yet he insisted that the savior would yet come to regret it. Ronan was astounded to see, right before his eyes, a man subdue a dragon, a creature whose very existence was a catastrophe. Instructor Nabarosa was right when she said that this man's fencing had reached an entirely different level. He was stronger than anyone Ronan had ever encountered. And of course, everyone present was deeply impressed by what they had witnessed. They praised and thanked the savior again and again. The savior finally descended to the ground. He ordered his assistants to preserve the dragon's horn he had severed, because it was a very valuable material. Elsia said that everything would be done immediately, while Olivier admitted that he sometimes doubted whether the savior was truly human. The swordsman approached the savior and said that he too could have defeated this dragon. The savior did not argue, but replied that the swordsman would not have been able to subdue it without killing it. But if relatives were to arrive here, consumed by rage over the loss of Gargaran, it would be no easy task to deal with them. However, this apparently struck a nerve with the swordsman, and he said that if this was an impossible task for him, then it was just as impossible for the savior. But soon the swordsman realized he had overstepped his bounds. He apologized to the savior, who allowed him to go about his business. The savior instructed Olivier to oversee the construction, saying that he wanted to visit the Red Dragon's sanctuary. The savior said he wanted to personally apologize to Neverjon, and although it had been in self-defense, it was the humans who had attacked the dragon clan. Olivier believed that the savior was an ideal diplomat and skilled at resolving conflicts, and knowing Neverjon's temperament, he would most likely not object, and this was the best way to diffuse the conflict. But at the same time, the savior must be cautious because a dragon named Ors has made his nest in the central region, and he's quite erratic. This dragon has a rather interesting and distinctive appearance. He has 2 pairs of wings, and he's instantly recognizable. Ronan knew that Ors was a legendary dragon whom the first emperor had banished to the west after a decisive battle. Ronan couldn't understand how anyone could be wary of such a weakling and call him a flighty youngster. But suddenly the young man felt his senses return, which meant that for some reason he had left the savior's body. Soon the young man found himself in what seemed like outer space, and before him was a huge green cube. Then Ronan saw the civilians again, and among them was a girl who really didn't want the savior to leave their city. But the savior replied that the city had been restored, and a solid foundation had been laid for its future development. The savior was certain that these lands could now become powerful without anyone's additional help or guidance, and that it was time for them to move on. In fact, many years had already passed since the girl, who had lost her leg to a wild animal and was forced to wear a prosthetic, had grown into a worthy ruler. And then the people realized that they could no longer hold the savior back, and everyone would pray for him, and his path to the truth would be blessed by a star. Ronan realized that he was now seeing those very same lands several decades later. Now the young man had a rough idea of what was going on and could calmly picture the whole scene. All he saw were the events of that man's life, and it was a true nightmare. His busyness was not something to envy because he managed to appear everywhere he was needed. In a distant, scorching desert, people were taking shelter from the blistering wind and felt terribly ill and weak. One of the boys was sitting under a rock and had practically given up fighting for his life, But a man appeared before him, reached out his hand, and told the boy not to give up on life. There were several helpers with this man, and the Savior declared that a star was watching over them all. The Savior's journey then took him to the northern regions, where the weather was bitterly cold, and he healed the local people of their illnesses. The Savior, along with his closest assistants, walked through dense forests, where he also encountered people who were suffering and frightened. He also spent time with true masters of their craft, helping them believe in themselves and achieve better results. The Savior told people that he was not a great figure to be followed. The salvation of all these people is nothing more than the will of the star, so there is no reason to revere the Savior. So he asked people to return to their homes, enjoy a peaceful life in their native lands, and pray to the star. That would be enough to thank her for their salvation. One of the men said that there was not a single person on the entire continent who had not heard of the miracles performed by the Savior. But if people are not destined to gaze upon that very star, then they ask to at least be allowed to follow the Savior, and that will be their salvation. And so, just as all this activity was beginning to take on such a global scale, the swordsman suggested coming up with a suitable name for their group. The Savior did not consider this necessary. He had heard people calling them the Church of the Nebula. Olivier said he was very surprised, since they could have come up with some nasty name. After all, people considered them a cult, but their group had grown significantly and therefore deserved a fitting name. Elsia also thought that the word church might make people wary. Everyone wanted the Savior himself to give them a fitting name, and then the Savior thought for a long time. And then everyone prayed in the name of the Holy Star, the cradle of stars that brings light to the earth, which would bear a very beautiful name. From now on, it would be called the Clavier Nebula, and all the followers received this news with delight. More than 1,000 years have passed since then, and people have once again forgotten about a peaceful life. They killed and plundered. People took pleasure in oppressing the weak. They were mired in lust, gluttony, and greed. In one such place, the Savior witnessed a tragic scene, the destruction of a city by fire. War had broken out here again. It was hard to keep track of how many times, but people hadn't learned anything and hadn't drawn any conclusions. Olivier admitted that it was hard for him to watch the fall of the kingdom they had founded. It was pointless to keep count. They had long since lost track of how many times war had recurred on different continents and in different regions. Wars had followed one another without pause for 1,000 years, and so the atmosphere had never changed. Ronan watched the Savior and his aides again, but the young man still could not see his face, even though he wanted to very much. At that moment, the Savior turned decisively on his heel and strode away, telling his companions that they were leaving. Olivier assumed they were heading straight for the burning palace, even though it was full of drunks and armed looters. Elsia believed they needed to return to the Holy Lands and ensure the safety of the faithful. But the Savior did not stop. He said that his assistants saw only flames and death, while he heard the voices of those who wanted to live, as well as the sighs of those who were tormented and exhausted by the unwanted carnage. Salvation is necessary for those on the brink of destruction, so they must answer the call. Olivier said that they had made considerable efforts over the past 1,000 years, but people, without exception, fail to learn from their mistakes and once again rush into fighting one another. This leads to an inevitable tragedy. People have condemned themselves to suffering, so they deserve what is happening to them now. We must accept and acknowledge that humans are a species driven by an instinct aimed at self-destruction. It is pointless to save them. They are foolish and hypocritical. Olivier was tired of repeating the same thing to people over and over, and he believed that the Savior had to make a choice. The Savior must make this choice for the sake of those who are truly worthy of salvation, and all the disciples, without exception, felt exactly that way. The Savior looked around at his disciples and said that, in that case, they would say their goodbyes right there and then. Olivier couldn't believe his ears. Could the Savior really just abandon them at a moment like this? How could he do this to the believers who had followed him for so many years? The Savior said that judging people's worth was not salvation, but rather an attempt to build a world according to one's own imagined standard, and that was simply arrogance. The Savior added that he believed in a better future. He simply thought it would take more time. Of course, he understood his disciples' feelings perfectly well, but they were on a different path. If they saw the stars differently, it meant they had already chosen a different direction. But the Savior has a different goal, and he strode resolutely toward the burning city. The Savior wished his disciples that the stars would light their way and that he would pray for them. But before the man could finish speaking, A sharp sword pierced right through his chest, flooding everything around him with hot blood. Olivier and Elsia stared in horror at the scene unfolding before their eyes. And the swordsman, who had plunged the sword into his mentor's chest, said that this was exactly what he had maintained. The savior was not the kind of person who could be persuaded otherwise. The swordsman looked at the savior and said that he respected him greatly, but the time had come to hand over power for the sake of their salvation. Bleeding to death, the savior looked at the sword and said that he had long awaited this moment. This sword is a divine weapon that has taken form from ore of another world over the centuries. This sword is capable of absorbing any power, even that of the savior. The savior looked at his disciples and said that he was ashamed. Only now did he realize that his brothers beside him had lost their way. But then the savior threw the swordsman aside, saying that this was utter folly. The swordsman clearly hadn't expected the savior to be able to resist him, and now he admitted that the man was truly incredible. Despite the through-and-through wound in his chest, the savior stood firm and confident, and now he was even stronger than before. But then Olivier and Elsia finally came to their senses. Even if they agreed with the swordsman's position, they were against harming the savior, and he had no right to act that way. Olivier lunged at the swordsman, intent on punishing him for his actions, but suddenly some kind of magic began to take hold of him. Horns sprouted from Olivier's head, and a terrified Elsia cried out to the savior for help and the blessing of the stars. The swordsman could no longer be stopped. For him, there was no longer any distinction between friend and foe. He was overwhelmed by the savior's power. And all the more, the swordsman did not understand his actions. How could anyone make such foolish decisions and take such foolish actions? The warrior was certain that he was right and that the savior was unworthy to be the vessel that would lead everyone to salvation. The savior replied, if the swordsman was certain of his position, then this would be their final encounter. And now they would show each other what they were capable of and teach each other one final lesson. And so between the two closest people who had spent 1,000 years together, a duel began that would finally drive them to opposite sides of the truth. The men clashed in battle, and now both participants in this tragic duel were clearly visible. All along, it turned out that a battle was taking place between father and son. The savior wielded the blessing of the star, and in his hands was a sword capable of destroying all living things. He unleashed the blessing upon the swordsman, who remained as sturdy and strong as ever, and most importantly, he was certain of his own righteousness. No one could have predicted or guessed who would emerge victorious from this duel. Two strong and, as it turned out, irreconcilable opponents. Ronan watched the battle, his mouth agape in astonishment. He knew, of course, that both combatants were incredibly skilled fighters. But now their swords were moving beyond the bounds of comprehension, and it was impossible to describe it in words. Ronan felt the duel within himself because he shared the savior's sensations, and every intersecting trajectory carried within it thousands or even tens of thousands of sword strikes. It was as if the savior were embroidering stars in the sky with his blade, the pinnacle of the art of the sword. The duel continued, and the ground trembled beneath the feet of these skilled swordsmen. Olivier and Elsia, stunned, watched their closest loved ones. They had barely had time to blink, but it turned out the duel was already in full swing. And now, looking at the devastated land, it was clear that all this time the swordsman and the savior had been hiding their true power. The savior loomed over the swordsman, who sat on the ground, unable to understand why the savior hadn't put an end to it. After all, there was no turning back, and they would never be able to be together again. And the men recalled the time when they spent hours training and practicing, when they helped and supported one another and looked gratefully toward the future, seeing it as one and the same. But now it was clear that they were on different paths, and the savior was still acting foolishly, even at the very end. However, the savior believed that this too was the will of the stars, and that it must be accepted. And then they embraced each other like true brothers. The swordsman said to the savior, "Rest in peace," and he himself would now continue the mission of salvation. The next moment, a huge stone giant leaped out from beneath the ground, preparing to pounce on the man. But the same precise and measured sword strikes instantly took its life, and it crumbled into tiny pebbles. Elsia rushed to the savior. She tried to heal him as she flew away on a giant bird, hoping to escape the swordsman. But he caught up with her and asked, hadn't the girl realized by now they would never be able to understand him? After that, the swordsman demanded that they not interfere with him and cut down the bird on which the savior and the girl were trying to fly away. Olivier turned to the swordsman and demanded that he not harm their friends. unless he wanted to lose him as well. And so Ronan once again stood before his curse. It wanted to know whether the young man had enjoyed watching the beginning and end of the Clavier Nebula. But now it was time to make a choice, and Ronan had to voice it. However, the young man had one more question. He wanted to know what had happened to the Savior afterward, whether he had survived. But the curse replied that it didn't know for sure. Perhaps the Savior was still alive. Ronan had one more question about the swordsman, who now led the Clavier Nebula. Ronan wanted to know if this swordsman was truly the ruler, his father. But the curse said that he shouldn't cling to blood ties. It was merely a superficial connection based on blood. The curse insisted that Ronan make a choice and stop thinking about all this. But then the curse itself had a question as well. It wanted to know whether Ronan saw in the swordsman, who was the leader of the nebula and who had plunged his blade into the Savior, nothing but a threat to the world and the greatest evil. The curse said that people cannot control their desires. They are always dissatisfied with what they have, crave everything in sight, and destroy the world. As a result, people inevitably follow the path of self-destruction. Such is the unchanging nature of humanity. That is precisely why people turned away from the Savior. Justice has always served merely as a convenient excuse for those currently in power. The human world is marked by irrationality and contradictions, and there are no clear criteria for distinguishing good from evil. That is why humanity has always needed an absolute order to govern it. The Savior had power, but he did not understand people at all. The current leader of the nebula, Clavier, though he lacked sufficient power, understood people. That is why the swordsman made this decision for the sake of the true salvation of all humanity. And now it turns out that Ronan considers this nothing more than a betrayal of the Savior. But if you think about it, this may be the only way to break the fate of humanity, which is shackled by its own chains. The curse wanted an answer from Ronan. What is good, what is evil, and who is the true Savior? The young man thought for a long time, and then said that there was one thing he would certainly not deny. Regardless of his own will and acting on someone else's orders, he fought and killed to survive. Ronan stabbed, slashed, tore things to shreds, and clung tenaciously to life. That was who he was back then. And if Ronan were to find himself back in that situation now, he would once again have no other choice, and he would start killing everyone all over again. That's why it was so surprising that the current leader of the nebula, Clavier, had put up with the Savior for so long. But that's the decision Ronan would have made had he been his past self, and the curse clearly didn't like that answer. But Ronan continued to explain he wasn't the same person he had been back then. The young man told how he had met friends with whom he could chat and laugh, rejoice and cry. He had also met many adults who genuinely cared for him, and Ronan knew a man who had sacrificed himself several times for the sake of this world. And although all of this might seem pointless, and the curse most likely sees it that way, but Ronan was certain that this is where the potential of human beings lies. And it's not that the Savior didn't know the right path. It's just that the Savior understood that one cannot speak of control or evolution while ignoring human potential. That would mean turning away from what matters most. Which is why now, whether the swordsman is the leader of the nebula or his own father, Ronan will destroy him either way. It was unclear whether the curse liked this answer, but he realized that this was precisely Ronan's choice. And if that was the case, then the curse had no other choice but to grant Ronan its power. And the curse snapped its fingers, and Ronan felt his sword fill with power and energy. At that moment, a huge stone appeared before the young man. It was the source of the curse. The curse stood nearby and said, if Ronan were to split this stone, the curse for which it was responsible would be lifted. Ronan wanted to know what the catch was. He understood perfectly well that it couldn't be that simple. The curse explained that it was a matter of an attachment born of enmity. Ronan had only just learned of its existence, but the curse had been watching him his entire life. It has known him since his earliest childhood, from the moment the boy was born. All the subsequent problems and long trials, tears and disappointments, the curse had experienced all of this alongside Ronan. The trials he had gone through were their shared problems and anxieties. The curse remembers every little detail, and strange as it may seem before he even realizes it, an inexplicable feeling takes hold of him. The curse desperately wants Ronan to find at least a little peace. And so he clung to the hope that Ronan would abandon his quest for revenge. If he witnessed the power of the Clavier Nebula, he would cease his futile resistance and look the other way. But it seems that getting Ronan to give up is simply impossible. So the curse has no choice but to support Ronin. After all, the young man must already be acutely aware of the curse's energy, since it has bound him his entire life. He has been directly fused with the curse since the very first days of his life, and now they exist as one. But now the curse turns to Ronin and asks him to split this stone and move forward. The battle will be long and grueling. Ronin will be wounded countless times and will lose much. But having watched him his entire life, the curse can say with certainty that Ronin will prevail. Ronin thanked the curse for everything it had done for him, took his sword in hand, and headed toward the enormous stone to put an end to it. Ronin hacked the curse to pieces, and it offered no resistance, though it stared at the young man in surprise. Ronin smiled and said that he actually had something else in mind. Having lost one arm, the curse howled and turned to Ronin with a question. It didn't understand what the young man was doing. After all, he'd been trying to help it. So why was he treating it this way now? But Ronin cut off another part of the curse and demanded that it stop talking nonsense, because he was already sick of all this. Gradually losing its power, the curse wanted to know why Ronin was doing this, why he was making such a foolish choice. The curse wanted to know why Ronin was abandoning this path for the sake of people. The young man said that Professor Secret was right. She had said that this guy was very cunning. So now the curse didn't have to keep up the pretense until the very end. Ronin admitted that he had almost believed this stone was the true source of the curse. The thing looked ugly, but the longer the young man looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. And he remembered seeing the same kind of stone in the Temple of Sarante. There was one just like it in the lair of the Bloodhook gang. It was a statue of the deity Senil, and Ronin finally recognized it. Until then, the young man hadn't known why it was there, but suddenly everything became clear in his mind. Perhaps this statue was the last bastion holding back the curse. That was the conclusion the young man reached, and after that, he had no doubt about what he needed to destroy. Besides, it would be very foolish to take the curse at its word. And judging by how the curse looked right now, how miserable it was and how it was shaking, Ronin was right. Furthermore, the curse had intended to use Ronin to get rid of the statue, and in doing so it had crossed the line. And yet, just a short while ago, the curse had said that this would be a long and grueling battle, and that Ronin would be wounded countless times and lose a great deal. But judging by what the curse knows about Ronin, it's confident that he'll definitely pull through. And Ronin remembered that those were the very last words Sarante had spoken to him before his death. So now the curse must be prepared for Ronin to make it realize what it has done. Seeing the sword approaching, the curse tried to say that there had been no deception, that the young man was deeply mistaken. Everything the curse had done, it had done solely for Ronin's sake. But then a voice rang out, saying that the one Ronin had encountered was a transcendent being beyond human comprehension. It is so astonishing that mere mortals cannot even comprehend it, for the young man himself knows, no matter how much he resists, a terrible end awaits him. Ronin doesn't even need to try to deny any of this. The only thing the young man can do is simply accept it. And soon a huge creature appeared before the young man, consisting of a mass of intertwined muscular bodies. And a voice said that right now Ronin would be granted salvation, so he must split this stone and restore the power. Ronin was very pleased with this exchange. Finally, the curse was behaving as it should. It wasn't pretending or acting like a savior. It's always much easier to fight an opponent like that, so it's best to cut through the useless chatter. Ronin realized that the time had come to finally have a proper battle. He hacked the curse to pieces, but it was whole and unharmed again, which meant that with his current swordsmanship, Ronin wouldn't be able to reach its core. And if that's the case, then there's only one option left: to defy the laws of physics and cut through the very essence itself, just as the savior had done. Ronin drew his sword and used the savior's sword art, turning to him for help and strength. The next strike was far more powerful than the previous ones. Ronin realized he was on the right path. The curse sensed the energy it had always feared, but this wasn't supposed to happen. After all, the boy was just a mere mortal. Ronin wondered why the curse had lived in his body for so long, yet had not yet recognized this power. The young man admitted that he was the kind of person who, upon seeing one thing, would steal 10 at once. Ronin had closely observed the savior's battles, and now he could replicate his movements. The curse watched the boy with horror. The attack was precise and powerful. The curse began to crumble, but it still declared that Ronin would come to regret it. Ronin would be in despair and on the Earth destroyed by starlight, Ronan would be abandoned and meet his tragic end. Such a fate awaits the young man, and it is already predetermined. But Ronan replied that nothing was predetermined yet. Everything changes, and that is precisely why he had returned and was doing everything in his power. Only one thing is predetermined: when Ronan meets his end, the curse will no longer be by his side, so it would be best for them never to meet again. The young man woke up and saw that he was lying alone in bed in a huge room at night. With unsteady steps, the young man approached the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside the window was the Filian Academy in winter. Ronan ran his fingers through his unkempt hair, looked out the window, and tried to imagine how much time had passed since he'd parted ways with his friends.